Yi Xiao unexpectedly traversed into a world, becoming the affectionate male lead in a classic female-centric Mary Sue narrative, a super president with an extraordinary background. He possesses a fortune worth billions, is handsome and wealthy, and is even a martial arts prodigy. To his dismay, however, he finds himself bound to a villain's system. Confronted by a series of hypocritical Mary Sue heroines, a fiercely independent assistant, a charming childhood friend, a clumsy new employee, a waitress on the run, an aloof president's first love, a false heiress fiancée, and a witty substitute secretary, Yi Xiao struggles to maintain his composure. His inherent qualities, akin to those of male protagonists who toil for countless chapters, are suddenly thrust into the limelight. What is this notion of a deep-hearted male lead in a female narrative? What about the destined antagonist? Please, refer to me as the male protagonist of exhilarating tales. Chapter 1. Transcending into the deep-hearted male lead of a Mary Sue novel. Yi Xiao, Assistant Zhang is correct. If you wish for me to believe in you, please sign this share transfer document. Yi Xiao opened his eyes, glancing at the share transfer document before him, then at the delicate beauty opposite him, clad in a white dress, her innocent eyes glowering at him. He found himself momentarily dazed. Had he really traversed into another realm? Just moments ago, he had completed his salary disbursement, ardently expressing affection to Miss Number 17. How had he suddenly found himself in this situation? As Yi Xiao grappled with confusion, a sharp pain pierced his head, followed by a flood of narrative. It turned out that he had become the deep-hearted male lead in a classic female-centric Mary Sue tale. The original character, also named Yi Xiao, was a billionaire super president, blessed with striking looks, an impressive physique, exceptional intelligence, and was a martial arts genius. His family, the Yi clan, was a prestigious lineage spanning military, political, and commercial realms in the Xia kingdom for over a millennium. The original Yi Xiao was a paragon of virtue, eschewing romantic entanglements, and was revered online by countless young women as their ideal partner. However, everything changed upon meeting Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian came from a troubled background, with a gambling father, an ill mother, and a younger brother in school, struggling to keep her shattered life intact. Though seemingly fragile, she demonstrated remarkable resilience, balancing her studies with work to sustain her chaotic household. Then came the clichéd instant attraction, especially when Gu Qianqian rejected the unlimited supplementary card that Yi Xiao offered. In that moment, Yi Xiao was utterly captivated. He brought Gu Qianqian into the company, defying opposition, and gradually elevated her to the position of vice president. Due to Yi Xiao's unwavering acquiescence to her wishes, Gu Qianqian began to dominate the company's affairs. Yi Xiao professed his love for Gu Qianqian multiple times, only to be rebuffed until, during a moment of drunken despair, she reluctantly agreed. Ecstatic, Yi Xiao defied his parents and severed ties with the Yi family, overcoming numerous obstacles to finally become engaged to Gu Qianqian. However, it was then that she encountered Hui Yunting, a legendary male lead who, like her, struggled from humble beginnings. Hui Yunting's similar experiences drew Gu Qianqian in, and the bond she initially formed with Yi Xiao out of gratitude began to waver. After enduring countless dramatic twists and turns, Gu Qianqian ultimately chose to be with Hui Yunting. Meanwhile, Yi Xiao's repeated sacrifices for Gu Qianqian led to his family's abandonment, his parents' utter disappointment, and the dissolution of the billion-dollar empire he had built, serving merely as a stepping stone for the growth of the male and female leads. In the end, Yi Xiao received nothing more than the heart-wrenching words, "I have always regarded you as an older brother." Yet, even so, the original character chose to forgive and bless her, silently guarding Gu Qianqian, living a life of solitude until death. Why Yi Xiao's arrival in this new world coincided with Gu Qianqian secretly promoting Hui Yunting to her assistant, igniting the original Yi Xiao's fury as he sought confrontation. Hui Yunting intentionally provoked the original Yi Xiao, leading to a quarrel. Just before Gu Qianqian entered, Hui Yunting slapped himself, collapsed, and accused the original Yi Xiao of assault. Naturally, Gu Qianqian was furious, yet her inherently kind nature compelled her to offer Yi Xiao a chance to explain. However, the original Yi Xiao, known for his calm disposition, found himself at a loss against Hui Yunting's provocations. Ultimately, with the suggestion of Yi Xiao's assistant, Zhang Jun, the original character transferred half of his shares to Gu Qianqian to prove his innocence. What a ludicrous plot this is. Having absorbed the narrative, Yi Xiao felt utterly bewildered. The original character was hardly a deep-hearted male lead. Rather, he resembled the notorious super sycophant that even a woolly sheep would find repulsive. How could a super-rich heir not indulge in extravagance, yet instead play the role of a pure-hearted warrior? Does he not realize that in this materialistic era, a pure-hearted warrior is fit only to dine with dogs? Moreover, how did the original character, a president of a billion-dollar conglomerate, manage to ascend when he could not even handle a mere green tea boy? Wouldn't the seasoned players of the business world have devoured him whole? And does the original character not have a voice? Instead of remaining taciturn like a serene flower, why not take a stand? One can only lament the foolish plot penned by a foolish author. It's utterly distasteful. Yet, on the bright side, this vast fortune now belongs to Yishio. Regaining his composure, Yishio's first action was to check his bank account balance. Balance, 70,000,000,000. He could not help but gasp in astonishment. He had only seen such a multitude of zeros in his previous life in Chengdu. Noticing Yishio's silence and his engrossment in his phone, his assistant Zhang Jun frowned and approached him, saying, "President Yi, please forgive me for speaking out as an outsider. Vice President Gu works diligently for you, tirelessly managing the company, even developing a stomach ailment from the stress. It is quite burdensome for her. You may not care for her, but it is unfair to hold a grudge against her due to Assistant Hua's actions. What is the purpose of your outburst? If Vice President Gu is close to Assistant Hua, it is for the company, for work, to earn more for you. Why the commotion? Even if Assistant Hua has wronged you, it is a consequence of your own actions. Could you not ease Vice President Gu's burdens? You should reflect on your own behavior more and show empathy for Vice President Gu's struggles. Please sign this share transfer document. Vice President Gu is so kind, she will surely believe and forgive you. Besides, since you are already engaged to Vice President Gu, what difference does it make who holds the shares?" After finishing, Zhang Jun sighed deeply, and upon catching a glimpse of the fleeting admiration in Gu Qianqian's eyes, his heart filled with sweetness and joy, causing his chest to swell with pride. Hui Yunting regarded Zhang Jun with surprise, then revealed a hint of disdain and ridicule. Truly, he was Yishio's assistant, a fellow sycophant. Hui Yunting clearly noted Zhang Jun's sarcasm. Though anger simmered within him, he refrained from further comment, continuing to gaze at Gu Qianqian with feigned affection. He did not care whether Gu Qianqian liked him or whether he could earn her love. He was not even brave enough to hope that she might regard him with any interest. He only wishes for Gu Qianqian to attain happiness and joy, and to be of assistance to her. That is sufficient, for Zhang Jun believes that love is selfless, magnificent, pure, and untarnished. Upon hearing Zhang Jun's endless declarations, Yishio could not help but twitch the corners of his mouth. Is this the horror of Mary Sue literature? Do all men simply adore the female protagonist? Are they all willing to make sacrifices for her? Even Zhang Jun, who had followed Yishio since childhood, had become a loyal subject of Gu Qianqian. Yishio pressed his lips together. The original character had endured everything for Gu Qianqian, but he, Yishio, could not tolerate such indignities. Before his transmigration, he had been meek, humble, and subservient. After his transmigration, he remained meek, humble, and subservient. Was this not a futile journey? With that thought, Yishio rose and beckoned Zhang Jun with a wave of his hand. "President, what is it?" Zhang Jun furrowed his brow, yet as Yishio's assistant, he could only lower his head and lean closer. A cold smile spread across Yishio's face as he swung his arm, delivering a forceful slap to Zhang Jun's approaching face. Slap. A cry of anguish escaped Zhang Jun as he fell to the ground, blood streaming from his mouth and his cheek swollen. Before anyone could react, Yishio lifted his foot and brutally stomped on Zhang Jun's face, his eyes filled with murderous intent. How dare a dog defy its master? Chapter 2: The Villain System. Yi, Xiao, young master you. Yishio's indifferent gaze left Zhang Jun momentarily dazed, as if he were witnessing the ruthless and cold-blooded young master he had encountered 2.5 years ago before meeting Gu Qianqian. A shiver coursed through him, his love-clouded mind suddenly clearing. He realized, to his astonishment, that he had forgotten he was a scion of the Yi family, raised from childhood as Yishio's most trusted confidant. Yet at this moment, he had chosen to stand in opposition to Yishio. Observing Zhang Jun's distracted state, Yishio pressed down harder on his foot. Young master, I was wrong. Please, spare me. I was blinded by foolishness. Do not hold this against me. Zhang Jun winced in pain, returning to reality, only to see the murderous intent in Yishio's eyes, sending a chill through him and cooling his blood. In an instant, the inexplicable love he had harbored for Gu Qianqian dissipated, leaving only an overwhelming sense of icy terror. Tears streamed uncontrollably down his face as he trembled like a leaf, repeatedly apologizing and pleading for forgiveness. He understood that if Yishio chose not to forgive him, he and his family would face dire consequences. for his sole value lay in his loyalty to the family. Severing the pivotal arm of the fated child, villain points 1000. Congratulations, host. You have awakened the villain system. By suppressing, eliminating, or seizing the opportunities of the fated child, you can earn villain points. Villain points can be exchanged for any items in the system shop across all realms. A system? Yishio was momentarily taken aback, yet not overly surprised. As a longtime fan of tomato novels, his acceptance of transmigration and systems was exceptionally high. However, something felt off. Wasn't he supposed to be the devoted male second in a Mary Sue narrative? Why had he been given such a distinctly male-oriented villain system? This system must have made a mistake. Ding. Identity verification complete. You are indeed the quintessential foolish rich second-generation antagonist from a male-oriented standard trope. Please do not question the professionalism of this system. Yishio, this foolish system has resorted to personal attacks? It is confirmed. The system has indeed erred. Upon further reflection, however, he recognized that there was not much distinction between the devoted male second in female narratives and the foolish rich second generation in male narratives. Yet, there were differences. In female narratives, even the devoted male second must possess formidable abilities, for the core of such stories revolves around love and female competition. The more accomplished the male character, the more female admirers surround him, thereby elevating the female lead's status. In contrast, male narratives often depict foolish devoted antagonists. So be it. Let the villain system be a villain system. It is better than having none at all. Since he had become the male second destined to toil for countless chapters, he couldn't help but wonder how much stronger he was compared to other transmigrators. What more could he possibly desire? As for the system, he would study it later. For now, he needed to handle the present situation. Step aside, he ordered. Once Yishio noticed that Zhang Jun had fully regained his senses, he released his foot and returned to his seat, leaving Zhang Jun's fate to depend on his future actions. Upon witnessing Yishio's fury, Hui Yunting felt a flicker of delight. He quickly covered his face and cast a pitiful glance at Gu Qianqian, his eyes brimming with tears. Qianqian, look at what he has done to Assistant Zhang. Now do you believe me? He is the one who struck me. Zhang Jun, are you all right? Gu Qianqian sighed and reached out to help the struggling Zhang Jun, who recoiled in panic. She paused, turning to Yishio with a hint of anger in her eyes. Yishio, look at how terrified Assistant Zhang is. You have truly disappointed me. The revolting display of the two protagonists ignited a blaze of fury within Yishio. He abruptly rose and strode to Hui Yunting, delivering a sharp slap to his other cheek. And now, are you still disappointed? Yishio flicked his wrist, mockingly gazing at Gu Qianqian. Hui Yunting's eyes flickered with hatred but were quickly concealed, remaining unseen by Gu Qianqian. He inhaled deeply, tugging at Gu Qianqian's sleeve with feigned grievance, tears streaming down his face. Qianqian, I'm fine. Let us just forget it. It was all my fault. Yishio, why are you so violent now? Gu Qianqian rushed to Hui Yunting's side, gently blowing on his swollen cheek, then turned to scold Yishio. Is this your first day realizing my violence? Yishio scoffed, reclining in his chair with his feet resting on the table, lighting a cigar. You. Gu Qianqian's chest heaved with indignation at Yishio's nonchalant demeanor. Nevertheless, she had always presented herself as kind-hearted, and even with her eyes reddening with rage, she could not utter any harsh words. Hui Yunting observed Gu Qianqian's turmoil and knew it was time for him to step up. He could no longer pretend to be a benevolent figure. The sight of Gu Qianqian's anger filled him with satisfaction. Yishio, this time, I will firmly establish my position in Gu Qianqian's heart. He then pulled Gu Qianqian behind him, raising his still swollen face, feigning anger as he admonished Yishio. Yishio, you have gone too far. It's one thing for you to hit me, but how can you treat Qianqian this way? You better apologize to her. Yishio cracked his knuckles and coldly regarded Hui Yunting, who froze under Yishio's terrifying gaze. At that moment, he felt Gu Qianqian squeeze his hand, calming his racing heart. It was just a petty sycophant. What was there to fear? Deep down, however, he felt an overwhelming rage rise within him. How could Hui Yunting allow himself to be intimidated by Yishio, this obsequious fool? He hardened his expression and chastised Yishio once more. Yishio, what kind of look is that? I warn you, you better kneel and apologize to Qianqian, and sign this share transfer document, or else Qianqian will never forgive you. Gu Qianqian tightened her grip on Hui Yunting's hand, quietly relieved. Hui Yunting was far more understanding than Yishio. This Yishio merely sought to elevate himself through money, coercing me into marriage. Thank goodness I have been stalling, or my life would be ruined. Enough, Yishio said curtly, extinguishing the cigar in the ashtray before rising and delivering a powerful kick toward Hui Yunting. With the force of his internal energy, Hui Yunting, an ordinary person, was sent crashing into the wall, clutching his abdomen in agony. Yi Xiao's brutality instilled a sense of fear in Gu Qianqian. But more than that, she was furious at her sycophant for displaying such submissiveness. What are you saying? Gu Qianqian, you truly are hypocritical. Today's events, including this share transfer document, were undoubtedly orchestrated by you behind the scenes. Yi Xiao gestured towards the share transfer document on the table, a sardonic smile playing on his lips as he looked at Gu Qianqian. You were talking nonsense. Wasn't it you who went mad today? The mocking glint in Yi Xiao's eyes made Gu Qianqian feel a twinge of guilt, causing her voice to rise in pitch as she struggled to maintain her usual calm demeanor. Exposing the protagonist's true thoughts, slight breach of defense. Host villain points 200. Oh, has the defense been breached? Then I shall intensify my efforts. Yi Xiao, who initially intended to swiftly dismiss the two women, found himself in no hurry at this moment. He relished the opportunity to vent his frustrations, to unleash a few more blows, and to gain some villain points. After all, this was rather delightful. With this thought in mind, he glanced around, picked up the equity transfer document from the table, and spoke softly. You know whether I am speaking nonsense, Gu Qianqian. If you want me to sign it, you can simply ask. Upon hearing this, Gu Qianqian's eyes sparkled with a hint of triumph. Humph, I knew it. This sycophant will ultimately bend to my will. His outburst today is likely due to a bruised ego. Very well, I shall indulge him a little. It is not for the sake of the equity. I simply do not wish for Yi Xiao to lose face. She then pursed her lips, feigning innocence as she looked at Yi Xiao and said, Forget it, Yi Xiao. As long as you sign it, I shall forgive you. Ha ha ha. Gu Qianqian, your hypocritical demeanor truly disgusts me. Are you really gullible enough to believe that? Yi Xiao swiftly tore the equity transfer document into shreds. Yi Xiao, are you toying with me? How dare you tear it? Gu Qianqian trembled with rage, her teeth grinding together. Not only do I toy with you, but I must also inform you that you and your pretty boy have been officially dismissed from the company today. And Gu Qianqian, despite this, you still maintain your airs. You are said to be pure and kind, yet you are the most hypocritical and repugnant of all. Look at Zhang Jun and Hui Yunting. They are merely your pawns. If you desire my equity, you should voice it openly. If not, perhaps you should resort to other means, for you wish to gain without offering anything in return. You are even inferior to a prostitute. Yi Xiao's scornful words relentlessly peeled away Gu Qianqian's facade of hypocrisy. Zhang Jun, who had been silent nearby, exhibited a fleeting look of confusion, lowering his head to fiddle with his fingers, clearly struggling to accept that his idol was such a person. Meanwhile, Hui Yunting lay on the ground, moaning softly. Dismissal of the male and female protagonists has alleviated a significant crisis. Host villain points. 500. Publicly exposing the protagonist's hypocritical nature has broken their defenses. Host villain points. 400. Gu Qianqian's pale face turned a deep shade of red. Her eyes filled with hatred as she glared at Yi Xiao, speechless. Wretch, since you have nothing to say, why not hurry and leave? Upon seeing Gu Qianqian silent, Yi Xiao forcefully threw the shredded equity transfer document at her face. Yi Xiao, what exactly do you intend to do? I warn you. The moment the torn paper struck Gu Qianqian's face, she could no longer maintain her composure. Her eyes reddened as she pointed at Yi Xiao. Trembling with rage, the calm demeanor she once held vanished entirely. She felt humiliated and could not accept that her sycophant dared to bare his teeth at her. However, before she could finish her retort, she felt a sharp pain on her cheek, followed by a resounding slap. Gu Qianqian, you are nothing but my plaything. How dare you bare your teeth at me? Yi Xiao shook his hand, muttering to himself. This female lead truly deserves her title. Her skin is thicker than most. My hand is beginning to ache. Completely stunned by the slap, Gu Qianqian stared blankly at Yi Xiao. Earlier, due to the argument between Yi Xiao and Hui Yunting, many employees had rushed to the scene, gathering at the office door. As Gu Qianqian had not closed the door upon entering, numerous employees witnessed the unfolding drama. Almost instantly, the group chat of the employees erupted. What the heck? Major news. You won't believe it. What news? I know. President Yi has risen. He just slapped Vice President Gu. Impossible. I don't believe it. This script is wrong. It's supposed to be a sweet romance, not a domineering CEO story. President Yi's character has collapsed. Shouldn't it be a sycophant story? Stop speaking nonsense. You must be seeking graduation. Is no one considering that President Yi might be right? Is Vice President Gu really as pure as she seems? That's not the point. The real question is, how did President Yi dare to do that? Isn't he afraid that Vice President Gu will stop loving him? Honestly, I bet within 3 minutes, President Yi will be on his knees apologizing to Vice President Gu. Kneeling? No way. He is a big CEO after all. You're new here. You don't know. President Yi has publicly apologized to Vice President Gu by kneeling more than once. We can't say this here. Let us chat privately. Unaware of the lively discussion in the employee group, Gu Qianqian covered her face. Her once fair complexion now reddened like a monkey's rear. Yi Xiao, you actually dared to hit me. In disbelief, Gu Qianqian could not fathom how Yi Xiao, whom she had known for 2.5 years, could ever strike her. Yi Xiao remained silent, his fingers clenched, coldly observing Gu Qianqian, whose defenses had crumbled. His indifferent gaze momentarily disoriented her. What was happening to Yi Xiao? He seemed like a different person altogether. A sensation of losing control enveloped Gu Qianqian, leaving her with a dry mouth and an unsettling feeling. As if she were being pricked by needles. She sensed something was amiss with Yi Xiao. Taking a deep breath, she attempted to suppress her unease. Gazing at Yi Xiao's familiar face, convincing herself that she was overthinking. Perhaps it was the equity matter that had genuinely angered Yi Xiao. No matter how much of a sycophant he was ultimately a CEO, and when personal interests were at stake, he could not possibly be so muddled. She realized she had been somewhat presumptuous and that certain matters required careful consideration. As long as Yi Xiao still loved her, everything would be fine. Convinced she had reached an understanding, Gu Qianqian steadied herself. This time, she resolved to change her approach. Since Yi Xiao had seen through her act, she would no longer feign innocence. She intended to reclaim the dominant position in their relationship. With her head held high, she looked down at Yi Xiao with a touch of arrogance. Yi Xiao, I shall temporarily set aside the equity matter. However, I must inform you that if you wish to be with me, if you want my forgiveness, and if you wish for me to marry you, you must kneel and apologize to me now. Otherwise, Yi Xiao raised his hand and delivered another slap to Gu Qianqian, finding her ordinary yet self-assured demeanor amusingly infuriating. Perhaps it was the resentment of his original self surfacing, but an inexplicable anger boiled within him. Gu Qianqian, do you still have any shame left? I paid for your mother's medical bills, I settled your father's gambling debts, I found your brother's school, and even your current vice president position was secured by me against all odds. Yet you dare to keep a pretty boy on the side and expect me to transfer my shares to you? You haven't even allowed me to touch you. What? Is your virginity made of gold? How much do you think your face is worth? With that, Yi Xiao's slap sent Gu Qianqian flying nearly 2 meters, crashing to the ground. Qianqian, are you alright? On the ground, Hui Yunting was taken aback to witness Yi Xiao sending Gu Qianqian flying. However, he did not believe that Yi Xiao had suddenly come to his senses. After all, Yi Xiao had been infatuated for 2.5 years. How could he simply give up? It seemed that this time he was merely feeling anxious, fearing that he might be wearing a green hat. Moreover, Yi Xiao was right. Gu Qianqian had indeed gone too far. Despite Yi Xiao's considerable investment of time and effort in her, Gu Qianqian had never allowed him even a moment of intimacy. It appeared that I must have a serious conversation with Gu Qianqian, reminding her that before resolving matters with Qinya Group, she ought to offer Yi Xiao, this devoted admirer, some benefits. As for whether Gu Qianqian would eventually succumb to Yi Xiao's affections, Hui Yunting was indifferent. After all, Gu Qianqian was merely a stepping stone in his quest to alter his fate. With this thought, Hui Yunting felt a sense of calm wash over him. He quickly rose from the ground, rushed to Gu Qianqian's side, and helped her up, leaning her against himself, his eyes filled with concern. Chapter 4. A pair of dog-like individuals. Yunting, I'm fine, don't worry, Gu Qianqian said, touched by Hui Yunting's concern. Yet, the scolding from Yi Xiao had only strengthened her conviction regarding Yi Xiao's irrational rage today. Yi Xiao, this matter is far from over. I will not forgive you easily unless you kneel and lick my toes. As her hypocritical facade was torn away, Gu Qianqian's demeanor grew increasingly audacious. She glared at Yi Xiao, her eyes brimming with hostility. Enough. My relationship with Yunting is purely professional and innocent. Do not spread rumors. You, a grown man, are merely grasping at straws, resorting to violence over such trivial matters. This is disappointing. I will give you one last chance, if you are a man. Kneel and apologize while transferring the shares to me, and I shall forgive you. Nestled in Hui Yunting's embrace, Gu Qianqian's brazen claims of their platonic relationship ignited Yi Xiao's fury once more. Unable to contain himself, he stepped forward and delivered a slap to each of them. Gu Qianqian, do you truly take me for a fool? Have a look at how you both present yourselves. And you, showering this pretty boy with gifts like cars, houses, and matching watches. You claim to have nothing together. Do you even believe that yourself? With each slap, Yi Xiao felt a surge of relief. These accusations and strikes were not solely driven by his disdain for their hypocrisy. They were also a means to vent the frustrations of the original owner of this body. After all, having taken over the original's identity, he had a duty to seek justice on their behalf. He would not allow Gu Qianqian and Hui Yunting to escape unscathed. Otherwise, he would not be Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's inquiries caused Gu Qianqian's gaze to flicker momentarily. These are rewards I grant him for his outstanding work, she retorted. Must you escalate this situation over such trivial matters? Can you not be more magnanimous? Yi Xiao, who had initially felt a sense of relief, was incensed once more by Gu Qianqian's shameless defense. He raised his hand, ready to deliver more slaps. Hui Yunting's eyes gleamed with determination. After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and stepped in front of Gu Qianqian. Yi, Mr. Yi, please do not blame Gu. It is all my fault. My relationship with her is purely that of a superior and subordinate. Please do not be angry. If you are truly upset, Mr. Yi, then strike me instead. With his eyes closed and trembling all over, Hui Yunting stubbornly lifted his chin, presenting his face to Yi Xiao. However, his heart was filled with disdain for Yi Xiao. After all, a servile sycophant could not escape his true nature. Trading a beating for a higher status in Gu Qianqian's eyes was certainly a profitable exchange. Huh? Did you all hear that? He asked me to hit him. Yi Xiao pointed at Hui Yunting while addressing the gathered employees, nearly bursting into laughter. I have never encountered such a shameless request. I must fulfill it. And what kind of man is this? So resilient to punishment? Yi Xiao seized Hui Yunting by the collar, dragging him close, and unleashed a flurry of slaps upon his face. After several strikes, Yi Xiao, feeling unsatisfied, raised a foot and kicked Hui Yunting against the wall. Hui Yunting knelt on the ground, bent over, clutching his stomach, the intense pain causing his veins to bulge and beads of sweat to form on his forehead. Hatred surged within him. Yi Xiao, once my plans succeed and I obtain everything you possess, I will ensure your life becomes a living hell. Clown. Yi Xiao looked down at Hui Yunting, his eyes filled with disdain and contempt. Hui Yunting could not endure the scorn of this sycophantic wastrel, and his murderous intent towards Yi Xiao reached an overflowing peak. Drawing a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and slowly rose, again donning an innocent and pitiful expression. Mr. Yi, have you finished venting your anger? As long as you do not blame Gu anymore, you may strike me again if you wish. Huh. Good, you have spirit. Yi Xiao could not help but commend Hui Yunting for his resilience. This lad was indeed willing to endure. Yi Xiao stopped this at once. Gu Qianqian, alarmed by Yi Xiao's continued aggression, struggled to intervene. Get lost. Yi Xiao dismissed her with a wave, sending Gu Qianqian tumbling to the ground, then raised his foot once more to kick Hui Yunting down again. I refuse to believe that you all can withstand so much punishment. Is this a curse from the female audience? The employees surrounding the scene, their fingers hovering over their phones, were left astounded, their perceptions of Yi Xiao transforming entirely in that moment. Although Yi Xiao was their boss and president, he was also Gu Qianqian's loyal sycophant. Thus, in the eyes of most employees, Yi Xiao had been a mere worthless figure. Yet today, his brutal demeanor filled them with both unease and a strange sense of reassurance. As Yi Xiao continued to rain down kicks, Hui Yunting began to panic. He sensed that Yi Xiao truly intended to inflict serious harm. He had aimed to elevate his status in Gu Qianqian's eyes through suffering, but he certainly did not wish to be beaten to death by this lunatic. Qianqian, save me. He cried out helplessly. The protagonist's official partner begs for mercy in public. The host's villain points rise to 200. Gu Qianqian, witnessing Hui Yunting's pitiful plea, felt a surge of compassion welling up within her. She struggled to her feet and rushed to Yi Xiao's side. Yi Xiao, enough? You are being utterly unreasonable. Yunting is such a kind and hardworking person. How can you treat him this way? Even if you are jealous, you cannot act so violently. With red-rimmed eyes, she still believed that Yi Xiao's outburst stemmed from jealousy, prompting his violent behavior. Meanwhile, her disdain for Yi Xiao only grew. A domestic abuser, a desperate sycophant. And he dares to think of marrying me? What a dream. Once I seize control of your company, I will promptly cast you out onto the streets. Kind. Gu Qianqian, do you even hear yourself? Yi Xiao halted, looking at her in disbelief. Yunting has endured this much without retaliating, and you still question his kindness? Gu Qianqian hurried to help Hui Yunting up, coldly confronting Yi Xiao. Huh, Gu Qianqian, have some shame, kindness indeed, knowing that we are on the verge of marriage. You still cling to each other daily, a green tea man and a desperate woman, truly a match made in heaven. Ask everyone, do you too, such despicable beings, have any connection with the term kindness? Yi Xiao pointed at the crowd of employees peering from outside the door, retorting to Gu Qianqian. Today, he not only aimed to deal with these two contemptible individuals, but also to thoroughly tarnish their reputations. Chapter 5. Cherish good girls, don't let bad girls escape. The protagonist's character is questioned by employees, reputation damaged, villain value 500. Observing Yishio's scornful gaze and hearing the hushed murmurs and doubtful eyes of the employees outside, Gu Qianqian's expression grew increasingly evasive. However, after a moment, she shouted loudly at Yishio, "Indeed, even if I have grown closer to Yunting, so what? We haven't done anything. Even if he proposed the idea, he was not wrong. You not only refuse to transfer the shares to me, but you even resort to violence. You clearly do not love me." Yishio replied, "Gu Qianqian is beyond redemption. Even at this juncture, she still grapples with matters of love." Despite having traversed into this realm for some time, Yishio struggled to adapt to the thought processes prevalent in female-centric narratives. Convinced that since the underlying logic was irreparable, he might as well tear it apart altogether, Yishio felt Gu Qianqian was better suited for a slap than for any further discussion. Thus, he raised his hand and delivered another forceful blow to her, the protagonist once again collapsing to the ground. "How dare you? You are attempting to put a green hat on me, yet you still speak of love? Are you foolish?" As Yishio repeatedly insulted and struck Gu Qianqian in front of the company employees, she became utterly furious. The notions of decorum, kindness, and personal reputation faded from her mind. At this moment, all she desired was for Yishio to perish. "Yishio, you will kneel and apologize to me immediately, or I will call the police. You assaulted both me and Yunting. Should you not kneel and apologize, I will ensure you face the consequences." Gu Qianqian stared into Yishio's eyes, seeking to witness his panic, but to her disappointment, he displayed no fear whatsoever. Instead, Yishio lit a cigar. Leaning back in his chair, casually observing Gu Qianqian with a mocking expression. "You plan to call the police? Be my guest. When the authorities arrive, I shall conveniently discuss your embezzlement of public funds. Over the past 2 years, you have misappropriated nearly 200 to 300 million. I wonder if that sum is sufficient to have you serving a lengthy sentence." At this point, Yishio could not help but criticize the original character. Initially, he had given Gu Qianqian his supplementary card, but she had refused, claiming she wanted to earn money through her own efforts. This had moved the original character to the point of being like a lovesick fool, leading to promotions for Gu Qianqian and silently covering for her embezzlement over the past 2 years, amounting to nearly 300 million. It was hard to fathom how such a duplicitous woman could captivate the original character so thoroughly. Yishio could only conclude that the original had indeed been starved for affection. "You are slandering me." Gu Qianqian's face paled dramatically at Yishio's words, her voice trembling. "If you believe it to be slander, then do call the police." Yishio smirked, pulling out his phone, prepared to make the call. "Yishio, you are going too far. I am your fiancé. What is wrong with me using your money?" Gu Qianqian replied, her face pale yet defiantly insistent. "Are you foolish?" Yishio's perception of Gu Qianqian's intelligence was once again challenged. How could someone of such intellect be the protagonist? But recalling that she was the leading lady in a Mary Sue narrative, Yishio regained his composure. "What do you mean my money? That is company funds. While I established the group, I am not its sole shareholder. Your embezzlement harms the interests of the corporation." Yishio, in a rare moment of conscience, explained the situation to Gu Qianqian, fearing what absurd statement she might utter next. "It is just over 200 million. I can repay the company," Gu Vice President claimed. Oblivious to the absurdity of her assertion, Yishio almost laughed out loud. Gu Qianqian could not possibly produce 300 million, let alone 300,000. Any money her family possessed had been squandered by her father and brother at the gambling tables. Otherwise, she would not have resorted to embezzling close to 300 million in public funds. "I will repay it in a few days." Gu Qianqian, feeling utterly wronged, had not anticipated Yishio would show her no mercy and truly demand money from her. "How many days is a few? What if you, Gu Vice President, run away? You should repay it now. How do you plan to compensate the company?" Yishio showed no concern for the pleading look in Gu Qianqian's eyes, relentlessly pressing her. Gu Qianqian's breath caught in her throat. She could not comprehend how her visit, intended to persuade Yishio to transfer shares, had devolved into a demand for her to repay money. I will go back and prepare. I will get it to you later." Glancing at the crowd of employees, Gu Qianqian stubbornly attempted to maintain her last shred of dignity. "Huh, Gu Qianqian, did you not just say it was just over 200 million? You seem quite confident. You wouldn't think of running away, would you?" Publicly exposing the protagonist's embezzlement. The protagonist faces immense suspicion, reputation further damaged, post-villain value 500. Yishio's mocking words made Gu Qianqian wish she could find a hole to hide in. Hearing the suppressed laughter from the employees outside only worsened her expression. After a prolonged silence, she leaned closer to Hui Yunting, engaging in a low conversation. After a lengthy exchange, she finally saw Hui Yunting's grim expression as he nodded and retrieved a set of keys from his pocket, handing them to Gu Qianqian. The two believed that Yi Xiu's current behavior stemmed from his jealousy over their closeness. They thought that by temporarily appeasing him, they could navigate today's ordeal and later soothe him into returning to being Gu Qianqian's devoted admirer. Taking a deep breath, Gu Qianqian approached Yi Xiu, adopting a somewhat coaxing tone for the first time. Yi Xiu, I know you are jealous. I realize my mistake. This villa and car are worth over 20 million. I will give them to you now, and I will repay the rest slowly. Please do not be angry. I will come to your villa tonight. The thought of possibly surrendering her innocence that evening filled Gu Qianqian with a sense of melancholy. But what choice did she have? Yin Ting was right. She indeed needed to offer Yi Xiu some benefits. He held her fate in his hands and was on the brink of madness if she did not appease him. Who knew what he might do? It was a shame for Yin Ting, but thankfully, he would endure everything for her. Once this matter was resolved, she would ensure to compensate him well. Seeing Yi Xiu remain unresponsive, Gu Qianqian assumed he had acquiesced. She promptly placed the keys down and grasped Hui Yunting's hand, preparing to flee. Forcing the protagonist to relinquish part of her fortune. Host-villain value, 200. Damn this fortune. This system is truly nonsensical. Yet, it was for the best. One could not afford to antagonize the villain. Yi Xiu then called out to Gu Qianqian, Stop! What else do you need? Gu Qianqian awkwardly turned around, forcing a smile as she faced Yi Xiu. Within a week, you must repay the entirety of what you owe the company. Principal and interest included. Should you fall short by even a fraction, well, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Furthermore, let me make this clear. Today marks our official separation. As for your visit to the villa tonight, Gu Qianqian, feel free to attempt it. Yi Xiu scrutinized Gu Qianqian from head to toe, a wicked smile curling at his lips. Despite her insincerity, Gu Qianqian was undeniably beautiful, and as of now, no substantial developments had occurred between her and Hui Yunting. It is widely acknowledged that good girls should be cherished, while bad girls, they must not be let off the hook. Chapter 6. A mother's concern. Yi Xiu's words caused Gu Qianqian's complexion to shift dramatically. An unsettling anxiety gripped her heart. Could it be that Yi Xiu would truly abandon her? No, that is impossible. A man who would kneel in public for her affection would never simply give up. He must be attempting to pressure me. Suppressing her rising anger, Gu Qianqian spoke softly. Yi Xiu, stop joking. You know I love you. And I am aware that you cannot live without me. We cannot speak of separation any longer, understand? Zhang Jun, I grant you an opportunity. Expel them both. And ensure that Gu Qianqian and that little white face never set foot in the company again. Understood. Zhang Jun, who had been standing in the corner with his head bowed, suddenly raised his gaze, his face alight with surprise. Salvation. As long as Yi Xiu still requires him, he may escape a dire fate. He quickly acknowledged the command and stepped forward to face Gu Qianqian and her companion. His expression was complex as he regarded Gu Qianqian. Ultimately, the instinct for self-preservation triumphed over so-called love. He reined in his emotions and coldly addressed her. Miss Gu, I kindly ask you to leave, lest I be compelled to act harshly. Zhang Jun's reaction ignited Gu Qianqian's fury. She could not accept that her two most devoted admirers had turned against her simultaneously. With tears in her eyes and a sense of injustice, she implored, Yi Xiu, have you made enough of a scene? I have already bowed my head to apologize. What more do you desire? You've shouted, struck, and insulted. What else do you intend to do? Yi Xiu, please do not continually provoke my limits. Limits? A wretch like you speaks of limits? Yi Xiu scoffed, believing that such a perpetually discontented and malicious woman must ultimately be stripped of her most cherished possessions. Is it not wealth, status, fame, and that so-called love which she holds dear? How dare you say such things about me? Gu Qianqian clutched her chest, her face flushed with indignation. How could Yi Xiu dare to call her such names? What? Are you leaving or not? Do you wish to repay your debt immediately? Yi Xiu waved his hand dismissively, unwilling to engage further with the two, ordering Zhang Jun to remove them and subsequently closing the office door, publicly expelling the couple. The protagonist suffers great humiliation. The antagonist gains 500 villain points. The president is exceedingly handsome today. Handsome? A domestic abuser. I hold him in contempt. Indeed. Poor Vice President Gu. Her face is swollen. What Vice President Gu? Has she not already been dismissed? What do you know? This is a strategy of Yi Xiu's to feign indifference. Within a week, he will undoubtedly be crawling back to plead for Vice President Gu's return. I wager a dime you are correct. Shu, speak softly. Yi Xiu is in a foul mood today. Do not let him overhear. Do you not think Vice President Gu has gone too far? Yi Xiu has been remarkably patient. Yi Xiu, his excessive forbearance is what makes him contemptible. Inside the office, Yi Xiu overheard the commotion outside and could not restrain a sigh. It seemed necessary to seek assistance from home. Within this vast corporation, there were hardly any allies to be found. The Yi family stands among the top 3 prestigious families in the Xia kingdom, with a legacy spanning a millennium. Yi Xiu's grandfather is one of the kingdom's 3 elders, his father a military magnate, and his mother the wealthiest individual in the Xia kingdom. Excluding his personal merits, Yi Xiu remains a figure of immense privilege as the sole heir of the Yi family. However, in the original narrative, Yi Xiu's familial background was scarcely mentioned. It was not that the Yi family lacked strength, but rather that the original protagonist had severed ties with them in pursuit of Gu Qianqian. Yi Xiu, as the legitimate heir, had nearly sacrificed everything for a manipulative woman, even to the extent of becoming estranged from his family, resulting in the elder council stripping him of his title and expelling him from the family lineage. Yi Xiu speculated that the original text's mention of him silently safeguarding Gu Qianqian was likely a reference to his efforts in shielding her from the Yi family's retribution, for she had squandered countless resources to cultivate the perfect heir over several years. Now that Yi Xiu had traversed into this realm, he had no intention of continuing to oppose his parents or the Yi family. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xiu retrieved his phone and dialed a number he had not called in over a year. The phone rang just once before being answered. "You little rascal. You actually remembered to call me. What has happened?" The voice on the other end, Xia Hua, was somewhat choked with emotion. "Mom." For the first time, Yi Xiu felt the pure concern of family behind that simple word, uttered so naturally. "Ah, good son. What is the matter? Do not be afraid. I am here for you." Xia Hua's laughter broke through her tears. Regardless of Yi Xiu's transgressions, he would always be her one and only son. "Mom, I'm fine truly. Over the past 2 years, I have been thoughtless and caused you worry. I owe you an apology." His words were sincere. "Oh, as long as you are well. That is all that matters. By the way, son, what about that Gu Qianqian? How are things progressing?" Xia Hua's voice trembled. She had held her tongue for so long, but could no longer restrain her curiosity about Gu Qianqian. She could not fathom how such a superficial flower could ensnare her brilliant son. Yi Xiu paused for a moment before articulating the excuse he had long prepared, a reasonable explanation for his drastic change towards his parents and the Yi family. "Mom, I never truly liked her, and now I have cut ties with her." What did you say?" Xia Hua could scarcely believe her ears. "Mom, I have never had feelings for Gu Qianqian." Yi Xiu maintained his composure, for he did not lie. Those were the sentiments of the original protagonist, not his own. "So, you mean to say, was it due to being too outstanding that you overshadowed her?" Xia Hua's eyes sparkled with insight. "My mother is indeed astute." Yi Xiu praised her. "Ha ha, I knew it. I am such a wise and formidable mother. How could I bear a son who is merely a lovesick fool?" Xia Hua laughed heartily, her pent-up frustration dissipating in that moment. "My son remains as exceptional as ever. Now, speak. Your call must not have been solely for an explanation." Yi Xiu grinned and began to playfully appeal to his mother. "Well, Mom, I shall be candid. Over the past 2 years, I have concealed my capabilities to avoid drawing attention, and now that I am no longer pretending, I urgently need to gather my forces, which requires some manpower. Indeed, you handle matters with great diligence. Even the old man has been deceived by you. I shall mention it to him this evening. He will be overjoyed. As for manpower, do not worry. The Yi family has 2 teams of hidden guards stationed in Haiqing, and they will report to you within an hour." "Thank you, Mom. You are truly wonderful." Yi Xiu was deeply moved. Although his parents and the Yi family had drawn a clear boundary with him, for over 2 years, they had still discreetly sent people to protect him. "There's no need for niceties between us. I must get back to work now. Don't forget to call your father," said she, filled with cheer. It was only when her assistant urged her that she reluctantly ended the call. Chapter 7. The overbearing CEO is actually me. His father did not answer the phone as he was busy, and the hidden guards would take a while to arrive. "Oh right, I almost forgot about my system. It's time to explore it." After hanging up, Yi Xiu found himself quite bored and suddenly remembered he had a system. "System, I am here. Is there a novice gift pack? Please send it over." Yi Xiu snorted. Having read countless novels, he understood the nature of systems well. If you don't ask for it, they might not give it. Indeed, as soon as he finished speaking, the mechanical voice of the system echoed, "Ding. Congratulations, host. You have received a novice gift pack, which will automatically open. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the Eye of Insight, can view others' information panels. Congratulations, host. You have obtained detailed plot explanation. When the host encounters the protagonist, relevant destiny plot will be revealed. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the special physique, Xianyuan divine body, able to attract thousands of women and ascend to the heavens. Through the union of yin and yang, Cultivation can be infinitely enhanced. Congratulations, host, you have obtained the cultivation method. Yin Yang Great Tao Scripture can be cultivated independently, can be enhanced through justice points, or through the union of yin and yang. The cultivation method is automatically converted, conversion complete. Host has reached the first layer of the Yin Yang Great Tao Scripture. Refining Qi at the first layer. What the heck? Yi Xiu, who had been lounging on the recliner, suddenly sat up straight. This novice gift pack is quite generous. Not to mention the other items, just this cultivation method is a method of immortality. In this world where ancient martial arts exist, Yi Xiu already possessed peak strength, a mere step away from breaking through to the void realm. In this age of waning magic, he could be considered a peerless genius. However, the combat effectiveness of ancient martial arts is rather average. Even with his acquired 9th grade cultivation, he would not withstand a sniper rifle, as ancient martial arts do not alter the essence of carbon-based life forms. Therefore, even legendary ancient martial arts grandmasters appear somewhat inadequate against the overwhelming firepower of modern weapons. But cultivation is different. It fundamentally alters the essence of life. For instance, at the first layer of refining Qi, this represents an all-encompassing elevation. Even without spells, Yi Xiu felt he could take on 10 versions of his former self. Originally, Yi Xiu, was already top tier. Now with the ability to cultivate, I am set to soar. Then, Yi Xiu glanced at the detailed plot explanation. Under the system's explanation, he felt reassured. His guess was not wrong. This world was indeed a fusion of countless novels. Yet, Yi Xiu was taken aback to discover that all these countless novels belonged solely to the female genre. That alleviated the pressure. In the female genre, love prevails, and those who understand, understand. As long as there is no love-stricken brain. This time it would not merely be soaring, but invincible. Wait, something feels off. The novice gift pack seems increasingly peculiar. It doesn't appear suited for a villain, but rather like the standard configuration for a male protagonist like Liu Bei, detected to be the novice gift pack that best matches the host's inner desires. You must be joking. Yi Xiu's face flushed with anger. This system is utterly slandering him. Am I that kind of person? Look at this. The system is defaming me, defaming me. If the host dislikes it, I can take it back. Well, never mind. Yi Xiu snorted softly, choosing to accept it anyway. Not because he was an old lecher, but mainly to avoid the trouble of the system retracting and retracting. Open my attribute panel. Name, Yi Xiu. Age, 25. Fate, the great villain of destiny. Height, 185 centimeters. Appearance, 99. Maximum value 100. Cultivation, refining Qi first layer. Special physique, Xianyuan divine body. Cultivation method, Yin Yang Great Tao Scripture. Villain points, 4100 system. This isn't right. I'm so extraordinarily handsome. How is my appearance only 99? Yi Xiu felt somewhat dissatisfied when he saw his appearance score. This system really doesn't understand. What do you expect? A score of 99 is already the pinnacle of appearance in this world. Are you not satisfied? Then why is the maximum value 100? That score is reserved for the highest appearance among all realms, granted only to the most divine readers. You need not aspire to it. Yi Xiu was somewhat tongue-tied by the system's bluntness. With a huff, he decided not to dwell on the topic any longer. Allocate all villain points to cultivation. Yi Xiu pondered for a while, then browsed through the system store for quite some time, ultimately deciding to enhance his cultivation first. Although the female genre world is not as perilous as the male genre, one can never be too careful. Life is precious. Safety comes first. 500 villain points. Host cultivation upgraded to refining Qi second layer. 1000 villain points. Host cultivation upgraded to refining Qi third layer. 1500 villain points. Host cultivation upgraded to refining Qi fourth layer. Insufficient villain points. Cultivation cannot be upgraded. The elevation brought by the upgrade at the very foundation of life made Yi Xiu hum with comfort. No wonder people from Huaxia find it impossible to resist the allure of cultivation. This sensation is incredibly addictive. Yi Xiu licked his lips, somewhat reluctant to end it. Glancing at his remaining 1,100 villain points, he finally set aside the laid-back attitude he had harbored since crossing over and developed a strong desire to collect villain points. Young master, I have arrived. Just as Yi Xiu pondered how to acquire justice points, a knock echoed at the office door, startling him momentarily before joy surged within him. This must be the person his mother arranged. Come in. The door swung open to reveal a beautiful girl with a plain face, tied in a high ponytail, wearing glasses, dressed in a professional suit and polished shoes, exuding an air of meticulousness. Yi Xiu's eyes brightened. This aura and appearance are extraordinary. He promptly activated the Eye of Insight on this beauty. Name, Chu Weiwei. Height, 168, 34 c. Age, 23. Fate, genius girl navigating the workplace, supporting female. Overbearing CEO loves deeply main female. Appearance, 95. Special physique, celestial goddess body, exceptional cauldron. Skills, advanced business, advanced accounting, advanced computer science, advanced culinary skills. Advanced housekeeping, favorability, 30, curiosity, hiss. Yishio couldn't help but gasp. He never expected that Chu Weiwei was actually a main female character. He truly wondered where his mother had found her. However, the aroma of overbearing CEO loves deeply was overwhelmingly strong. But who is that foolish overbearing CEO? Right. I can view the related plot. Yishio then accessed the system to retrieve the relevant plot of Chu Weiwei and began to read. As expected, genius girl navigating the workplace was indeed the destiny plot of Gu Qianqian. In this narrative, Chu Weiwei serves as a liaison between Yishio and his mother, appearing a few times much later, but without even revealing her face. She cannot be considered a supporting female, merely slightly better than a passerby. As Yishio began to explore the storyline of Ba Dao Zong Kai AI Ren AI, a moment later, he found himself utterly unable to smile, for within this narrative, the character portrayed with a hint of mockery, a touch of indifference, and a considerable amount of casual foolishness was none other than himself, Yishio. Chapter 8. The True Capitalist. No, Tongzi, am I not the destined antagonist? How have I become the foolish male lead in Chu Weiwei's storyline? Yishio pondered, feeling somewhat frustrated. He had spent countless days ridiculing those absurdly foolish tycoons, only to discover that he had unwittingly become one himself. The jester is indeed me. Upon detection, the host is indeed the main antagonist. Once again, please do not question the professionalism of the system. Similar queries will no longer be answered by this system. Yishio contemplated, realizing that the current situation indicated that the system was stubbornly persisting in its error. Moreover, Tongzi, am I not the male lead in Gu Qianqian's storyline? How can I also play the role of the tycoon in Chu Weiwei's tale? Isn't this contradictory? This is a fated storyline, a script arranged by the heavens, yet the host has not followed the original trajectory of the script. The host has already deviated from the original path in Gu Qianqian's fated storyline. Hence, the heavens will naturally provide the host with relevant scenes from other female lead narratives. Yishio nodded, beginning to comprehend that perhaps there simply weren't enough quality male characters, compelling the system to continually assign him roles. However, how was he to accrue villain points from Chu Weiwei? According to her destined plot, she was originally coerced by the tycoon in various ways. If he were to exert pressure on her, wouldn't that make him the male lead? Tongzi, how am I to obtain the villain points from Chu Weiwei? Does the host lack intelligence? Have I not already stated that suppressing, defeating, or subjugating the protagonist can yield villain points? Who, in fact, lacks intelligence here? This foolish system. And what about persuasion? You understand. Yishio cleared his throat awkwardly. It wasn't that he was peculiar. Rather, Chu Weiwei possessed a unique constitution that could significantly accelerate his cultivation speed. All of this was for the sake of training. That is also permissible. The system remained silent for a considerable time before responding word by word. But what if she refuses? Would that not count as suppression? Yishio inquired earnestly. Believing that pressure also constituted suppression, the system seemed to have crashed, remaining unresponsive to Yishio's inquiries. So you concede. Yishio rejoiced. How delightful. This is not about being the deep romantic second male lead or the grand antagonist. It is simply the narrative of a protagonist, particularly one with a harem. Slightly regaining his composure, Yishio commenced his analysis of Chu Weiwei's fated storyline. Chu Weiwei had a family background strikingly similar to that of Gu Qianqian. Yet unlike the hypocritical Gu Qianqian, she was a truly resilient and independent woman. She was extraordinarily capable, exceptionally gifted, diligent, and while working part-time during university, she encountered Yishio's mother, Xia Hua, who nurtured and promoted her. At a young age, she became the assistant to Xia Hua, the wealthiest individual in Xia country. Her work ethic was impeccable. She was earnest and diligent, possessing kindness and sincerity alongside a modicum of cunning. Her character was exemplary, and she was grateful and reciprocative, which was the fundamental reason Xia Hua sent her to High City to discreetly safeguard Yishio. As Yishio delved into the storyline of Chu Weiwei, she too was curiously observing him. Chu Weiwei was relatively familiar with Yishio, having quietly supported him for nearly a year. In her eyes, Yishio was handsome, astute, and possessed a keen business acumen, yet also deeply sentimental. Or perhaps deeply sentimental did not fully capture Yishio. A more accurate description would be a devoted admirer. This was unlike any wealthy heir she had encountered before, and she even knew that at the age of 25, Yi Xiao was still a virgin. This was the most astonishing aspect for her. Observing him up close now, Chu Weiwei found Yi Xiao far more handsome than in photographs, particularly the fleeting glimmer of melancholy in his eyes, which added to his allure. What a pity that such a striking individual lacked intellect and was merely a devoted admirer. Toyed with by a woman like that, Chu Weiwei sighed inwardly, filled with regret. After concluding his analysis, Yi Xiao suddenly understood why Chu Weiwei would be drawn to a tycoon. After all, she had been living a taxing life for years. Appearing strong yet deeply yearning for a shoulder to lean on, a support. Returning to the present, he looked at Chu Weiwei, whose bright eyes held a subtle, almost imperceptible wariness. He couldn't help but recall the calculating gazes of those matchmakers he had encountered in his past life, leaving him with a complex emotional state. He needed to acquire villain points from Chu Weiwei, yet he could not resort to excessively unscrupulous means. After all, a girl like Chu Weiwei deserved respect. Even a scoundrel had his principles. Clearing his throat, Yi Xiao composed himself and addressed Chu Weiwei. "You are Chu Weiwei, correct? Please have a seat." She nodded and sat down, opening the notebook she had been holding and placing it before Yi Xiao. The lady has dispatched 2 teams of hidden guards, totaling 42 individuals, along with 50 business elites and 128 mid-level managers. All their information is contained herein. Please review it, young master. From now on, refer to me as Yi Zong, and address me by my title during work. Yi Xiao feigned aloofness, his voice tinged with detachment. Understood, Yi Zong." Yi Xiao's cold demeanor momentarily stunned Chu Weiwei. Yet she felt a genuine sense of relief. She had a clear understanding of her own appearance. Even without makeup, she attracted numerous unwanted gazes. Even other girls often harbored malice toward her, attributing her achievements to the advantages of her looks. Yi Xiao's businesslike attitude was precisely what she had longed for, providing her with a sense of comfort. In a daze, the hint of wariness in her eyes dissipated entirely. Perhaps having a boss who was a devoted admirer was not such a bad thing after all. Very well. I shall grant you 2 days to replace the entire management of the group and gain complete control over it. As for those to be replaced, dismiss those who should be let go and report any who require police intervention. Then, convene a press conference to announce the termination of Gu Qianqian and my engagement with her, stating the reasons candidly. Furthermore, retract all assistance to Gu Qianqian's family, including halting her mother's medical expenses. Dispatch another team of hidden guards to closely monitor Gu Qianqian and Hui Yunting, and report any developments to me immediately. If Gu Qianqian attempts to stir public opinion, you may disclose the evidence of her infidelity. I trust you have this information at hand. You shall determine the timing of the disclosure, aiming to maximize public interest and prioritize the group's benefits, without concern for my reputation. Yi Xiao's fingers tapped on the table as he contemplated his directives to Chu Weiwei. Understood, boss. Chu Weiwei's fair fingers danced across the keyboard, swiftly recording Yi Xiao's arrangements. She cast a surprised glance at Yi Xiao, not expecting him to entirely abandon Gu Qianqian. Moreover, she felt a growing admiration for Yi Xiao's series of plans. To prioritize interests, even at the cost of one's own reputation, was the hallmark of a true capitalist. As for Yi Xiao's previous employers, as the instructor had said, they understood little of capitalism. At most, they were a mere collection of feudal landlords. In their hearts, the authority they wielded was far more significant than any tangible benefit. And to them, paying wages to employees was merely an act of benevolence. All right, get busy, and by the way, remember to find me a driver. Yi Xiao preferred to recline rather than sit. Driving himself was simply too exhausting. Boss, I drive quite well, and besides, my lady has instructed me to arrange your life from now on, so you need not seek a separate driver. Chu Weiwei stated earnestly. Grateful for the opportunity given to her by Xia Hua, she felt compelled to fulfill her duties with excellence. So, does this mean you'll be living at my house? Yi Xiao feigned displeasure, but secretly praised his beloved mother. If you prefer, I can stay in the gatehouse outside your villa. Chu Weiwei wrinkled her nose slightly. Yi Xiao's instinctive rejection was an unfamiliar sensation for her, evoking a peculiar discomfort within. Forget it. I'd rather avoid my mother's scolding. You may stay in my villa. There are plenty of rooms. One team make a difference. Now, get back to work. Yi Xiao waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 9. Gu Qianqian and Hui Yunting encounter trouble. While Yi Xiao conversed with Chu Weiwei, Gu Qianqian and Hui Yunting found themselves in a predicament. The scene rewinds to the moment they were cast out of the company by Yi Xiao. Gu Qianqian, her expression darkened, limped alongside Hui Yunting toward the underground garage. Qianqian, is this your other car? It looks fantastic. Hui Yunting exclaimed, pointing at the limited edition Bugatti, his astonishment evident, though his swollen face made the sight somewhat awkward. Yes, of course, this car costs over 10 million, so it's quite impressive. Gu Qianqian hesitated briefly, but ultimately nodded, her tone dripping with pride. This car actually belonged to Yi Xiu. She merely drove it. After Yi Xiu had unmasked her true self, Gu Qianqian no longer felt the need to be cautious and revealed a more genuine side in front of Hui Yunting. Sports cars are undeniably impressive. Qianqian, could you let me drive it? Hui Yunting scratched his head shyly, looking at Gu Qianqian with anticipation. Yunting, what are you saying? What's mine is yours. Feel free to drive. Gu Qianqian generously handed the keys to Hui Yunting, as it wasn't her money that purchased it. You're so kind. Hui Yunting blushed as he opened the door and started the sports car. You know. Gu Qianqian chuckled at Hui Yunting's adorable demeanor, shaking her head as she climbed into the vehicle. Qianqian, I have a little matter at school. Can we stop by first? I'll take you home afterward. Hui Yunting, a senior at Haicheng University's business school, was merely seeking to flaunt the extravagant vehicle back to campus. Gu Qianqian understood his intentions. There was nothing wrong with showing off a little. In fact, it made Hui Yunting feel more authentic, unlike Yi Xiu, who always maintained a facade of aloofness and false benevolence. All right, let us get going. Hui Yunting had been frequently showcasing luxury cars and high-end watches on social media, while his classmates were either preparing for exams or searching for jobs, making them envious of his lavish lifestyle. Before long, as Hui Yunting drove the supercar onto the campus of Haicheng University, it caused quite a stir. The onlookers were abuzz with excitement, enviously eyeing Hui Yunting, who seemed to fit the saying of a flower blooming amidst dung. Hui Yunting, feeling quite pleased, tightened his embrace around Gu Qianqian, who leaned into him, creating a picture-perfect couple that left others envious. Just as they reveled in their moment, a police car suddenly appeared, halting directly in front of them. Several officers exited the vehicle, approached them briskly, saluted, and then inquired sternly, "Are you Gu Qianqian and Hui Yunting?" "We are. May I ask what this is about?" Hui Yunting blinked in surprise, exchanging a bewildered glance with Gu Qianqian before asking the lead officer, "You two need to come with us. We received a report from the owner stating that you stole this luxury car worth over 10 million. The police pulled out 2 silver handcuffs and, before Gu Qianqian and Hui Yunting could process what was happening, they were placed upon them. Gu Qianqian struggled fiercely, her voice rising in anger. "What are you doing? On what grounds are you arresting me? This is my fiancé's car. Am I breaking the law by driving my fiancé's car?" Hui Yunting opened his mouth to speak, but was rendered speechless by Gu Qianqian's furious outburst, his face darkening. As expected, the crowd erupted in shock at Gu Qianqian's revelation. What did she just say? Her fiancé's car? How absurd, flaunting her status as a mistress with her fiancé's car. Indeed, these two are utterly shameless. And that Hui Yunting, he is embarrassing our Haicheng University. Hui Yunting? How pathetic. Using the name of a protagonist while doing the despicable deeds of a villain. Disgusting. I always wondered how this poor loser turned his life around. It turns out he is just a plaything. Calling him a mistress is an overstatement. Hui Yunting lowered his head. His hands clenched tightly as he listened to the jeers around him, rage and resentment swelling within him. For the first time, he doubted his judgment and felt animosity toward Gu Qianqian. After all, protagonists are typically confident and self-assured. How could he endure being publicly apprehended? Under the police's stern warnings, Gu Qianqian ultimately came to terms with reality, ceasing her struggles, anger, and screams. She stood there, dazed, as if her soul had been stripped away. Soon, the two were escorted into the police vehicle, leaving Haicheng University amidst a chorus of disdainful glances. Meanwhile, in the president's lounge of the Shiyue Group building, the protagonist has been arrested, luck diminishes, and villain points rise to 1,500. Oh, they truly dared to continue driving their own car. TSK. How confident are these protagonists? However, considering this is a romance-focused world, I can understand their bravado. Yi Xiu, without hesitation, promptly spent the villain points he had just acquired, successfully elevating his cultivation to the 5th layer of qi refinement. He then utilized the remaining 100 villain points to purchase a foundational manual of the 5 elements. With a single click, he gained entry into the basics, safe and painless. Not enough, absolutely insufficient. But the backup plan in prison should allow me to acquire more villain points. Hui Yunting, you must hold on. Yi Xiu shook his head and examined the release of the spell, discovering it was not particularly difficult. With a flick of his fingers, a small orange flame appeared, dancing at his fingertips. He gently flicked his finger, and the flame shot forth, landing on the brass floor lamp by the window. In an instant, the nearly 2-meter-tall brass lamp vanished into thin air, leaving no trace behind. Remarkably, the carpet remained completely unscathed. This spell possessed an item-locking feature. Moreover, This fireball technique was merely a fundamental spell. Cultivating immortality was indeed a terrifying endeavor. Yishio was astounded by the power of this fireball technique. His reaction akin to that of a newly affluent individual stepping into an exclusive high-end club for the first time after winning the lottery. "Boss, I'm done." Chu Weiwei's knock on the door pulled Yishio from his stupor. He composed himself and rose to open the door to the lounge. "Ah, boss you." Chu Weiwei covered her eyes. Her fair face flushed crimson. She had not anticipated that Yishio would answer the door clad only in his undergarments, an exceedingly embarrassing situation. "Huh, I'm not entirely unclothed, so why are you so shy?" Yishio replied nonchalantly, unconcerned, and turned back to the bedside, donning his clothes openly in front of Chu Weiwei. Chu Weiwei, still covering her eyes, was momentarily blank, forgetting to turn away, standing in place, at a loss. The soft sounds of dressing reached her ears, igniting her imagination. The fleeting image of Yishio's chiseled abs flashed in her mind, gradually merging with his extraordinarily handsome face. Chu Weiwei's heart raced. Even her breathing grew slightly rapid. Unbeknownst to anyone, Chu Weiwei was an ardent admirer of beauty. Having never been in a romantic relationship for over 20 years was not due to a lack of desire, but rather her tumultuous upbringing made it exceedingly difficult for her to open her heart to a man. More importantly, she had never encountered anyone who caught her eye. Over the years, those surrounding Chu Weiwei were either spoiled rich kids with insincere faces or greasy, lecherous men. Even among those of good character and decent conditions, their appearances were often unacceptable to her. Yishio was undoubtedly the only man whose looks compelled her to steal more than a few glances. Is it considered flirting with the protagonist to disturb their thoughts? The host-villain points are at 300. How am I flirting? This is strategy, do you understand? You wretched system. Yishio muttered under his breath, scoffing as he stepped closer to Chu Weiwei and lightly patted her shoulder. What are you still standing there for? Let us go? Sure. Chu Weiwei snapped back to reality, and upon seeing Yishio's smile, her admiration flared up. This was the first time in nearly a year of knowing Yishio that she had seen him smile. Previously, she had only witnessed his serious demeanor during work or his insincere flattery towards Gu Qianqian, or perhaps his deep melancholy due to Gu Qianqian's troubles. It turned out that Yishio looked exceptionally charming when he smiled. Without the pretense of being a sycophant, he appeared even more handsome. It seemed she would have to devise ways to elicit more smiles from him in the future. This was not to say she had any romantic inclinations towards Yishio. It was merely the uncontrollable infatuation of a beauty enthusiast. After all, being around attractive individuals could significantly enhance one's mood, even in a work context. Come back to your senses. There will be plenty of time for you to look later. Yishio reached out and playfully poked Chu Weiwei's forehead. Young master, Chu Weiwei, feeling the teasing gaze from Yishio, recalled her earlier infatuation, causing her to blush deeply. She lowered her head, unable to meet his eyes. I won't tease you any longer. Let us go home. The shyness of a young girl was the most exquisite form of beauty, and at that moment, Chu Weiwei radiated an even more brilliant charm. Excess can be counterproductive, and Yishio ceased his teasing, hiding his smile as he proceeded to exit. Home. Is that where we're going? Chu Weiwei raised her head to gaze at Yishio's retreating figure, softly murmuring, lost in thought. Young master, wait for me. Just as Yishio was about to exit the CEO's office, Chu Weiwei finally regained her senses and hurriedly followed after him. Chu Weiwei was an excellent driver, swift and steady. Soon, the two arrived at Yishio's residence. Upon stepping out of the car, Yishio glanced at the expansive traditional-style manor located in the highly coveted high-city waterfront, encompassing several acres, and felt a wave of emotion. This residence, which Yishio could only dream of in his past life, was considered a mere temporary abode in the eyes of the original owner. The manor was serene, with only a few elderly women bustling about, tending to its upkeep. Yishio curled his lip. What kind of rich second-generation family had only middle-aged women at home? They ought to replace them with fresh-faced young ladies. Although Yishio had never attended college in his previous life, he had certainly encountered a few university students of notable quality, and he was well aware of how delightful campus life could be. Yishio strolled leisurely through the manor, taking a few minutes to reach the door of his villa. At that moment, Chu Weiwei parked the car and hurried back, opening the door for Yishio. She then grabbed a pair of slippers from the shoe rack and knelt before him, ready to assist him with his shoes. Yishio was taken aback, clearly not yet accustomed to such a lavish lifestyle. Noticing his lack of movement, Chu Weiwei raised her head, puzzled, due to some inconvenience. She had unbuttoned 2 buttons of her shirt while driving and had forgotten to fasten them again after exiting the vehicle. Now, as she looked up, the deep crevice was plainly visible to Yishio. The sight was breathtaking. Yishio quickly adjusted to his new identity, allowing Chu Weiwei to remove his shoes and socks and replace them with slippers. Once she finished, Chu Weiwei prepared to rise. But the day's exertions had caused her ankles to ache, and as she stood, the shoe rack wobbled. She stumbled backward with a startled cry just as she had regained her footing. Yishio, noticing this, swiftly activated his spiritual energy and appeared behind Chu Weiwei, catching her in his embrace. "Be careful." Chu Weiwei's face turned pale with fright, her long eyelashes fluttering. Yishio's warm and broad embrace gradually calmed her emotions. She slowly opened her eyes, only to be met with Yishio's bright gaze and handsome profile. A flush crept onto her cheeks, and she instinctively struggled to escape his hold. "Don't move. Your ankle is swollen." Yishio, observing that her ankle was as swollen as a bun, frowned but did not release her. "Why, young master? I'm fine. Please put me down." Chu Weiwei's face grew increasingly flushed, her heart racing as she felt the warmth radiating from Yishio's hold, desperate to distance herself. Yishio remained silent, exerting strength to lift Chu Weiwei effortlessly in his arms. "Young master, Yishio, put me down." As Yishio carried her towards the second floor of the villa, Chu Weiwei panicked, struggling even more fiercely. Yishio couldn't possibly be taking advantage of her, could he? "Quiet, woman. The medicine is upstairs." Yishio, upon witnessing Chu Weiwei's lack of discernment, felt a surge of irritation. He scolded her sharply. Then, with one hand, he forcefully embraced her, while his other hand delivered a resounding slap to her posterior. The sharp sound echoed, and Chu Weiwei fell silent, her wide eyes fixed on Yishio, as if her capacity for thought had momentarily ceased. Her mind felt as if it had turned to mush, overwhelmed by Yishio's assertiveness, and the occasional pang of pain in her backside intensified her embarrassment. Just as Chu Weiwei was grappling with her inner turmoil, Yishio found himself rooted in place, engulfed in profound self-doubt. He could hardly believe that such domineering words had escaped his lips. How could this be? How could he utter such foolish phrases? And about a woman, no less? Could it be that deep down, he truly was a foolish tyrant? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Surely, it was that rogue system influencing him. There was no other explanation. Chapter 11. Chu Weiwei's fear and anxiety as Yishio cursed the system inwardly. He ascended swiftly to the second floor of the villa. Upon entering his room, he unceremoniously tossed Chu Weiwei onto his bed. The sudden movement jolted her out of her shock from the earlier slap. Chu Weiwei, bewildered, glanced around, and her expression changed dramatically. With anxiety, she clutched the bed sheets to her chest, swallowing hard, her voice trembling as she stammered. "Why, Yishio, what do you intend to do?" "Applying medicine to your injury." "What did you think I was going to do?" Yishio replied, retrieving a medical box from the drawer, opening it to reveal a bottle of Honghua oil, shaking it at Chu Weiwei before turning to her with a puzzled look. "Huh, I didn't think anything. Please just hand me the Honghua oil. I can apply it myself." "Thank you, young master." Yishio's retort caught Chu Weiwei off guard. As she gazed into his innocent eyes, her cheeks flushed crimson, and she awkwardly fidgeted, unsure where to place her hands. She realized her thoughts had strayed, recognizing that Yishio, being a man of pure and deep affection, surely harbored no base intentions toward women other than Gu Qianqian. How foolish of her. She resolved to reduce her consumption of romantic literature, even planning to uninstall the Tomato novel app from her phone. Chu Weiwei shook her head, discarding her impure thoughts, and offered Yishio a smile to mask her embarrassment. Yet, Yishio did not hand over the Honghua oil. Instead, he approached her, sitting beside her with a commanding presence, and grasped her delicate calf, placing her foot upon his lap before slowly removing her white sock. The sight of her fair, exquisite, slightly swollen foot captivated Yishio, causing his breath to hitch. "Oh, Yishio, what are you doing? Let me go?" Chu Weiwei trembled, her body quaking as this was the first time a man had touched her foot. Instinctively, she resisted and struggled against him. "Stay still. Look at how swollen your foot is. I need to apply the medicine." Yishio swallowed hard, suppressing his emotions, his tone firm yet gentle. "But why did you take off my other sock, the one that doesn't hurt?" Chu Weiwei protested, attempting to break free. But Yishio's grip was as unyielding as a vice, rendering her immobile. In that moment, her voice quivered with a hint of desperation. "I merely wished to ascertain whether your other foot was injured as well. It appears to be flawless." Yishio examined her other foot with a sense of entitlement. "You bully." Chu Weiwei's face flushed with indignation, her strength sapped, resigning herself to her predicament. She realized how naive she had been to believe Yishio was a genuine person. He was, in fact, a hypocrite and a rogue. "Don't speak nonsense. When have I ever bullied you?" Yishio denied her accusation, pouring some Honghua oil into his palm before gently applying it to her swollen ankle, massaging it tenderly. This was her first experience of a man touching her foot, and she was taken aback by her foot's sensitivity. The warmth intertwined with a cooling sensation. The slightly coarse friction sent tingles coursing through her, nearly rendering her incapable of coherent thought, leaving her breathless. Does it hurt? Should I apply less pressure? Yishio inquired. Concern etched on his face as he continued to lower his gaze, his touch becoming ever more delicate. Observing Yishio's earnestness and care, Chu Weiwei found herself drifting into a daze. All done. Reluctantly, Yishio set her foot down, his expression a mix of reluctance and detachment. Thank you. The warmth of his touch fading brought Chu Weiwei back to reality. Her gaze was complex, but she still expressed her gratitude to Yishio. Is this permissible? Yishio felt a surge of delight, initially intending to merely test and perhaps take advantage of Chu Weiwei, but he had unexpectedly gained a rewarding experience instead. Rest here for today. I will head to the guest room. Tomorrow, you may choose any room you like. Handle your own requirements. The expenses will be on my account. I shall retire to rest now. Yishio waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. As Chu Weiwei watched him close the door behind him, she fell into a trance, her emotions a tangled mess. She felt an overwhelming sense of embarrassment, a hint of anger, and an inexplicable reluctance to part ways. Additionally, a genuine sense of fear and worry arose within her. She could not fathom why. From their very first encounter, she felt an inexplicable closeness and affection toward Yishio. It was an uncontrollable instinct, one that contradicted her typically rational nature. She feared this uncontrollable emotion and the unpredictable future it entailed. Yet, Yishio was undeniably handsome and gentle, albeit a bit mischievous, and he was also the only son of her benefactor, Aunt Xia. She could not simply walk away. Sighing in frustration, Chu Weiwei embraced Yishio's blanket, quickly succumbing to slumber. Meanwhile, Yishio did not sleep. He descended to the hall on the first floor, laid out a mat on the ground, and sat cross-legged. He wished to experience what it felt like to cultivate. Approximately an hour later, Yishio opened his eyes, filled with resignation. After an hour, he had only managed to circulate a single cycle of energy, resulting in a mere infinitesimal increase in his cultivation level. At this rate, it would take an eternity to reach the 6th layer of qi refinement. Quickly regaining his composure, Yishio sprang to his feet, brushing off his backside. After all, I am a destined antagonist with the system. Why should I toil in cultivation? Please refer to me as Sister Tongzi. Thank you. A female system? Yishio pondered. Isn't the system supposed to be genderless? This is intriguing. With a mischievous smile, he stretched and reclined on the sofa, retrieving his phone. It was only 10 o'clock. Why sleep? After such a tiring day, he decided to reward himself with a game of Lanling Wang. The valley demon from another world, Shatsuan Gijianshu, has now officially arrived in this female-centric realm known as Lanqing. At the very moment when Yeshio was safeguarding his parents in the valley, Zhang Juan was faced with the end of his life. In Haiqing, in the happy community, what did you say? You were captured? How could this be possible? Qianqian, are you all right? Troubled and unable to sleep, Zhang Juan abruptly sat up in bed upon receiving a call from Gu Qianqian, his face etched with disbelief. Though he had subdued his feelings for Gu Qianqian, the sudden news of her capture reignited the flames of love within him, overwhelming his rationality. In that moment, his heart and mind were consumed with profound concern for Gu Qianqian, casting aside thoughts of betrayal, of parents, of life itself. Everything faded into oblivion. His singular thought became the urgent need to rescue Gu Qianqian from prison. Chapter 12. This bastard actually concealed it from me, Qianqian. Do not worry. I will find a way. Zhang Juan gently reassured Gu Qianqian while meticulously contemplating the situation. He could empathize with Yeshio's spiraling madness from not having Gu Qianqian for an extended period, yet he could not believe that Yeshio would imprison her. Had Yeshio's affections over the past 2.5 years been mere pretense? Surely, something was amiss, and there must be treachery at play. Indeed, it had to be that woman named Wei Wei, who had recently come from the Ye family. She exuded the essence of a green tea bitch, and without a doubt, she was scheming against Qianqian. No, I must rescue Qianqian. I shall seek out the young master immediately. In an instant, Zhang Juan clarified the sequence of events. He hastily informed Gu Qianqian on the other end of the line. Qianqian, I have realized it. A female assistant has recently arrived by Yeshio's side, and she is clearly no good. She must be the one orchestrating this. In the prison, Gu Qianqian sighed with relief upon hearing this, her mood stabilizing swiftly. I knew it. Yeshio has pursued me for so long. How could he turn against me so easily? That little vixen, that seductress, dares to encroach upon my man. Even if I do not fancy him, she is certainly not worthy of his attention. Humph. Once Yeshio calms down, all I need to do is beckon him, and he will come running back to me, tail between his legs. Vixen, just wait. I will make sure you regret it. The deeply ingrained female rivalry mentality of the female-centric world led Gu Qianqian to wholeheartedly trust Zhang Jun's judgment without a shred of doubt. After contemplating her words, her voice took on a slightly feigned innocence. Zhang Dage, please do not speak ill of other girls. Perhaps they have their own untold struggles. Qianqian, your kindness is commendable. Even when you have been so mistreated, you still think of others. Zhang Jun shook his head in admiration. No wonder I am so fond of you. You must have been quite provoked by Yeshio today, revealing some less admirable traits. However, in truth, this side of you makes you all the more genuine and endearing. Alas, Zhangge, let us not dwell on that now. My mother is still in the hospital, and here I am in prison. What will become of her? Gu Qianqian's voice quivered with worry for her mother. Qianqian, do not cry or fret. I will find a way. I will seek out the young master. Zhang Jun hastily comforted her. Yeshio is in such a dazed state. Will he heed your words? Gu Qianqian expressed her concerns. Rest assured, Qianqian. I have been by the young master's side for over a decade. I still have some influence. Zhang Jun thought of the events of the day, feeling a twinge of worry. Yet upon remembering Gu Qianqian still suffering in prison, he confidently thumped his chest. At worst, I shall leverage the goodwill my grandfather amassed in the past. The young master must give me some face. As for my own safety, I have already cast it aside. His eyes reddened, his obstinate demeanor starkly contrasting with the brief clarity he had experienced when Yeshio had humiliated him. Then I must rely on you, Zhangge. By the way, why do you call Yeshio young master? Gu Qianqian inquired, noting that Zhang Jun had always referred to Yeshio as president in her presence. Today, the term young master had seemingly allowed the deranged Yeshio to release him, indicating their relationship was not simple. Zhang Jun fell silent, battling within himself. Although he feared neither life nor death, he could not disregard the safety of his parents. Moreover, having already betrayed Yeshio once today, betraying him again seemed inconsequential. For the sake of his deceased grandfather's reputation, the Ye family should not pursue his parents. Love is a grand force. I cannot let the one I cherish be disappointed. Ultimately, Zhang Jun chose to reveal Yeshio's true identity to Gu Qianqian. The young master is the heir of the Ye family in Jingdu, the sole legitimate successor. I am a direct descendant of the Ye family, raised alongside him. We have grown up together, not as brothers, but closer than brothers. As Zhang Jun spoke with increasing confidence, it was as if he had truly become a brother to Yeshio. Yeah? Which Ye family? Gu Qianqian's voice was tinged with excitement. Though Zhang Jun remained unaware of her fervor, patiently explaining, which other Ye family could there be in Jingdu? The third elder is the young master's biological grandfather. What? Gu Qianqian gasped, nearly losing control of herself with excitement. What had she desired most in her life? To rise above others, to escape hunger, to no longer be bullied, to live without fear. She had once thought that becoming wealthy would grant her control over her destiny. Yet upon ascending to the role of vice president of a multi-billion conglomerate, she realized that in Xiagua, the true elite were those officials and the time-honored families they represented. The mere wealthy were but slightly larger ants in their presence. Should they choose to eliminate you, it could be done with a mere word. The Ye family, backing Yeshio, was among the most prestigious of these families. In all of Xiagua, there was scarcely a background deeper than that of Yeshio. This was the greatest opportunity of her life. Why had this foolish, devoted fool not told her sooner? Was he afraid she would covet his family's power? He professed love for her, yet ultimately kept her at arm's length. What a scoundrel. Qianqian, what is the matter? Ah, it's nothing. I am merely upset that Yeshio concealed this from me. Zhangge, you know me. Am I the type to covet power? Gu Qianqian quickly reined in her emotions, her tone tinged with sorrow. The young master has his own reasons. You shall understand in due time. Ultimately, for the woman he cherished, Zhang Jun refrained from divulging the extent of Yeshio's sacrifices to be with Gu Qianqian. The Ye family would never allow their matriarch to be someone like Gu Qianqian, an ordinary person without a background, even if Zhang Jun was reluctant to admit it. The truth remained, Gu Qianqian, even as Yeshio's concubine, would not be deemed worthy. Though the law currently dictates monogamy, a certain Zhang San, an outlaw, once claimed, as long as I do not file for a marriage certificate, I can have wedding ceremonies with 10 women without breaking the law. Nowadays, the scions of prominent families often operated under similar principles. The rightful wife was simply the one who could obtain a marriage certificate. Gu Qianqian did not delve deeper. her mind now consumed with thoughts of Yeshio as the third elder's beloved grandson and how she might mend her strained relationship with him. However, she remained imprisoned and pondered how to mend her relationship with Yeshio. It was imperative that she be released at once. She hastily continued, Zhang, I am truly worried about my mother. If I do not visit her in the hospital for a single day, I cannot eat or sleep. My mother has endured so much hardship to raise me. Qian, do not cry. Do not fret. Rest assured, I shall seek out the young master immediately. And you will be free in no time, Zhang Jun reassured her. Gu Qian's heartfelt lament stirred a myriad of emotions within Zhang Jun, prompting him to make a solemn promise. Zhang, I am truly grateful to you. You are so kind. Once I have finished with this busy period, I shall invite you to my home for dinner. Ah, Qian, you flatter me. Addressing me as Go means I cannot allow you to do so without reason. I will go find the young master now. Do not worry. The gratitude in Gu Qian's voice ignited a fervent desire to protect her within Zhang Jun, clouding his judgment. After ending the call, he swiftly grabbed his car keys and dashed out the door, a blissful smile adorning his face, as he envisioned a delightful dinner at Gu Qian's home. Unbeknownst to him, Gu Qian, after hanging up, disdainfully spat, "What a fool, daring to covet me." Calling himself Zhang, Bah, I must carefully devise a plan to handle Yeshio. It should not be too difficult. This is the best opportunity of my life. I cannot afford to let it slip away. Shortly after her conversation with Zhang Jun, their dialogue was relayed in its entirety to Yeshio's computer. In the villa, Yeshio sat on the sofa, the visuals and sounds emanating from the laptop evoking a cold smirk. Gu Qian, how predictable. Yeshio had long surmised that if Gu Qian were to discover his true background, she would undoubtedly seek to draw closer to him. For she was the archetypal heroine of a Mary Sue narrative. While such characters often appear as naive, charming, and oblivious, they are, in essence, the most duplicitous. They proclaim an aversion to wealth and power, yet entangle themselves with multiple affluent and influential male leads. If they truly desired to distance themselves from such entanglements, there were countless ways to do so. However, these heroines persist in their pursuits, often portraying themselves as victims of circumstance. They seem pure and innocent, yet their minds are rife with schemes and ulterior motives. Moreover, any admirable man, regardless of status, becomes infatuated with this protagonist, willing to sacrifice for her, a notion utterly absurd. Take Zhang Jun, for instance. Initially, Yeshio had hoped to grant him a second chance, recalling how his grandfather had once saved Yeshio's grandfather from a bullet. Thus, Yeshio could not easily act against the grandson of a benefactor. Yet now, Zhang Jun was careless, still eager to risk everything for Gu Qian. Consequently, Yeshio's heart grew cold. Young master, Zhang Jun requests an audience, announced Wang Bo, the captain of the hidden guards, who now served as the steward of Yeshio's estate. Let him in, Yeshio replied, extinguishing his cigarette, a glint of coldness flickering in his eyes. Zhang Jun, what brings you here at such a late hour? Are you here to explain your betrayal? Zhang Jun hesitated upon entering the villa, momentarily stunned by Yeshio's retort. He stood frozen, his face flushed with embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. Yet, thinking of Gu Qian's suffering in prison, he quickly gathered his resolve, clasped his hands, and implored, Young master, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, please release Vice President Gu. You betrayed me in broad daylight, yet you still stand here. All thanks to our past friendship, Yeshio replied coldly. Past friendship? Huh. Observing the betrayal of his once trusted companion, who had grown up alongside him, Yeshio could not help but reflect on the absurdity of the romantic halo surrounding protagonists in female-centric narratives, which was even more ludicrous than the male-centric tropes. One entails reckless foolishness, while the other involves calculated decisions made for the sake of love. Zhang Jun fell silent, acknowledging the truth in Yeshio's words. He had already squandered their past friendship. No longer hesitating, he fixed his gaze on Yeshio, speaking deliberately. My grandfather once said that the bond forged by his friendship with yours holds weight. Are you certain? Can you make such a decision? Is this bond so worthless? Before Zhang Jun could finish, Yeshio interrupted. Your grandfather's friendship was no ordinary matter. It was a life-saving grace from my grandfather to the current elder of Xia country. And now, you would use it to free a woman, particularly one who looks down upon you? If your grandfather were aware of your actions, he would surely rise from the grave to chastise you. I am the only legitimate grandson of my grandfather. I can make decisions. Moreover, Vice President Gu is invaluable to me. I beseech you, young master, to grant this request. Zhang Jun bowed deeply, sincerity evident in his tone, tinged with desperation. Very well. Since you have made this choice, I shall say no more. The favor owed by the Zhang family has been repaid. You may leave. Gu Qianqian will soon be released. With a sigh, Yishio ceased further discussion and waved him off. Thank you for your generosity, young master. Zhang Jun's face radiated solemnity and excitement as he turned to leave the villa, driving straight to the Haiqing prison. Wang Bo, inform the hidden guards to proceed. Yes. Young master, Wang Bo replied. Yishio rose and approached the villa's window, gazing at the bright moon hanging high in the sky. Lighting a cigarette, his emotions were tumultuous. As an ordinary worker who had only recently crossed over, the act of personally ordering the end of a life left him in a state of conflict. This innate indifference of those in power towards the lives of the underprivileged, even with the memories of the original host, proved challenging for Yishio to fully adapt to. Yet, he understood that, given his status, he must eventually acclimate. It is better to adapt early than late. Outside the first prison of Haiqing, on the roadside, Zhang Gu. You are truly remarkable. The person who just released me was exceedingly courteous. Gu Qianqian stood before Zhang Jun's car, her large eyes sparkling with admiration and gratitude. Haha, Qianqian, it was nothing. Allow me to take you home, Zhang Jun said, scratching his head, a bit overwhelmed by her admiration. He noticed Gu Qianqian's haggard appearance, and his heart tightened with concern. No need, Zhang Gu. I must go to the hospital to see my mother. Please return home without worrying about me. Gu Qianqian had no desire to share a ride with Zhang Jun. In her eyes, he was merely a servant of the Yi family. How could she allow him to entertain thoughts of her, the future matriarch of the Yi family? Such notions would be utterly improper. I insist on taking you to the hospital, Qianqian. It is unsafe for you to be alone, Zhang Jun insisted, shaking his head in concern. Oh, Zhang Gu. It truly isn't necessary. I need to freshen up first before heading to the hospital. It would be inconvenient for you to accompany me. Gu Qianqian stamped her foot. All right. Please do not be anxious, Qianqian. I will not accompany you, Zhang Jun conceded, sensing her irritation and choosing to let her leave on her own. He waited until Gu Qianqian boarded the Didi and completely vanished from his sight before reluctantly retracting his gaze. Qianqian, I wonder how many more times I shall see you. As long as you are well, that is enough. Father, mother, please forgive your unfilial son. Zhang Jun sighed and, with unwavering determination, drove away. He understood his fate, yet remained uncertain as to when that fate would arrive. Half an hour later, the Haiqing television station reported a piece of news. 10 minutes prior, a gray sedan lost control while approaching the Haiqing bridge, crashing through the guardrail and plunging into the Huangpu River. The driver, Zhang, was pronounced dead at the scene. Citizens were urged to exercise caution while traveling. Yishio ultimately granted Zhang Jun, who had grown up alongside him, the final dignity of an accidental death rather than one marked by betrayal. Chapter 14. The initial stages of Foundation establishment completely eradicate the protagonist's vital ally. The protagonist's fortune significantly diminishes. Host villain value 100,000. The immense influx of villain value instantly elevated Yishio's previously subdued spirits. It was not a matter of brotherly affection being shallow. It was merely that his brother was too valuable. Ah, how I am indeed a born villain. In high spirits, Yishio contemplated how to spend the 100,000 villain points. After much deliberation, he decided to spend 50,000 points on a substitute scarecrow. Substitute scarecrow, once bound. It can absorb damage and take the place of the user once under any condition, with the option to preset a transfer location. While the predominant theme in the female-oriented realm is love, conflict, and competition among women, implying a lack of danger, this is still a real world where accidents can occur. Having painstakingly transitioned from a mere wage slave to a wealthy heir, Yishio naturally cherished his life. This life-preserving item was a necessity that had to be purchased if he had enough villain value. With a flash of brilliance, a diminutive and exquisitely crafted scarecrow appeared in Yishio's hand. Without hesitation, he promptly bound it, witnessing the scarecrow transform into a flicker of light and merge into his consciousness. Excellent. This is quite convenient. I initially thought I would need to place the scarecrow somewhere, which would have imposed too many limitations. Yishio nodded in satisfaction. Although the substitute scarecrow was costly, it was incredibly useful. With the option to preset a transfer location, any place he had visited could be designated with but a thought, and it could be altered at any time. When faced with a fatal injury, he would instantly transfer to the preset location, leaving only a scarecrow prop behind. It was far more powerful than Yishio had anticipated. With safety now assured, he decided to allocate the remaining villain points to enhance his cultivation. Host villain value 17,500. Cultivation elevated to the pinnacle of Qi refinement, 10th layer. Host villain value 30,000. Post-cultivation elevated to the initial stages of foundation establishment. The elevation in cultivation was not as dramatic as Yi Xiu had imagined. There were no spectacular phenomena. Instead, he merely felt a warm and comfortable sensation enveloping him, as if every cell in his body were rejoicing. Particularly at the moment he ascended to the foundation establishment stage, Yi Xiu could distinctly sense the transcendence of his life force. Upon further introspection, Yi Xiu was somewhat astonished. He could no longer be considered a true human in the conventional sense, as the fundamental structure of his life had undergone transformation, an alteration that could not be explained through physics or chemistry. While he still appeared as a carbon-based life form, his resistance to radiation and adaptability to extreme temperatures had seen considerable enhancement, alongside a significant increase in strength, perception, and control over his body. This was merely the corporeal change, combined with the spiritual energy within. Yi Xiu felt confident that even the ancient martial arts grandmasters at the Dan stage would not stand a chance against him. The ranks of ancient martial arts, from lowest to highest, include Mingjin, Onjin, Huajin, Paksu, and Dan, culminating in the Tianren stage. Although Yi Xiu had never encountered a martial artist at the Tianren stage, based on the system's explanations and his deductions, it could be surmised that the Tianren stage was akin to the transitional phase between foundation establishment and golden core in the realm of cultivation. This stage is referred to as Tianren because practitioners of ancient martial arts can momentarily fly by manipulating qi, whereas cultivators can take to the skies during the foundation establishment stage, or even at the qi refinement fifth layer with the aid of flight artifacts or sword techniques. Yi Xiu was thoroughly content. In less than a day since his arrival in this world, his safety had become entirely assured. Even when faced with the most formidable weapon of the current era, a nuclear bomb, as long as he was not at the epicenter of the explosion, he now possessed the confidence to survive. He opened his attributes panel. Name: Yi Xiu. Age: 25. Fate: the great villain of destiny. Height: 185 centimeters. Appearance: 99. Maximum value: 100. Cultivation: initial stage of foundation establishment. Special physique: Xianyuan divine body. Skills: basic 5 elements spells introduction. Cultivation method: Yin Yang Grand Dao scripture. Villain value: 3. For 100. His skills were somewhat lacking, and with over 3,000 villain points, he did not have enough to purchase anything substantial. Perhaps he should save up for now. Yi Xiu stroked his chin, gazing at the various desirable items in the system's shop, tears of envy inadvertently spilling from the corners of his mouth. He had initially intended to exchange for a sword technique or alchemy skills, but those were exorbitantly priced. Even the entry-level sword technique demanded 20,000 villain points, while an introductory alchemy course required a staggering 100,000 villain points. Simply extortionate. Never mind, I shall save the villain points for later. Nonetheless, the basic 5-element spell is both economical and practical. The basic 5-element spells include Fireball, Water Arrow, Earth Escape, Metal Armor, and Healing spells, offering a variety of techniques. Although their power is modest, their versatility makes them quite adequate for this era, where others practice martial arts while Yi Xiu cultivates. Young Master. After Gu Qianqian was released from prison, she chose to return home directly, not mentioning Hui Yunting, nor contacting him. Wang Bo approached Yi Xiu to report. Observing that his young master seemed somehow different, yet after scrutinizing for a while, he could not pinpoint what had changed. Indeed, Yi Xiu nodded, chuckling to himself. This Gu Qianqian, just as I suspected, has cast aside Zhang Jun and Hui Yunting upon learning of my true identity. It seems that Hui Yunting's standing in her heart is rather mediocre. I wager it will not be long before she seeks me out, and the villain points will soon be mine. Wang Bo, inform the hidden guards to prepare an appetizer for Hui Yunting. Even the smallest morsel is still meat. The villain points from Hui Yunting must not be neglected. Yes. Wang Bo nodded, his eyes glinting with malice. How dare Hui Yunting vie for a woman with my young master? By the way, Wang Bo, replace all the maids in the manor. Yes. They should all be recent graduates, with high beauty standards, tall, slim, and ample in the rear. Yi Xiu suddenly recalled the stunning visages of the maids he had encountered upon his return and promptly commanded Wang Bo, who was about to leave. Understood. Wang Bo replied. Exhilarated. After so many years, his young master had finally come to his senses. Master, your wish for grandchildren may finally have hope of realization. We must promptly inform the old master to find more suitable candidates from clean backgrounds in Kyoto. Yes, Haiqing is home to many beautiful women. We must not be lax here and must strive to select the best. Yi Xiu gazed in bewilderment at Wang Bo's departing figure, whose face was adorned with an exuberant smile. It was merely a request for a few charming maids. Why was this old man so jubilant? Such a lack of respect for his elders. Unable to comprehend the situation, Yi Xiu dismissed the thought, noting the late hour. He stretched lazily and prepared to retire to his room for a night's sleep. Chapter 15. The Withered Flower, the ground covered in wounds in Haiqing's first prison. Who is Hui Yunting? I am. Hui Yunting quickly raised his hand in response to the guard's call. Yes, you may step forward. The guard checked the information and nodded. Wow, brother, you weren't exaggerating. It hasn't been long at all, and someone has come to bail you out? Impressive. Don't forget about me. Let's grab a drink when I get out. The other inmates, witnessing Hui Yunting's release, gasped in astonishment, looking at him with envy. Hui Yunting walked out of his cell with his head held high, feeling quite pleased with himself. I knew it. Yi Xiu, that sycophant, couldn't bear for Qianqian to remain in prison. Once she was out, she would undoubtedly rescue me. He thought to himself, Humph, Yi Xiu, you sycophant, just wait. I will eventually seek retribution for this imprisonment. Hey, why aren't you taking off my handcuffs? Hui Yunting extended his hand toward the guard, expecting to be freed. But after a long wait, the guard remained motionless. Take them off? What are you thinking? You haven't been bailed. You're just being transferred to another cell. The guard's expression was emotionless, his eyes regarding Hui Yunting with a hint of pity. What? If she has been released, why am I still here? Hui Yunting was perplexed. If Gu Qianqian was exonerated, he should logically also be innocent. How would I know? The guard chuckled lightly. His gaze filled with a tinge of sympathy. Qianqian has already been released? But why hasn't she contacted me or helped me out? Hui Yunting was filled with questions, particularly fueled by the guard's sympathetic look, which deepened his suspicions. However, he had no time to inquire further, as it was time for him to be moved to his new cell. Step inside. The guard removed Hui Yunting's handcuffs and unceremoniously shoved him into the cell before turning to leave without hesitation. Inside the new cell, there were over a dozen individuals, and one burly man's eyes lit up at the sight of Hui Yunting. Wow, this kid looks good, really pale. Brothers, get up, we've got a prime specimen. At the muscular man's boisterous call, the sleeping inmates awoke, their gazes fixed upon Hui Yunting, each pair of eyes gleaming with mischief as they quickly surrounded him. Hui Yunting felt a chill at their hungry stares and hastily shouted, What are you blocking me for? Move aside. Oh, look, this handsome guy has quite the temper. Ha ha. The muscular man exchanged glances with the others, bursting into laughter. Hui Yunting, feeling the intensity of their gaze, was suddenly gripped by a dreadful thought. They couldn't possibly be intending to. No, surely not. Get away from me. Don't force me to lose my temper. Ha ha ha, this little wildcat is growing on me. The muscular man laughed even more wildly, reaching out to touch Hui Yunting's face. The touch sent shivers down Hui Yunting's spine, and he yelped in fright, Get away from me, do you hear? Realizing he could not afford to show weakness, Hui Yunting decided to act first. He clenched his fist and lunged toward the bald man's temple with a fierce shout. Unbeknownst to him, the muscular man was a peak practitioner of ancient martial arts, and despite Hui Yunting's lack of skill, he was easily subdued. In mere moments, Hui Yunting found himself pinned against the table, unable to escape. He struggled fiercely, cursing and with his eyes ablaze, but his defiance only fueled the other's excitement, igniting a frenzy. Don't be afraid, little handsome, I will be gentle. The muscular man taunted as he instructed the others to hold Hui Yunting down. What do you intend to do? Hui Yunting cried out, panic overtaking him. What kind of question is that? Of course, we want to have some fun. The muscular man and his cohorts erupted in laughter as he grasped Hui Yunting's trousers. A sudden ripping sound echoed, revealing a shocking sight that provoked a cacophony of howls from the crowd. How dare you? Let me go? I swear. If you do anything to me, I will kill you all once I get out. Hui Yunting screamed in a fit of rage, thrashing violently. Even if you could kill us, it would have to wait until after we're done having our fun. Right, brothers? They chortled. With such a delicate frame, you should stop threatening us and let us take good care of you. Amidst the howling of the crowd, Hui Yunting fell silent, realizing that the more he resisted, the more they reveled in his defiance. He decided it would be better to feign submission to endure less suffering. Anger and resentment swirled within him, directed not only at his aggressors, but also at Yi Xiu and Gu Qianqian. If it weren't for her, he would not find himself in this predicament. Yet, after her release, she had failed to secure his bail promptly. Hui Yunting had always held himself in high regard. He never imagined he would find himself in such a humiliating position. As he wallowed in despair, the muscular man behind him swallowed hard, a wicked grin on his face, and suddenly thrust forward. A searing pain coursed through Hui Yunting's body, causing him to tremble violently, tears streaming down his cheeks, splashing onto the ground and stirring up dust. In that moment, Hui Yunting's spirit was crushed, his flower withered amidst the wounds scattered on the ground. Chapter 16. Gu Qianqian's family of four. At the moment Hui Yunting faced his dire fate, Gu Qianqian finally returned home, dragging her weary body behind her. As Gu Qianqian opened the door, she was suddenly struck by a resounding slap that left her momentarily dazed. "You worthless wretch! Why have you returned so late? Where have you been gallivanting?" Gu Zhangwo berated her furiously, his finger jabbing at her nose, his spittle flying as he raged. His fierce demeanor made it seem as though Gu Qianqian was not even his own flesh and blood. The fiery sting on her cheek snapped her back to reality. She stared at Gu Zhangwo's menacing face, feeling a profound sense of injustice. After enduring so much in prison, she had finally returned home, yet rather than expressing concern, her father accused her of misconduct. Was this how a father should behave? With tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks, she exclaimed, "I was delayed due to work at the company. You strike me without a second thought. Are you truly my father?" Despite her overwhelming sense of grievance, Gu Qianqian refrained from revealing her experiences, unwilling to burden her mother with worry. "You little wretch, you've really grown some wings, haven't you? Can't even take a few words of criticism?" Gu Zhangwo spat, raising his hand to deliver another slap. Just as he did, Wang Fong intervened. "Old Gu, calm down. Let's not escalate this. Our daughter is now a vice president. It's only natural she is busy." "Oomph, you worthless girl. Out of respect for your mother, I'll let this slide this time." Gu Zhangwo, considering he might need to ask Gu Qianqian for money later, huffed and returned to the sofa. "Oh, Qianqian, don't be upset. Your father has always had this temper. After all these years, he hasn't changed. Does it hurt? Let me soothe it," Wang Fong said, approaching Gu Qianqian and gently blowing on her swollen cheek, her eyes filled with concern and sympathy. She silently scolded Gu Zhangwo for his lack of restraint. Knowing how precious Gu Qianqian's beauty was and how detrimental such treatment could be to her future prospects, "Mama, Gu Qianqian, feeling the warmth of Wang Fong's care, could no longer contain her pent-up sorrow and embraced her mother, weeping openly. Wang Fong hesitated for a moment, sensing the dampness on her chest, a flicker of distaste crossing her features, yet she held Gu Qianqian tighter. She noted the resentment Gu Qianqian harbored towards Gu Zhangwo. But resolving this issue was simple for her, given her years of experience. She whispered soothingly in Gu Qianqian's ear, "Qianqian, don't blame your father too harshly. You share some responsibility too. You should have informed us that you would be busy at work. Your brother has been trying to reach you, and of course, your father would be anxious. He's just sharp-tongued but soft-hearted. Deep down, he worries about you. He simply struggles to express it. You know, when you went to university, we sacrificed so your brother could not continue high school, and he has been struggling ever since. If your father truly disliked you, would he have acted that way?" Gu Qianqian nodded, feeling immense gratitude toward her family, especially her brother Gu Yaozu. "However, I must admonish you as well. Regardless of your father's faults, he is still your father. How can you claim he is not? That would hurt him deeply." Gu Qianqian turned towards Gu Zhangwo, who sat silently on the sofa, lost in thought, and felt a pang of guilt. Wang Fong continued to gently pat her back until Gu Qianqian's emotions gradually settled. "Oh, there should be no lingering animosity between a father and daughter. Go apologize to him, and let this matter rest." Reluctantly, Gu Qianqian stepped away from Wang Fong's embrace. Her head bowed and fingers intertwined, as she slowly approached Gu Zhangwo. "Dad, I shouldn't have been angry with you. I'm sorry. Gu Zhangwo remained cold and silent for a long while, but ultimately, considering Gu Qianqian's potential to provide for his son, he accepted her apology. Meanwhile, Gu Yaozu, lounging on the window-side sofa while playing games, glanced at the seemingly harmonious scene before him with a smirk. His sister was easily manipulated, believing anything that was said to her. Yet, this suited him just fine. Once she married Yi Xiao, her devoted admirer, his own fortunes would surely improve. With Gu Qianqian's debts to him, it would not be impossible for him to gain control of her company. At that time, those who once looked down on him would undoubtedly address him as Manager Gu. Gu Yaozu couldn't help but chuckle at the thought, envisioning the day when those who had once scorned him would kneel before him, calling him Manager Gu. "Gu Yaozu, what are you laughing at?" Wang Fong looked at her son with a mixture of affection and curiosity. "Oh, Mom, it's nothing. I was just so happy to see my sister back." Gu Yaozu shifted his considerable weight to sit up, smiling warmly at Gu Qianqian. "Thank you for your concern, little brother. But wait, isn't today Tuesday? Why aren't you at school?" Gu Qianqian's mood lifted at the sight of her brother, who had always been quite attached to her, leading her to believe their sibling relationship was harmonious. "And no, it's nothing." Gu Yaozu feigned hesitation and exchanged a glance with Wang Fong. She promptly chimed in, "Qianqian, you should really ask him what is going on. This little rascal won't say a word, even after your father hit him." Gu Qianqian nodded and pulled Gu Yaozu into his room, gently closing the door behind them. He retrieved an ice pack from the refrigerator and handed it to her as she sat on the bed, applying it to her face. Now tell me, what is really going on? After a lengthy silence, Gu Yaozu finally spoke, his voice tinged with desperation. Sister, could you help me transfer to a more ordinary school? I don't want to stay at Mingda anymore. Gu Qianqian stood up abruptly. Why? Mingda is the best elite school in Haiqing. You can't just want to leave without a reason. Jie, I know how hard it was for you to get me into Mingda, but you said it's an elite school, filled with the affluent. I'm just an ordinary person. Gu Yaozu's eyes reddened, revealing his genuine distress. Although there had been no bullying, his classmates generally ignored him. Chapter 17. The confident Gu Yaozu. Gu Qianqian fell silent, her brother's words stirring a whirlwind of emotions within her. She realized that she had underestimated the situation. Simply wanting to compensate Gu Yaozu by providing him with the best educational environment without considering whether it truly suited him. However, she was unwilling to let Gu Yaozu leave Mingda. The connections he could forge there were invaluable for his future. This was an essential step in her plan to gain control over Yi Xiu's company and elevate the Gu family's status. And she could not simply give up on it. Moreover, who claims that my family lacks a background? As long as Gu Qianqian can marry Yi Xiu, Gu Yaozu will become the brother-in-law of the young master of the Yi family in the capital. Who would dare to look down upon him then? It is merely necessary for Gu Yaozu to persevere at Mingda for a while longer. After pondering this, Gu Qianqian carefully chose her words and earnestly advised Gu Yaozu. Dear brother, you should understand that if you make acquaintances at Mingda, you could avoid decades of hardship in your life. So, just hold on a little longer. I will provide you with some extra living expenses. Be generous and treat your classmates to snacks and outings. As the saying goes, one should not strike those who bear a smiling face, so this should help prevent anyone from bullying you. Moreover, if you can just wait a bit longer, soon no one will dare to bully us. Gu Qianqian spoke at length, but Gu Yaozu only heard the mention of additional living expenses, which filled him with delight. As that was his primary objective for the day, he had made a new friend who took him to the underground casino in Haiqing, where his eyes were opened to a new world. Remarkably, after only a few rounds, he managed to turn his 2,000 living expenses into over 20,000. This was an achievement he had never experienced before, filling his soul with a euphoric sense of accomplishment. At that moment, Gu Yaozu felt as if he were the god of gambling incarnate. He believed he was nothing like his father, Gu Zhengwo, who lost every time he gambled. Regrettably, his new friend had to leave unexpectedly, and as he was not a member, he could not stay longer. To become a member required not only a sponsor, but also a minimum capital verification of 100,000 yuan. As a student, where would he find such funds? After much contemplation, Gu Yaozu could only think of ways to extract money from his sister, Gu Qianqian, which led to this entire charade. However, that would require a substantial amount of money. Dining out with friends typically costs several thousand, which would accumulate to a significant sum over the month. Sister, you are already struggling to provide me with 20,000 a month. I cannot burden you further. Perhaps we should just forget it. Gu Yaozu feigned surprise, followed by concern, disappointment, and a hint of longing, ultimately rejecting Gu Qianqian's proposal. I am very pleased that you have such intentions. Do not worry about money. Your only task is to study diligently and cultivate friendships. Understood? All right then, I will heed your advice, but please do not overexert yourself. I am fine at school. Gu Yaozu eventually nodded, his gaze towards Gu Qianqian filled with affection. Her brother's expression brought her great comfort, filling her heart with gratitude. Indeed, he was worth all the effort she expended to pave the way for him. But how much money should she allocate to him each month? Recalling the prices at the upscale restaurants frequented by Yi Xiu, Gu Qianqian could not help but wince, thinking that one cannot compromise on education. She resolved to find ways to procure funds from Yi Xiu, ensuring her brother would not lose face. With determination, Gu Qianqian declared, from now on, I will increase your living expenses to 100,000 a month. Do not skimp. Make friends with the students at Mingda and be generous. Do not hesitate to treat others. What? Isn't that a bit excessive? Gu Yaozu blinked in disbelief, hardly believing his ears. He had thought that receiving 10,000 would be exceptional, yet Gu Qianqian had presented him with a staggering amount. His heart raced as he envisioned his superb gambling skills. Recalling how he had multiplied his money tenfold in mere minutes, his blood surging with excitement. If he could take 100,000 with him and return with even more, he would achieve a significant milestone. Gu Yaozu would truly bring honor to his family. Not too much, dear brother, just use it at ease. Here, this card contains over 100,000, which will serve as your allowance for this month. I will deposit 100,000 into this card on the first of every month. Gu Qianqian handed him the card, which she had recently saved as her private funds. By the way, dear brother, please do not mention this to our parents, as I fear father may gamble again. Gu Qianqian felt a wave of frustration as she recalled the nearly 300 million she had maneuvered to pay off her father's gambling debts. Yet, he was her father, leaving her feeling helpless. Rest assured, sister, I will keep it a secret. Gu Yaozu had no intention of informing Gu Zhangwo. He harbored deep resentment towards him. If it were not for Gu Zhangwo, who squandered money on gambling, much of the 300 million would have been his sister's. In plain terms, this old man had lost Gu Yaozu's money. 300 million. If I had that as capital, I could win back so much. It is simply unimaginable. All right, I will wash up and rest. I am quite exhausted today. You should hurry back to school early tomorrow. Gu Qianqian, feeling drained and with injuries on her face, merely wished to take a shower and rest well. Yes, sister, please take care of yourself. I will return to school first thing in the morning. Gu Yaozu suppressed his excitement, clutching the card tightly. As Gu Qianqian drifted off to sleep, Gu Zhangwo and Wang Fong had long succumbed to slumber. Gu Yaozu, however, cautiously slipped out the door, hailed a taxi, and headed straight for the underground casino in Haicheng. The protagonist's official partner experiences turmoil, and the host's villain value is 6,666. The protagonist's younger brother is completely ensnared in the wicked abyss of gambling, and the host's villain value is 600. As Yishio lay down, he wore a kind smile, turned over, embraced his pillow, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following morning, just as dawn broke, at the first prison of Haicheng, Hui Yunting's nightmarish ordeal finally came to an end. He lay on the bed, bruised and battered, his complexion pale, eyes dull, and an expression void of life. After a long while, he slowly regained his senses. His eyes filled with a blood-red fury. The hatred and murderous intent within him seemed to reach a breaking point. He gritted his teeth and muttered to himself, "You bunch of bastards, I will kill you all one day. And you, Yishio, it is all your fault. If you hadn't reported me, I would not have faced this. Just wait. One day, I will make you experience the agony of being unable to live or die." As for Gu Qianqian, he hoped she would not let him down. Otherwise, Chapter 18. Hui Yunting? I am not familiar. Perhaps due to the protagonist's unique constitution, when Gu Qianqian rose, her delicate face had inexplicably returned to its formerly flawless and fair complexion. The redness and swelling from yesterday had vanished entirely, leaving no trace of any injury. Standing before the mirror, Gu Qianqian gently touched her flawless skin, finally feeling a weight lift from her heart. With her head held high, she regained her usual confidence and pride. What should she wear? Gu Qianqian rummaged through her wardrobe, pondering for a long while before ultimately selecting a cream-colored floral dress, the very one she had worn when Yishio first met her. After dressing, she applied a light, natural-looking makeup and prepared to leave without having breakfast. Qianqian, wait a moment, do you have any money left? Just as Gu Qianqian was about to open the door, Wang Fong's somewhat embarrassed voice came from behind. Mom, didn't I just give you 20,000 a few days ago? Have you spent it all already? Did that gambling addict go back to gambling? Gu Qianqian turned around, her brow furrowed, and her voice laced with irritation. Every day, it was either this person asking for money or that one. How tiresome. What do you mean by hopeless gambler? That would be your father. Wang Fong's face revealed her displeasure. So, my father, that hopeless gambler, really went to gamble again? Gu Qianqian's tone was filled with helplessness and frustration. What nonsense are you spouting, you money-losing fool? What do you mean by hopeless gambler? I merely experienced a stroke of bad luck. Besides, gambling can be enjoyable in moderation. I only played a few hundred yuan worth of cards. Are you really going to stop me? Are you even my daughter? At that moment, Gu Zhangwo, who had been eavesdropping, could no longer hold back and burst out, shouting at Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian ignored him and gazed intently at Wang Fong. She could not comprehend why her mother remained steadfastly by the side of a hopeless gambler like Gu Zhangwo. If it were not for her mother, she would have long ceased to care about Gu Zhangwo. Qianqian, you. Wang Fong felt a pang of unease under Gu Qianqian's unwavering stare. Before she could finish her sentence, Gu Qianqian interrupted. Mom, if the family runs out of living expenses, I will naturally contribute, but I will not give a single cent to my father for gambling. Have I not made it clear after that 300 million incident? If you insist on supporting him, then use your own money to do so. Mom, one cannot hang on a crooked tree forever. I must go to the company now. Please act accordingly. Perhaps due to the emotional turmoil of the previous night or the confidence derived from Yishio's background, Gu Qianqian, for the first time in her life, asserted herself before her parents. In truth, Gu Qianqian was not oblivious to the fact that both Wang Fong and Gu Zhangwo favored sons over daughters. nor was she unaware of their roles as the good cop and bad cop, respectively. Yet, she often held on to a glimmer of hope, wondering if perhaps Wang Fong truly loved her. People are always filled with fantasies about what they cannot attain. It was only last night that Gu Qianqian finally realized that she was merely a cash cow in their eyes, a tool to pave the way for their obedient son. Fortunately, Gu Yaozu seemed to be a reliable ally. With a cold expression, Gu Qianqian strode out, while Wang Fong and Gu Zhangwo looked on in astonishment. She slammed the door shut behind her with a resounding thud. Outside, Gu Qianqian let out a long sigh, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over her as she rubbed her temples. What kind of attitude was that from this money-losing fool? Let go of me. I want to beat her. Gu Zhangwo's voice rose in frustration. Enough, Lao Gu. Stop causing trouble and don't push her too far. She might truly abandon us. Wang Fong's eyes were filled with complexity. She was all too aware that Gu Zhangwo was no good, but with their children grown, how could she face the world if they divorced? Humph. Without her, we still have Yaozu to support us. Gu Zhangwo's words grew increasingly less convincing. Deep down, he knew that relying on Gu Yaozu might lead to starvation. He was simply unwilling to accept that his son could not measure up to a money-losing fool. With a cold expression, Gu Zhangwo continued to argue with Wang Fong for some time before finally securing 3,000 yuan, which he eagerly took to the mahjong parlor. Gu Qianqian habitually walked to the underground parking lot, staring blankly at her empty parking space. It then dawned on her that she had always driven Yishio's car. She had refrained from purchasing her own to save money. Her mood became complicated, and just then, a phone call came in. Hello, this is Haiqing First Prison. May I speak with Ms. Gu Qianqian? Yes, may I ask what this is regarding? Gu Qianqian responded, feeling a tinge of nervousness but maintaining her composure. She did not doubt Yishio's feelings for her. She did not believe he would release her from prison solely due to Zhang Jun. Yishio must have been concerned for her well-being and unwilling to see her suffer, yet still angry. Which is why he chose to let her go when Zhang Jun interceded. Perhaps this was just a routine inquiry. It is regarding Mr. Huiyunting. He claims he was with you yesterday and is innocent. May I ask what your relationship with Mr. Huiyunting is? Huiyunting? He is just an employee of my company. I do not know him well. A flicker of anger crossed Gu Qianqian's eyes. This Huiyunting truly lacked backbone. It had only been a few hours, and he was dragging her into this. If she were imprisoned, how could a mere orphan like him escape? What a fool. Initially, Gu Qianqian had contemplated helping Huiyunting with bail out of friendship, but upon realizing he was also attempting to drag her down, any remaining feelings of camaraderie evaporated in an instant. Moreover, Gu Qianqian believed that Yishio was already furious due to Huiyunting's involvement. Now, if she wished to win Yishio's favor, she could not be associated with Huiyunting any longer. After a lengthy inquiry, Gu Qianqian finally hung up with a sense of relief and took a taxi straight to Yishio's villa. Haiqing First Prison. What did you say? What do you mean she does not know me well? Huiyunting, with reddened eyes, grasped the iron bars of his cell, unable to believe his ears. Do not complicate matters. Answer the questions honestly. The prison guard scoffed and turned to leave. Haha, a fine not knowing her well. Gu Qianqian, I should have known. You are nothing but a deceitful and vain wretch. How could I ever have liked someone like you? It is a disgrace. Gu Qianqian, Yishio, just wait. Huiyunting, will not let you two off easily. Leaning against the wall, Huiyunting's face contorted with rage, his forehead bulging with veins. Resembling a demon risen from the depths of hell. Chapter 19. Let me handle this. The protagonist and the official partner turn against each other. The protagonist's luck diminishes, and the host's villainous value reaches 2,500. Is it already that time for a rift? The male and female leads are not the steadfast pair they were in the original plot. Yishio scoffed repeatedly. In the original story, their love was a chase of passion, and their careers flourished. Essentially, it was merely the original characters supporting them from behind. Without the original characters' wealth and resources, how could these two scoundrels afford to indulge in romance? Young master, Miss Gu is outside requesting an audience. Do not let her in. Tell her to scram. Yishio waved his hand dismissively, shifting positions to continue sleeping. Now that he had traversed into the realm of a super-domineering CEO, he felt entitled to sleep until noon. It is well known that in female-centric narratives, the CEO only needs to concern themselves with matters of love. The company will thrive on its own. Have you not seen how many female-centric CEOs can leave meetings midway to pursue the female lead, and yet the partnership remains intact? The company flourishes, and the CEO grows ever wealthier? This is one of the fundamental rules of female-centric narratives. Do you not find it compelling? Outside the estate, this cannot be. You must have intentionally failed to inform me. Gu Qianqian exclaimed in shock upon hearing the maid's response. She could hardly believe it, and could not accept that Yishio had actually shut her out. Xiao Ming'er let out a derisive laugh, her gaze towards Gu Qianqian brimming with disdain. As a senior at Haicheng University, she had yet to graduate and had been diligently searching for an internship. Just last night, she stumbled upon a pinned job advertisement while perusing her boss's direct recruitment posts. The enticing offer of a monthly salary of 20,000 yuan, along with 5 insurances and 1 fund, plus free meals and accommodation, had caught her eye. Without hesitation, she submitted her resume and attended an interview the following morning, securing the position within mere minutes. Had she not known that this was Yi Xiu's estate, she might have thought she was being lured into a scam. Xiao Ming'er was well aware that this was Yi Xiu's estate because she was Gu Qianqian's junior. The tumultuous romance between Yi Xiu and Gu Qianqian during their school days was something she could not have missed. What kind of look is that? You, a mere servant, dare to covet Yi Xiu? I advise you to report to him honestly, or I will ensure Yi Xiu dismisses you. Gu Qianqian berated Xiao Ming'er, having long considered Yi Xiu her possession. Even if she held little regard for him, he was not someone any other woman could lay claim to. Believe it or not. Humph. Xiao Ming'er regarded Gu Qianqian as though she were deranged and chose to ignore her, turning towards the estate's loft. She could not afford to lose such a great opportunity and needed to focus on her training. Come back here. You. Gu Qianqian felt an inexplicable surge of panic, realizing the situation was slipping further from her grasp. It was impossible. Yi Xiu would never truly abandon her. There had to be a scheming woman involved. She resolved to wait for Yi Xiu, convinced that once they met, everything would return to how it once was. Suppressing her inner turmoil, Gu Qianqian leaned against the wall, squatting down as she fixated on the grand entrance of Yi Xiu's estate. Hours passed quietly under the blazing sun, scorching the earth. Gu Qianqian remained huddled by the wall, her face pale and lips cracked, yet her gaze grew increasingly resolute and obsessive. Inside the estate, Yi Xiu finally opened his eyes. After freshening up, he descended the stairs, only to find Chu Weiwei busily working in the kitchen, dressed in a somewhat oversized white nightgown with her hair casually tied back. The soft glow of her fair calves beneath the gown was enchanting. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a gentle light on Chu Weiwei's profile. The ethereal scene captivated Yi Xiu, who leaned against the kitchen doorframe. Weiwei, how is your foot? Ah, young master, you are awake. My foot hardly hurts now. I just have one more dish to finish. You must try my cooking later, Chu Weiwei replied, still immersed in her tasks, not turning around. Perhaps due to the events of the previous night, her tone with Yi Xiu bore a hint of familiarity and warmth. I have heard my mother praise your culinary skills more than once. I am looking forward to tasting it today, Yi Xiu smiled, remaining at the door, appreciating Chu Weiwei's exquisite presence. After a short while, when Chu Weiwei completed the last dish, Yi Xiu stepped into the kitchen, reaching for the plates. Young master, why are you doing this yourself? Let me handle it, Chu Weiwei quickly interjected, surprised that Yi Xiu would take on such a task, as caring for him was her job. Nonsense, we are at home. There are no formalities here. Yi Xiu patted Chu Weiwei's shoulder and carried 2 plates out of the kitchen. Chu Weiwei gazed at Yi Xiu's retreating figure, murmuring softly, then smiled and shook her head, following with the remaining 2 plates. In the dining room, watching Yi Xiu devour his food, a smile involuntarily crept onto Chu Weiwei's face. It seemed as though Yi Xiu possessed a certain charm that made her smile more throughout the day than she had in the past year. Young master, eat slowly. There's more, she reminded him. Weiwei, your cooking is truly exceptional. I haven't had such delicious food in years, Yi Xiu exclaimed, filled with gratitude. The simple yet exquisite dishes, sour and spicy shredded potatoes, tomato and egg, braised beef brisket, loofah meatball soup, and rice, were a testament to Chu Weiwei's culinary prowess, which had been rightfully recognized as that of a top-tier chef. Chu Weiwei found Yi Xiu's unrefined eating habits amusing. He was unlike the wealthy heirs she had encountered before, devoid of their innate arrogance and insincerity. She had not anticipated that a scion of a prestigious family would be so down-to-earth. After a while, Yi Xiu leaned back in his chair, clutching his stomach. I've eaten too much. If only I could have your cooking every day. If you like it, I will cook for you daily, Chu Weiwei replied with a smile. Then it's settled. Now, let us wash up and change clothes. We must head to the company. You need not worry about this. Wang Bo will arrange for everything to be tidied up, Yi Xiu said, rising after a moment's rest and heading upstairs to his bedroom. Surveying his surroundings, he found the room spotless, save for a lingering hint of Chu Weiwei's delicate fragrance, with no trace of her having stayed there. She had risen early and tidied the adjacent room, ensuring all necessities were provided by Wang Bo. This would be her new sanctuary. Chapter 20. Gu Yaozu's 5 million yuan debt. Yi Xiu. Who is that vixen? Chu Weiwei exclaimed. driving away from the estate with Yi Xiao when a piercing scream shattered the air, assaulting their eardrums. Gu Qianqian stood defiantly in front of Yi Xiao's car. Her eyes red and voice sharp with fury. She was consumed by rage, nearly losing her grip on reality. How could so many women appear around Yi Xiao in just one day, each as beautiful as herself? This fueled a strong sense of crisis within her. Gu Qianqian, what brings you here? Come to repay your debt? Yi Xiao's voice dripped with sarcasm as the window rolled down. How do you only think of money? Setting that aside, tell me, what is your relationship with that little harlot beside you? Gu Qianqian questioned Yi Xiao with a tone that echoed the bitterness of a scorned woman. Chu Weiwei, however, remained expressionless, her gaze fixed ahead, completely ignoring Gu Qianqian's frenzy. Gu Qianqian, you'd better watch your words, otherwise, I won't hesitate to be impolite. Yi Xiao warned, his voice icy, eyes glinting with menace. Feeling Yi Xiao's fierce defense of her, Chu Weiwei experienced a warm sensation wash over her. A feeling she had never known before, one of comfort and security. In stark contrast, Gu Qianqian felt an icy chill envelop her, filled with anger and grievance. Her voice trembled as she pointed at Yi Xiao, tears streaming uncontrollably. You would scold me for another woman? Scold you? If it weren't for being in the car, I would have slapped you. Yi Xiao scoffed. Do you really not love me anymore? Gu Qianqian seemed shattered, her mouth agape, shaking her head in disbelief as she stumbled back, collapsing onto the ground. Gu Qianqian, you need to get your head checked. Why are you acting like this? Did we not break up yesterday? Yi Xiao found himself at a loss for words, struggling to comprehend Gu Qianqian's convoluted thought process. Despite the circumstances, she was still entangled in the question of love. Shouldn't her primary concern be the 3 minor objectives she owed him? No, I refuse to accept this. I cannot believe it. Yi Xiao, you have harbored feelings for me for 2.5 years. How can you claim not to love me and simply decide to break up? Gu Qianqian collapsed onto the ground, her hands clutching her head in despair as she wept uncontrollably. This is absurd. Weiwei, let us leave. Yi Xiao, weary of further entanglements with Gu Qianqian, rolled up the car window. Chu Weiwei nodded, pressing the accelerator as they drove away, leaving Gu Qianqian behind. The protagonist, feeling vulnerable, plunged into deep self-doubt, while the antagonist's value remained at 1,000. No, Yi Xiao, we haven't finished this conversation. You cannot leave. Gu Qianqian knelt on the ground, shouting desperately at the retreating tail of Yi Xiao's vehicle, her voice hoarse from emotion. It was only at this moment that she began to truly believe that Yi Xiao might genuinely not love her anymore. Regret washed over her. Regret for having kept Yi Xiao at arm's length and for withholding even the slightest kindness from him. This had led to his utter disappointment and decision to depart. Simultaneously, her resentment towards Yi Xiao intensified. She loathed him for not revealing the true background of the Yi family sooner, for not informing her that his grandfather was one of the 3 elders of the Xia kingdom. Had she known these truths earlier, she would have been at ease and built a life with Yi Xiao, and none of this turmoil would have arisen. All that transpired today was Yi Xiao's fault. It was his lack of faith in her that drove him away. Gu Qianqian lowered her head, her teeth grinding audibly, her eyes reddened with fury, nearly overflowing with hatred. Yi Xiao, do you think I, Gu Qianqian, cannot live without you? Through my own efforts, I rose from a mere employee to the vice president of a billion-dollar enterprise in less than 2 years, managing it with remarkable efficiency. Even without you, Yi Xiao, I can still rise to greatness. Yi Xiao, your callousness and treatment of me will surely lead you to regret this decision. Just wait. I will ensure you kneel before me, begging for my forgiveness. Although Gu Qianqian could be hypocritical and materialistic, she was not lacking in the pride and confidence inherent in the protagonist. She could not bring herself to humiliate herself before a man she had always looked down upon. As Gu Qianqian envisioned her ascent to the pinnacle of success, with Yi Xiao filled with regret and kneeling in apology, she was suddenly jolted back to reality by a phone call from her mother, Wang Fang. Gu Qianqian answered, Mom, what is it? Qianqian, I just arrived at the hospital for today's treatment, but they say I have outstanding fees. Did you forget to pay? Wang Fang's voice carried an undertone of reproach through the receiver. What? Gu Qianqian was taken aback, her eyes turning red with anger as she trembled with rage. Yi Xiao had actually stopped her mother's treatment fees. How could he dare? Did he not fear for her mother's well-being, leaving no room for reconciliation? How could he be so heartless? Despite being a wealthy heir of the Yi family, was he truly so frugal as to withhold even this modest sum for treatment? It was evident that the scion of a wealthy family could be utterly devoid of compassion. I've been quite busy, it slipped my mind. I'm sorry, Mom. I'll settle it now. You go ahead with your treatment. Taking a deep breath to quell her rising anger, Gu Qianqian paid her mother's treatment fee. It wasn't that she was unwilling to pay more, she simply had no funds left. After giving Gu Yaozu 1 million yesterday, she was left with only 10,000. While her mother's treatment cost over 8,000 each time, required every other day. After hanging up, Gu Qianqian gazed at her phone balance, momentarily lost in thought. Before she could collect herself, another urgent call came through. "Miss Gu, it has been a while. Had he gambled again? Do as you wish. I have no money." Gu Qianqian's expression darkened as she recognized the caller as the manager of Haiqing's underground casino. She feared that Gu Jiangwo had succumbed to his gambling addiction again. She resolved that this time, she would not involve herself with that gambling addict of a father. "Miss Gu, please don't be upset. It's not your father this time. It's your brother, Gu Yaozu." "What? That is impossible. You must be mistaken," Gu Qianqian exclaimed in disbelief, unable to fathom her ears. Yaozu, who despised gambling due to their father's vices and was so sensible and obedient, how could he possibly gamble? "We would never make such a mistake, Miss Gu. Your brother owes 5 million this time." "Miss Gu, we are old acquaintances. I hope you won't make this difficult for us. Please, do not trouble Gu Yaozu. I will come over immediately." While the casino manager's words seemed polite, the underlying threat was unmistakable to Gu Qianqian. Heavy-hearted, she could not believe her brother would resort to gambling, let alone accrue a debt of 5 million. There must be some misunderstanding. She needed to see this for herself. "We will be awaiting your arrival, Miss Gu." The casino manager chuckled coldly before hanging up. In Chapter 21, You Owe Me. At Haiqing's underground casino, within a heavily guarded office, Gu Yaozu sat dejectedly on the sofa, his hair disheveled, eyes glazed over, and chin covered in stubble. He could not comprehend how he had inexplicably lost over 5 million. Wasn't he supposed to be a gambling prodigy, dominating the tables? Last night, he had arrived with 1 million in high spirits, initially purchasing chips worth 100,000. As anticipated, within mere minutes, his chips doubled to 200,000. Observing the envious gazes of other gamblers, especially the adoring looks from the dealer, he felt invincible and carelessly exchanged the remaining 900,000 for more chips. While his luck waned thereafter, he still won more than he lost. After about an hour, his chips once again doubled to 2 million. However, he soon plunged into a frenzy, winning and losing, and before he realized it, he had lost all 200,000. With bloodshot eyes, he convinced himself that it was merely a streak of bad luck. He only needed to persist, and he would recover his losses. At that moment, the casino's lending services came into play, and overnight, Gu Yaozu borrowed 5 million from the casino. Typically, the casino would not be so quick to demand repayment due to the high-interest nature of the loans, but it was different because Gu Yaozu was Gu Qianqian's brother, and the true owner of the casino was Yi Xiu. As for why Yi Xiu owned the casino, it was thanks to the original character. Upon discovering that Gu Qianqian had embezzled company funds to pay off her father's gambling debts, the original character initially took it upon himself to fill the gap in the company's finances. He then employed various means and spent considerable amounts to acquire the underground casino from the Wang family of Haiqing. His reasoning was simple. Gu Qianqian was a self-reliant individual who would not accept his financial assistance, so by owning the casino, he could discreetly provide her with support without compromising her dignity. When Yi Xiu learned of this from the original character's memories, he couldn't help but praise him as a true genius. Gu Yaozu gritted his teeth, incessantly recalling the details of the previous night, muttering to himself, "It's all my fault for being too greedy yesterday. If I hadn't gone all in on that last hand, I wouldn't be in debt and could have made hundreds of thousands. My gambling skills and luck are impeccable. I have won far more than I have lost overall. If I just play it safe next time, I will surely recover my losses." At that moment, the office door swung open abruptly, and Gu Yaozu looked up to see Gu Qianqian entering. His eyes lit up. "Sister, you've finally arrived." Gu Qianqian's expression was cold. Without waiting for Gu Yaozu to finish, she strode forward and slapped his face. "Gu Yaozu, how could you have taken up gambling? Don't you remember what our family has endured because of it? Do you have any regard for me or our mother?" Tears welled in Gu Qianqian's eyes as she pointed an accusatory finger at her younger brother, unable to fathom how her once obedient brother had resorted to gambling. "Are you out of your mind? How dare you hit me?" Gu Yaozu exploded in anger, rising abruptly and seizing Gu Qianqian by the throat, glaring at her with bloodshot eyes. He was already furious about losing money, and now Gu Qianqian showed no concern for him and had the audacity to strike him. Neither Gu Jiangwo nor Wang Feng had ever laid a hand on him. How could this money-losing sister dare to do so? Cough, cough. "Yaozu, what are you doing? Let go of me." Gu Qianqian choked, her fear evident in her eyes, which made Gu Yaozu momentarily sober. He still needed her to repay the debt. He couldn't afford to kill her. With a cold snort, he released his grip. Gu Qianqian coughed, tears streaming down her face, looking at Gu Yaozu with a complex gaze. His transformation was so drastic that she barely recognized him. She couldn't comprehend how gambling could alter a person so profoundly overnight. Gu Yaozu noticed the change in Gu Qianqian's expression, but was too indifferent to pretend to be the dutiful brother anymore. Now that he was capable of earning substantial money, there was no way he would continue to flatter Gu Qianqian as he had in the past. In his mind, the greatest humiliation of these years was having to flatter Gu Qianqian, who was nothing but a financial burden. What kind of look is that? Hurry up and repay my debts. I need to go home and take a shower. I stink. Gu Yaozu, sensing Gu Qianqian's silence, felt a flicker of anger rising within him. Yaozu, are you alright? How did you become like this? Gu Qianqian wondered if her brother had suffered some severe trauma that had affected his mind. I've always been like this. Stop nagging. Gu Qianqian, just give me the money. Gu Yaozu was solely focused on returning home to sleep, planning to return to the casino to recoup his losses, unwilling to engage in any further conversation with Gu Qianqian. You only care about money. I gave you 1 million yesterday, and you lost it all? Gu Qianqian felt a deep sense of grievance, having poured her heart into caring for Gu Yaozu. Gu Qianqian, are you mentally challenged? If I hadn't lost that 1 million, would I need to borrow 5 million? Gu Yaozu found himself amused by Gu Qianqian's naivety. For the first time, he thought she wasn't as smart as she believed. I don't have 5 million right now. Just wait. Gu Qianqian remained silent for a long time, feeling desolate at Gu Yaozu's current state. Despite her reluctance to help him, she couldn't abandon him, for he was, after all, her brother. What do you mean? Do you not want to help me anymore? You repaid that old ding 300 million. How can you say you don't have 5 million for me? You ungrateful money loser. If I don't save you, you will surely face dire consequences. Gu Qianqian's words ignited Gu Yaozu's fury. How dare you call me a money loser? Gu Yaozu, you know very well how I have treated you over the years. Who is truly ungrateful here? Gu Qianqian retaliated, her heart aching as she never expected such a term to come from her brother. I know you have always looked down on me, thinking that having a brother like me, who is uneducated, brings you shame. But don't forget, without my decision to drop out back then, how could you have completed your university education? Without my sacrifice, you would not have your current life. Your kindness to me, Gu Qianqian, is nothing more than what you owe me. Gu Yaozu declared with indignation, his tone brimming with a sense of entitlement. Chapter 22. Gu Qianqian in despair. You. Gu Yaozu, how could you look at me like that? When did I ever look down on you or think you were a disgrace? Gu Qianqian's heart felt shattered into pieces. She could not comprehend what she had done wrong to provoke such contempt from her brother. Whether you look down on me or not, you know in your heart. Gu Yaozu interrupted her, his voice cold and devoid of warmth. Let me ask you, do you acknowledge that I dropped out to support your university education? I acknowledge, Gu Qianqian nodded, having always held deep gratitude for Gu Yaozu's sacrifice. This was the very reason she had been so devoted to him over the years. Since you acknowledge it, then repay me the 5 million first. And then give me 10 million. Remember, this is all your debt. You will never be able to repay it in your lifetime. You, Gu Yaozu, fine. It's just 15 million. I will agree to it. But our sibling bond ends here. Gu Qianqian trembled with rage. Suit yourself. The most important thing now is that you must help me out of this situation. Gu Yaozu sneered. Could Gu Qianqian truly sever their bond? He knew that if their mother shed a few tears, Gu Qianqian would undoubtedly apologize to him. I will hold your dropout against you for the rest of my life. Gu Qianqian coldly snorted and turned to leave the room. A few minutes later, after negotiations, Gu Yaozu left the casino after signing a 5 million yuan IOU. He had initially intended for Gu Qianqian to sign it for him, but the casino refused, leaving him no choice but to sign his name in frustration. September in High City was still quite warm, the sun blazing down as Gu Qianqian aimlessly wandered the streets, feeling a chilling cold despite the heat. She could not understand how, in a single night, her life had taken such a turn. At that moment, Wang Fang's phone rang again. Mom, what's wrong? Didn't I give you the money? How can you still ask me that? Gu Qianqian, look at the mess you've made. Wang Fang's voice was sharp and accusatory. What have I done? Gu Qianqian was perplexed. How can you even ask? Your brother is in debt, and you did nothing to help him. You let him sign an IOU. Do you want to ruin him? How can you be so heartless, unable to see him do well? Do you have no conscience? If it weren't for him voluntarily dropping out to let you go to university, could you have your current life? Wang Fang's voice grew increasingly bitter, laced with deep animosity. Gu Qianqian clutched her chest, gasping for breath, feeling as though her heart might explode. Again with the dropping out, again. You spend all day discussing this matter. Is it not your ineptitude that has rendered him unable to attend school? Why has it become my problem? Have I not provided enough for him over these past few years? Must I sacrifice my very life to appease you? Gu Qianqian's anguished cries finally unleashed the pent-up fury within her. Yes, it is insufficient. Even a lifetime would not suffice. Go out and inquire how many families would allow their son to drop out for the sake of a worthless child like you. Ah, you are still ungrateful. A heartless wolf. Gu Qianqian, I do not care. I am telling you, today you must resolve this issue for me. Otherwise, I shall no longer recognize you as my daughter. Gu Qianqian's defiance incited an overwhelming rage in Wang Fong. She could not accept Gu Qianqian's departure from her control. Ha ha. Another worthless child. Mother, are you not a woman? If I am worthless, then what are you? Tears streamed down Gu Qianqian's face as she smiled bitterly, realizing that the mother she had always believed loved her also saw her as a burden. You wretched child. Do you wish to drive me to my grave? Wang Fong clutched her chest, nearly gasping for breath. Her face flushed, and after a long moment, she finally calmed herself. Qianqian, have I not treated you well all these years? How much longer can I live? Consider this a plea from your mother. Please save your brother, or else I shall die with my eyes unclosed. Listening to Wang Fong's lament, Gu Qianqian's emotions gradually settled. After a long silence, she exhaled deeply, her voice dry. Fine. Mother, I promise you, I will resolve Gu Yaozu's matter before tomorrow. With that, Gu Qianqian hung up the phone, staring blankly at the sky. Everyone is forcing me. Why is it all on me? Yi Xiao, you have won. I resign myself to fate. Gu Qianqian, feeling cornered, her gaze gradually firmed. After purchasing a cool outfit in a nearby mall, she boarded a taxi headed to Yi Xiao's company. In Gu Qianqian's home, Gu Yaozu gave a thumbs up to Wang Fong after she hung up the phone. Mother, it is thanks to you that this worthless child will agree. Wang Fong displayed a triumphant smile, though worry lingered. Yaozu, do you think that by doing this, Qianqian will cease to care for us? That worthless child is foolishly filial. You need not worry, she will not abandon us. Moreover, regarding the matter of dropping out, if she truly disregards us, we shall expose her. And then how will she manage? Gu Yaozu scoffed coldly. But that matter is, after all, fabricated, could it be? As long as you do not speak of it, and I remain silent, and father does not mention it, who will know what transpired back then? The truth is that our family forced me to drop out to support her university education. Though Gu Yaozu spoke with a grim tone, he instinctively felt a twinge of guilt. It was he who had inadvertently caused a female classmate to become pregnant, leading to his forced withdrawal from school. Not a voluntary decision. At that time, Gu Zhengwo had not yet succumbed to gambling. As a small contractor, how could he be unable to afford education for 2 children? It was merely a means to further exploit Gu Qianqian. That is well. Yaozu, you need not worry. We shall not speak of it. Wang Fong paused, then added earnestly. However, Yaozu, you must never engage in gambling again. It will ruin you. Oh, mother, I understand. Did I not inform you that I was framed? How could I possibly gamble? Rest assured. Gu Yaozu replied dismissively, yet he felt indifferent as he waved his hand and returned to his room. Protagonist's brother has succumbed to addiction, accumulating massive gambling debts. Host villain points 500. Protagonist has severed ties with brother in advance. The plot shifts dramatically. Host villain points 500. Protagonist is nearly at odds with mother. The plot shifts dramatically. Host villain points 500. Chapter 23. Kneel and speak. In the office of the CEO, Yi Xiao reclined with his legs on the desk. The mechanical sounds echoing in his mind prompted him to set down his phone. Observing his villain points balance, Yi Xiao sighed softly. Alas, only 166 points remained. When would he accumulate enough to exchange for a sword technique? Yi Xiao harbored a deep obsession with flying through the skies. After all, being handsome was a lifelong pursuit. Just as he drooled over the system's marketplace, a taxi pulled up at the entrance of the corporate building. The door swung open, revealing a long, fair leg stepping out. Gu Qianqian had arrived. Throughout the journey, Gu Qianqian reflected on her brief 20-plus years, realizing that only Yi Xiao had genuinely cared for her. In the past, she had always perceived Yi Xiao as exalted, akin to an aloof flower, evoking an awe that rendered her unable to gaze upon him directly. Upon confronting her true feelings, Gu Qianqian understood that it was not disdain she felt for Yi Xiao, but rather an unadulterated envy. She yearned to drag Yi Xiao down from his pedestal, to see him fall from grace. The more he fawned over her, the more contempt she harbored for him. Taking a deep breath, she strode toward the lobby. Hello. Whom are you looking for? The receptionist, an inexperienced newcomer named Su Nian, confronted her. You dare to block me, a mere receptionist? Do you not know who I am? Gu Qianqian exclaimed incredulously. Should I know who you are? The CEO has strictly ordered that unauthorized personnel are not permitted to enter the company. Sun Yin's previously cheerful demeanor shifted as Gu Qianqian's rudeness ignited her irritation. I am here to see your CEO, Yi Xiao. Gu Qianqian pressed, struggling to contain her growing anger. Oh, do you have an appointment? Sun Yin responded coldly, maintaining her professional stance, still denying Gu Qianqian entry. What appointment do I need to see Yi Xiao? Gu Qianqian could hardly believe her ears. So, you do not have an appointment? Please wait, I will inform the CEO. Sun Yin disregarded Gu Qianqian's fury and picked up the phone to call Yi Xiao's office. Gu Qianqian glared at Sun Yin, feeling deeply wronged. It was the first time she realized that without Yi Xiao's consent, she could not even enter the company doors. A few minutes later, you may enter. The CEO has instructed you to go directly to his office. Sun Yin was somewhat surprised, not anticipating that this woman truly knew the CEO. Humph. Gu Qianqian sniffed disdainfully, casting a cold glare at Sun Yin, memorizing her appearance. You little wench, just wait. Once I have placated Yi Xiao, I will deal with you properly. Gu Qianqian's icy stare sent a chill down Sun Yin's spine, who nervously patted herself, fearing she might be dismissed so soon after starting her job. Approaching the door of Yi Xiao's office, Gu Qianqian adjusted her bag containing her new outfit, took a deep breath, and knocked on the door. Come in. Pushing the door open, Gu Qianqian found Yi Xiao lounging in his chair, his legs propped up on the desk, wearing a smirk that was neither a smile nor a frown as he regarded her. Here to repay the debt? Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow. I am not Yi Xiao. I apologize. Gu Qianqian had much to express, yet found herself at a loss for words, ultimately reducing her sentiments to a mere apology. What are you here for if not to repay your debts? Very well, I accept your apology, now leave. Someone, show our guest out. Yi Xiao scoffed, issuing a dismissal. Even at this juncture, Gu Qianqian's lingering pride, nurtured by her previous self, had not entirely dissipated. It appeared she still needed some discipline. No, Yi Xiao. Please don't rush me away, let me finish. Originally intending to gain some leverage over Qiao in Yi Xiao's presence, Gu Qianqian felt a surge of panic as Yi Xiao truly aimed to expel her, her tone involuntarily rising. There are many who wish to converse with me. Who do you think you are? Yi Xiao's eyes glimmered with a hint of anger. I. Gu Qianqian found herself choked by Yi Xiao's words. Feeling wronged, her large eyes glistening with unshed tears. Get lost. No, Yi Xiao, I was wrong. I beg you, please don't send me away. Seeing Yi Xiao genuinely angry, she grew anxious, her voice tinged with desperation. Gu Qianqian silently cursed herself for her foolishness, still clinging to her pride in front of Yi Xiao despite the gravity of her situation. With no other options left, save for Yi Xiao, she realized that without his assistance, death might be her only fate. At last, Yi Xiao's face softened with a hint of amusement as he beckoned Gu Qianqian closer. Come here. All right. Gu Qianqian clutched her bag tightly, lowering her gaze as she approached him. Yi Xiao, I want silence. Come before me, kneel. Yi Xiao slid back in his chair, creating space for her to kneel. What did you say? Gu Qianqian abruptly lifted her head, aware from her penchant for romantic novels of Yi Xiao's intentions. Though she had prepared to offer him some incentives, she had not anticipated the extent of his demands. Unwilling? Then leave and never return. Yi Xiao smirked. No, please, I can't. Reflecting on Yi Xiao's past kindness and the coldness of her home, with its 3 unfeeling inhabitants, she pondered that perhaps aligning herself with Yi Xiao might not be so bad after all. Ultimately, she stood before him and slowly knelt down. Yi Xiao grasped Gu Qianqian's chin, his fingers grazing her cheek, his expression inscrutable. Setting aside all else, Gu Qianqian's beauty was indeed striking. Yi Xiao swallowed hard and activated his discerning gaze. Revealing, name, Gu Qianqian, height, 166, 34B, age, 23, fate, genius girl navigates the workplace protagonist, beauty, 95, special physique, extreme body, exceptional cauldron, skills, advanced business, intermediate accounting, intermediate culinary, intermediate housekeeping, affection, 50, complex, interesting. Gu Qianqian possesses a unique physique. Yi Xiao's eyes brightened. Initially, he intended merely to humiliate her, to take advantage and then dispose of her. However, it would be unwise to squander such a rare find. Yet, considering her character, she seemed unworthy of being his lover. Perhaps he could make her his subordinate instead. Returning to the present, he released her chin, lightly patting her cheek, leaning back in his chair with a wicked grin. Open your mouth. Chapter 24. No wonder she is the protagonist. The protagonist indeed. With just a flicker of action, she amassed 5,000 villain points. If this continues, she shall soar. Yi Xiao smiled, feeling invigorated. Gu Qianqian, sensing a slight easing of tension, cautiously inquired. Yi Xiao, may I ask, am I forgiven now? That depends on your performance, he replied with a smile, indicating that the evaluation of her performance lay solely in her hands. Gu Qianqian hesitated for a moment, then grasped her bag from the floor and rose slowly. She placed the bag on the table, turning her back to Wang Tong, trembling slightly as she prepared to face Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao's tone left no room for debate. Gu Qianqian, her body quivering, turned around, her fair skin glowing, her long legs shimmering, her delicate feet petite. Yi Xiao unabashedly admired the breathtaking view before him, his fervent gaze causing Gu Qianqian's cheeks to flush a deeper shade. Taking a deep breath, she retrieved her meticulously prepared outfit from her bag. Perhaps having come to a realization, Gu Qianqian fully surrendered in Yi Xiao's presence. She donned her attire with determination. She approached him, bending slightly, her eyes shimmering with allure. Yi Xiao, call me master. And master, allow me to perform well, please. An hour later, the host successfully subdued the protagonist, villain points, 5,000. The host forcefully extracted the protagonist's first blood, villain points, 10,000. The protagonist Gu Qianqian's affection for the host reaches 60, villain points, 1,000. How did Gu Qianqian's affection suddenly increase so much? Could it be that my prowess has impressed her? Yi Xiao mused, reflecting on the exceptional nature of the female-centric narrative. Even a seemingly hypocritical protagonist like Gu Qianqian could be truly remarkable. Henceforth, if anyone dared to claim that stories aimed at women were inferior, Yi Xiao would be the first to disagree. Who says female narratives are bleak? They are truly delightful. Master, how did I perform? Gu Qianqian raised her head, gazing at Yi Xiao with anticipation in her eyes. Not bad, Yi Xiao replied, returning to reality as he lit a cigarette, nodding in approval. He spoke truthfully. Despite this being her first experience, Gu Qianqian had indeed performed admirably. It was no wonder she was the leading lady. Her innate talent in this domain was astonishingly high. Although initially inexperienced, with Yi Xiao's guidance, she adapted quickly, even displaying ingenuity and taking the initiative. Had it not been for Yi Xiao's past experiences, he would have surely succumbed to her allure in no time. Could you assist me with something? Gu Qianqian, sensing Yi Xiao's good mood, twirled her fingers gently on his chest and spoke softly. You mean regarding your brother? His debts will be wiped clean. Yi Xiao was a man of his word, and Gu Qianqian's performance had genuinely satisfied him. Helping her was certainly within reason. Besides, Gu Yaozu's gambling debts posed virtually no cost to Yi Xiao. Forgiving them would not be a loss, especially since he had indeed lost over 1 million at the casino, earning her wealth while indulging in his desires for Yi Xiao. This was akin to Qin Shi Huang savoring Sichuan peppercorns to the point of indulgence. Master, you are truly benevolent. A glimmer of pride flickered in Gu Qianqian's eyes as she nuzzled closer, her voice soft and tender. So, master, what about my 300 million? Yi Xiao's expression turned frigid as he grasped Gu Qianqian's chin with a fierce grip, his eyes glinting with derision. 300 million? Gu Qianqian, are you made of diamonds? How could you be worth so much? Ah, it hurts. How can you say that? Gu Qianqian winced under his grip, tears brimming in her eyes. If you don't want me to say this, then don't demean yourself. With a swift motion, Yi Xiao cast her to the ground, his gaze icy as he regarded her. Gu Qianqian knelt on the floor, unable to contain her tears, grappling with the transformation of Yi Xiao's heart over just 2 days. She had offered him her most precious self, even humbling herself to the point of losing all dignity, yet he treated her with such cruelty. Exhausted from crying, she lifted her head, staring at Yi Xiao for a long while before, with a trembling voice, she asked, Yi Xiao, do you still love me? Yi Xiao replied, do you take me for a fool, or do you consider yourself one? Amused by Gu Qianqian's thought process, he wondered why she still fantasized about love. Was his demeanor not sufficiently ruthless? How could she be so ordinary yet so self-assured? Feeling shattered, Gu Qianqian lay powerless on the ground, unable to accept the truth of his indifference. If you don't love me, why treat me this way? You scoundrel. After 2.5 years, how could he simply declare that he did not love her? Yi Xiao, how can you be so heartless? As despair consumed her, she rose, her eyes aflame with fury, shouting at Yi Xiao, it's merely a transaction, one where we both consented. How dare you morally bind me? Yi Xiao approached her, his face stoic, and struck her sharply across the face. Ah, you hit me again. How many times have you struck me in these 2 days? Yi Xiao, you scoundrel. If you have the courage, then kill me. Come on, do it. Gu Qianqian seemed to have surrendered completely, unleashing her rage upon Yi Xiao. With a cold demeanor, Yi Xiao seized Gu Qianqian and threw her onto the sofa, raising his hand to strike again. Smite me if you have the guts. Ah, kill me. You scoundrel. I'm not afraid of you. After an hour had passed, Yishio leaned against the sofa, lighting a cigarette. Gu Qianqian sat silently, her gaze towards him a complex mix of confusion, affection, and regret. Yishio shivered. What was with her gaze? Chapter 25. The Contract of Servitude. Whipping the protagonist's rear. Host's villain value 1000. Striking again, suppressing the protagonist. Host's villain value 3000. Protagonist Gu Qianqian's favorability towards host reaches 70. Host's villain value 3000. Why has Gu Qianqian's favorability towards me risen so swiftly? She must have awakened some special trait. Yishio mused, a thrill coursing through him. Upon sensing his own cultivation, he discovered a significant advancement, nearing the mid-stage of foundation establishment. Gu Qianqian, it seemed, was indeed a remarkable furnace with a unique constitution, and merely 2 encounters had elevated his cultivation. Delighted, he turned his attention to Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian, what is it, master? She looked up, attentively wiping her hands with a wet tissue. The 300 million you owe me must be repaid without question. Yishio crossed his arms, his expression impassive. But, master, I truly do not have that much money, Gu Qianqian replied, her eyes wide and innocent, gazing at Yishio pleadingly. Allow me to finish. Yishio's sharp gaze made her shudder instinctively, her voice quivering as she replied, Yes, please continue. From now on, you are bound to me. You will work for me. And only when you repay the 300 million will you regain your freedom. A glint of mischief flashed in Yishio's eyes as he produced a contract from his bag and handed it to Gu Qianqian, his tone brooking no argument. Obey the master. Gu Qianqian stared at the inequitable contract in her hands, her mouth opening to protest, but upon meeting Yishio's scrutinizing gaze, she ultimately nodded and signed the contract of servitude. In that instant, as she wrote her name, a flicker of affection appeared in her eyes directed at Yishio. This contract, which Yishio had purchased for 5,000 villain points from the system's marketplace, ensured that the signatory would retain their own thoughts and principles and would not become a mindless puppet. They would be free. But one condition remained, absolute loyalty to Yishio, forcing the protagonist to sign the contract of servitude, forever becoming the host's free laborer. Host's villain value 5,000. 5,000 for 5,000. How considerate. Yishio exclaimed, pleased. You shall tidy up and then move into my villa. He was quite happy, having firmly secured Gu Qianqian, allowing him to reap villain points in the long term. More importantly, Gu Qianqian possessed advanced business acumen as a capable career woman, making her an ideal tool for managing his company. Though Chu Weiwei also had advanced commercial skills, it would be unwise to rely solely on her. After all, Yishio was not the unscrupulous employer he had encountered in his past life. Even a donkey from a landlord's family deserved some rest. But what about my family? Gu Qianqian hesitated, though disheartened by Gu Zhangwo and the others. Years of emotional manipulation made her instinctively consider her family. Those 3 leeches? You should cut ties with them immediately, instead of playing the fool. Yishio scoffed, knowing this was a common trope in female narratives, but finding it utterly foolish. Such moral constraints could only bind ordinary people. Gu Qianqian, as the vice president of a billion-dollar corporation, should have countless ways to manage those 3. Yet she chose the path of misguided loyalty. Yishio grew increasingly frustrated. Now that Gu Qianqian was his tool, how could he allow those scoundrels to hinder her efficiency? He addressed the indecisive Gu Qianqian sternly. If you cannot handle those 3 scoundrels, then you are of no use to me. You may leave. Please, don't abandon me, master. I can handle it. Gu Qianqian pleaded desperately, her eyes imploring as she gazed at Yishio. Very well, I shall observe your performance, Yishio replied, non-committal yet contemplative. Master, rest assured, I will not disappoint you. Gu Qianqian's current master called her name with increasing ease. Perhaps the system's contract had granted her a clearer mind. Or perhaps it was her genuine disdain for her few despicable family members that fueled her resolve. She silently vowed to give those 3 vampires a taste of their own medicine, ensuring they regurgitated every drop of blood they had drained from her. With a sigh, Gu Qianqian reflected on her 20-plus years of life, and suddenly realized that she could not recall a single moment of warmth from her family. A bitter smile crossed her lips as she felt like a mere joke, having once foolishly distanced herself from Yishio, the only person who had treated her well, while wholeheartedly investing in those bloodsuckers. Now, having formed this kind of relationship with Yishio, she mused, it could only be seen as divine retribution. With a melancholic sigh, Gu Qianqian hastily dressed and limped out of Yishio's office. In the corridor, around the corner, Chu Weiwei watched Gu Qianqian's departing figure. Her fair face flushed with 2 spots of red, her gaze filled with complexity. She felt deep disappointment towards Yishio, who she had hoped would have awakened to the truth. Yet, In just 2 days, he had not escaped the clutches of Gu Qianqian, the green tea girl. Alas, for Aunt Xia's sake, before being expelled by Gu Qianqian, she resolved to diligently oversee the company to prevent that scheming woman from succeeding. Recalling how Yi Xiu had indulged Gu Qianqian in the past, Chu Weiwei felt an overwhelming sense of darkness ahead, not out of concern for her own future, but because she feared she would let down Xia Hua's expectations. With a soft sigh, she approached Yi Xiu's office door and knocked. Upon receiving his acknowledgement, she entered. Chu Weiwei furrowed her brows as she was engulfed by an indescribable scent in the air. Looking around, she found the room in disarray, clothes and torn stockings scattered everywhere, the curtains in disarray, and the sofa marked with water stains. Even Yi Xiu's desk bore large damp patches. Suddenly, her eyes widened. She seemed to understand the cause of the chaos. In an instant, her face flushed with heat, and she lowered her head, unable to meet Yi Xiu's gaze. Weiwei, have someone come to tidy this up. If there's anything, discuss it in your office, Yi Xiu said, fastening his shirt cuffs and heading towards the assistant's office. All right. Chu Weiwei dazedly followed him, her eyes filled with curiosity. She knew that in the past 2.5 years, Yi Xiu had neither dined with Gu Qianqian nor even kissed her, yet today he had indulged in her with such fervor in his office. Chu Weiwei understood that if a man truly loved a woman, he would never treat her first meal so casually. Could it be? Her eyes suddenly brightened as a suspicion formed in her heart. For some reason, having grasped the truth, her steps felt lighter. Chapter 26. Why are the leading ladies gathering? Young master, out of the 437 personnel in the company's management, 428 have engaged in varying degrees of embezzlement. All of them meet the criteria for prosecution and have been apprehended. Chu Weiwei spoke with an air of seriousness and professionalism, exuding confidence. Cleaning out various protagonists from our ranks has awarded the host 5,000 villain points. Goodness. Yi Xiu was aware that the group's previous state was far from optimistic, but he never expected it to be this dire. Out of 437 managers, 428 were guilty of misconduct. This was only possible in a female-centric narrative, where the protection of plot powers allowed Yi Xiu's company to thrive. Otherwise, could they even survive as a billion-dollar enterprise? They would be left with nothing but tattered remnants. However, amidst such a corrupt environment, it was remarkable that 9 individuals had remained unsullied. These individuals must be promoted. Those 9 untainted employees would each receive a level increase and a doubling of their salaries. By the way, young master, I must inform you of a peculiar situation. All 9 individuals are from the same office in the procurement department. Chu Weiwei placed the profiles of these 9 individuals before Yi Xiu. Oh, Yi Xiu, intrigued, began to examine their detailed information, his eyes lighting up as he sensed he might have encountered another leading lady. All 9 hailed from the same office within the procurement department, responsible for the group's supermarket business. The office head, Bai Ji, was known for her integrity and aversion to wrongdoing, and her subordinates shared similar virtues. Logically, such a lucrative department would not be led by someone like Bai Ji in the previous chaotic atmosphere of the group. Yet, strangely, despite offending many and facing numerous obstacles, she had managed to maintain her position for nearly 2 years due to various coincidences. This luck was meant for a leading lady. Yet, what kind of protagonist was she? Yi Xiu pondered, and then said to Chu Weiwei, Bai Ji seems promising. Have her come to my office shortly. I wish to meet her. Chu Weiwei nodded in acknowledgement, and then produced several A4 sheets, placing them before Yi Xiu. Young master, Wang Bo just informed me that all personnel at the manor have been replaced as per your instructions. Here are the details. Yi Xiu casually perused the documents, his eyes growing brighter. Wang Bo was indeed reliable. Each candidate was exceptional, with attractive figures and looks rated above 80. As he flipped through, he paused upon seeing a photo of a charming young girl with a cherubic face, Xiao Menger, who had previously blocked Gu Qianqian at the manor's entrance. For security reasons, all personnel allowed into the manor were thoroughly vetted, thus the information was quite detailed. Xiao Menger had been abandoned at birth and was rescued by a kindly elderly woman who raised her through scavenging, treating her with great care. Xiao Menger had excelled academically, earning scholarships throughout her education, and after years of study, she had not only incurred no expenses but had even earned some. Originally, she intended to pursue further studies, but with her grandmother's illness requiring substantial funds, she had to seek employment immediately after graduation. As for why she came to work at Yi Xiu's manor, the answer was simple. The salary was irresistible. With a monthly wage of 20,000 plus comprehensive benefits, it was an offer Xiao Menger could not refuse. Yet, why did she seem like another leading lady? However, Yi Xiao did not delve deeply, intending to investigate further upon his return to the manor. He quickly skimmed through the profiles of the other maids. Additionally, I received news from the hidden guards that Hui Yunting has been released without charge. Chu Weiwei continued after Yi Xiao finished reviewing. What transpired? Yi Xiao's expression darkened slightly. Although he had publicly severed ties with the Yi family, he was still the sole grandson of the third elder, and the police in Haiqing would not easily release Hui Yunting unless someone intervened. Yi Xiao's mood soured. How could a foolish male protagonist from a female-centric narrative be so troublesome? Today, the Faculty of Law at Haiqing University organized an event to provide pro bono legal assistance to the public. Hui Yunting managed to contact a student named Li Bingyan through a prison guard. Li Bingyan reviewed Hui Yunting's case file and successfully advocated for his exoneration. As you may know, the theft accusation was rather dubious, so under Li Bingyan's vigorous defense, the Haiqing police had no choice but to release Hui Yunting. Chu Weiwei adjusted her glasses. Li Bingyan, the little princess from the Li family in Jingdu? Yi Xiao expressed his surprise, his mind conjuring the image of a strikingly beautiful, yet somewhat naive young woman. Indeed, young master, that is her. Chu Weiwei nodded. Yi Xiao fell silent. He indeed recognized Li Bingyan, and they could even be considered childhood friends. Li Bingyan, the legitimate princess of the Li family in Jingdu, is a descendant of Li Kuei, the ancient legalist philosopher from the pre-Qin era. Gifted with exceptional talent, she has been studying legalist philosophy under the guidance of her clan elders since childhood, defeating her contemporaries in debates and earning considerable acclaim. However, she is also notoriously stubborn and rigid in her beliefs, due to her family's powerful influence. She possesses a certain naivety and fervor, unable to tolerate injustice or unfairness, and would undoubtedly rush to aid those in need. Although Yi Xiao found her somewhat foolish, he could not help but admire her determination. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that Li Bingyan's act of saving Hui Yunting resembled the opening of a redemption narrative typical of female-centric literature. And here I am, Yi Xiao, the quintessential villainous heir. What's more, I share a childhood bond with Li Bingyan. The resemblance is striking. Yi Xiao frowned in dissatisfaction, pondering the unusual influx of female leads. Is it because I have captured Gu Qianqian's attention? Indeed, since you have won over Gu Qianqian, the original storyline has been irrevocably altered, and the protagonist's fate begins to wane. The system promptly provided an explanation to Yi Xiao. Will I still be able to extract villain points from Gu Qianqian? Yi Xiao was indifferent to what had become of Gu Qianqian. He was solely concerned with whether he could still siphon villain points from her. Yes, the protagonist's fate will never change. Only the trajectory of destiny can be altered. Without fortune, can one truly be considered a protagonist? Yi Xiao mused, intrigued yet unconcerned. As long as he could continue to gather villain points, that was all that mattered. Chapter 27. Goodness. The true heiress, my fiancée. System, does that mean any female lead in this world will inevitably intersect with my path? Yi Xiao massaged his temples, initially accepting the presence of 3 female leads in one day, but now he faced an overwhelming trio. Even a workhorse deserves a moment to rest. Young master, there is no escaping your role as the destined villain. It is inescapable, even if you hide atop the peaks of the Himalayas. A female lead will mysteriously fall from the sky and declare your impending doom. So, is there sweetness even in the world of female narratives? Yi Xiao felt a rush of excitement. I was merely providing an example. Even the female-centric world finds this excessive. Yi Xiao sighed in disappointment. Oh, I had hoped for sweetness, thinking to impart the harshness of reality, only to discover otherwise. To not torment this insufferable character is truly a missed opportunity. Young master, Bai Ji has arrived and is waiting outside the office. Let her in, Yi Xiao replied. Curiosity piqued as he gazed towards the door. Chu Weiwei stepped out, glancing at the somewhat anxious Bai Ji standing outside, nodding at her before striding away. Outside, Bai Ji felt extremely tense. Today, the company was in disarray, with police cars nearly surrounding the premises. Over 1,000 people entered throughout the day, and although Bai Ji was innocent, she still felt unnerved. Just as she was processing all this, she received word to meet Yi Xiao. Her impression of him had not been particularly positive, despite his youth, stature, and good looks. He was an unapologetic sycophant. Previously, Gu Qianqian's nepotism had created chaos within the company, which Bai Ji had witnessed and felt deeply. She had been engaged in a constant battle with these individuals, persistently sending reports to Yi Xiao, only to have her emails fall on deaf ears. Just as she was about to give up and resign, the company's dynamics shifted overnight. Not only was Gu Qianqian stripped of her vice-presidential position, but nearly the entire management team was sent to jail by Yi Xiao. This change altered her perception of him. Though she remained uncertain how long he could maintain this new order, Baiji was unsure why Yi Xiu had summoned her, after years of being marginalized. She did not expect a promotion from him. Taking a deep breath, she pushed open the office door. Before her stood a young man, radiant and handsome, with a clear yet profound gaze, smiling at her. Baiji paused, wondering why her CEO seemed even more attractive than before. Nervousness washed over her. This was her first time meeting Yi Xiu alone. "Hello, President. May I ask why you called for me?" While Baiji scrutinized Yi Xiu, he also assessed her. Baiji was tall, with fair skin, her hair tied back in a high ponytail, her complexion unadorned. Clad in a slightly worn but impeccably clean gray professional outfit and polished flats, her simplicity did little to obscure her striking figure and radiant beauty, making her quite eye-catching. Yet, for some reason, Yi Xiu felt an odd familiarity with Baiji's face, though he realized this was indeed their first meeting. With curiosity, he activated his investigative eye. Name, Baiji. Height, 172 centimeters, 36D. Appearance, 97. Age, 25. Fate, supporting role in the True Heiress Reborn, Family Regrets. Protagonist in the True Heiress Reborn, Family Regrets. Special physique, fortune goddess body, unawakened exceptional luck, photographic memory, and the ability to bind with a loved one's fortune, sacrificing her own luck to shield them from calamities. Skills, master-level culinary arts, master-level computing, advanced law, intermediate business, intermediate housekeeping. Affinity, 30, curious. What an extravagant profile. Yi Xiu couldn't help but gasp in awe. Baiji's stunning appearance was one thing, but her 36, no, her fortune goddess body was truly enviable. Moreover, it was his first encounter with someone possessing master-level skills, too, no less. Yi Xiu felt a pang of jealousy. Is this the life of a protagonist? Mastering everything with such ease? How are we, the academically challenged, to survive? Life is indeed unfair. Upon encountering the female lead, the detailed narrative of the True Heiress Reborn, Family Regrets, has been triggered, and you may review it at your leisure, the system informed him. Yi Xiu grumbled in frustration, then proceeded to examine Baiji's fated storyline. Upon finishing, he suddenly understood why Baiji seemed familiar. Goodness, if one were to take it seriously, Baiji could be considered his fiancée. Baiji is the true daughter of the Liu family, who was lost to the outside world in Kyoto, destined to enjoy endless wealth and fortune like Yi Xiu. However, to everyone's surprise, she was swapped at birth by a family nanny. The nanny replaced Baiji with her own daughter, who became the sole girl of the Liu family, the beloved Princess Liu Yinyin. Meanwhile, Baiji was raised by the nanny, enduring countless hardships. Despite being mired in adversity, Baiji lived with integrity, buoyancy, and a radiant spirit. Most importantly, the Yi and Liu families had arranged a promise of marriage years ago, with the intended partners being Yi Xiu and Liu Yinyin. This was the primary reason for the Yi family's vehement opposition to Yi Xiu's desire to be with Gu Qianqian, as his actions nearly drove a wedge between the Gu and Liu families, severely damaging the interests of the Yi family. Yet, since Liu Yinyin is a false daughter, the true fiancé of Yi Xiu should be the striking Baiji. Baiji's parents belonged to the Liu family's main branch, with her father Liu Jian, she being the current head of the family. Soon, Baiji would be recognized by the Liu family. However, as one understands the complexities of true and false identities, the ensuing narrative reveals Baiji being slandered by Liu Yinyin, wronged by her parents, looked down upon by the Liu family, and targeted by her fiancé Yi Xiu. Nevertheless, yearning for familial affection, Baiji chooses to silently endure and wholeheartedly give her all to every member of the Liu family, ultimately leading to a tragic end where she meets her demise in the streets. Fortunately, Baiji possesses a reincarnation script, with her rebirth occurring just as she is about to return to the Liu family. Upon her rebirth, Baiji does not go home with her biological parents, but instead heads directly to the Liu family estate to meet her grandfather Liu Weiguo. Leveraging Liu Weiguo's resources and her extraordinary talent, she swiftly takes control of the Liu family within 3 years, soon rendering Liu Weiguo powerless and becoming the true decision-maker of the Liu family. Subsequently, she expels her parents' family from the Liu household, allowing them to experience the hardships she endured in her past life. However, Baiji, possessing a kind heart, cannot bear to see them continue to suffer. Thus, she finds a way to send them to Myanmar, providing them with a genuine, heartfelt experience. In Chapter 28, titled From Now On, You Shall Be My Wei Zhang, Yi Xiu, after perusing Baiji's storyline, cannot help but marvel internally, recognizing her as the true great female lead. Having witnessed numerous pretentious narratives in female literature, He detests those stories featuring a female protagonist cloaked in the guise of strength, yet ultimately reliant on a man for survival. In Yishio's perspective, only a heroine who prioritizes her career, where benefits outweigh all, and who views men merely as tools rather than emotional attachments, can be deemed a genuine great female lead. As for those who profess to be strong female leads while indulging in romantic entanglements, relying on men for their careers, they are merely imposters. For instance, Baiji in her reborn form. How could a typical author possibly craft her character to display such deep compassion for her family? Would it not reflect poorly on their portrayal of the female lead's kindness? Similarly, how could any ordinary author write Baiji as entirely devoid of romantic interests? Would that not suggest a lack of emotional depth in their characterization? While Yishio harbors admiration for Baiji, he still seeks to extract the necessary villainous traits from her narrative, just as he contemplates how to do so within the bounds of this loveless reincarnation story. He realizes Baiji still has some time before reaching her rebirth point, and an idea forms in his mind. Baiji, please take a seat. I merely wish to meet with the commendable contributor to our group and express my gratitude in person. Yishio, regaining his composure, gestures towards the sofa, wearing a gentle smile. Contributor? Me? Baiji lifts her head, incredulous at Yishio's words. Indeed, if it were not for your relentless emails, I would not have recognized the crisis facing the company. Your efforts in salvaging such significant losses for the group are commendable. Yishio feigns frustration, though a hint of embarrassment flickers in his eyes. President, you flatter me. I merely did what was expected. Baiji's cheeks flush slightly as she fidgets with her fingers. Such modesty. We are all workers here, striving for a paycheck. I shall not be insincere. Your salary will be quintupled, and all bonuses and allowances for this year will be doubled. Yishio declares with magnanimity. This, President. No, that is far too generous. Baiji hastily shakes her head, feeling undeserving of such treatment. Baiji, you have recovered substantial losses for me. This is truly not excessive. Accept it with peace of mind. It is settled. Yishio waves his hand, his tone leaving no room for argument. Then, thank you, President. Baiji, seeing Yishio's resolute demeanor, hesitates briefly before nodding in agreement, though her eyes reflect concern rather than joy. Yishio perceives her expression and understands her apprehensions. He then reassures her, Baiji, your salary will remain unchanged. In fact, it can even be lower. Open a new account, and I will transfer your salary, beyond your official earnings, into this new account under my personal name. If you believe using your identity is too precarious, I can assist you in obtaining an anonymous card. President, how did you know? Baiji gazes at Yishio in astonishment, her heart filled with surprise. Of course I deduced it. Your family circumstances are not a secret within the company, are they? Yishio maintains a composed facade, while feeling quite pleased with himself. Although Baiji's original storyline does not mention this matter, he has pieced it together from subtle clues. It is evident that Baiji is currently concealing her savings from her family. President, thank you. You are truly kind. Baiji's eyes well with tears. Overwhelmed with gratitude towards Yishio. For the first time, she feels a genuine concern for her well-being emanating from another. Having endured relentless trials since childhood, she cannot comprehend her mother Lu Mei's attitude. Even if favoring sons over daughters is commonplace, such animosity seems unwarranted. Therefore, she has worked part-time since her teenage years, ultimately saving enough for a paternity test by the time she graduated. She discreetly collected hair samples from her family and conducted the test, discovering that she was not the biological daughter of the Bai family. Furthermore, she is certain she was not abandoned. There must be some hidden truths. After all, she has witnessed the hatred and a hint of fear in Lu Mei's eyes directed at her more than once. What is she afraid of? For now, Baiji chooses to remain silent, as her salary card is still under Lu Mei's control. Moreover, confronting them unprepared would be unwise. After all, the bonds of nurturing are often stronger than those of mere blood. She fears being labeled unfilial, while knowing the Bai family will face no repercussions for their actions. This is utterly unacceptable for Baiji, who has endured for so long. She is clear about her debts of gratitude and will repay them. But she will also not let go of her grievances. Thus, she secretly saves money while seeking to investigate her origins. Yishio's arrangement of her salary allows her to retain most of her earnings, facilitating the execution of her plans, and she cannot help but feel grateful to him. There is no need for thanks. I am merely a businessman. Your dedication to your work is worth more than words. Rest assured, President, I will work diligently. From now on, if you direct me east, I shall not venture west. Baiji promptly pledges her loyalty. I happen to have a job opportunity. I wonder if you would be interested? Yishio's expression was somewhat hesitant. As long as it is a task assigned by the president and falls within the realm of normal work, I am willing. Bai Ji did not elaborate further. Bai Ji, not to make you laugh, but you are aware of my past. Had it not been for your reminder, our group would have been doomed. Therefore, I wish for you to be my assistant, to remind me whenever I stray from the right path. Yishio appeared a bit embarrassed. Yet his gaze was filled with sincerity. Bai Ji hesitated. She had a clear understanding of her allure to men, and thus the position of presidential assistant seemed fraught with peril. However, Yishio's kindness made her feel compelled to repay his generosity. In her moment of indecision, she suddenly recalled that Yishio was a well-known sycophant, utterly devoted to Gu Qianqian, with no regard for other women. What was there to worry about? Moreover, she was in dire need of money. This position was easy and offered a lucrative salary. She simply had to accept. With a nod towards Yishio, she declared, President, I am willing. Excellent. Bai Ji, you shall henceforth be my Wei Zheng. Please tidy up and move into my office tomorrow to officially commence your duties. Yishio said with delight, a broad smile gracing his face. The thought of what he needed to do before Bai Ji's rebirth made him chuckle inwardly. Genuine heiress? Fiancé? Once she falls into my grasp, there will be no escape. The day of your rebirth will surely be most entertaining. Rest assured, President, I shall work diligently and keep a close watch on you. Bai Ji, seeing Yishio's smile, could not help but return it. She suddenly felt that this sycophantic president seemed rather down to earth, quite endearing. Chapter 29. Hui Yunting's scheme against Li Bingyan. Young master, your office has been arranged. Shortly after Bai Ji departed, Chu Weiwei returned to the office, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. She found herself increasingly perplexed by Yishio. Just moments ago, she received his command to add an extra desk in the president's office. Before she could decipher the situation, two even more outrageous personnel changes followed. Gu Qianqian returned to the group as Chu Weiwei's subordinate, under her supervision, and Bai Ji was promoted to presidential assistant. Working closely alongside Yishio, Chu Weiwei was utterly bewildered by Yishio's decision to appoint Gu Qianqian as his deputy. Did he not trust her and wish to place Gu Qianqian there to monitor her? Yet, that made little sense. Not to mention whether Gu Qianqian would heed Yishio's orders. With her limited capabilities, how could she exert any control? Furthermore, the position of Bai Ji as a close assistant clearly indicated Yishio's intentions towards her, revealing his ulterior motives. Bai Ji had always been known for her integrity and high standards. How could she possibly agree to such a role? Unable to comprehend the situation, she resolved that one thing was certain. Yishio truly no longer held any feelings for Gu Qianqian. Chu Weiwei's thoughts became increasingly hazy. The more she interacted with Yishio, the more her curiosity about him intensified, as if she were enveloped in a shroud of mystery that beckoned exploration. Yishio lifted his eyelids and scrutinized Chu Weiwei. What was with this girl? Why had her favorability rating suddenly increased? After pondering without resolution, he dismissed the thought and yawned, saying, Weiwei, have you finished your tasks? Yes, young master. All is complete. Chu Weiwei nodded. Good, then let us return home. I am utterly exhausted today. Yishio rose, stretched, and led Chu Weiwei out of the company in a leisurely manner. At the Tianhe restaurant in Haiqing, Li Bingyan observed Hui Yunting devouring his meal with fervor. A flicker of concern crossed her eyes, and she poured him a glass of water, softly saying, Have some water. Eat slowly, no need to rush. If it's not enough, we can order more. Today, I will ensure you are satisfied. Yes, I hick. No. Thank you so much, Miss Li, Hui Yunting replied, interrupted by hiccups. Yet he refused to set down his bowl, continuing to shovel food into his mouth. Oh, what are you saying? As fellow wanderers in this world, it is only natural to help those in need, Li Bingyan declared proudly, a touch of youthful exuberance about her. For her, standing up for the oppressed and combating injustice was the greatest source of fulfillment in her life. Indeed, Miss Li, your chivalry is a model for us all. Without you, I would surely have met my demise. Should you ever require my assistance, I shall not hesitate. Hui Yunting could not help but smile at Li Bingyan's dramatic demeanor, yet he wisely chose to indulge her theatrics. Ha ha ha, you are quite amusing. Rest assured, I shall take care of your matters. Li Bingyan laughed heartily, but in her mirth, she failed to notice how her gestures caused a certain turbulence. Hui Yunting observed her every move, a glimmer of lasciviousness flashing in his eyes. He scrutinized her attire, recognizing the high-end custom pieces she wore, and quickly deduced that Li Bingyan's background must be extraordinary. As he contemplated, a scheme began to take shape in his mind. Hui Yunting felt a strong premonition that Li Bingyan could be the key to his revenge, and he could not afford to let this opportunity slip away. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, The thought of any potential future entanglement with Li Bingyin stirred a sense of instinctive aversion within him. Though he had only recently met her, Hui Yunting quickly grasped the essence of Li Bingyin's character, and in that brief moment, he formulated a plan on how to navigate their interactions. His demeanor became increasingly casual, his eating style more unabashed, as he followed her lead, saying, "Then it's settled. I shall become your shadow from now on. All right. I welcome your company. But please, drop the formalities, just call me Bingyin." Li Bingyin's spirits soared. Throughout her life, she had encountered men who were either sycophantic, overly cautious, or insincerely flattering. Meeting someone as carefree and unrestrained as Hui Yunting was a delightful novelty, piquing her interest and inciting playful intentions. "Very well, Bingyin. You may call me Yunting as well, and by the way, I am still not full." Hui Yunting polished off the remnants in his bowl without a hint of embarrassment, displaying it for Li Bingyin to see. "Yunting, your appetite is impressive. No wonder you've roamed the world for so long. Waiter, please bring more dishes." Li Bingyin called to the server, her mood exuberant. After another bout of ravenous consumption, Hui Yunting finally slumped back in his chair, clutching his stomach and burping contentedly. "Bingyin, thank you so much. I haven't eaten this well in ages. Remember, I am here to look after you. There's no need for gratitude. If you insist on being polite, I might get upset." Li Bingyin waved her hand dismissively. "All right, I promise not to be polite with you again." In the depths of Hui Yunting's eyes, a flicker of joy emerged. "That's more like it. Yunting, can you now explain to me why you have been wronged?" Li Bingyin, seeing Hui Yunting well-fed and satisfied, was ready to commence her serious inquiries, fueled by her innate sense of justice. "Well, Bingyin, perhaps we should let it go. I haven't suffered any real consequences." Hui Yunting hesitated, feigning concern as a test of Li Bingyin's identity. "You, who are usually so forthright. Why are you suddenly so hesitant?" Li Bingyin, irritated by Hui Yunting's reluctance, pressed on. "It's not that I'm being hesitant. It's just that, we ordinary folks should not provoke that person. Let us just drop it." Hui Yunting opened his mouth, appearing as if he wished to speak, yet dared not. "Humph. In Xia country, as long as I am in the right, there is nothing this lady cannot tackle. Will you speak or not? If you don't, I shall ignore you." With a cold snort, Li Bingyin, the contemporary leader of the legalist school and the granddaughter of a former chief justice, firmly believed that as long as she was justified, she would not shy away from any challenge. Hui Yunting felt a surge of reassurance at Li Bingyin's words. His heart racing with excitement, he sensed that he was indeed on the right path. Pretending to hesitate, just as Li Bingyin's patience was about to reach its limit, he finally spoke. "Bingyin, the one who slandered me is none other than Yi Xiu, the president of Haiqing Xiujin Group." "Yi Xiu?" A rare gravity flickered in Li Bingyin's eyes, but after a moment, her expression returned to normal. Though she felt a twinge of apprehension regarding Yi Xiu's status, she recalled that he had fallen out with the Yi family, who would no longer blindly support him. Moreover, she was justified. Everything would be conducted according to the law, and even the third elder would have no grounds to object. With these thoughts, she quickly cast aside her worries. "Yes, it is he. Do you know him, Bingyin?" Hui Yunting observed the subtle shift in Li Bingyin's demeanor, particularly the fleeting seriousness that surprised him. He had not expected the usually self-assured Li Bingyin to harbor any trepidation towards Yi Xiu. What sort of background did Yi Xiu possess? He hastily inquired. Li Bingyin, noting Hui Yunting's probing gaze, pondered briefly before deciding to disclose Yi Xiu's true background. "I do know him. He grew up in a prestigious family and has deep connections. Yi Xiu's grandfather is the third elder. So, will you continue to oppose him?" Li Bingyin approached Hui Yunting, leaning near his ear, a whiff of sweat assaulting her senses. She wrinkled her nose, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stayed close, whispering a few words to him. After speaking, she returned to her seat, quietly observing Hui Yunting with a complex expression. On one hand, she hoped Hui Yunting would recognize the situation and choose not to confront Yi Xiu head-on, thus ensuring his safety. Yet, she would be somewhat disappointed. On the other hand, she wished for Hui Yunting to uphold justice and stand undaunted against power, in which case she would wholeheartedly support and protect him. Hui Yunting was profoundly shocked by her words, equally ensnared in a web of conflict. He had not anticipated that Yi Xiu's background would be so formidable. Could he still seek vengeance? It was no wonder Gu Qianqian's attitude had shifted so drastically. She must have learned of Yi Xiu's true identity. However, the fact that Li Bingyin had also grown up in the same prestigious environment and shared the surname Li led Hui Yunting to quickly deduce her identity. In that instant, Hui Yunting cast aside all hesitation and clarified his stance to Li Bingyin with righteous fervor. "What of the third elder? I, Hui Yunting, fear not death. I only seek justice." If my life can be exchanged for a modicum of clarity in this world, then my demise is worth it. Understanding Li Bingyin's character, he spoke thus primarily to win her favor, while his confrontation with Yi Xiu was secondary. He believed that as long as he secured Li Bingyin's support, he would have nothing to fear. All right, Yunting, I knew I didn't misjudge you. Rest assured, I will take charge of this matter. What has Yi Xiu to me? Li Bingyin's cheeks flushed with excitement upon hearing Hui Yunting's impassioned declaration. Her fists clenched as she vigorously waved them in the air. Good, then I shall recount everything to you in detail. Hui Yunting's heart steadied at Li Bingyin's reaction, and he began his narration. His words contained both truth and embellishment. In his account, Gu Qianqian morphed into a shameless vixen who threatened him with an internship certificate, aiming to coerce him through her seductive charms, while he portrayed himself as a righteous youth forced to compromise for survival, desperately striving to safeguard his honor. As for Yi Xiu, he became an evil scion whose unrequited love ensnared the innocent. What a match made in hell. Li Bingyin slammed her hand on the table, drawing the attention of onlookers in the restaurant. Yet she paid them no mind as she coldly berated, I have always detested the likes of Yi Xiu. A foolish heir consumed by romance, willing to go to great lengths for a woman. It's no wonder the reputation of our kind is tarnished by morons like him. As for Gu Qianqian, she was met with even greater disdain, a person of no ability, lacking principles, and wicked in character. Yunting, rest assured, I will certainly assist you. Do you have any evidence regarding Gu Qianqian's attempts to coerce you in the workplace? I fear that gathering any evidence might alert the snake, and thus I did not keep any. Hui Yunting lowered his head, his tone despondent. Then, alas, we shall focus on dealing with Yi Xiu. Li Bingyin shook her head, somewhat regretful. In truth, she harbored a greater disdain for Gu Qianqian than for Yi Xiu. However, once Yi Xiu was dealt with, Gu Qianqian would pose little threat. Yet, based solely on this incident, it may not suffice to take down Yi Xiu. You spent several months in his company as an assistant. Did you uncover anything? Li Bingyin pondered, aware that Hui Yunting's predicament, at most, would result in a false report, leading to a minor administrative penalty, which would be inconsequential for Yi Xiu. Although corruption and bribery ran rampant in Yi Xiu's company, there seemed to be no direct evidence of his wrongdoing. Hui Yunting contemplated for a long while. Aside from his sycophantic tendencies, it appeared Yi Xiu had no significant faults. Impossible. A spoiled heir like him could not have developed the company to such a scale without bending the rules. Li Bingyin shook her head decisively, refusing to believe that Yi Xiu had no legal infractions. Given his management style and his sycophantic demeanor, alongside the incompetence prevalent among his employees, it was illogical for him to maintain strict adherence to the law while simultaneously fostering such a thriving enterprise. If Yi Xiu were aware of Li Bingyin's thoughts, he would certainly mock her mercilessly. Alas, being a female lead in a romantic narrative often defied logic. But how shall we obtain evidence? Both Li Bingyin and Hui Yunting fell into deep contemplation. After a moment, Li Bingyin's eyes lit up as a brilliant idea struck her. Yunting, I have it. As the saying goes, if I do not enter hell, who will? I shall join the legal department of Yi Xiu's company, and I am certain I can acquire the evidence. Bingyin, you must be cautious. Personally infiltrating the danger may not be the wisest course. Hui Yunting instinctively felt that he could not allow Li Bingyin to go to Yi Xiu's company, for it could potentially lead to great peril. However, he could not articulate what kind of danger Li Bingyin might encounter. Yunting, do not worry about me. With my identity, Yi Xiu would never dare to harm me. Besides, you fear nothing. Why should I? Li Bingyin's eyes sparkled with determination. For the justice she believed in, she feared no challenges. Moreover, being an undercover agent was a thrilling prospect she had never experienced before. Observing her eager excitement, Hui Yunting realized he could no longer deter her. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely declared, Bingyin, since you have said so, I shall certainly support you. Not only will you work hard, but I will also return to Gu Qianqian's side to strive for evidence from her. Hui Yunting was no longer concerned with toppling Yi Xiu. He simply wished to accompany Li Bingyin in her pursuits. Very well, Yunting. I knew I did not misjudge you. For the sake of justice, let us join forces to bring down Yi Xiu. Li Bingyin declared, her fists clenched in resolve. Hui Yunting suppressed his embarrassment and reciprocated with a fist pump. For justice. For justice. In Chapter 31, an eruption occurred for Gu Qianqian. In the villa, Yi Xiu leaned against the kitchen door frame, observing Chu Weiwei bustling about within. Weiwei, what are we having for dinner today? He inquired. Did you not express a desire for something spicy, young master? Today, we shall have spicy braised pig trotters, chopped chili fish head, stir-fried meat, and winter melon meatball soup, Chu Weiwei replied, her movements swift. Upon hearing Yi Xiao refer to the home, a faint smile graced her lips. Let me assist you. Yi Xiao's eyes glinted mischievously as he stepped into the kitchen. Oh, young master, that is unnecessary. Please go play elsewhere. Your presence will only complicate matters, she said, wiping her hands on her apron, slightly exasperated. Those who cook least appreciate an inept helper in the kitchen, as it often leads to more chaos. You underestimate my abilities. Today, I shall showcase my culinary skills. Yi Xiao asserted dominantly, seizing Chu Weiwei's hand and effortlessly pulling her into his embrace, deftly untying the strings of her apron. Chu Weiwei found herself suddenly enveloped in his arms, her cheeks flushed and body rigid with surprise, her voice trembling. Why, young master, please let go of me. Yi Xiao observed her reaction with amusement, leaning down to whisper gently in her ear, Stay still, be good. I am merely untying your apron. The warm scent of tobacco wafted from his chest, a fragrance that, rather than unpleasant, intrigued Chu Weiwei. The warmth of his breath sent a shiver through her, causing her breath to quicken. Are you done yet? Almost. Yi Xiao quickly untied the apron and released Chu Weiwei, then donned it himself. You watch and see if your young master can cook, he declared playfully before turning to the stove to begin his culinary endeavors. Chu Weiwei, momentarily dazed, gazed at Yi Xiao as he skillfully washed, chopped, stir-fried, and even flipped dishes. In that instant, her perception of him was profoundly shaken. Was Yi Xiao, the heir of a billionaire family, truly this adept in the kitchen? Which top-tier scion would possess such down-to-earth skills? Under her watchful gaze, Yi Xiao managed to prepare 3 dishes and a soup in just over an hour. In the dining room, as Chu Weiwei tasted a piece of pig trotter, her eyes lit up. Wow, this is absolutely delicious. Although her praise was partly due to Yi Xiao's status, it was genuine. His culinary creations nearly rivaled her own, and she held a professional chef certificate. The fact that Yi Xiao, a super-rich heir, possessed such culinary prowess was nothing short of astounding. As she looked at him, her curiosity deepened. Over the past year of observation, she realized she still knew so little about Yi Xiao. Is that so? You no longer think I will be a burden? Yi Xiao said with a teasing smile, causing Chu Weiwei to blush fiercely. Humph, young master, what nonsense. As long as you do not tire of it, you can come by to help every day. Under Yi Xiao's prolonged gaze, Chu Weiwei, feeling a mix of embarrassment and playful defiance, responded with a pout. Fine, then I shall come by every day to be a nuisance. Yi Xiao teased further. Young master, stop teasing. If you keep laughing, I shall ignore you. Chu Weiwei's face resembled a ripe peach. Ha ha ha. All right, enough of that. Let us eat. Yi Xiao laughed heartily and settled down to enjoy the meal without further teasing. Meanwhile, at Gu's residence in the Xingfu community, Gu Qianqian's dinner was far from harmonious. What do you mean by packing your things? Are you planning to abandon us? Gu Zhangwo slammed his bowl onto the table, glaring coldly at Gu Qianqian. Wang Fong and Gu Yaozu also set down their bowls, directing their gazes at her. Isn't it obvious? Gu Qianqian replied, her expression devoid of emotion, her eyelids remaining unlifted as she continued to eat calmly. This was her final meal in this house. She simply wished to finish it in peace. You wretched girl. Do you wish to die? Gu Zhangwo felt his authority challenged and swept Gu Qianqian's bowl off the table, raising his hand to strike her. Gu Zhangwo, dare to hit me again and I will call the police. Gu Qianqian retorted fearlessly, her eyes icy as she stared him down, her voice devoid of warmth. You, ungrateful daughter, wretched girl. Gu Zhangwo trembled with rage, but ultimately did not dare to strike her, valuing his reputation too much to invite the police and gossip from neighbors. Gu Qianqian, how can you speak to your father like that? Gu Yaozu interjected, not out of concern for Gu Zhangwo, but simply because he could not tolerate Gu Qianqian. You still want that 10 million? Gu Yaozu, just shut your mouth. Gu Qianqian scoffed at him. Anger flashed in Gu Yaozu's eyes as he opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence, glaring furiously at Gu Qianqian. Qianqian, what are you saying? Look at how upset your father is. He means well, he only wants what is best for you. Apologize to him, and we can put this behind us. Wang Fong, suppressing her anger, shook her head with a feigned benevolence. Humph, mother, this will be my last time calling you that. You know, in this family, you are the most detestable one. At least Gu Zhangwo and Gu Yaozu are straightforward. You pretend to care for me, yet you are the most ruthless. With years of pent-up resentment finally voiced, Gu Qianqian felt a sense of liberation. You, ungrateful daughter. What misfortune has befallen this family? Wang Fong was momentarily choked by Gu Qianqian's words, clutching her chest as she struggled to catch her breath. Insanity. Gu Qianqian, you worthless creature. Have you lost your mind? Are you a dog that bites anyone in sight? Observing Wang Fong's defeat, Gu Zhangwo quickly intervened, determined not to allow Gu Qianqian to turn the tables. If I am a dog, then what are you, an old dog? Gu Qianqian had completely unleashed her true self. You, what about you? Forget it. This meal has lost its appeal. I shall not partake any longer. With a disdainful flick of her chopsticks onto the table, she coldly addressed Gu Zhangwo and the others, formally notifying them that she would be moving out shortly and that from this day forth, she would no longer provide them with a single penny. Should they seek alimony, they could take her to court. She would pay whatever the court decreed, but not a cent more. Chapter 32, Youthful Countenance. Legal little devil, how can you disregard our parents? Are you not afraid of others criticizing you for being unfilial? Gu Yaozu, witnessing Gu Qianqian's determination to sever ties with the family, felt a surge of panic. If she ceased to support our parents, it would ultimately mean she was withholding from herself. That simply cannot be allowed. Be quiet, you worthless fool. What have you done for us? If our family were to rely on you, we would fare worse than eating dung. I have withdrawn your enrollment from Mingda. Starting tomorrow, you will not attend any longer. Gu Qianqian, seeing Gu Yaozu daring to persist, unleashed a verbal barrage at him. You despicable wretch. How could you cancel Yaozu's schooling? Do you have no conscience? If it weren't for Yaozu voluntarily dropping out, how could you have attended university? Upon hearing that Gu Yaozu could no longer attend school, Wang Fong abandoned her pretense of being a loving mother, her face flushed with anger as she scolded Gu Qianqian. You worthless creature, how dare you? I demand that you immediately reinstate Yaozu's tuition, or I will not let you off the hook. Gu Zhangwo also grew anxious. His son was his lifeblood. Bah! You have spun so many lies that you truly believe them, don't you? Do you think I am unaware? It was clearly Gu Yaozu who got someone pregnant and was expelled. Yet, you lay the blame at my feet, draining my resources with your fabrications for all these years. Who is truly shameless here? As Gu Qianqian recounted the events, she trembled with rage. Had it not been for Yi Xiu showing her the documentation from that time, she might have remained oblivious to the truth. This was also the pivotal reason for her decision to sever ties with the Gu family entirely. You shameless wretches. Do you not fear the consequences of your actions? Siphoning off my blood, squandering my money, and still denouncing me as worthless? To hell with you. I reiterate. I will pay only what the court decrees. No more, no less. Bah! For the first time, Gu Qianqian felt a sense of exhilaration from her insults. Spitting at them, she grasped her suitcase and made to leave. Heh, Gu Qianqian, do you think you can leave? Not a chance. Gu Yaozu swiftly positioned himself in front of her, shouting to Gu Zhangwo and Wang Fong, come, bind this worthless creature. Yaozu, is this truly wise? Wang Fong hesitated slightly. You heard her. This worthless creature will no longer care for you, so listen well. I have taken out a 100,000 yuan accident insurance policy for her, with you as the beneficiaries. Should anything happen to her, our family stands to receive at least 5 million in compensation. What do you think, parents? Gu Yaozu's eyes gleamed with a predatory fervor as he licked his lips. Gu Zhangwo exchanged glances with Wang Fong, hesitating for a moment before nodding gravely. You are committing a crime. Are you not afraid of being caught? Gu Qianqian felt a chill run through her. Her delicate body trembled uncontrollably. She had not anticipated such inhumanity from her own family. Had she not undergone a paternity test, she might have doubted her own lineage. Heh, crime? One must be ruthless to stand firm. Once we acquire the money, we will leave the country. Who can control us here? Gu Yaozu laughed heartily. His plans not including Gu Zhangwo and Wang Fong. He had already decided that upon receiving the money, he would head to Las Vegas, where his gambling skills would surely elevate him to greatness. As for his parents, their survival was of no concern to him. Moreover, sister, I have just realized how stunning you truly are. Gu Yaozu gazed at Gu Qianqian, his eyes suddenly filled with a sinister desire as he licked his lips. Parents, are you simply going to stand by and watch? Repulsed by Gu Yaozu's gaze, Gu Qianqian still clung to a sliver of hope for her parents. Turning to look at them, however, to her dismay, Gu Zhangwo and Wang Fong exchanged glances before turning their heads away. Wang Fong even said to Gu Qianqian, Qianqian, since that incident, your brother has developed a psychological shadow. This is his first interest in a woman. As his sister, it is only natural for you to assist him. In that moment, Gu Qianqian's last shred of hope extinguished, and she comprehended that this trio was nothing more than pure beasts. Watching Gu Yaozu approach with malice, she sighed deeply, remaining unperturbed, grateful that Yi Xiu had made prior arrangements. She clapped her hands and called out to the door, come in. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the door of the Gu residence was kicked open, and several well-built bodyguards rushed in, swiftly encircling Gu Qianqian and shielding her. The lead bodyguard kicked Gu Yaozu aside and respectfully addressed Gu Qianqian. Miss Gu, are you unharmed? I am fine, Thank you for your assistance. Gu Qianqian expressed her gratitude, then coldly regarded the Gu family, who huddled trembling on the ground, too terrified to utter a sound. Cowards who bully the weak. Gu Qianqian silently cursed, addressing them. I have sold this house. The buyers will come tomorrow to collect it. I am leaving, and I expect you to take me to court. Humph. Initially, Gu Qianqian had contemplated leaving the house for them, but their recent beastly behavior had utterly disheartened her. Now, all she desired was for the three of them to suffer. With a complex swirl of emotions, Gu Qianqian took one last look at the familiar, yet foreign home before departing with her entourage of bodyguards. Gu Zhangwo and the others watched her retreating figure, their eyes filled with hatred. In the villa, after finishing dinner, Yi Xiu heard the mechanical voice in his mind and nodded in satisfaction. Gu Qianqian was indeed obedient, swiftly resolving the family issues. Wei Wei, have someone prepare the room next door for me. Chu Weiwei nodded and called Wang Bo. Shortly thereafter, there was a knock on the villa's door. Chu Weiwei opened it to welcome Xiao Ming'er inside. Please clean up the room adjacent to the young master on the second floor. Thank you for your hard work. Chu Weiwei, fond of the lovely girl, couldn't help but express her concern. Xiao Ming'er gazed around with wide eyes, astonished by the villa's opulence. Taken aback by Chu Weiwei's kindness, she stammered, Thank you, sister. Yes, go ahead and get busy. Chu Weiwei smiled and nodded. Chu Weiwei's friendliness eased Xiao Ming'er's tension. She inhaled deeply and cautiously ascended the stairs. Upstairs, freshly bathed, Yi Xiu heard footsteps and assumed it was Chu Weiwei. Wanting to tease her, he emerged from his room wearing only a towel around his waist. Ah! As soon as Yi Xiu stepped out, a piercing scream shattered the air, startling him. As I turned to the sound, I beheld a youthful giant clad in a black and white maid outfit, her delicate legs adorned with white stockings, covering her eyes and screaming at the top of her lungs. Chapter 33, The Lottery. Stop screaming, Yi Xiu said, digging into his ears, feeling as though he were being painfully pierced by Xiao Ming'er's shrill cries. Oh, Xiao Ming'er continued to shield her eyes, though her screams had ceased. Her heart raced. The scene she had just witnessed was overwhelmingly stimulating. The strikingly handsome figure, with a chiseled jaw, 8-pack abs, and that astonishing physique. She couldn't help but drool at the thought. What could she do? She was simply infatuated. She cautiously opened her eyes and peeked at Yi Xiu through her fingers, her heart racing in a frenzy. Is this the illustrious Yi Xiu? He is simply too handsome. What a pity that he is a devoted admirer. How can such a dashing gentleman be a mere sycophant? The heavens are unjust, sob sob sob. Yi Xiu noticed Xiao Ming'er's subtle movements and understood her feelings. Reflecting on her profile, he decided to use his eye of insight on her. Name, Xiao Ming'er. Height, 158, 32D. Age, 22. Destiny, The Koi's Journey in the Entertainment Circle Female Protagonist. Appearance, 96. Special Physique, Koi Physique, about to awaken unprecedented luck. Those with high favorability will be blessed with good fortune, while those with negative favorability will face misfortune. Skills, Advanced COS, Advanced Acting, Advanced Singing, Advanced Music Composition, Advanced Lyric Writing. Favorability, 60. Handsome individuals are surely not bad people. To his astonishment, she was the female lead of a Koi-themed entertainment narrative. Given her skill set, his assumptions were correct. Xiao Ming'er was indeed a seasoned aficionado of aesthetics. A starting favorability of 60 was simply ludicrous. Encountering the female lead Xiao Ming'er has triggered a detailed storyline explanation, gaining access to the plot of the Koi's journey in the entertainment circle. As usual, Yi Xiu chose to first examine the storyline related to Xiao Ming'er. This was an uncommon female-oriented narrative devoid of romantic pairings. Although Xiao Ming'er was a beauty obsessed with appearances, she harbored a deep-seated wariness towards emotions, never truly believing in love. Throughout the narrative, she remained solitary, even preserving her innocence. While she appeared approachable, her heart was forever guarded, with only her grandmother, who had raised her from the streets, truly occupying her thoughts. As for the entertainment-related plot, it was rather straightforward. Xiao Ming'er relied on her innate cuteness, charm, and remarkable luck to succeed, while those who sought to undermine her would inexplicably encounter calamities and failures. Ultimately, she became a leading star in the entertainment industry through her exceptional professionalism and the reputation of her Koi physique. Yi Xiu's role was that of the boss of the rival family, with limited appearances. Contemplating Xiao Ming'er's narrative, Yi Xiu fell into deep thought. She seemed to be the easiest protagonist to frustrate, yet in reality, she was quite challenging. The Koi physique rendered many of his strategies ineffective, and raising her favorability would not be an easy task. Though her initial favorability was 60, her profound defenses made any increase nearly insurmountable. After some reflection, Yi Xiu formulated a plan and snapped back to reality, teasing Xiao Meng'er. Have you seen enough? Not yet. I wasn't looking at you. Xiao Meng'er swallowed nervously, nearly revealing her true thoughts, lowering her head, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade of red. All right, if you say you weren't looking, then I shall take your word for it. Go ahead and continue your work. I shan't disturb you. Yi Xiu waved his hand and smiled as he returned to his room. Xiao Meng'er watched his retreating figure, patting her chest and releasing a quiet sigh of relief, yet feeling a tinge of disappointment. Such a handsome boss. Why didn't he linger a bit longer? After calming her nerves, Xiao Meng'er hummed a tune, skipping into the room next door to Yi Xiu, beginning to tidy up. Inside the room, Yi Xiu lay on the bed, instructing, Zongzi, purchase for me a sword technique and acquire a low-grade magical flying sword. Then elevate my foundational elemental techniques to a state of mastery, using the remaining villain points to enhance my cultivation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the sword technique, which will be learned automatically. Sword technique initiated. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a low-grade magical flying sword, which has been refined automatically. Congratulations to the host for advancing the foundational elemental techniques to a state of mastery. Congratulations to the host for enhancing cultivation to the later stage of foundation establishment. Insufficient remaining villain points. Cultivation cannot be further enhanced. Sensing his improved cultivation, Yi Xiu nodded in satisfaction. He then opened his mouth, and a flying sword emerged, gradually enlarging and hovering in the air. With a flick of his finger, the sword shot forth, piercing through the window with a resounding whoosh, leaving a perfectly round, smooth hole in the glass. Yi Xiu nodded approvingly, retracting the sword, and then tested his elemental techniques. Now that he had reached mastery, he could cast spells without hand seals, achieving instantaneous results. After some playful experimentation, with the bedroom's glass suffering no exceptions, he called Uncle Wang to arrange for a replacement. Uncle Wang acted swiftly. Within minutes, the glass of Yi Xiu's bedroom was renewed. Yi Xiu felt a surge of joy, sensing himself on an ever-increasing path to invincibility. The host has consumed sufficient villain points, and the system has automatically upgraded, successfully updating the lottery module. Just as Yi Xiu prepared to rest, the system's notification chimed once more. A lottery module? How does it work? Yi Xiu felt a spark of interest. The lottery is divided into 5 levels: 1 point, 10 points, 100 points, 1,000 points, and 10,000 points for each draw. Different levels featured different prize pools. Yi Xiu nodded, beginning to inspect the various prize pools for each level. And as he did so, his breath quickened. The 1-point prizes were predominantly monetary rewards and assets, of little use to Yi Xiu. The 10-point rewards consisted of various professional skills across Blue Star's industries, ranging from novice to master levels. The 100-point rewards were primarily related to ancient martial arts, while the 1,000-point rewards pertained to cultivation. As for the 10,000-point rewards, they left Yi Xiu somewhat dazzled. Items like the Great Wilderness Prison Heaven Finger, 6 Paths of Reincarnation Fist, Qinglian Earth Core Fire, and the Netherworld Ghost Fire, along with Chaos Pearls, Heaven Opening Axes, and the Essence of Pangu. One could say they encompassed all realms and realms. Yi Xiu's expression turned peculiar. Did this system really dismember Pangu? How terrifying. How many villain points do I have now? Villain points. 11,266. I shall draw once for 10,000, once for 1,000, twice for 100, 6 times for 10, and 6 times for 1. In a bold gamble, Yi Xiu decided to leave no villain points unspent. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 6 million in cash and a luxurious flat in Tangchini Pin. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the master-level skills in computer science, advanced driving, advanced ACIMU, advanced binding, intermediate cross-dressing, and low-level singing and dancing. Congratulations to the host for mastering the 8 extremes collapse and receiving a bottle of great elixir, 10 pieces. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a low-level immortal artifact, Qian Kuan Ring, which contains a small world capable of housing living beings. Congratulations to the host for receiving a strand of hair from the red-haired monster, a collectible with no specific use, yet exuding supreme pressure, potentially intimidating foes. Chapter 34. Utilizing newly acquired skills immediately. Is this the storied storage ring? Upon completing his lottery draw, Yi Xiu promptly extracted the immortal artifact storage ring. As it was a product of the system, the ring automatically refined itself. When Yi Xiu's consciousness probed inside, his vision darkened momentarily, and his perspective shifted, as if he had gained a divine viewpoint, revealing an immense world before him. This was a continent-shaped world, quietly floating within the void of the ring. The world was not overly vast, roughly half the size of Earth, with a spherical sky and flat land, where the sun rises and the moon sets, featuring mountains, rivers, deserts, and oceans. The vegetation was lush and verdant, with animals scattered throughout, teeming with life, nearly akin to Earth, except for the absence of humanity. In this world, Yishio felt as though he was the sovereign, endowed with unparalleled power, with the life and death of all beings within his thoughts. Yishio was immensely satisfied. Possessing a world was something most could scarcely imagine. As his consciousness returned, the Qiankuan ring on his finger vanished from sight, though Yishio could still sense its presence, invisible to others. Afterward, Yishio examined the other prizes he had drawn and expressed his discontent regarding the peculiar skills he had received, feeling that the system was once again maligning his character. The great elixir would enable him to cultivate subordinates, a valuable asset. However, as for the single strand of hair from the red-haired monster, Yishio could only curse in frustration. After accumulating 10,000 villain points, he was rewarded with just a single hair? This red-haired monster surely portended misfortune in its twilight years. He grumbled as he stowed the hair in the storage ring, pulled up the blanket, and fell into slumber. At that moment, Gu Qianqian, dragging her weary body and luggage, knocked on Yishio's villa door. "What brings you here? How did you end up here?" Chu Weiwei, just out of the shower, and Gu Qianqian, with her suitcase, exchanged puzzled glances. "It is the master who sent me here. I will reside here from now on. I am the young master's personal assistant. Naturally, I am here." They both exclaimed in unison, their astonishment palpable. "You call him master? You refer to him as young master?" Their synchronized responses led to an awkward silence. Chu Weiwei could not fathom that in just 2 days, Yishio had transformed Gu Qianqian in such a manner. She finally understood why Yishio had insisted on preparing a room for her. For some reason, upon seeing Gu Qianqian, Chu Weiwei felt an inexplicable pang of jealousy. Gu Qianqian did not anticipate that Chu Weiwei would be living with Yishio. She was curious about the nature of their relationship and how far it had progressed. However, she understood her own position and hesitated to inquire further, fearing Yishio's wrath upon discovery. The two exchanged silent glances for quite some time, until Chu Weiwei finally broke the silence. "Since you believe you will be staying here, we should clarify some matters. I am the young master's mother's personal assistant, responsible for managing all of the young master's work and daily affairs, and I also serve as his driver and cook." Gu Qianqian breathed a sigh of relief and replied solemnly, "Since you are the master's assistant, you should know that I am now the master's female servant." Chu Weiwei's pupils constricted sharply. Gu Qianqian had declared herself as Yishio's female servant rather than a maid. The distinction was significant. Chu Weiwei pressed her lips together, for the first time feeling a sense of respect for Yishio. After a year of companionship, although she had looked down on Gu Qianqian, she never imagined Yishio could transform Gu Qianqian into a female servant in just 2 days. "I understand, Qianqian. Let the past be the past. From now on, serve the young master well. The young master has decreed that you are to be my assistant. Your room has been prepared. Come, I will show you." "Thank you, Weiwei." With the air cleared, Gu Qianqian and Chu Weiwei grew much closer, linking arms as they ascended to the second floor of the villa. Gu Qianqian lay on the plush large bed, surveying the opulent decor around her, overwhelmed with emotion. Although she had known Yishio for 2.5 years, this was her first time staying at his home. Memories of the past 20 years flooded her mind, particularly the last 2.5 years, and her eyes glistened with tears. "Yishio, master, I have been at fault in the past, but I promise to do my best moving forward." Gu Qianqian wiped her tears, but the hostility she sensed from Chu Weiwei filled her heart with an inexplicable sense of crisis. She understood that she was not as poised as Chu Weiwei nor as capable, with her only advantage being a slight head start. Yet, she harbored a past that was deeply humiliating for Yishio. She believed that Yishio would likely keep her around to exact vengeance for the past 2.5 years. To secure her future comfort, she resolved to serve Yishio diligently during this period of retribution, ensuring he would be unable to part with her. "I must perform well." Gu Qianqian clenched her small fist, motivating herself once more. With a determined glance, she leaped from the bed and rushed to the bathroom for a shower. Afterward, she retrieved a meticulously prepared outfit from her suitcase. Dressed and ready, she left her room and quietly pushed open the door to Yishio's bedroom. The moment she entered, Yishio awakened from his slumber, yet he refrained from moving, curious to see what Gu Qianqian was up to. Gu Qianqian stealthily approached Yishio's bedside, gazing at his serene, sleeping visage. Gritting her teeth, she slowly climbed onto Yishio's bed, found her position, and knelt down, bowing her head. Yishio inhaled sharply. Instantly alert, This Gu Qianqian was truly enchanting. Yi Xiu struggled to maintain his composure, opening his eyes to see Gu Qianqian before him. Gu Qianqian, what are you doing? Gu Qianqian lifted her head, swallowing hard, and then twirled her tail before Yi Xiu's gaze. Master, I am currently possessed by a demon, and without milk, I shall perish. What if I refuse to let you drink? Yi Xiu replied with a cold smirk. This is not for you to decide. Gu Qianqian replied with a bewitching smile, lowering her head once more. Impudent creature, do not disturb my resolve. Yi Xiu scoffed, seizing Gu Qianqian, and then retrieved an array of various artifacts he had just purchased on credit from the system's marketplace. A smile crept onto his lips. He had not anticipated that the two advanced skills he had just acquired would be put to use so soon. The protagonist, Gu Qianqian, voluntarily grants the host villain points of 1,000. The host insults the protagonist, Gu Qianqian, granting the host villain points of 1,000. The host physically assaults the protagonist, Gu Qianqian, granting the host villain points of 2,000. The host torments the protagonist, Gu Qianqian, granting the host villain points of 3,000. Chapter 35. The misery of the Gu family. On the following morning, Chu Weiwei, with dark circles under her eyes, gazed with a complex expression at Yi Xiu and Gu Qianqian, who emerged from the bedroom, one after the other. She pondered whether she should remind Yi Xiu to curb his indulgences, as she had hardly slept the previous night due to their relentless antics. After a moment's hesitation, Chu Weiwei ultimately refrained from speaking. She was still a young maiden, and the thought was too embarrassing. Perhaps she would find an opportunity to address it in the future. During breakfast, Gu Qianqian, exhausted, retreated to catch up on her sleep, while Yi Xiu, invigorated, relished his meal. His Xianyuan divine body and the Yin-Yang Great Tao technique worked in perfect harmony, yielding astonishing results. Not only did it enhance his cultivation, but it also allowed him to maintain his stamina and combat prowess indefinitely. Simply put, he could indulge for as long as he desired, and the more he engaged, the more energetic he became. Who wouldn't be intimidated by that? By the way, Weiwei, find a chance to casually convey some news to Xiaominger. Just mention that my Yi family's hospital has made a groundbreaking technological advancement that can cure heart conditions, and that we are offering a few slots for free treatment. Although they will need to be drawn randomly, Yi Xiu suddenly thought of Xiaominger and instructed Chu Weiwei accordingly. Yi Xiu spoke truthfully. The Yi family indeed had such a technological breakthrough, and in the original storyline, it was through the Yi family's charitable slots that Xiaominger had cured her grandmother. However, now with Yi Xiu's intervention, even if Xiaominger were exceptionally lucky, she would not win a spot. Chu Weiwei appeared momentarily taken aback. Did Yi Xiu once again harbor feelings for Xiaominger? A twinge of jealousy stirred in her heart. After Yi Xiu had liberated himself, it seemed he had become excessively uninhibited. YG had yet to be resolved, and now he had set his sights on Xiaominger. Nonetheless, Chu Weiwei could not help but admire Yi Xiu's taste. Each of these women was remarkably beautiful, to the point that even Chu Weiwei felt it was somewhat excessive. How was it that such exquisite beauties surrounded this young master? However, as Yi Xiu's assistant, Chu Weiwei remained diligent, promptly arranging the necessary matters. Meanwhile, Hui Yunting's figure appeared at the happy community. As he arrived at Gu Qianqian's building, he heard a commotion. This is my house. What gives you the right to make me leave? I will not move. I will call the police, you bandits and rogues. Help. There's a murder happening. Someone is trying to kill and seize my house. Gu Qianqian's residence was on the ground floor. Looking out in response to the noise, she saw a crowd gathered at her doorstep, with Gu Zhangwo and Gu Yaozu arguing vehemently with those outside, their faces flushed with anger, while Wang Fong sat on the ground, repeatedly slapping her thighs and crying out loudly. Hui Yunting, though puzzled, did not rush forward. Instead, he observed from a distance. You are talking nonsense. I purchased this house, and I have all the proper documentation. You need to vacate immediately. The family that had bought the house glared coldly at the Gu family, their patience wearing thin as they issued a final ultimatum. This family was the one Gu Qianqian had meticulously selected, and they were a bunch of scoundrels, from the old to the young. None of them were upstanding citizens. Upon learning this, Gu Qianqian had sold the house to them at half price, warning them of the troublesome occupants reluctant to vacate. The family was unfazed, assuring Gu Qianqian that they had plenty of ways to deal with such situations, and the Gu family soon found themselves at an impasse. While they initially did not wish to cause a scene during their housewarming celebration, the Gu family's audacity had pushed them to the edge. The leading man nodded to his mother and wife, and upon receiving the signal, the elderly woman promptly pulled out a plastic bag from her purse, opened it, and suddenly covered Gu Zhangwo's head with it. Gu Zhangwo was immediately overwhelmed by a foul stench, and as he reached up to feel his head, he found his hand coated in something sticky and yellow. Upon seeing what it was, he nearly lost his composure. It was a revolting substance. He retched in disgust, nearly vomiting, and in his fury, he attempted to retaliate against the elderly woman. However, before he could lay a finger on her, she collapsed to the ground, wailing, "Help! I'm being beaten. It hurts. Someone call the police. This old woman is going to be killed." In that instant, the man's wife also sprang into action, slapping a used, bloodied sanitary pad onto Gu Yaozu's face. Naturally, Gu Yaozu was infuriated and prepared to strike back, but the woman fell to the ground, howling in agony. Wang Fong wanted to step in to help, but the repulsion was overwhelming, especially when she noticed the other daughter-in-law brandishing another plastic bag, glaring at her with malice. She swallowed hard and ultimately chose to remain silent. "You have two options. Either leave now, or we will call the police, and you will compensate us for medical expenses." The buyer's patience was waning, and if the Gu family continued to resist, he had far worse tactics to employ. Gu Jiangwo and Gu Yaozu exchanged glances, then looked at the wretched, foul-smelling elderly woman who continued to wail on the ground. They understood that they could not contend with this family. Having always been bullies against the weak, they sighed and ultimately yielded to reality. "We will move. Then hurry up. I will only give you 1 hour. And before you leave, clean up the area in front of the door. Otherwise, humph." The buyer scoffed coldly and led his family to a distance, where they sat quietly, watching the Gu family. The elderly woman and the man's wife quickly got up, brushed off their clothes, and stood unbothered by the stench at the Gu family's doorstep. In the distance, Hui Yunting frowned, contemplating leaving, but remembering his need to deliver results for Li Bingyin, he begrudgingly held his ground. Gu Jiangwo and Gu Yaozu frantically washed up in the restroom, while Wang Fong took on the responsibility of packing their belongings and cleaning the entrance. Even so, Gu Jiangwo and Gu Yaozu harbored resentment towards Wang Fong, for she had chosen to retreat in their time of need. It was unacceptable for only the men to suffer disgrace. Under the relentless urging of the other family, Wang Fong labored exhaustively, and finally, within the allotted time, they vacated their home. The three of them stood at the roadside, unsure of where to go, exchanging blank stares. At that moment, Hui Yunting appeared. "Uncle Gu, Aunt Gu. Brother Gu, what has happened?" They turned to see Hui Yunting, and they all began to speak at once. "Oh, it's young Hua. I must tell you. Gu Qianqian has changed dramatically, and we are all suffering because of her." Gu Jiangwo hesitated to call Gu Qianqian a wench in front of outsiders. "Dad, why are you still giving that wench face? Just call her a wench. She is one." Gu Yaozu scoffed, his eyes filled with hatred. "All right, let us refrain from saying that too often. Young Hua, you need not laugh at us. That unfilial daughter Gu Qianqian must have undergone some sort of shock. She is driving us to our doom." Wang Fong lamented, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. Chapter 36, Xiao Minger's decision. "Oh, uncle and aunt, there's no need to rush. Have you eaten? Let me treat you to a meal. We can find a place to talk leisurely." Hui Yunting's eyes sparkled with interest. There was quite a scandal surrounding Gu Qianqian. That would be too much trouble. "We can just grab a quick bite over there. We wouldn't want to impose on you, young Hua," Gu Jiangwo said, though his feet did not stop as he headed straight for a nearby restaurant. Gu Yaozu and Wang Fong followed closely behind in silence. Hui Yunting's lips twitched slightly, astonished by the sheer audacity of the Gu family's 3 members. However, recalling Li Bingyin's task, he suppressed his revulsion and followed suit. Shortly thereafter, in the restaurant, the Gu family devoured an array of dishes with the ferocity of famished beasts. "Uncle Gu, Aunt Gu, what on earth is going on?" Hui Yunting's patience was nearly at its limit, prompting him to inquire. "I don't know what got into Qianqian, but she severed ties with us, sold the house, and kicked us out. She even declared that she wouldn't give us another penny. If we want a pension, we'll have to sue her, and she'll pay whatever the court decides." Wang Fong lamented, pouring out her troubles to Hui Yunting. "Xiaohua, listen to what she is saying. Does she have any semblance of a daughter?" Upon hearing this, Hui Yunting's eyes brightened as a plan formed in his mind. He quickly responded, "Qianqian is indeed out of line. Uncle and aunt, do not worry. I will speak to her and advocate on your behalf. Please find a place nearby to rent and await my news." "Great. Since you have a good relationship with Qianqian, we'll count on you, Xiaohua," Wang Fong exclaimed joyfully, grasping Hui Yunting's hand in gratitude. Even Gu Jiangwo and Gu Yaozu shared a smile with Hui Yunting. "Uncle Gu, Aunt Gu, please continue your meal. I have to leave for another matter. I've already settled the bill, so no worries there." Having obtained what he desired, Hui Yunting wished to sever ties with the trio, reluctantly paid for the meal, and swiftly exited the restaurant. TSK, what a miserly fellow. He definitely cannot afford a substantial bride price for that little vixen. Gu Yaozu scoffed as he watched Hui Yunting's retreating figure. Indeed, Consuming a few of his dishes seemed to cause him great distress. Gu Jiangwo shook his head in agreement. Nevertheless, we still require his mediation to persuade that money-grubbing girl. You two must refrain from showing any displeasure in front of Xiaohua, Wang Fong instructed with a sigh, her tone serious. Rest assured, Mother, we understand. The two replied in unison. Come on, eat quickly. After we finish, we need to rent a place. The trio hastily finished their meal and departed the restaurant. In the midst of Gu Jiangwo's evident discomfort, they ultimately found an exceedingly cheap and dilapidated room in a rundown alley, where they could temporarily settle down. In a villa, Xiao Meng'er was preoccupied with her thoughts while pruning the flowers in the garden. Although the task did not align with her professional expertise, she felt a profound satisfaction in her work. The pay was generous, the benefits were excellent, her colleagues were kind-hearted, and there was no office intrigue. Most importantly, she enjoyed the sight of handsome men daily. Yet, despite the comfort of her job, her spirits were not particularly high. Even when Yi Xiao departed with Chu Weiwei, she barely glanced in their direction. Sigh. She unconsciously sighed again. Meng'er, what's wrong? Is something troubling you? Sun Bingbing, another maid working alongside her, noticed her dejection and promptly expressed concern. Bingjie, it's nothing, just some family issues, Xiao Meng'er sighed, reluctant to elaborate. Meng'er, do you regard me as a stranger? If you call me sister, even if I cannot help, I can at least be a listening ear. You are still young, do not bottle everything up inside. Speaking about it will make you feel much better, Sun Bingbing said sincerely, her eyes filled with compassion. Sensing Sun Bingbing's genuine care, Xiao Meng'er decided there was no need to keep her grandmother's condition a secret any longer. Bingjie, I received a call from the hospital today. My grandmother's heart condition has worsened, and I am quite worried. I have no parents. My grandmother raised me. I cannot lose her. Sun Bingbing enveloped Xiao Meng'er in a comforting embrace, gently patting her back as she spoke softly. Your grandmother is so kind, surely. She has a guardian angel looking out for her. Do not be too anxious. As they continued talking, Sun Bingbing suddenly recalled something, her tone rising with excitement. Meng'er, what did you say your grandmother's illness was? Heart disease, Xiao Meng'er replied despondently. Meng'er, there is hope for your grandmother, Sun Bingbing exclaimed, gripping Xiao Meng'er's hand with fervor, her voice brimming with enthusiasm. How so? Although Xiao Meng'er understood the odds were slim, she looked at Sun Bingbing with a flicker of hope. You know I clean Uncle Wang's house, right? Sun Bingbing said with a mysterious smile. I know. But what does that have to do with my grandmother's heart condition? Xiao Meng'er asked, puzzled. Do not rush, let me explain. While tidying up Uncle Wang's place, I unexpectedly came across a document. The hospital in Kyoto affiliated with the Yi family has made significant breakthroughs in treating heart disease. They are offering 10 free public slots as a way to give back to the community. However, the slots are determined by a lottery, and Meng'er, you should give it a try. Really? Xiao Meng'er's face flushed with excitement, nearly jumping for joy. Indeed, I checked online. Although the website did not mention the Yi family's name, Sun Bingbing confirmed with a nod. And you may not know, but our young master is the heir of the Yi family. Meng'er, go ahead and try to win a spot. If you are unsuccessful, just seek out our young master. He is so kind-hearted. He will surely assist you. Sun Bingbing's eyes sparkled with admiration at the mention of Yi Xiao. Xiao Meng'er disregarded Sun Bingbing's infatuation and did not believe Yi Xiao would help her without reason. Moreover, the authenticity of this matter was uncertain. It concerned her grandmother's life, and she could not afford to be careless. After contemplating, Xiao Meng'er quickly devised a plan. She resolved to monitor the news regarding this opportunity and, once confirmed as genuine, would participate in the lottery. If she were to win, all would be well. If not, she would need to consider how to barter for Yi Xiao's assistance. Deep down, she already had an idea, yet she wondered if someone like Yi Xiao, who had seemingly experienced everything, would even be swayed by her meager offerings. Thank you, Bingjie. I understand. I will return and sign up for the lottery. Xiao Meng'er declared with determination, her gaze resolute. If it is indeed true, I must save my grandmother, no matter the cost. Chapter 37. The terrifying luck of the coy young master. Xiao Meng'er has registered for the lottery, Chu Weiwei announced, placing her notebook before Yi Xiao. How many participants are there? Close to 500,000. All right, let the drawing commence, Yi Xiao said, stroking his chin as he focused intently on the notebook. Eager to verify Xiao Meng'er's extraordinary luck, what transpired next left both Yi Xiao and Chu Weiwei astounded. They witnessed 10 consecutive draws, and each time, Xiao Meng'er's name appeared prominently. Why, young master? The system is undoubtedly functioning correctly. This is genuinely a random selection, Chu Weiwei stammered, her words faltering in disbelief. The odds were simply absurd. Xiao Meng'er was the only one out of nearly 500,000 participants to win 10 times consecutively. Is this some kind of sorcery? I see. Yi Xiao nodded, pondering whether this was indeed the terrifying nature of her extraordinary luck, were it not for some covert manipulation. It seemed certain that the slot would belong exclusively to Xiao Meng'er. Observing the expression on Yi Xiao's face, as if he had anticipated this outcome, Chu Weiwei began to comprehend the depth of Yi Xiao's concern for Xiao Meng'er. Weiwei, find someone to replace Xiao Meng'er without delay. Yi Xiao resolved to manipulate the situation discreetly. However, even with this plan, he remained uneasy. After a moment of contemplation, he added, immediately instruct the Yi family to retrieve the 10 selected individuals, announce their names publicly, and arrange for their surgical treatment without wasting a moment. Ensure that the relevant doctors from the Yi family are on standby for any unforeseen circumstances. You may inform my mother about this, so she can relay the message to the old man and secure his full support. This matter is of utmost importance, as it concerns the future of the Yi family. Yi Xiao spoke gravely, as this was a scheme involving the coveted koi body, and one could never be too cautious. Understood, young master, Chu Weiwei nodded solemnly. Recognizing the peculiarities surrounding Xiao Meng'er and the need for vigilance. Blocking the treatment for the protagonist Xiao Meng'er's grandmother has resulted in a villainous value of 10,000. Merely obstructing Xiao Meng'er has accrued such a high villain value? Xiao Meng'er is a heroine without a romantic interest. Her sole concern is for her grandmother, hence the elevated villain value. Yi Xiao pondered this revelation, sensing that a substantial influx of villainous value was imminent. Just as Yi Xiao and Chu Weiwei were astonished by Xiao Meng'er's extraordinary luck, Li Bingyan arrived at the entrance of Yi Xiao's corporate building. She stepped into the lobby and addressed the receptionist. Sun Yan, please notify your president that an old acquaintance from Kyoto wishes to meet him. Initially, Li Bingyan intended to discreetly apply for a position at Yi Xiao's company, only to discover that he had recently conducted a thorough purge within the organization. With all positions filled and no new hires forthcoming. Impatient, she resolved to confront Yi Xiao directly, believing it advantageous to offer her services as a legal consultant. A role he could scarcely refuse. The thrill of subterfuge only heightened her excitement. Meanwhile, in the office upstairs, Yi Xiao received the call from the receptionist with a perplexed expression. Whose undercover agent operates in such a manner? Do they underestimate my intelligence? Both Li Bingyan and Hui Yunting were under the watchful gaze of hidden guards, and their conversation was being relayed directly to Yi Xiao's ears. This young woman remained as foolish as ever, yet indulging her could prove entertaining. Leaning back casually in his chair, Yi Xiao awaited Li Bingyan's arrival. Moments later, the office door swung open, revealing Li Bingyan in an ethereal hanfu, her hair elegantly styled, her delicate features adorned with a hint of makeup that exuded a spirited aura. A jade pendant hung at her waist, presenting her as a true heroine. Xiao Xiaozi, you're doing quite well for yourself. Li Bingyan boldly seated herself across from Yi Xiao. Bingyan, you still haven't changed a bit, Yi Xiao retorted with a scoff, crossing his arms and casting a sardonic glance at her. Yi Xiao, have you stuffed your mouth with donkey hair? Try calling me again. Li Bingyan's eyes sparkled with indignation. She had not heard that nickname in nearly a decade since their high school days. Well, that's still preferable to having dung in your mouth. If you can't speak properly, kindly vacate my territory and stop being a nuisance. Yi Xiao rolled his eyes, finding Li Bingyan as irritating as ever. You, forget it, I won't stoop to your level. I have a favor to ask. Li Bingyan felt a surge of anger upon seeing Yi Xiao, but her tone softened as she recalled her purpose. What did you say? I can't hear you. Yi Xiao feigned deafness, tilting his ear exaggeratedly. I said, I have something I need your help with. Li Bingyan gritted her teeth, articulating each word carefully. Is that your attitude when asking for a favor? Yi Xiao clicked his tongue, regarding her with disdain. Fine. Yi Xiao, I truly need your help. I'm begging you. Li Bingyan inhaled deeply, her tone finally turning earnest. Now that's more like it. Speak up, what do you need? Yi Xiao elevated his chin, adopting the demeanor of a victorious rooster. My school requires an internship, and I wish to join your company as a legal consultant. And I need you to provide me with an internship certificate, she stated casually, her eyes darting. Is that all? A minor issue. Yi Xiao was well aware of Li Bingyan's intentions. How could he not accommodate a heroine presenting herself at his doorstep? However, now that she had arrived, there would be no escape for her. Regarding the heroine, Yi Xiao activated his inside eye, revealing her details. Name, Li Bingyan, height, 175 centimeters, 36D, age, 25, destiny. He shall return before dawn. Heroine, appearance, 96, special physique, extreme ice sacred body, cultivation sacred body, cultivation level, peak transformation, skills, master level law, advanced legal theory, advanced debate, Intermediate Amay sword. Intermediate cloud stepping. Affection level. 50-80, a mix of love and hate. A delightful rivalry. Yi Xiu's expression turned serious. He had not anticipated that Li Bingyan was a practitioner of ancient martial arts with considerable prowess and a cultivation body of exceptional quality. The nature of her character was also perplexing. At this moment, the system thoughtfully provided insights into her storyline. As Yi Xiu perused the information, a peculiar glint crossed his eyes. Li Bingyan was the protagonist of a redemption narrative, destined to harbor resentment towards him out of love. Upon encountering Hui Yunting, she would perceive him as a substitute for Yi Xiu, striving to redeem Hui Yunting. In the process of redemption, she would gradually fall for him, ultimately uniting as a couple. Yi Xiu's sole role was to evoke her love-hate sentiments. No wonder her feelings towards him fluctuated so dramatically. It was a complex mix of affection and animosity. But what could she possibly resent him for? Yi Xiu found himself lost in thought. Chapter 38. Wall slam on Li Bingyan, then it's settled. When can I start? Li Bingyan, sensing Yi Xiu's silence, grew anxious. Listen, Bingyan, you aren't genuinely here to work. You can start whenever you please. Why are you even asking me? Yi Xiu regarded her as if she were a fool. Yi Xiu, I warn you. If you call me again, I will retaliate. Li Bingyan's chest heaved with indignation, her fury palpable. Fine, I want to say it, but why are you getting so worked up? Yi Xiu shrugged, yet he closely observed Li Bingyan's expression, testing the nature of her feelings towards him. He noted that while she appeared angry during their banter, the corners of her mouth never quite fell. Could they be a pair of playful rivals? This was getting interesting. Humph. Not only am I angry, but I will also bite you. Li Bingyan made a fierce expression, baring her teeth at Yi Xiu. Bite me? I welcome it. Tell me where. Yi Xiu's mouth outpaced his mind, instantly accelerating. You, perverted rogue. I won't speak with you anymore. I'm going to wander around the company. Li Bingyan initially failed to comprehend the situation, but as she caught a glimpse of Yi Xiu's unusual gaze, clarity struck her like a bolt of lightning. Infuriated, she stomped her foot and hastily fled from Yi Xiu's office, akin to a crab boiled alive. Yi Xiu, observing the retreating figure of Li Bingyan, began to reminisce about the nuances of their earlier interaction, soon donning a knowing smile that hinted at deeper implications. Wandering aimlessly through the corridors of Yi Xiu's company, Li Bingyan's mind was a chaotic whirlwind, her heart racing with fervor. She touched her flushed cheeks, unable to suppress a muttered exclamation. Ugh, that insufferable rogue has become quite the silver-tongued charmer. Determined, she vowed to uncover evidence that would allow her to confront this obnoxious sycophant. Regaining her composure, she clenched her fists with fierce resolve, promising herself that she would make Yi Xiu regret his actions. With a serious demeanor, she circled the conglomerate, only to discover that Yi Xiu had orchestrated a significant overhaul of the company, replacing nearly all the employees with newcomers. Frustration gnawed at her. It seemed Yi Xiu had intentionally made such changes upon her arrival. Humph, do you think this will thwart me? You wretched Yi Xiu, I will find evidence of your misdeeds and ensure you pay for it. Realizing that there was little to uncover within the company, she resolved to strategize against Yi Xiu himself. She meandered back to his office, and upon entering, was taken aback to find a strikingly beautiful young woman seated at Yi Xiu's adjacent desk, while he regarded her with a beaming smile. Li Bingyan's breath hitched. Her mood soured. She lifted her chin defiantly, pulled out a chair, and audaciously proclaimed, Yi Xiu, I won't be here long, so I'll just make do next to you. No need to prepare a separate office for me. With a feigned nonchalance tinged with provocation, she cast a glance at Bai Ji. Bai Ji, bewildered by Li Bingyan's inexplicable hostility despite their unfamiliarity, rolled her eyes and pretended not to notice her. Infuriated by Bai Ji's dismissal, Li Bingyan's gaze shifted back to Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu, this lady must be your goddess Gu Qianqian, right? Aren't you going to introduce me? Your childhood friend? Yi Xiu, puzzled, reached out to touch her forehead. No, you silly Bingyan. If you're unwell, you should seek treatment. What nonsense are you spouting? This is my assistant, Bai Ji. And when did you become my childhood friend? Li Bingyan's body stiffened momentarily before she swatted Yi Xiu's hand away, tears welling up in her eyes, overwhelmed by a sense of injustice. You're the one being ridiculous. You and your entire family are the ones who are insane. I detest you. I never want to speak to you again. After her outburst, with tears brimming in her eyes, she covered her face and bolted from Yi Xiu's office. Even Bai Ji, who was typically oblivious to such matters, recognized that Li Bingyan harbored feelings for their president and was evidently jealous. With a resigned gesture towards Yi Xiu, she remarked, Boss, aren't you going to chase after her? Shouldn't you explain things to that young lady? Is this what you call jealousy? Yi Xiu retorted, bemused. This is merely Li Bingyan having a meltdown. He shot Bai Ji an apologetic glance. Sorry for dragging you into this. I'll make sure to increase your salary later. With that, he hurried after Li Bingyan. Outside, she had not strayed far, frequently glancing back at Yishio's office door. When she spotted him emerging, a smile betrayed her lips. Li Bingyan, wait. Upon hearing Yishio's call, she quickly masked her smile and quickened her pace. Yishio, noticing her reaction, activated his wind control technique, and in an instant, he closed the distance, cornering her against the wall. Lowering his head, he gazed into her eyes. Li Bingyan, why are you running away? Humph. Why should you care? She retorted, turning her head away. Although she was astonished by Yishio's extraordinary speed, she refrained from questioning it. Xiaoyan, if I don't care about you, who will? Yishio leaned closer, whispering gently into her ear. What did you just call me? Li Bingyan trembled, tears glistening in her eyes as she looked at him. Of course, I called you Xiaoyan. What else could I have said? Yishio replied, his eyes narrowing with a bright smile. You remember. You scoundrel. Why have you not acknowledged me all these years? You bullied me in high school. You jerk. Unable to hold back, Li Bingyan kicked Yishio's calf. Ouch. Listen to me, Bingyan. It's not that I don't acknowledge you. It's just that we can't. Yishio grimaced in pain, trying to explain. I want to listen. What do you mean we can't? What is wrong with our identities? You're just trying to deceive me. Li Bingyan struggled fiercely. Yishio's eyes narrowed, and he loosened his grip on her just enough to catch her off guard, pinning her firmly against the wall. Then, he pressed his lips against hers with fervor. Li Bingyan's eyes widened in shock, staring at Yishio. As the kiss deepened, Li Bingyan struggled and pounded against Yishio's chest. Yet, under his relentless advances, her resistance waned, transforming into a tender protest. Gradually, she closed her eyes, surrendering, her arms wrapping around his waist unconsciously. As time slipped away, Yishio's hands wandered, and Li Bingyan suddenly jolted back to reality, pushing him away. Her face flushed and breathless, heart racing. She shyly avoided his gaze, yet her heart brimmed with sweetness. Xiaoyan, Yishio called softly, his eyes sparkling as he grasped her small hand. Yishio, let go of me. Li Bingyan protested, her ears flushed pink, playfully feigning resistance. Her tone laced with a hint of affection. No, I want to let go. After all this time, I want to release you even if it costs me everything. Yishio declared, holding her shoulders, gazing deeply into her eyes with steadfast determination. What did you say? Li Bingyan exclaimed, her eyes wide with surprise, hope, and disbelief as she looked at Yishio. I declare that this time, even if it costs me my life, I will not let you go. Yishio asserted with unwavering determination. Nonsense. You certainly want to die, she retorted. But Yishio, what do you mean by saying it's hard to finally catch you this time? Li Bingyan, suppressing her rising emotions, gazed at Yishio with anticipation. She had a vague inkling of his intentions, but yearned to hear him articulate it. This place is too crowded. Why don't we discuss this at my home? Yishio feigned contemplation before leaning closer to Li Bingyan and murmuring, you are right. Given our identities, there are indeed some things that are best left unsaid in public. Li Bingyan did not ponder too much. Although she had a villa in Haicheng, she was still a student, and the secrecy of her villa could not compare to Yishio's estate. All right, let us go then. As Yishio took her hand and turned, a triumphant smile graced his face. Li Bingyan, blissfully unaware of the slightly wicked expression on Yishio's face, followed him with her head lowered, her heart brimming with sweetness. In the car, Chu Weiwei glanced at the rearview mirror, observing Li Bingyan nestled in Yishio's embrace, radiating happiness. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. How had Yishio suddenly become so adept at attracting beautiful women, securing one within a single day? Casting another glance at Li Bingyan, an inexplicable irritation arose within Chu Weiwei as she involuntarily compared herself to her. Li Bingyan was undeniably beautiful, her appearance not inferior to her own, and her family background was among the finest in Xia country. Chu Weiwei felt inadequate in comparison. If she were a man, she would undoubtedly prefer Li Bingyan as well. A wave of self-deprecation washed over her, further darkening her mood. Soon enough, the trio arrived at Yishio's villa. He led Li Bingyan upstairs into his bedroom, while Chu Weiwei, who had intended to work in the living room, inexplicably tiptoed back to her own bedroom, adjacent to Yishio's. Inside Yishio's room, he pulled Li Bingyan to sit on the bed, gently resting his hand on her shoulder as he gazed at her with profound affection. Yishio, please, let us discuss the serious matter first, Li Bingyan urged, tugging at his sleeve, her voice tinged with urgency. All right, but let us make a pact that we'll share a kiss afterward, Yishio teased, raising an eyebrow. Ugh, you rogue. Who wants to kiss you? Li Bingyan blushed, lightly punching Yishio. Enough with the teasing, Bingyan. Where shall we begin? Yishio held her hand, his eyes reflecting a hint of nostalgia. Let us start with why you chose to leave me for Haiching all those years ago, Li Bingyin replied, her tone laced with melancholy. Are we diving straight into the deep end? Yi Xiao coughed awkwardly before continuing. You must understand, Bingyin, it was impossible for us to be together. Since we couldn't, I had no choice but to leave Kyoto for Haiching. You're talking nonsense. You came to Haiching because you fell head over heels for Gu Qianqian and became her devoted admirer, right? What does that have to do with me? And why can't we be together? With our family backgrounds, we would be a formidable alliance. Who would dare oppose us? Li Bingyin's eyes glistened with unshed tears, feeling aggrieved as she perceived Yi Xiao's words as mere excuses. You mention our family backgrounds. I am to be the next head of the Yi family, destined to join the elder pavilion, while you are the little princess of the Li family, a leading figure in contemporary law in Xia country, also bound for the elder pavilion. Do you think our grandfathers would approve if we were to be together? Even if they did, would we have a happy future? Yi Xiao's counter left Li Bingyin in silence. Deep down, she knew he was right. It wasn't that she didn't understand, but rather that she had been unwilling to confront the stark reality of their future together. Then, what about Gu Qianqian? Li Bingyin's tone grew heavy, a hint of bitterness lacing her inquiry. Bingyin, my devotion to Gu Qianqian was all for you. Yi Xiao looked into her eyes, his lie delivered with sincerity. Why do you blame me for everything? Li Bingyin instinctively protested, but her voice dwindled as she began to grasp Yi Xiao's meaning. So you did it on purpose? Yes, Bingyin, it was intentional. This way, I could escape the shackles of being the young master of the Yi family, flee that grand estate, and live freely as a wealthy man, so that I could truly be with you. Yi Xiao, you. Li Bingyin could no longer contain her emotions, throwing herself into Yi Xiao's embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. Why didn't you tell me? We could have faced it together. You have borne so much for me, sacrificed so much. She cried. You scoundrel, why are you so good to me? Protagonist's favorability towards the host increased to 85, deep affection. Host's villain value, 8,000. Yi Xiao held Li Bingyin, his eyes gleaming with satisfaction. Another female lead, firmly in hand. Chapter 40. The Yunting's second entrance. I didn't tell you because I feared you would disagree. With your temper, I had to act first and explain later. Don't cry. It's all in the past. I am doing well now. The Yi family wouldn't truly abandon me, and I have plenty of money. More importantly, I have you now, just as I wished. Be good, stop crying, and listen to me. Yi Xiao embraced Li Bingyin, effortlessly weaving sweet words without a trace of embarrassment. In his previous life, Yi Xiao had been a corporate drone, subjected to his boss's manipulation, working tirelessly without respite, to the detriment of his health, leaving him no energy to seek a partner. In desperation, he had resorted to relying on neighbors. Having learned to navigate the nuances of women through constant interaction, he was well versed in the art of charm. Remember this. If she is inexperienced, show her the splendor of the world. If she is weary, take her for a ride on the carousel. With this approach, no woman can resist. Yi Xiao, I love you. Li Bingyin, amidst her tears, suddenly lifted her head and pressed her lips against his. Yi Xiao, yes? Take me. Is that appropriate? You coward. How dare you call me a coward? Let me show you just how brave I can be. An hour later, host successfully subdued protagonist Li Bingyin. Host's villain value 1,000. Host gained 1 blood from protagonist Li Bingyin. Host's villain value 10,000. Protagonist Li Bingyin's favorability towards the host increased to 90. Inseparable. Host's villain value 10,000. Yi Xiao embraced Li Bingyin, indulging in a post-encounter smoke, his emotions a tumultuous blend. Li Bingyin lacked a unique physique suitable for dual cultivation, and after over an hour of effort, Yi Xiao found his own cultivation gains disappointingly meager. However, a wave of joy surged within him. For Li Bingyin possessed her own cultivation prowess, coupled with the unique attributes of a female lead, rendering her combat capabilities unmatched even by Gu Qianqian. Moreover, Li Bingyin's remarkable flexibility transformed many of Yi Xiao's once mere fantasies into tangible realities. In that moment, Yi Xiao was a whirlwind of conflicting emotions. Li Bingyin nestled in Yi Xiao's embrace, tilting her head upward, her expression wavering. What is it? Yi Xiao asked, puzzled. Well, Yi Xiao, let me say this. I believe you should return home and apologize to your father. You cannot relinquish the power over at the estate, she stated earnestly. She recognized Yi Xiao's talents, having witnessed his charisma, particularly the brilliance of his confident gaze. Yet now, she sensed a change in him, a certain desolation reflected in his once fiery eyes, now dulled. This troubled her deeply. She could not bear the thought of Yi Xiao squandering his life for her sake. I feel quite content at the moment. And having invested so much to be with you, how could I simply give up? Yi Xiao mused inwardly, pleased with his performance, believing it prudent to allow Li Bingyin to voice her concerns. Yi Xiao, I understand the fervor you harbor, but in Xia country, lacking power is akin to surrendering your fate to others. Frankly speaking, who in our estate would regard a so-called billionaire? She continued, her tone laced with urgency. But what are we to do? Yi Xiao feigned hesitation, his eyes reflecting inner turmoil. Li Bingyin grasped Yi Xiao's hand gently, speaking softly, we need not marry. We can maintain discretion. No, that would be profoundly unfair to you. Yi Xiao firmly rejected the idea. No, listen to me, Yi Xiao. Your power would allow you to protect me better. Additionally, if you give me a child with my surname, I shall never marry. And that will please my family even more. Li Bingyin's gaze faltered, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment at the thought. Yi Xiao remained noncommittal. Why are you being so indecisive? Let's settle this. We will have a secret romance, and, when the time is right, have a child. Li Bingyin declared, her determination unwavering. Faced with her insistence, Yi Xiao reluctantly acquiesced to this unequal agreement, much to his inner delight. Since we have concluded our discussion, shall we commence a game? Yi Xiao proposed, extending an invitation to Li Bingyin. You. How annoying. Though slightly bashful, Li Bingyin ultimately entered the match. Yi Xiao licked his lips, unconcerned about Li Bingyin's lesser performance. For he believed they could simply engage in more encounters. For the sake of cultivation, Yi Xiao truly labored diligently. Where was that eccentric girl, Li Bingyin? Meanwhile, Hui Yunting sat in the cafe they had agreed upon, glancing anxiously at his watch. I told you women are troublesome. This Li Bingyin is utterly unreliable. He muttered under his breath, oblivious to his growing aversion to women. Just as he was about to lose patience, a message from Li Bingyin arrived. You dare deceive me? Prepare to face the consequences. He hastily called her back, seeking clarity on the situation, only to discover she had blocked him. Hui Yunting was perplexed, inwardly cursing. Is this foolish woman out of her mind? When did I deceive her? Just yesterday, I was awkwardly shouting for justice alongside her, and now she wants me dead? Before he could make sense of it all, 2 police officers approached him. Are you Hui Yunting? Yes, what do you want, officers? He replied, puzzled yet unperturbed. Having been acquitted of previous charges, the officers produced an arrest warrant, stating gravely, you are suspected of embezzlement, a significant amount. You are hereby formally arrested. Please cooperate. I am innocent. Hui Yunting exclaimed, collapsing back onto the bench in panic. This time was different from his previous encounter with the law. He had genuinely misappropriated nearly 2 million in public funds, indulging in extravagance, and now those funds were long gone. He realized with dread that his life seemed to be irrevocably ruined. Slumping in his chair, devoid of strength, he was escorted out of the cafe by the 2 officers. System, how many villain points do I have left? Villain points, 58500. How many are needed to elevate my cultivation to the pinnacle of foundation establishment? Villain points, 46,000. Host cultivation elevated to the pinnacle of foundation establishment. Use the remainder for a lottery, 1 draw for 10,000, 2 draws for 1,000. Congratulations, host. You have drawn Ice Crystal, can unlock the Extreme Ice Sacred Body. Technique Extreme Ice Dao Technique. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a one-time item. Yin-Yang Reversal Talisman, can reverse one's physiological gender. Chapter 41, Scandal Exposed. System, this is clearly prepared for Li Bingyin. Could you be a bit more subtle? This is too direct. Yi Xiao observed the lottery rewards, bemused by the system's lack of finesse. Upon awakening Li Bingyin's Extreme Ice Sacred Body, it will significantly enhance the host's cultivation effectiveness. Oh, system, why didn't you mention this sooner? This is a misunderstanding. Yi Xiao swiftly stowed the rewards in his Qian Kuan ring, as Li Bingyin had already departed from his estate, and he would have to wait until their next encounter to present them. Yi Xiao then examined the Yin-Yang Reversal Talisman, pondering thoughtfully. Reversing the male lead into the female lead, how intriguing. Male lead Hui Yunting enters the palace again. Host villain points, 500. Look at that. It's as if fate has conspired. This Yin-Yang Reversal Talisman will be a gift for you. Male lead. Yi Xiao chuckled wickedly before handing the talisman to Chu Weiwei, instructing her to arrange for the hidden guards to act. Yi Xiao stretched lazily, deciding to forego the company today in favor of resting at home. He had overindulged in gaming, leaving him physically unscathed but mentally fatigued. It seems that sometimes one must not be overly diligent in cultivation. Yi Xiao sighed wistfully before drifting into slumber. Outside the happy community in Haiqing, the Gu family gathered in their cramped, shabby rental, simmering with indignation. Has this worthless scoundrel truly abandoned us? Gu Zhangwo's furious shout was tinged with a palpable sense of panic. Indeed, that heartless wretch, and that little Huatu, utterly unreliable. I can't even reach them by phone. Wang Fong echoed his concerns, finally beginning to believe that Gu Qianqian truly intended to sever ties with their family. In recent years, relying on Gu Qianqian, Wang Fong has indeed accumulated hundreds of thousands, but this is all reserved for Gu Yaozu's future marriage. She would certainly not use it lightly. Moreover, Gu Zhangwo is unaware of this matter, as she fears he might continue to gamble it away. That wretched woman had promised me 10 million, yet now there is no word from her. This cannot stand. I must seek her out. Gu Yaozu's mind is consumed with thoughts of making money. He desires to amass capital, then return to the casino to recover his losses and earn a fortune, becoming someone of stature, ready to strike back at those who look down on him. The thought that Gu Qianqian's promise of 10 million may fall through drives him into a frenzy, akin to an ant on a hot pan. Where will you find that money-losing fool? Did you not see that she has already been dismissed from her workplace? Gu Zhangwo seethes with rage, initially contemplating causing a scene at Gu Qianqian's company, only to find that she had indeed been fired. That shameless woman took our money and now doesn't know where she is frolicking. The thought of Gu Qianqian squandering what should have been hers fills her with unbearable anguish. Gu Yaozu dejectedly sinks back onto the bed, his head bowed, gritting his teeth and breathing heavily, clearly incensed. What are we to do now that that money-losing fool has vanished? We cannot possibly return to our hometown. Gu Zhangwo laments. Recalling Gu Qianqian's cold demeanor makes him furious, feeling wronged for merely scolding her a few times. How could she be so petty, severing ties with her family over such trivial matters? It is utterly unfilial. Is it not the case in every family? Why is it unacceptable in hers? Wang Fong hesitates. Return to our hometown? Absolutely not. She had previously boasted to neighbors and friends about their life in Haicheng, and to return in disgrace would be mortifying. After pondering, she speaks angrily to Gu Zhangwo and Gu Yaozu, insisting they cannot go back. I refuse to believe that without that money-losing fool, our family of 3 will starve in Haicheng. Indeed, we cannot return. Gu Zhangwo nods, valuing his pride too much to endure the ridicule of their hometown. Father, mother, regardless of whether we return to our hometown, we must not let Gu Qianqian off easily. Gu Yaozu's anger intensifies, his hatred almost palpable. Convinced that Gu Qianqian is deliberately obstructing his path to success, unable to bear the sight of him prospering. If Gu Qianqian stood before him, he would not hesitate to tear her apart. That money-losing fool has vanished. How can we not pursue her? Gu Zhangwo grits his teeth, sharing in the desire to not let Gu Qianqian escape. Yet the issue remains that she is nowhere to be found. Then let us force her to appear. Once she is in front of us, we can handle her as we wish. Gu Yaozu sneers. How do we force her to show herself? Wang Fong inquires. By exposing her online. Gu Yaozu's voice drips with malice. This might not be wise. If we ruin her reputation, how will we ever demand a bride price? Wang Fong hesitates. Indeed, Yaozu, your mother has a point. That bride price will ultimately belong to you. Gu Zhangwo looks towards Gu Yaozu. Father, mother, are you still considering the bride price? That little wretch has completely severed ties with us. Even if there is a wedding and a bride price, it will not fall into our hands. Gu Yaozu finds Wang Fong's naivety amusing, continuing to mock them. Do you still harbor fantasies? Cannot you see her resoluteness? But we are her biological parents. Wang Fong protests. Do not blame me for speaking harshly. Consider how you have treated Gu Qianqian over the years. If you were in her position, would you return for more suffering? Gu Yaozu had long suggested that Gu Zhangwo and Wang Fong treat Gu Qianqian with a touch more kindness. She craved love, and a little affection would have rendered her irrational with gratitude, making her easy to manipulate. Yet they refused to listen. Now, with Gu Qianqian turning against them, they are panicking and invoking the notion of parenthood. What use is that? Gu Zhangwo and Wang Fong fall silent, aware that Gu Yaozu speaks the truth. Had they been in her shoes, they would have fled long ago, but they would never admit it. Humph, do you think your mother and I are heartless money losers? If we were, we certainly would not have stayed. Gu Zhangwo speaks with dwindling confidence, pausing before continuing. Enough of this, Yaozu. How shall we expose her online? Wang Fong looks at Gu Yaozu with curiosity. You need not worry. I will handle this matter. You simply need to cooperate with me when the time comes and record some footage. Gu Yaozu exudes confidence. While his academic record is mediocre, his editing skills are quite proficient. Previously, he had admired a small streamer and, in an effort to impress her, taught himself editing to assist her with video edits and livestream clips. However, once she gained some popularity, she promptly deleted him from her contacts. This left him heartbroken for quite some time, but it turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as his editing skills became quite remarkable. In the first prison of Haicheng, Within the familiar confines of a cell, surrounded by the familiar gazes of acquaintances, Hui Yunting feels desolate and involuntarily shuts his eyes. Ah, this young handsome man has learned to be proactive. Haha, he must be addicted. Amidst the excited laughter of the crowd, Hui Yunting once again finds himself humiliated. Leaning over the table, unbeknownst to Hui Yunting, during the most intense moments of his torment, a guard passing by the cell discreetly casts a glimmer of light towards him. Unnoticed by anyone, and within moments, it enters Hui Yunting's body. Several hours of abuse leave Hui Yunting dazed, utterly drained. Lying on the bed, he feels a strange confusion. For some reason, this time, he does not feel as humiliated as he had imagined. In fact, there is an inexplicable sense of excitement. Suddenly, as if recalling something, he shivers violently. No, it cannot be. I am straight. Tears pour from his eyes as he teeters on the brink of collapse. Being subjected to the whims of a group of men is something he can begrudgingly accept, but what he cannot bear is that he actually feels a twinge of enjoyment. Covering his head, he realizes that his tears have soaked the pillow beside him. I heard you got a promotion. How much did your salary increase? Baiji arrives home only to be met by Wang Wenmei's excited voice. No increase. Baiji replies with a blank expression, uninterested in engaging with Wang Wenmei. Impossible. Are you trying to deceive me? I have inquired. And you were promoted from a minor office director to an assistant to the president. How could your salary not increase? Wang Wenmei, believe it or not. Baiji scoffs, turning to return to her room. You ungrateful daughter, what is this attitude of yours? Wang Wenmei grinds her teeth in frustration, contemplating striking Baiji as she had in the past, but after much hesitation, she refrains. At this moment, she truly does not dare to provoke Baiji, not out of fear of her, but rather out of concern for her biological daughter, Lu Yining. Over a year ago, when she pushed Baiji too far, Baiji chose to call the police and posted a video and a written account on Douyin. At that moment, she realized that Baiji had secretly recorded years of her abusive behavior towards her. Had it not been for Lu Yining's timely discovery, who discreetly sought help to suppress the scandal and had Baiji's account suspended, this incident would have undoubtedly caused an uproar. If Baiji's biological parents were to see it, everything would be over. That day, Lu Yining had scolded Wang Wenmei mercilessly, and Wang Wenmei had assured her that she would not cause any more trouble. Thus, from that point on, despite her deep-seated hatred, she refrained from physically assaulting or verbally abusing Baiji. She had contemplated secretly eliminating Baiji, but a murder case in Xia country is a public prosecution case. And with surveillance cameras everywhere, even Lu Yining could not guarantee a clean resolution without alerting the Lu family. Each time Wang Wenmei recalled that her laziness had led to Baiji's upbringing, and that she had not disposed of Baiji when she was young. Leaving her in this awkward predicament, she felt immense regret. Spitting towards Baiji's door, Wang Wenmei returned to her room with small, hurried steps. She shut the door, approached her vanity, and retrieved a key hidden in a pocket sewn into her pants. Unlocking the drawer, she revealed a photograph of a beautiful girl smiling radiantly. Holding the photograph, tears streamed down her face as she whispered, Yining, I miss you so much. You have no idea how arrogant that wretched girl has become. Always giving me grief. But it's all right. As long as you are well, I am happy. Rest assured, I will not trouble you again. I will keep a close watch on that wretched girl and make sure the Lu family remains oblivious. After crying for a while, Wang Wenmei wiped her tears and carefully placed the photograph back in the drawer, locking it securely. Unbeknownst to her, in her own room, Baiji was holding a tablet, viewing the surveillance footage from Wang Wenmei's room. With a cold expression, Baiji gripped the tablet tightly, her fingers turning pale from the pressure, clearly agitated. Yining, Lu family. After all this time, I finally have more information. Taking a deep breath, she murmured to herself. Opening her notebook, her fair and slender fingers danced across the keyboard. Minutes later, as Baiji gazed at the contents on her notebook screen, her breathing grew heavier. The young lady of the Lu family, Lu Yining, shares the same birth date as me. Her hands trembled as she slowly flipped through the materials until a photograph of Lu Jianxia and his wife froze her in place. They looked strikingly similar. In that instant, Baiji was certain that Lu Jianxia and his wife were indeed her biological parents. I, Baiji, have finally found my true parents. She longed to cry out in joy, to release her pent-up emotions, but she feared discovery by Wang Wenmei, which could alert her. A cold smile crossed her lips. With the Lu family's power, it was no wonder Lu Yining had recognized Wang Wenmei and maintained contact while concealing her true identity. After a long while, Baiji finally calmed her emotions. Should she attempt to contact her parents directly? Having endured hardships and a profound lack of love, Baiji yearned for her true parents and the warmth of genuine familial affection. She could hardly wait to reunite with her biological parents and bask in their true care and love. However, she was unfamiliar with the intricacies of the wealthy elite. If she rushed into contact, what if she was mistaken for someone with ulterior motives? Moreover, if things went awry, it could lead to trouble, especially since she was just an ordinary person. What should she do? Bai Ji fell silent, contemplating for a long time when suddenly, her eyes brightened. Of course, she could ask her boss for advice when she returned to work tomorrow. Who among her acquaintances understood the wealthy elite better than her boss? Moreover, according to her research, her boss was likely acquainted with the Liu family. She could gather information discreetly. Thank goodness she hadn't acted rashly. Bai Ji felt a wave of relief wash over her, her anxiety dissipating significantly. She gazed longingly at the photograph of Liu Jianxia and his wife for a while before erasing all traces of her research and shutting down her computer. As she crawled into bed, she tossed and turned, unable to sleep. After a while, she suddenly sat up. She could not wait until tomorrow. She needed to find her boss now. Without hesitation, Bai Ji called Chu Weiwei to confirm the address. After getting the details, she hurriedly got out of bed, paused to think, then walked to her wardrobe, pulled out a form-fitting dress, changed, applied light makeup, and headed out towards Yi Xiu's estate. She had no ulterior motives. After navigating the complexities of society for so long, Bai Ji understood that looking presentable would elicit a friendlier response from others. This was human nature, an immutable truth. Chapter 43. A deeper understanding of the world in the villa. Yi Xiu awoke with a refreshed expression. As his cultivation progressed, his need for rest diminished significantly. If he refrained from training, he now only required about 2 hours of sleep each day to maintain his energy. When cultivating, he needed no sleep at all, as meditation was the best form of rest. It was time to contact his grandfather. Yi Xiu took out his phone and dialed his grandfather, Yi Jiahe. Once the call connected, without waiting for Yi Jiahe to speak, Yi Xiu stated, "Grandfather, I have slept with the Li family's little princess, Li Bingyan. You slept with her? Well, it's about time you woke up. Wait, who did you say you slept with? Li Bingyan?" Yi Jiahe was initially pleased, almost having feared his grandson's inclinations were questionable, given that most sons of influential families were still virgins at 25. He had been just 19 when he had his first child. However, he was taken aback to learn that it was the Li family's girl. It wasn't that Yi Jiahe disapproved of Li Bingyan. In fact, he admired her innocence. The main issue was that a union between the heads of the Yi and Li families was absolutely forbidden unless they relinquished their respective rights. The Yi family already spanned military, politics, and finance. Adding a cultural element would imply they were seeking rebellion. Yes, grandfather, indeed it is Li Bingyan of the Li family. Yi Xiu's words extinguished any remaining glimmers of hope in Yi Jiahe. After a moment of silence, he asked, "What are you planning to do, you rascal?" "What else can I do? Let nature take its course," Yi Xiu replied calmly. "Let nature take its course?" Yi Jiahe raised an eyebrow. "Yes, let nature take its course. Young man, this step is highly perilous," Yi Jiahe cautioned. "I understand, but grandfather, our Yi family is currently too powerful. It appears splendid on the surface, but is truly precarious, teetering on the edge of a cliff. Some matters cannot be avoided. It is better to take a risk and gamble on it." Yi Xiu's tone grew heavier. "How confident are you?" Yi Jiahe inquired further. "About 60%, Yi Xiu replied, not revealing his full confidence. In truth, he was entirely confident, knowing he was a cultivator. It wouldn't be long before he possessed the strength to overturn tables. He chose to understate his confidence to prevent his grandfather from thinking he was acting recklessly. 60%? That is sufficient. I wholeheartedly support you. As a politician, Yi Jiahe was quite the gambler. A 60% chance was enough to wager on. The young rascal. Soon I shall have someone deliver the true essence of the Yi family, the hidden emblem of our lineage, to you. Specifics will follow shortly, as someone will reach out to you in the next couple of days. Thank you, Grandpa. There's no need for us to be polite. Yi Jiahe waved his hand, feeling quite elated. Enough of that. You should pursue your plans. I shall bear the pressure from Kyoto. If manpower is insufficient, feel free to request assistance from your old man. After concluding the call, Yi Jiahe slowly walked into the ancestral hall of the Yi family. He lit incense before the tablets and bowed, addressing the ancestors, "Great forebears, a true dragon has emerged from the Yi family. I humbly request your blessings for Yi Xiu's safety, health, and success in all endeavors." Meanwhile, Yi Xiu lay in bed, sneezing as he wondered who was speaking of him. It was likely the old man, as he had just concluded a phone call. A smile crossed his face at the thought of the old fellow. In recent days, the concern from his parents and grandfather had allowed Yi Xiu to experience the warmth of family, which was the primary reason he sought to plan the future of the Yi family. As a cultivator, He sensed that his distance from the mortal realm would only grow. And before departing, it was no trouble to resolve some hidden issues for the Yi family. Young master, Bai Ji has arrived and is waiting downstairs. The voice of Chu Weiwei pulled Yi Xiao from his reverie. Have her come directly to my room. Yi Xiao, reluctant to rise, leaned against the headboard. Shortly after, Chu Weiwei entered, leading Bai Ji, and kindly closed the door behind her. Upon seeing Bai Ji, Yi Xiao's eyes brightened involuntarily. Today, she wore her hair down and had applied a touch of makeup, making her appear more radiant and lively than usual. The black body-hugging dress accentuated her figure beautifully. Drawing the eye, the dress ended mid-thigh, revealing her fair, delicate, and slightly plump legs, clad in black stockings, complemented by a pair of high heels. She exuded an allure that was both captivating and innocent. Make yourself comfortable. Yi Xiao gestured toward the sofa opposite the bed. All right, Bai Ji nodded. Feeling a bit shy as her gaze faltered upon seeing Yi Xiao's bare torso, his 8-pack abs causing her to feel slightly dizzy. What brings you here so late in haste? Yi Xiao inquired, noticing Bai Ji's nervousness. Boss, I would like to consult you about something. Bai Ji lifted her head. Her cheeks flushed. What is it? Speak freely. Boss, do you know Lu Yining from the Lu family in Kyoto, as well as her parents? Bai Ji looked at him with hopeful eyes. Yi Xiao squinted, fixating intently on Bai Ji. Lu Yining? How did she know about Lu Yining at this moment? Hadn't she yet been recognized by her family? Furthermore, her expression suggested that she might already be aware of her true lineage. What could this mean? Could it be that she had already been reborn? System, come forth. What is happening? Didn't you say Bai Ji would not be reborn for another month? Yi Xiao felt a surge of anger, as the system's unreliability had significantly disrupted his plans. Detection indicates Bai Ji has not yet been reborn. Then what is going on? The plot does not specify. In the original storyline, Bai Ji discovered her true identity herself. Her return to the Lu family was due to her own efforts, utilizing her master-level computing skills to uncover her lineage. Yi Xiao nodded. This made sense. And it aligned well with the narrative logic of Bai Ji's tragic fate in her first life, where her yearning for familial affection led to her demise. In a moment of clarity, Yi Xiao gained a deeper understanding of this world. He realized it was indeed a tangible reality, where even the most outrageous plots were rooted in coherent logic. For instance, despite the original character's apathy, the family business continued to thrive, primarily due to the silent support of Yi Xiao's biological mother. Noticing Yi Xiao's unwavering gaze, Bai Ji grew increasingly anxious, her fingers turning pale as she nervously swallowed. Yi Xiao's mind raced, quickly formulating a new plan. He regarded Bai Ji and slowly spoke. Lu Yining, not only do I know her, but I am also quite familiar with her. You truly know her. That's wonderful. Bai Ji exclaimed, leaping from the sofa, her excitement causing her ample bosom to bounce, leaving Yi Xiao momentarily dazed. Yes, for she is my fiancée. What? Your fiancée? Indeed, my fiancée. We are betrothed. Then what is your intention in inquiring about my fiancée? Yi Xiao's gaze turned icy, channeling a hint of his foundational aura toward Bai Ji. The once standing Bai Ji was suddenly overwhelmed by Yi Xiao's aura, forcing her to sit back down on the sofa, trembling as if plunged into an ice cellar. In her eyes, Yi Xiao appeared fearsome. Her teeth chattered as she sensed the palpable killing intent emanating from him, prompting her to cry out, I mean no harm. I am the biological daughter of Lu Jianxi. Is what you say true? Bai Ji felt a wave of relief wash over her as the oppressive aura dissipated. She bent forward, breathing heavily, drenched in sweat, as a sense of survival flooded her senses. Yes, it is true. I discovered it myself. After a lengthy pause, Bai Ji finally regained her composure and cautiously recounted her journey from doubt to saving money for a paternity test to installing surveillance at home, ultimately piecing together the connections to Lu Yining and the Lu family. So Lu Yining is truly not of the Lu family's bloodline? Yi Xiao gazed at the paternity test results in his hand, astonished. It contained the DNA results for Lu Yining and Wang Wenmei, as well as for Bai Ji and Wang Wenmei. Indeed, Lu Yining cannot be her biological daughter. As for my own status, I cannot be certain, but based on appearances, it seems highly probable. Bai Ji nodded, analyzing the situation calmly. Are you seeking to inquire about their circumstances in order to find a suitable time to approach them? Yi Xiao asked, puzzled. Not entirely. I am unsure how to engage with them, so I was hoping you could offer some advice, boss. Bai Ji looked at Yi Xiao with a pitiful expression. Bai Ji, is your desire to return to the Lu family truly that fervent? Yi Xiao regarded her, seemingly hesitant to voice his thoughts. Of course, having finally found my biological parents, I would undoubtedly wish to return. Bai Ji exclaimed, confused by Yi Xiao's demeanor. Suddenly, an idea struck her, And she continued, if I say that I am not motivated by the Liu family status, you likely would not believe me. Yet, what I truly cherish is having a family, with the care of loved ones. By the way, boss, are you worried about your fiancée? Rest assured, I will not compete with her for anything upon my return. Yi Xiu's expression grew increasingly complex as he looked at Bai Ji, letting out a deep sigh. It is merely a family alliance. I do not care for Liu Yining, that overbearing woman. In fact, I find her quite disagreeable. However, alas, it would be more honorable if you were simply returning for financial gain. Bai Ji, even more perplexed, quickly inquired, boss, why do you say that? Do you genuinely wish to know? I fear you may be disappointed by the family you envision. Yi Xiu shook his head. Please, I implore you, share your thoughts. Bai Ji pleaded. Very well, allow me to share a tale with you. The couple, Liu Jianxi and his wife, along with their 2 sons, doted upon Liu Yining to an excessive degree, indulging her without boundaries or justification, a reputation well known in Kyoto. To speak candidly, I do not believe you will receive the familial affection you yearn for upon your return. Merely escaping mistreatment would be a fortunate outcome. Boss, you exaggerate, Bai Ji remarked. Incredulous. I have been quite conservative in my assertions. Moreover, the scions of noble families receive extensive education from a young age, fundamentally an investment by their lineage. Should you hastily return, it will undoubtedly tarnish Liu Yining's inherent worth. A family thrives together or suffers together. Thus, the rest of the Liu family shall not extend you any goodwill. Yi Xiu gazed at Bai Ji with pity. It is one thing to be unaware. But now that you know your biological parents, what reason could there be not to return? Bai Ji clearly harbored grand illusions regarding her estranged parents. She could not fathom that they would not cherish their own child. Seeing your resolute attitude, I shall refrain from further persuasion. I will convey a message to the Liu family. They will likely send someone to seek you soon. Yi Xiu sighed, a look of helplessness evident as he realized he could not sway Bai Ji. Thank you so much, boss, Bai Ji said sincerely. For what? If we were to tally it, you are still half my fiancé, thus it is no trouble at all. Yi Xiu waved dismissively. No, boss, please do not say that. I cannot bear the weight of such a title, Bai Ji protested, shaking her head vigorously. Enough with the jesting. However, I do have a favor to ask of you. Yi Xiu continued with a smile. What is it? I will certainly assist you, provided it is within my capabilities. Bai Ji declared, thumping her chest. I despise Liu Yining. She is arrogant and insufferable. I cannot reject the union of our families. Thus, should you indeed be a child of the Liu family, I wish to exchange the title of fiancé for you. No, that is out of the question, Bai Ji hastily refused. Yi Xiu interrupted her, continuing, allow me to finish. You are aware of my circumstances, and thus we would merely be engaged in name only. Moreover, this arrangement would be mutually beneficial for you. The Liu couple are driven by profit. If you desire the warmth of a family, you must possess corresponding value. Should you assume the role of my prospective daughter-in-law, they will feign concern for you. Consider it a win-win collaboration, he concluded. After a moment of silence, Bai Ji shook her head, still unable to believe her biological parents could be so cruel. I am truly sorry, boss, but I cannot agree to this. I owe you a personal favor. Yi Xiu had anticipated Bai Ji's refusal. He had not expected immediate acquiescence, but rather sought to lay the groundwork for future developments. Very well. But should you change your mind, you may seek me at any time. Yi Xiu scoffed inwardly. Realizing Bai Ji was determined to return and experience the harsh reality of being the true daughter of the Liu family, he could no longer impede her. Bai Ji had a month before her rebirth, and Yi Xiu did not believe she could endure a month of torment at the hands of the Liu family after he brought her back prematurely. All right, boss. If what you say comes to pass, I will return to seek your collaboration. Though Bai Ji's words proclaimed her resolve, her tone still brimmed with anticipation for her biological parents and the Liu family. Yi Xiu smirked, recognizing Bai Ji's naivety. I shall wait for you to return, Bai Ji, seeking my assistance. Agreed, then we shall leave it at that. If there is nothing else, you may take your leave. You need not work for the next few days. Simply await the arrival of the Liu family at home. Thank you immensely, boss. I will repay your kindness in the future. After Bai Ji departed, Yi Xiu summoned Chu Weiwei. Weiwei, you have heard all that transpired, correct? Go and inform the Liu family regarding Bai Ji's situation, and devise a method to let Liu Yining know that Bai Ji is my assistant. Moreover, ensure Bai Ji uncovers the truth of her heritage. A sly smile graced Yi Xiu's lips. Let the true daughter and the false daughter contend against one another. Chapter 45. Xiao Menger's sole concern time slipped away, and before long, 3 days had passed. During this period, Yi Xiu diligently trained with Gu Qianqian, accumulating over 10,000 villain points in the process. Meanwhile, Bai Ji boarded a flight to Kyoto last night, preparing to officially return to the Liu family today. Yi Xiu also took charge of the Yi family's hidden affairs, dispatching an informant to the Liu family to monitor the developments concerning the true and false daughters, remaining at the forefront of the unfolding drama. In these 3 days, Yi Xiu experienced great joy, in stark contrast to the profound terror that gripped Hui Yunting, currently incarcerated in Haicheng's first prison. In the restroom of his cell, Hui Yunting stared at his reflection in the mirror, fear etched across his features. He felt an overwhelming transformation within himself over the past 3 days. His skin had become fairer and more delicate, his chest felt swollen, and his Adam's apple had shrunk significantly, nearly disappearing altogether. His voice had taken on a higher pitch, and even the scent of sweat that clung to him had grown faint. Most alarmingly, a certain part of his anatomy seemed to be retracting, threatening to vanish entirely. How could Hui Yunting not be frightened? How could he not be terrified? The most dreadful realization was that each night, as he was besieged by a group of burly men, he found himself increasingly aroused. Hui Yunting covered his mouth, his face flushed, trembling all over, tears streaming down his cheeks uncontrollably. In the Mekong city village of Haicheng, Xiao Ming'er returned home, breathless. "Grandma, I'm back." "Oh, my little Ming'er. It's good that you're back. Why did you buy so many things?" A somewhat worn wooden door creaked open to reveal an elderly lady with silver hair, a warm smile, and a kind demeanor. Xiao Ming'er had taken the day off, having arranged with Uncle Wang to withdraw a week's wages in advance, allowing her to purchase a multitude of items. "It's not much, Grandma. I've earned money, so of course, I want you to enjoy life." Xiao Ming'er beamed brightly, carrying a heap of goods into the house. "How much can one earn in just a week? Save it for yourself. At my age, I am not tempted by material things," Xiao Yinhua said, feeling pain for the hardships Xiao Ming'er endured to earn her keep. More importantly, she felt her time was limited, and she did not want Xiao Ming'er to squander her earnings on her. Xiao Yinhua and Xiao Ming'er began to organize the items together. And then she took Xiao Ming'er's hand and sat down. "Little Ming'er, how is your work? Is it exhausting?" Xiao Yinhua expressed her concern, fearing that Xiao Ming'er might engage in unsavory activities for money or fall victim to deception or danger. "Do not worry, Grandma. My job is great, and it's not tiring at all. I'm merely a caretaker, doing some household chores and cleaning," Xiao Ming'er reassured, omitting the detail that she was working as a maid. "Can one earn 20,000 a month doing that? And you, a university student, end up serving an old woman like me?" Xiao Yinhua's eyes glistened with tears as she gently stroked Xiao Ming'er's head, feeling a deep sense of sorrow. "They are wealthy people, a billionaire president. Grandma, you don't understand. Nowadays, a university degree isn't worth much. What matters is earning money. As long as it's lawful, the type of work doesn't matter." Xiao Ming'er displayed her small tiger teeth, her large eyes gleaming like a crescent moon. "Ah, I do not comprehend, but as long as you believe it is good, that is all that matters." Xiao Yinhua nodded, content as long as Xiao Ming'er found satisfaction in her work. "Grandma, how have you been feeling these past few days? Is your heart still hurting?" Xiao Ming'er grasped Xiao Yinhua's hand, her eyes filled with deep concern. "It's all right, Xiao Ming'er, there's no need for worry. Grandma has been feeling quite well lately." Xiao Yinhua wished to alleviate Xiao Ming'er's anxiety and refrained from mentioning her nightly discomfort that kept her awake. "Well, that is good." Xiao Ming'er feigned happiness, yet the worry in her eyes deepened. She understood clearly that the more her grandmother pretended to be fine and said nothing, the graver the situation must be. At that moment, her phone chimed, signaling the arrival of a message. Xiao Ming'er took out her phone, glanced at it, and her expression shifted to one of surprise mixed with concern. "Xiao Ming'er, what happened?" Xiao Yinhua inquired. "It's nothing, just work-related, Grandma. I'll head to my room to take care of it," Xiao Ming'er replied with a smile, before rising to return to her chamber. "Ah, go ahead, dear. I'll prepare dinner. Let us have something nice for lunch." Xiao Yinhua ambled toward the kitchen, quite cheerful. Upon closing the door, Xiao Ming'er opened her computer and quickly scanned the webpage. It was the official site of Yi Family Hospital, announcing the surgical outcomes of 10 lottery winners, all successful, with all heart conditions cured, leaving only recovery time ahead. Xiao Ming'er was overjoyed. Her grandmother finally had hope for recovery. However, she noted that there would be no further lotteries at Yi Family, and future treatments would require out-of-pocket expenses. Moreover, the surgery, being a new technique, was naturally exorbitantly priced. Altogether, including post-operative recovery, it would cost no less than 3 to 4 million. For Xiao Ming'er, this sum was astronomical, even with her perceived high salary. It would take her over a decade of relentless saving without food or drink. How could her grandmother possibly wait that long? As for borrowing money, that was even more implausible. As a solitary girl raised by a destitute old woman, where could she find such funds? Besides, having just graduated, no bank would grant her a substantial loan. To put it bluntly, even if she sought El die, the Yi family would never lend her such a fortune. In an instant, Xiao Meng'er was engulfed in despair. As for approaching Yi Xiu, she remained hesitant, pondering why he would assist her. Although confident in her looks, she did not believe that merely sharing a bed with Yi Xiu would merit a loan of 3 to 4 million. What was the worth of such a fleeting encounter? Yi Xiu was wealthy, but he was not a fool. What should she do? If all else fails, perhaps she could try approaching the young master? After much contemplation, Xiao Meng'er resolved to seek out Yi Xiu. If one attempt failed, she could always try again. If that too fell through, she could wait a few more years. Xiao Meng'er was a rational and resolute individual. She recognized that the only asset she possessed of significant value was her own body. Since she had decided to sell it, why not offer it to someone more handsome? Thus, Yi Xiu became her primary choice, handsome and affluent. Yet, her only concern was whether Yi Xiu would find her unattractive. After spending several days working at the villa, she observed that the girls around Yi Xiu were all strikingly beautiful. Although she was not lacking in beauty, she felt no advantage over them. Sighing, she decided not to dwell on it. Upon returning home tonight, she would seek out the young master. Her grandmother's health could not be delayed any longer. Recalling the doctor's words about not postponing any further, Xiao Meng'er sighed again, turned, and exited her room to join her grandmother in the kitchen. After they shared a meal, the two ventured out for a stroll, returning to Yi Xiu's estate only after nightfall, with Xiao Meng'er feeling a pang of reluctance to leave. Chapter 46. Eating while gazing into his eyes. Half a day earlier, while Xiao Meng'er was cooking with her grandmother, at the villa, Gu Qianqian hurriedly knocked on Yi Xiu's door, her phone in hand. Come in, master. Something has happened. Gu Qianqian rushed into the room, burying her face in Yi Xiu's embrace, sobbing. What is wrong with my little dog? Yi Xiu gently stroked Gu Qianqian's head, his tone laced with concern. Recently, Gu Qianqian's performance had indeed pleased Yi Xiu. It was impeccable, and he occasionally bestowed her with some emotional support. Master, look. The entire internet is filled with people condemning me, Gu Qianqian exclaimed, pulling out her phone and opening Douyin. She scrolled to a video and presented it to Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu glanced at the screen, where he saw Gu Qianqian's parents and younger brother, Gu Yaozu, weeping in the video. Wang Feng sat in the center, with Gu Zhangwo and Gu Yaozu flanking her. The three lamented, painting Gu Qianqian as a heartless and cruel daughter who, despite being pampered, had callously kicked her parents aside. They fabricated outrageous tales to substantiate their claims of her unfilial behavior, each story delivered with such conviction that it appeared genuine. Their sole request was to see Gu Qianqian one last time, after which they would follow the court's ruling, coupled with Gu Yaozu's professional editing. The entire presentation was so compelling that, had Yi Xiu not known the truth, he might have believed Gu Qianqian to be an irredeemably ungrateful daughter. As Yi Xiu had anticipated, the comments and barrage of messages were filled with outrage. Is Gu Qianqian even human? She is a beast. Please do not insult beasts. Compared to Gu Qianqian, Ma Chao is a model son. What a disgrace. Gu the thief. Traitor. Unfilial. Malevolent. Why does your comment have sound? Look how pitiful this couple is. How could Gu Qianqian be so heartless? Before disappearing, she even stole the family's money. Gu Qianqian is truly a wretched creature. They are so pitiful. Do you know how to donate to them? Still wanting donations? Miss Huang can't even wear all her jewelry. Gu Qianqian should die? After reading through the comments, Yi Xiu found it absurd. Public opinion was indeed easily manipulated. As long as one could stir the emotions of the masses, they could garner attention. The truth? Apologies, but aside from those involved, few cared. He turned to Gu Qianqian. What do you wish to do? Do you need my assistance? No need to trouble the master. I aim to utilize some of your resources to completely resolve this matter with them, so they won't bother you again, Gu Qianqian replied, her eyes glinting with fury and confidence. She already hatched a plan, yet lacking funds and support, she sought Yi Xiu's help. However, Yi Xiu remained silent, merely observing her. Gu Qianqian understood his gaze, positioning herself accordingly, bending down. After a lengthy silence, Yi Xiu finally spoke. Having a plan is good. Whatever you need. You may approach Chu Weiwei. She will arrange everything for you. Thank you, master. Gu Qianqian joyfully kissed Yi Xiu and skipped out of his room. Shortly after, in Chu Weiwei's room, she looked at Gu Qianqian with some confusion. How did you manage to gain the young master's full support? During this period, she comprehended Yi Xiu's attitude towards Gu Qianqian. Logically speaking, Yi Xiu should be indifferent to Gu Qianqian's trivial matters. Gu Qianqian smiled mysteriously and said to Chu Weiwei, "It's quite simple. I just gazed into my master's eyes while munching on some food, and after a while he agreed." Huh, what does that mean? Chu Weiwei was perplexed. Was it sufficient to just watch Yishio eat? What could possibly be so effective? However, Gu Qianqian did not clarify her statement and busied herself back in her room. As night fell once again, "Master, are you asleep?" Xiao Ming'er hesitated for a long time before finally summoning the courage to knock on Yishio's door. "Not yet. Come in." Xiao Ming'er opened the door and entered, carefully closing it behind her, feeling quite awkward as she approached Yishio. "What do you need from me? Do you wish to clean?" Yishio feigned ignorance, scrutinizing Xiao Ming'er from head to toe. Unlike her usual maid uniform, she was dressed in a JK uniform, with black thigh-high stockings adorning her legs. "Ah, no, that's not it. I have a request for you, master." Xiao Ming'er nervously clutched her clothing. "What is it?" "My grandmother suffers from heart disease, and I heard that the hospital affiliated with your family has made breakthroughs in this area and can provide a cure. So, I was hoping to ask you for a favor to secure a treatment slot." Xiao Ming'er spoke softly, feeling quite embarrassed. "That's a trivial matter. You are my employee. Just mention it to Wang Bo, and he will naturally arrange a slot for you. However, do you have the funds for the surgery?" Yishio's tone was gentle, readily agreeing to her request. I don't have it. This is another thing I wanted to ask you for, to borrow some money." Xiao Ming'er lowered her head, her face burning with shame. "Xiao Ming'er, raise your head and look at me." Yishio's voice turned cold. Xiao Ming'er dazedly lifted her head. "Now look into my eyes." "Xiao Ming'er, I must ask you on what grounds." The anger in Yishio's eyes intensified. "I can pay you back slowly." She still held on to a glimmer of hope, wondering if Yishio might lend her the money. After all, she naturally wished to avoid any form of compromise. Yet, she had been somewhat naive. As Yishio scolded, "Slowly pay back? Your salary comes from me. How long will that take? 10 years? 20 years? Xiao Ming'er, I initially found you quite endearing, but I never expected you to be so thick-skinned. Do you wish to take advantage of me? Have some self-respect. You've only worked here for less than a week and already want to borrow several million. Are you foolish or am I?" Yishio's reprimand left Xiao Ming'er utterly humiliated, and she no longer harbored any illusions. Taking a deep breath, she raised her head and looked at Yishio with determination. "Master, I do not wish to take advantage of you. What do you think I am worth?" "What do you mean?" Yishio feigned ignorance. "Master, I'm not unattractive." "Am I? I could offer myself to you, either by the occasion or by the day. Name your price, and if it is reasonable, I shall belong to you from now on." Xiao Ming'er had completely thrown caution to the wind. She thought for a moment and continued, "By the way, master, rest assured, I have never had a boyfriend and am still in pristine condition." Yishio was momentarily taken aback by Xiao Ming'er's sudden candor. How could such a legally innocent and adorable girl sound like a seasoned negotiator? After a moment of contemplation, he cleared his throat and said, "Since you've put it this way, and given your looks, let us consider this a purely transactional arrangement." "All right," Xiao Ming'er nodded, feeling considerably more relaxed. A purely transactional relationship was far better than nothing. "First, I will ensure your grandmother's complete recovery. The entire process, from the surgery to post-operative care, will cost approximately 4 million. Let us settle on that amount." Yishio stroked his chin, contemplating. "Considering your looks and physique, the standard for a university student of your caliber is generally between 20 to 30,000 a month. You can verify this with various schools. That is the going rate. I naturally trust you, master." Xiao Ming'er nodded, knowing Yishio would not deceive her in this regard. "However, since you have graduated and are no longer a student, your value will depreciate slightly. Therefore, I can only offer you 20,000 a month. You will move into the villa and continue to handle cleaning and other chores, with your salary paid regularly. In other words, if you manage your finances well, it will take you about 10 years to repay the 4 million. What do you think?" Yishio finished speaking and quietly awaited her response. "That sounds fine. Please arrange my grandmother's surgery as soon as possible. Rest assured, send the address to Wang Bo, and I will notify him immediately." Xiao Ming'er sighed with relief. As long as her grandmother could be saved, she would gladly endure 10 years, treating it as just another job, the only difference being that it would now be a 24-hour endeavor. "Let us handle this professionally and sign a contract." Yishio went to his study and retrieved a contract, placing it before Xiao Ming'er. This was a contract he purchased from the system store with his villain points. Lacking any special effects, its only function was to bind both parties to the agreement without alteration or breach. "All right," Xiao Ming'er decisively signed the contract, creating 2 copies, one for herself and one for Yishio. The protagonist Xiao Ming'er has signed a contract with the host, agreeing to be supported by the host for 10 years. Host villain points, 20,000. "So, master, do I need to work tonight?" Once everything was finalized, Xiao Ming'er felt a weight lifted from her heart, yet she did not leave, but inquired of Yishio. "Naturally you do. Go open that wardrobe and pick out an outfit to change into." Yi Xiao pointed to the wardrobe in the dressing room. All right, master. Following Yi Xiao's instructions, Xiao Ming'er approached the wardrobe and gasped in surprise. The wardrobe was neatly filled with various costumes representing different two-dimensional characters, each complete with its corresponding accessories: Rem, Connor, Blood Platelet, Chi-Chi, Klee, and the Dendro Archon. It could be said to contain an extensive collection, all tailored to fit Xiao Ming'er's physique. A smile crept onto her lips. She had not expected her master to be a seasoned fan of the two-dimensional world, especially one with a preference for Lolis. This was simply delightful. Any discomfort she felt about being supported by Yi Xiao had nearly vanished. The protagonist, Xiao Ming'er's favorability towards the host has increased to 65. The host's villain points have risen to 3,000. Xiao Ming'er's favorability towards the host has reached 65, triggering her lucky physique, slightly increasing the host's fortune. Villain points: 1,000. Xiao Ming'er was indeed different from other female protagonists. An increase of just 5 favorability points could yield such a substantial amount of villain points. Moreover, she had initially triggered her lucky physique. This arrangement was turning out to be quite lucrative. Xiao Ming'er did not hesitate long, selecting a costume of the Dendro Archon and, before Yi Xiao's eyes, began to change into it piece by piece. Yi Xiao found it impossible to look away. Once dressed, Xiao Ming'er hopped onto the bed, barefoot, and said to Yi Xiao, "I am Naida. Only through personal experience can one appreciate the nuances of life. Brave soul, would you care to experience it firsthand?" In a single game, 2 players battled for nearly 2 hours. The host obtained the first blood of the protagonist, Xiao Ming'er, earning 20,000 points of villain value. The protagonist, Xiao Ming'er, blossomed like autumn chrysanthemums, and the host's villain value increased to 10,000. As Xiao Ming'er heartily drank milk, the villain value rose by another 5,000. The protagonist's favorability towards the host reached 70, adding another 5,000 to the villain value. How astonishing! Is this the terrifying power of a lucky female lead? The villain value is excessively high, at least 1 or 2 times greater than that of other types of female leads. This 400,000 was indeed well spent. After the intermission, Xiao Ming'er changed into a new outfit resembling Connor's and engaged in yet another game with Yi Xiao, continuing until the deep of night when the second game concluded. Xiao Ming'er fell into a deep slumber, while Yi Xiao explored his cultivation, discovering that he remained at the peak of foundation establishment, yet closer to a breakthrough than ever. Tongzi, how much villain value do I need to advance to the Golden Core stage? You require 100,000 villain value. What? Is it really 100,000 just to advance to Golden Core? Are you suppressing my combat power? I'm not suppressing your combat power at all. Moreover, this is a female-centric genre. What use is combat power? Have you even utilized it once since your arrival? Don't compare. Having a sword and not having one are 2 entirely different concepts. After some playful banter with the system, Yi Xiao felt quite satisfied. With Xiao Ming'er by his side, the accumulation of villain value was swift. It wouldn't take long to gather 100,000, and then he would ascend to the Golden Core stage, subsequently amassing villain value for a lottery. Yi Xiao planned to continue gathering villain value, aiming first for the Golden Core stage. Once he reached that, he would undoubtedly be invincible in this blue star. And at that point, he could leisurely gather villain value and enjoy a grand draw. The next morning, Gu Qianqian awoke early and busied herself in the kitchen. So early? Chu Weiwei glanced at her watch, astonished. It was still not even 6 o'clock, and Gu Qianqian had already risen. Did Yi Xiao allow her to rest yesterday? Didn't he know? Xiao Ming'er moved in. It was she who kept the young master company last night. Gu Qianqian raised her eyelids, her tone laced with a hint of sourness. Oh, I see. Chu Weiwei was at a loss for words, falling into silence, a discomfort lingering in her heart. Gu Qianqian noticed the change in Chu Weiwei's expression and pondered before saying, Weiwei, it seems our villa will have more and more residents in the future. Some opportunities, once missed, may never return. What do you mean, Qianqian? Chu Weiwei's voice trembled slightly. Weiwei, don't deceive yourself. You are too intelligent, you understand what I mean. Gu Qianqian gently patted Chu Weiwei's shoulder and sighed deeply. Chapter 48. Has Hui Yunting transformed into Hui Yunyan? At the first prison of Haiqing, Hui Yunting rushed into the restroom, standing before the mirror with a ghostly expression, her face pale and devoid of color, trembling all over. Just moments ago, she discovered that she had indeed lost a certain appendage and gained an unexpected orifice. No, it should now be referred to as she, gazed at her reflection. Her eyes shimmering with tears, lips rosy, nose delicately arched, skin flawlessly smooth, and her figure more graceful than either Gu Qianqian or Li Bingyan. How could this happen? She could not accept that she had inexplicably transformed into a woman, nor could she accept that she would henceforth have to sit to urinate. Breathless from shock, she rolled her eyes back and collapsed backward. With a thud, a pool of blood began to seep from the back of Hui Yunting's head, coincidentally landing beside the ancestral jade pendant hanging around her neck. Soon, the blood flowed beneath the pendant, making contact with it. To her astonishment, the jade pendant began to absorb the blood, and in a moment, Hui Yunting's blood was completely drawn away. The pendant levitated, transforming into a luminous orb, which then suddenly entered Hui Yunting's mind. Time trickled by, and unbeknownst to her, nearly an hour passed. Hui Yunting abruptly opened her eyes, two beams of brilliance shooting forth, accompanied by a resonant explosion. She rose slowly, staring once more at her reflection. Could this be the legendary fortune arising from misfortune? It turned out that the ancestral jade pendant she had always worn was a high-grade storage artifact bestowed by her family's ancient ancestors, from an era when cultivation was possible on the Blue Star. Her ancestor was a deity-level cultivator. This storage pendant contained not only the entirety of the Hui family's wealth, but also all of her ancestral legacy. Hui's ancestor was a female cultivator. Thus, she had placed restrictions on the pendant, allowing only female descendants of her bloodline to inherit her teachings. This meant that had Hui Yunting not fundamentally transformed into a woman, she would have been unable to receive her ancestor's legacy. Being a woman, in fact, had its own beauty. Hui Yunting posed playfully before the mirror, admiring her appearance. She felt a burgeoning affection for herself. No, I must devise a plan to escape from this prison. I cannot be discovered, or I will undoubtedly be dissected. Having come to this resolution, she wasted no time. Her consciousness sank deep into her mind, where a radiant jade pendant glimmered. Entering the pendant, she beheld a space of approximately a dozen square meters. First, she absorbed the orb representing cultivation, swiftly merging it and attaining the first level of qi refinement. Next, she absorbed the orb representing memories, instantly acquiring the lifetime memories of her ancestor. After contemplating these memories, she formed a plan. With a swift gesture, a flicker of spiritual light illuminated her, and her form vanished entirely, becoming invisible. However, this was merely optical invisibility. It could not conceal her aura or scent, rendering it ineffective in the realm of cultivation, but making her a godlike presence in this blue star. She activated her invisibility and quickly exited the restroom. Observing the dozen or so burly men in the cell, her eyes gleamed with murderous intent. With measured steps and a flash of spiritual light in mere moments, all of them met their end without uttering a sound. She then approached the wall and performed a wall-piercing technique, swaggering out of the prison. After Hui Yunting's departure, chaos erupted in the first prison of Haiqing just a few minutes later. Teams of professional detectives scurried about, probing for clues, yet they uncovered not a single trace. Ultimately, under immense pressure, they reluctantly issued a wanted notice for Hui Yunting, who had left no corpses behind, which was, in a way, a stroke of irony. Meanwhile, Hui Yunting was luxuriating in a starry hotel, blissfully soaking in a bath. Thanks to her cultivation, once she escaped the prison, she withdrew several tens of thousands from an ATM. While bathing, she contemplated her first priority, to secure an identity for herself. Her current situation was akin to that of a stateless person, but fortunately, in this era, wealth could work wonders, and obtaining a legitimate identity was not particularly challenging. She resolved that from this day forth, she would be known as Hui Yunyun, and Hui Yunting would henceforth cease to exist. There would be no more Hui Yunting in this world. With this clarity in mind, Hui Yunyun reclined in the bathtub, closing her eyes to cultivate and assimilate her ancestral legacy and memories. Young master, there has been a major incident. Hui Yunting has escaped from prison. Chu Weiwei hurriedly reported to Yi Xiao. How did he escape? Yi Xiao inquired. No one knew the exact method of his escape. The scene bore no traces, and none of the surveillance cameras within a 5-kilometer radius had captured his visage. Chu Weiwei's expression was grave. Furthermore, the individuals we had specifically assigned to watch over him have all been brutally slain, their throats slit. This is the photograph, young master. Please take a look. As she handed the photo to Yi Xiao, her demeanor remained serious. The initial assessment of these wounds suggests they were inflicted by an exceptionally sharp weapon. However, no one can ascertain the exact nature of the weapon, as the cuts are remarkably smooth. Under microscopic examination, the cell membranes appear to have been sliced with such finesse. Yi Xiao scrutinized the wounds in the photograph, his gaze sharpening. Such injuries could only be wrought by a cultivator employing spiritual energy, for even the sharpest blade merely compresses matter, whereas spiritual energy represents a complete atomic disjunction, resulting in an incomprehensibly smooth surface. Incredible, truly befitting of the protagonist. To have such an extraordinary encounter. No, it is now appropriate to refer to her as the protagonist. If a female protagonist in a female-oriented narrative possesses such fortune, it all makes sense. Am I correct, Tongzi? Host is indeed astute. Presently, Hui Yunting should not be regarded as a male protagonist, but rather as a female protagonist. As for the specific type of female protagonist, only upon meeting her will the host discover. In other words, if I were to draw the reversal of yin and yang talisman again, I could transform the male protagonist into a female protagonist and vice versa. This certainly adds an intriguing twist. Yi Xiu pursed his lips, his mind racing with various devious thoughts. However, how to deal with Hui Yunting? Yi Xiu stroked his chin. Currently, Hui Yunting is exceedingly dangerous. Having the hidden guards monitor her seems rather inappropriate. When necessary, he must take matters into his own hands and devise a swift solution to eliminate her. A female protagonist capable of cultivation poses a significant threat. Although female-oriented narratives often imply that strength does not equate to power, Hui Yunting was once the male protagonist, and what if he played by the rules of male-oriented narratives? The sooner he is dealt with, the more at ease I will feel. A flicker of malice passed through Yi Xiu's eyes. Chapter 49. Mrs. Yue and Anya Weiwei. Inform the hidden guards to closely monitor Hui Yunting's movements, particularly for any sudden appearances of attractive women. Hui Yunting has now truly become a woman. If any developments arise, the hidden guards should refrain from acting impulsively and report back to me immediately. Yi Xiu narrowed his eyes and quickly formulated a plan. Based on Hui Yunting's methods of killing, her current cultivation level is still quite low, likely only at the initial stage of qi refining. Thus, she cannot escape the clutches of society in the short term. Given the proclivities of protagonists, Hui Yunting is unlikely to leave Haiqing, as her enemies remain there. Moreover, protagonists tend to be quite arrogant, firmly believing that the most perilous places are also the safest. Understood, young master. Chu Weiwei's eyes brimmed with suspicion. Transforming into a woman? How is that possible? Is this still the language of Xiao? After spending much time in close proximity, Chu Weiwei, while still uncertain, had indeed observed some of Yi Xiu's peculiarities and the irrationalities surrounding him. Thus, although she was perplexed, she instinctively chose to trust Yi Xiu's outrageous claims. All right, there is nothing more. You may return to rest. By the way, please summon Xiao Menger and Gu Qianqian for me. A glimmer of excitement flickered in Yi Xiu's eyes. Perhaps due to Xiao Menger's fortuitous nature, he had observed that since he had taken her under his wing, his gains while gaming had significantly increased. Estimating, he realized that with merely another 100 games, he could elevate himself to the golden core stage solely through his own efforts. Chu Weiwei complied, turning to leave. Her emotions quite complex. She was well aware that Yi Xiu's request for Gu Qianqian and the others was quite intentional. Her cheeks flushed with a hint of embarrassment. The young master was being rather outrageous, not fearing the perils of excessive indulgence. Thoughts of Gu Qianqian's earlier words echoed in her mind. Weiwei, you must face your heart. Chu Weiwei understood the implications of Gu Qianqian's statement. If asked whether she harbored feelings for Yi Xiu, she would not deny it. She did indeed possess some affection for him. Yi Xiu was enigmatic, handsome, gentle, humorous, and relatable, making it difficult for Chu Weiwei not to develop feelings. However, if it came to wanting to engage in something more with Yi Xiu, she had no such intentions. Not only was her affection not deep enough, but more importantly, she could not accept Yi Xiu's promiscuity and fickleness. With a sigh, Chu Weiwei knocked on Gu Qianqian's door. Sister Weiwei, come in. Gu Qianqian opened the door, pulling Chu Weiwei inside. To her surprise, Xiao Menger was also present, which alleviated some of her concerns. Perfect timing, both of you are here. The young master has summoned you to his room. Gu Qianqian and Xiao Menger exchanged glances, both blushing slightly, feeling somewhat awkward. After all, one was a contracted beast and the other a songbird. Their similar statuses allowed them to relate well. Yet hearing that Yi Xiu wanted them both together made them feel quite nervous. Gu Qianqian cleared her throat and pulled Chu Weiwei to the computer. Sister Weiwei, I need your help to review the plan Xiao Menger and I devised. We will head to the master in a moment. Chu Weiwei nodded, looking at the screen, which displayed Gu Qianqian's revenge plan against the 3 members of her family, who were currently under public scrutiny. After thoroughly reviewing it, Chu Weiwei gained a clearer understanding of Gu Qianqian's abilities and character. While she excelled in cunning, she lacked a broader perspective, capable of tactical maneuvers. She should not partake in strategic decisions. This was her assessment of Gu Qianqian. Qianqian, there are many matters that do not require you to take direct action. Chu Weiwei shook her head and began to revise Gu Qianqian's plan. Gu Qianqian listened intently, her eyes brightening, while Xiao Ming'er gazed at Chu Weiwei with admiration. The revised plan, characterized by grand ambitions and overt strategies, foretold a fate far more tragic for the three members of the Gu family than the various schemes Gu Qianqian had concocted. Gu Qianqian and Xiao Ming'er gleaned much from this, and only then did they realize the vast chasm that existed between them and Chu Weiwei. They finally understood why Chu Weiwei was Yi Xiu's assistant, and why Yi Xiu treated her with far more equality and respect than he did with them. They comprehended at last why Chu Weiwei was able to make her own choices. Sister Weiwei, thank you. Gu Qianqian expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Chu Weiwei. We are all family, so there's no need for formality. I shall return to rest now. Hurry along, and do not keep the young master waiting. Chu Weiwei smiled gracefully, rising to leave. After her departure, Xiao Ming'er took Gu Qianqian's hand and, in a somewhat mysterious tone, remarked, Qianqian, have you noticed that Sister Weiwei exudes the aura of a true main wife? Gu Qianqian nodded in agreement. The two sisters frolicked for a while, took a bath, changed into fresh attire, and then hand in hand entered Yi Xiu's room. What on earth? Mrs. Yaoer and Anya, accompanied by a startled exclamation. Soon the sounds of a relentless and rhythmic chaos echoed from Yi Xiu's chamber. In Kyoto, at the Liu family estate, Liu Yining concealed herself in her bedroom. Gritting her teeth, her face twisted in rage. Bai Ji, it was Brother Xiu who helped with the recognition. What exactly is your relationship with him? Why do you linger like a shadow, not only returning to snatch my identity, but also to take away my Brother Xiu? I should have let Wang Wenmei eliminate you back then. But do you think that just because you returned, you can seize what is mine? I will demonstrate with facts that what is mine will forever remain mine. Ever since discovering that she was not of Liu blood, and that they intended to bring Bai Ji back into the Liu family, Liu Yining had been in a state of constant anxiety. Fortunately, the unwavering attitude of the Liu family towards her provided her with some reassurance. Bai Ji, since you dare to return, do not blame me for being ruthless. And Brother Xiu, you must be mine. I will not allow you to be taken by anyone, be it Gu Qianqian or that wretched Bai Ji. Just wait. At that moment, a sudden knock on the door interrupted her thoughts. It was the concerned voice of Liu Wenyu, the second son of the Liu family. Yining, are you all right? Mom and Dad are about to return. You should come out. Yining, rest assured, I would never acknowledge that country bumpkin. You will always be my only sister. Upon hearing this, Liu Yining revealed a proud smile, reining in her emotions to restore her former innocent demeanor, and gracefully opened the door. Second brother, you are so kind. But we cannot say that. After all, Sister Bai Ji is your biological sister. You mustn't bully her. Liu Yining playfully showed her small tiger teeth, threateningly shaking her fist at Liu Wenyu. You are simply too kind. Liu Wenyu chuckled, shaking his head as he gazed at Liu Yining's innocent appearance. He silently vowed to protect his soon-to-return sister from being bullied by Bai Ji. Chapter 50. Bai Ji's true daughter experience. Is sister almost here? Second brother, let us go welcome them. I have prepared a gift for her. A ceramic sculpture I made by hand. I wonder if she will like it. Liu Yining clutched Liu Wenyu's hand, chattering incessantly, visibly anxious, emanating a complex mix of anticipation, worry and fear. With how wonderful Yining is, that country bumpkin wouldn't dare dislike you. Liu Wenyu, feeling a pang of sympathy, bent down to console Liu Yining. Shortly after, several luxury cars entered the estate, bringing with them Liu Jinxia and his wife, along with their eldest son Liu Wenqi, to retrieve Bai Ji. In the lead car, Liu Jinxia was driving. Liu Wenqi sat silently in the passenger seat, while Bai Ji and her biological mother Zhao Wan occupied the back seat. Xiao Ji, do not be nervous. Wenyu and Yining are both wonderful people. They will surely like you. Yes, Mom, I will be fine. Bai Ji felt a bit uncomfortable with Zhao Wan's words, but could not pinpoint why. Zhao Wan's concern made her believe it was the kind of affection she had longed for from her biological mother, and her face lit up with expectation and happiness. So this is what maternal care feels like. It is not as outrageous as Yi Xiu said. I think he simply dislikes Liu Yining and holds a bias against the Liu family. Immersed in happiness, Bai Ji failed to notice the fleeting disdain in Zhao Wan's eyes. Nor did she catch the low chuckle from Liu Wenqi in the passenger seat. Soon, the car stopped in front of the villa at the estate. Bai Ji took a deep breath, stepped out of the car, and nervously followed everyone into the villa. As soon as she entered, a delighted voice greeted her. You must be Sister Bai Ji. Hello, I am Liu Yining. Welcome. Dad, Mom, and brother are all very nice. You mustn't feel like an outsider. Liu Yining bounced over to Bai Ji, her face brimming with joy, reaching out to take Bai Ji's hand. Bai Ji's expression soured. Yining's words sparked a flicker of anger within her. What does it mean? Don't you feel like an outsider? This is my home. Yisho was right. Lu Yining is indeed not a good person. However, considering it was her first day back, she refrained from causing trouble that might upset her parents and chose to endure, merely avoiding Lu Yining's hand. Sister, do you not like me? I mean no harm, Lu Yining said, tears welling in her eyes. Looking at Bai Ji with a pitiful expression, her voice slightly choked. Humph, you country bumpkin. How dare you bully Yining? Do you seek death? Lu Wenyu, unable to bear seeing Lu Yining wronged, stepped forward, shielding her behind him, pointing an accusatory finger at Bai Ji. What nonsense. This is your biological sister. Zhao once scolded Lu Wenyu, feeling that he had lost his noble composure. Simultaneously, she harbored some resentment towards Bai Ji, thinking that a child raised in the lower class lacked manners and caused a scene upon her return. Lu Jianxie's gaze towards Bai Ji also reflected a hint of discontent, while Lu Wenxi remained silent, merely observing her coldly. Lu Wenyu, hearing Zhao Wan's words, opened his mouth to retort but was halted by Lu Yining, who tugged at his sleeve and softly said, "Second brother, mom is right. Do not blame sister. Perhaps I startled her." Humph. Lu Wenyu snorted, choosing not to speak further. Bai Ji witnessed all of this, feeling a swell of grievance, yet she remained silent, preferring to avoid conflict. Lu Yining took out a box from her pocket and approached Bai Ji again, presenting it to her. "Sister, this is my welcome gift for you. I am unsure of what you like, so I made you a ceramic sculpture." Lu Yining's large eyes sparkled with warmth and friendliness. Bai Ji hesitated for a moment. It is said that one should not strike a smiling face. Looking at Lu Yining's cheerful expression, she thought perhaps the earlier incident was merely a coincidence, and Lu Yining likely harbored no ill intentions. Consequently, she returned a smile and reached out to accept the gift. "Thank you." However, just as Bai Ji's fingers brushed against the box, Lu Yining let go, causing the box to tumble to the ground with a resounding crack, shattering the ceramic sculpture. "Sister, how could you do this? Even if you do not like me, you should not smash the sculpture. Do you know that I crafted it painstakingly, modeling it after a photo of our family of 6? I simply wished for our family to live happily together. Why did you break it?" Lu Yining knelt on the floor, wailing, her delicate body trembling. Yet, even in her despair, she continued to gather the shards of the sculpture piece by piece into the box. "Yining, do not pick it up. Be careful not to cut your hands." Zhao Wan hurriedly knelt beside Lu Yining, trying to help her up, but Lu Yining resolutely remained on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she collected the broken pieces. "Little sister, listen to mom and get up quickly," Lu Wenxi also urged her. Lu Wenyu's eyes burned red as he glared intensely at Bai Ji. "Mother, please do not pull me away. This is the statue of our family, and I must gather every piece." "Ah!" Lu Yining cried out in pain as a shard cut into her fair fingers, blood flowing profusely. Furrowing her brow, she continued to struggle to collect the broken pottery fragments. "Younger sister, I told you to stop picking them up. Get up." Lu Wenyu could no longer contain himself and yanked Lu Yining from the ground. In a fit of anger, he kicked the ornate box containing the shards away and pointed at Bai Ji, shouting, "What are you picking up? What family? Who the hell is related to this country bumpkin?" "Silence." Lu Jinjie glared at Lu Wenyu, reprimanding him. When Lu Wenyu fell silent, he turned to Bai Ji and coldly commanded, "Apologize to Yining." At this moment, Bai Ji realized that Lu Yining was framing her. She did not want to return home. Bai Ji, always aloof, felt it was not her fault and could not possibly apologize to Lu Yining. "It is Lu Yining who is framing me," she coldly stated. Observing Lu Yining, convinced that someone of Lu Jinjie's stature could see through such clumsy tactics. However, her disappointment grew, for Lu Jinjie's anger was palpable, his voice leaving no room for argument. "I command you to apologize." Bai Ji held her head high, remaining silent. There was no way she would apologize for something she did not do. Just then, Zhao Wan could no longer restrain herself and rushed forward, delivering a sharp slap to Bai Ji's face. "Mother, how could you?" Bai Ji gasped in disbelief, staring at Zhao Wan. "Do not call me mother. I have no daughter as vile as you." Zhao Wan looked at Bai Ji with deep disappointment, regretting bringing her back home. Lu Yining, seeing this, quickly tugged at Zhao Wan's sleeve, tearfully saying, "Mother, do not say that about my sister. It is not her fault. I took on my sister's identity, and it is only natural that she dislikes me. I do not belong in this family. I should just leave." Chapter 51, The War Begins. "Yining, what nonsense are you speaking? You will always be my daughter. No one can cast you out." Zhao Wan embraced Lu Yining, gently patting her back while glaring fiercely at Bai Ji. "Indeed, Yining, this will forever be your home. If anyone should leave, it is that country bumpkin." Lu Wenyu trembled with rage, unable to comprehend why his parents insisted on bringing this vile country girl back. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Seeing Lu Yining sob uncontrollably, he could no longer hold back and charged at Bai Ji, delivering another slap. You wretched woman. Mark my words. Keep your malicious thoughts to yourself. If you dare harm Yining again, I will not let you off easily. Lu Jinjie and Lu Wenyue exchanged glances. Remaining silent, but with a look of inexplicable intensity, Bai Ji covered her face, the stinging pain in her cheek only deepening her sense of injustice. She gazed incredulously at the Lu family, especially at Lu Jinjie. Unable to believe that someone who had navigated the treacherous waters of business for most of his life could not see through Lu Yining's amateurish ploys. Yet, her disappointment was cemented as both Lu Jinjie and Lu Wenyue, though silent, regarded her with barely concealed anger, seemingly convinced of Lu Yining's innocence. What Bai Ji did not realize was that both Lu Jinjie and Lu Wenyue were fundamentally driven by self-interest. The only difference being that Lu Jinjie was more concerned with appearances. They were fully aware of Lu Yining's lackluster performance, but chose not to expose her. For she was a carefully cultivated asset intended to secure a marriage alliance with the Yi family, thereby benefiting the Lu clan. They could not afford for Lu Yining to have any blemish on her reputation before successfully marrying into the Yi family. Thus, the outcome of this farce could only and must be that Bai Ji was in the wrong. Lu Jinjie glanced at Lu Wenyue, who nodded in understanding, then cleared his throat and spoke. All right, let's not make a scene. We are all family here. Mother, please take Yining to get her wounds treated. Wenyue, remember, no matter what happens, Bai Ji is still our dear sister. And Yining, you will always be the apple of our eyes. Bai Ji, refrain from causing further trouble. It is not good for you to return home in such a state. Lu Wenyue's gaze was gentle, his tone soft, exuding a warm and approachable aura. Bai Ji, who had initially been filled with grievances and prepared to explain herself, nodded in silence under Lu Wenyue's watchful eyes. Forget it, brother is right. It is indeed inappropriate to create a scene so soon after returning. They must have been deceived by Lu Yining's innocent demeanor, seeing that the commotion had subsided. Lu Jinjie waved his hand and rose to leave. That will be all, everyone disperse. Lu Wenyue followed Lu Jinjie upstairs, while Lu Wenyue cast a cold warning glance at Bai Ji and, along with Zhao Wan, helped Lu Yining depart, with tears still on her face. Lu Yining glanced back at Bai Ji, her expression one of smug satisfaction. Bai Ji felt a surge of anger at Lu Yining's provocative look, realizing that the war between them had officially begun. But could Bai Ji truly triumph in this inherently unequal battle? Sighing, Bai Ji turned to Wang Ma, who was busy cleaning, and inquired, "Excuse me, where will I be staying?" Wang Ma shot Bai Ji a disdainful glance, snorting lightly before coldly replying, "Follow me." Wang Ma had always favored Lu Yining, believing her to be the true lady of the house. This country girl had the audacity to bully Miss Yining. While Miss Yining was kind-hearted and indifferent, Wang Ma felt compelled to seek retribution for her, with a calculating gleam in her eyes. Wang Ma led Bai Ji to the storage room in the villa's basement. "This is your room. Tidy it up yourself." Wang Ma opened the door, thrust the key into Bai Ji's hand without waiting for a response, and turned to leave. Upon entering the storage room, Bai Ji did not cause the scene Wang Ma anticipated, which only served to frustrate Wang Ma, who was secretly observing from around the corner. Unbeknownst to Bai Ji, she genuinely found the room quite pleasant. Although labeled a storage room, it contained few items, the lighting was bright, and the spaciousness gave it an airy feel. Among the miscellaneous objects, Bai Ji discovered a spring mattress and some bedding. These items were either gifts from others or things that the Lu family no longer needed. Rather than discard them, they were temporarily stored here, destined for donation to charity later. Humming a tune, Bai Ji tidied up her little nook. The storage room even had a washroom, where she took a shower before curling up in her soft bed. This quilt must be silk. It is so soft and comfortable. Is this what it feels like to be cared for by family? A blissful smile unconsciously spread across Bai Ji's face as she believed these were special preparations made for her by the Lu family. Little did she know, these items she had never enjoyed were merely discarded by the Lu family. Perhaps this was the disparity of the world. How could Yi Xiu's views be so extreme? The eldest brother seemed quite decent, and as for their mother, she must truly care for her. She had simply been deceived by that scheming Lu Yining. Reflecting on the events of the evening, Bai Ji found herself overall quite satisfied. Having never experienced the genuine care of family, Bai Ji finds herself deeply grateful for even a modicum of kindness. Humph. Lu Yining, I shall not allow you to prevail. This is my home, and you cannot expel me. The day's turmoil left Bai Ji utterly fatigued. Clutching her pillow, she swiftly succumbed to slumber. In her dreams, She successfully exposed Lu Yinin's hypocritical facade, becoming the cherished little princess of the Lu family, adored by her parents and two elder brothers. In the depths of her sleep, a blissful smile graced by Ji's exquisite face. In Haicheng, within the village of Shangsha, Hui Yunting, no, she should now be called Hui Yunyu, utilized her soul-controlling technique to bewitch a staff member, procuring a new identification card for herself. Now, she reclined on her rented bed, contemplating the disdainful individuals around her. Yi Xiao and Li Bingyan, you wretches, what are you without your influential backgrounds? And you, Gu Qianqian, you vile woman, if it weren't for you. Hui Yunyu's enchanting eyes brimmed with malice as she gritted her teeth, her voice icy and resolute. But you could never have anticipated the fortuitous turn of events that I have encountered. Wait for me. Before long, I shall make your lives a living hell. Hui Yunyu brimmed with confidence, knowing that she was now on the path of cultivation. In the realm of cultivators, the second-generation elites meant little. However, she realized the necessity of finding employment to stabilize her situation, for a life of thievery was fraught with peril. Hui Yunyu pondered her future path, determined to prioritize her cultivation. Yet, in this era of diminishing spiritual energy, progress was slow. Given her current pace, even with ancestral teachings, reaching the foundational stage sufficient for self-protection would take at least a decade. Until she reached that foundation, she must conceal her identity as a cultivator, fearing exposure could lead to dire consequences. After establishing her foundation, while still unable to confront the authorities directly, she would no longer be easily restrained by them, unless they resorted to nuclear force, which was highly unlikely. Thus, Hui Yunyu concluded she must secure employment, blend into the crowd, work by day, and cultivate by night, biding her time until she became invincible. Despite her resentment, Hui Yunyu remained composed, focusing on stability. She retrieved her phone, opened the app 85 Tongsheng, and began browsing. Soon, a job listing caught her eye. The Fu Group was hiring a receptionist, requiring an attractive physique, pleasing appearance, and proficiency in English, offering a salary of 15,000 per month along with benefits. Hui Yunyu was elated. This position seemed tailor-made for her. She held no concerns regarding the requirements. After over 20 years as a man, her self-confidence in her current appearance was unshakable. Without hesitation, she submitted her resume and sat cross-legged on her bed to begin her cultivation. The following morning, as the last rays of the dawn's purple light entered her being, Hui Yunyu opened her eyes. Ah, I am truly a genius. At this rate, I shall ascend to the second level of qi refining within 2 months. Pleased with her progress, she got up to freshen up, donned a newly purchased fitted casual suit, and, in high heels, left her rented room, hailing a cab to the Fu Group. As expected, the interview proceeded smoothly, and she was immediately hired by the Fu Group. Meanwhile, in a villa, a subordinate reported to the master, "Young master, we have located Hui Yunting." "Oh, where is she?" Yi Xiao, enjoying the company of Xiao Meng'er and savoring her imported porridge, looked up sharply at Chu Weiwei's words. "Your guess was correct. She is still in Haicheng. Look here." Chu Weiwei presented the documents she held to Yi Xiao. "Hui Yunyu? This individual." Yi Xiao chuckled upon seeing Hui Yunting's new identity. "Ha, Hua, you've transformed into a woman, yet cling to that feminine name. No wonder the subordinates found her so quickly. It is entirely due to her own efforts." Working at the Fu Group? What is this Fu Group? Yi Xiao pondered, momentarily taken aback. "Young master, the Fu Group is a newly emerged company in Haicheng, focusing on real estate and the internet. With a market value of around 1 to 200 billion. The Fu family is not an aristocratic lineage. They rose from obscurity during a tumultuous era. So it is understandable you were unaware. The current chairman, Fu Jinyan, is the second son of the former chairman, Fu Mingyuan." Chu Weiwei recounted this information effortlessly, her chest puffing up under Yi Xiao's admiring gaze. "Fu Jinyan, that name is even more feminine than Hua's. He must either be a foolish domineering CEO or a deeply romantic second male lead. But given the Fu family's questionable background and their focus on real estate and internet businesses, I suspect he is more likely a foolish tyrant. I wonder what kind he is. Indeed, Fu Jinyan has sought to meet you several times last year. However, you were preoccupied with other matters." Chu Weiwei expressed her apprehension, avoiding Yi Xiao and Gu Qianqian's gazes, for the truth could be the most hurtful. Gu Qianqian snorted softly, gritting her teeth at Chu Weiwei. Xiao Meng'er merely covered her mouth, stifling her laughter, embodying the demeanor of a spectator. "In that case, it seems time to meet Fu Jinyan. Let's drop hints to the Fu Group that we may require a partner for our chip business." Yi Xiao, unperturbed by the antics of Chu Weiwei and the others, pondered for a moment, deciding it was prudent to meet Fu Jinyan. Primarily, he wished to use his eye of insight to glean information about Fu Jinyan, for knowing oneself and the enemy would allow for better maneuvering against the adversaries. The eye of insight could only be used in person, which vexed Yi Xiao. He inwardly inquired, "System, can the eye of insight be upgraded? The villain points have been reset. The eye of insight has been upgraded to the eye of illusions." Yi Xiao's frustration boiled over. "What is this nonsense? Refund me. You can't just impose this on me without explanation. All sales are final." The eye of illusions can now access information panels through images, photographs, essences, and residual traces. Seeing that the system was unyielding, Yi Xiao resigned himself to the situation. However, the upgraded eye of illusions alleviated much of his discontent. Despite the system's flaws, it still offered valuable tools. "Forget the partnership for now. Just find me a photograph of Fu Jinyan." Yi Xiao resolved to test the utility of the eye of illusions and promptly instructed Chu Weiwei. "Understood, young master. Please hold on." Chu Weiwei nodded, crossed off a record, and soon retrieved a photograph of Fu Jinyan from a search engine, presenting it to Yi Xiao. Yi Xiao decisively activated the eye of broken illusions. Name: Fu Jinyan. Age: 29. Height: 182 centimeters. Attractiveness: 92. Fate: does your lord suffer from illness? The Dark CEO's chokehold love male protagonist. Skills: master-level admiration for ace, advanced military boxing, advanced gastric ailment, advanced misogyny, intermediate business acumen. Intermediate driving. Affection level: 20. Jealousy. Upon encountering the male protagonist, the plot details of "Does your lord suffer from illness?" The Dark CEO's chokehold love were activated. Indeed, this was a worthy expenditure of villain points. Were it not for necessity, Yi Xiao would have preferred to avoid interactions with those male leads and supporting characters from the female-oriented narratives, as they were an insipid bunch. Instead of wasting time on them, he would rather engage in more games with the female protagonists. Subsequently, Yi Xiao cast his gaze upon Fu Jinyan's information panel. Gasping in astonishment. Was this the terrifying power of a male protagonist from a female-centric narrative? The combination of skills was astonishingly potent. After a contemplative pause, Yi Xiao began to peruse the relevant plot involving Fu Jinyan, and he soon found himself in a state of shock. The female lead in Fu Jinyan's storyline was Hui Yunyun, and most importantly, Fu Jinyan had known Hui Yunyun's true identity since their very first encounter. This essentially meant that it was a variant of a Danmei narrative. Fu Jinyan was, in fact, a domineering CEO within a Danmei story. Yi Xiao felt a shiver of dread and terror. Fortunately, he had not actually met Fu Jinyan, or else he might have found a tofu block and dashed his head against it. This expenditure of villain points was truly worthwhile. In Chapter 53, Hui Yunyun unwittingly encountered Fu Jinyan. Yi Xiao suppressed the nausea welling within him and spent a considerable amount of time finishing the plot involving Fu Jinyan and Hui Yunyun. It was precisely the archetypal domineering CEO narrative where the male lead's eyes resembled a pie chart. The only distinction was that the love story involved two men's souls in a tumultuous affair. Yi Xiao's role in this narrative was still relatively minor, merely serving as the male lead's business rival. Who did Fu Jinyan think he was to be my opponent? This was the heavens forcibly arranging a role for me. Since that is the case, I shall not be blamed for being ruthless. Yi Xiao silently cursed to himself, contemplating his strategy before issuing instructions to Chu Weiwei to investigate all illegal activities associated with the Fu family and Fu Jinyan. It was well known that most domineering CEOs in female-oriented narratives regard the law with disdain. As a responsible young man, Yi Xiao deemed it necessary to educate these foolish individuals about the law. As for Hui Yunyun, Yi Xiao still held some trepidation towards her. A reversal talisman had not only failed to break her defenses, but instead had granted her greater fortune, showcasing just how extraordinary her luck was. Moreover, and most importantly, Hui Yunyun's soul was male. Yi Xiao worried that Hui Yunyun might eventually turn the tables, leading to disastrous consequences. No, the danger must be nipped in the bud. Yi Xiao narrowed his eyes, his murderous intent palpable. However, he was always one to strategize meticulously, especially when facing a protagonist as supernatural as Hui Yunyun. He then instructed Chu Weiwei to leave, retreating to his bedroom to plot silently with the system. Outside the room, Chu Weiwei tilted her head in confusion. Was the young master feeling a bit unwell? That seemed plausible. After all, the young master had been restless for over 10 days. It appeared she needed to inform the lady and fetch some nourishing supplements. With a sigh, Chu Weiwei glanced at Gu Qianqian and Xiao Ming, who were frolicking in the living room, before returning to her room with her thoughts heavy. At the Fu group, the stoic Fu Jinyan exited his office. On his way to the conference room, he was greeted by female employees who offered flirtatious glances. Though his expression remained impassive, a barely contained disdain flickered in his eyes. He pressed his thin lips together, his chiseled profile trembling slightly, and coldly instructed his assistant, Wang Jun, dismiss all of those just now. Understood. Wang Jun replied, unfazed. He had long grown accustomed to such demands, as his exceptional and charming boss often attracted unwanted attention. Wang Jun mused that, were he not male, he would undoubtedly have fallen for his own CEO. Suddenly, Fu Jinyan halted, clutching his stomach and leaning against the wall as his complexion turned ghostly pale. Beads of sweat quickly forming on his forehead. CEO. Wang Jun rushed forward to support Fu Jinyan, recognizing that his gastric ailment was acting up. As he assisted Fu Jinyan, he frantically rummaged through his briefcase, only to soon realize with dismay that the medication was missing. The medicine had been specially prepared for Fu Jinyan by a skilled practitioner upon his return to the country, and it was entirely unavailable on the market. For Fu Jinyan's safety, only he and Wang Jun knew where it was stored, not even Fu Jinyan's father, Fu Mingyuan. CEO, the medication is gone. Please wait. I will return to the office immediately to fetch it. MHM. Fu Jinyan was in so much pain that he could barely speak, only managing a faint nod. All right. Someone over there, come and take care of the CEO quickly. Hui Yunyun had just completed her onboarding procedures and emerged from her office when she heard someone calling out to her. She looked up to find the company's CEO Fu Jinyan and his assistant. Without hesitation, she hurried over. She needed a stable life. And making an impression in front of the CEO was not a bad thing. Wang Jun, consumed with worry, had entirely forgotten Fu Jinyan's severe misogyny. Upon Hui Yunyun's arrival, he hastily transferred the trembling, terrified, and utterly resistant Fu Jinyan into her hands, who was unable to voice his protests or muster any strength to escape. Take good care of the CEO. I'll be back in 2 minutes, and then I'll reward you. Wang Jun, anxious that Hui Yunyun might not care for Fu Jinyan properly, left her with a promise of a bonus. Fu Jinyan closed his eyes, collapsing into Hui Yunyun's embrace amidst overwhelming despair. Surprisingly, the anticipated nauseating sensation did not manifest. Instead, it felt soft and even slightly sweet, prompting Fu Jinyan to open his eyes in confusion. What he beheld was a pure, radiant face, so stunning it was beyond description. Filled with genuine concern, asking CEO, are you all right? I'm fine. Fu Jinyan attempted to respond, but the excruciating pain rendered him unable to speak, causing his entire body to tremble and weaken. Standing at 178 centimeters, with her own formidable abilities, Hui Yunyun found it effortless to support the limp Fu Jinyan. She tightened her hold on him to prevent him from falling. Feeling the soft yet strong embrace, Fu Jinyan's confusion, bewilderment, and uncertainty intensified. Hui Yunyun remained oblivious to the complex emotions playing across Fu Jinyan's face. Channeling her energy, she quickly examined his condition. Her heart sank. Was this truly the stomach of an ordinary person? Good heavens, it was riddled with ulcers. How could he still be so lively? It was a miracle of life. Hui Yunyun's mind raced. It seemed that a miracle allowing her to focus on her cultivation without worrying about her livelihood was within reach. She cleared her throat and addressed Fu Jinyan. CEO, you have severe gastric ulcers. My family's traditional methods can treat this. Let me alleviate your suffering. Before Fu Jinyan could decline, Hui Yunyun's cool hand slipped through the seam of his shirt, pressing against his sculpted abdomen. Fu Jinyan's originally squinting eyes suddenly widened in surprise, and even the pain in his stomach seemed to diminish somewhat. His gaze became increasingly complex as he fixated on Hui Yunyun's exquisite face. His cheeks flushed like a boiled crab, and heat radiated from his head. A strand of spiritual energy from Hui Yunyun's fingertips silently entered Fu Jinyan's stomach along his abdominal muscles, nourishing and healing it. However, the spiritual energy was scarce, only managing to restore about 5% of its function. Nonetheless, the excruciating pain that had penetrated to his bones gradually faded. Hui Yunyun certainly would not choose to heal Fu Jinyan all at once. Things obtained too easily are seldom cherished. Fu Jinyan's furrowed brow slowly relaxed, and his strength gradually returned. Let go, he said, his tone a bit stiff. President, what did you say? Hui Yunyun, lost in thoughts of the several million Fu Jinyan had given her as a token of gratitude, which would allow her to fully concentrate on her cultivation, barely heard his words. Chapter 54. Bai Ji is wrongfully accused again, I said. Let go of me. Fu Jinyan gritted his teeth, glaring fiercely at Hui Yunyun. Oh, all right. Hui Yunyun seemed to suddenly come to her senses, hastily releasing Fu Jinyan and standing there, looking utterly flustered. What is your name? Fu Jinyan's gaze flickered as he pondered for a moment. Then he pinched his prominent knuckles and coldly addressed Hui Yunyun. You need not thank me. It is my duty. I must return to work now. Goodbye, President. Without waiting for Fu Jinyan to finish his sentence, Hui Yunyun bowed to him and then turned to flee as if he were a fearsome beast. President, I'm back. President, are you all right? Hey, where's that young lady? Wang Jun, panting heavily, came in with medicine, astonished to see Fu Jinyan. Relying on you, I would have been in agony long ago. The usually stern Fu Jinyan rarely made a joke, evidently in a very good mood. Wang Jun scratched his head, offering an awkward smile as he opened the medicine bottle and handed it to Fu Jinyan. President, the medicine. Medicine? I already have it. Woman, congratulations. You have successfully captured my attention. Fu Jinyan glanced at the medicine bottle in his hand, then at the distant figure of Hua Yunyun fleeing, sneering softly. His gaze tinged with mockery, indifference, and a hint of aloofness. What did you say, President? Wang Jun, finally catching his breath, did not hear Fu Jinyan's self-muttering. In 10 minutes, I want all the information on that woman. Fu Jinyan commanded sternly, then tossed the medicine bottle into the trash before turning to leave. Wang Jun stood frozen for a moment, then immediately rejoiced and headed straight to the HR department. How could you be so malicious? I truly regret bringing you back. You wretched woman, I swear, if anything happens to Yinin, I will kill you. In Jingdu, the Lu family, Zhao Wan knelt on the ground, holding the injured Lu Yinin, who appeared delicate and aggrieved, glaring angrily at Bai Ji, who stood helplessly on the stairs, her face filled with disappointment and regret. Lu Wenyu rushed up to Bai Ji and kicked her fiercely, sending her tumbling down the stairs, pointing at her with murderous intent. You all? Bai Ji felt deeply wronged, lying on the ground, staring blankly at Zhao Wan and Lu Wenyu, the pain in her body overshadowed by the hurt in her heart. That morning, she had risen early, intending to prepare breakfast for her family to foster closer ties. After a busy hour, she finished the meal and went upstairs to call everyone for breakfast. Lu Yinin was the first to come out, taking her hand and appearing incredibly close. Bai Ji knew that Lu Yinin might have some ulterior motives, so she remained cautious. However, no amount of vigilance could prevent Lu Yinin from being ruthless, as she had directly fallen down the stairs. Thus, when Zhao Wan and Lu Wenyu emerged from the bedroom, they saw Bai Ji standing on the stairs while Lu Yinin lay on the floor of the villa, tears streaming down her face, trembling in fear and sobbing. Sister, if you cannot accept me, I will leave. I am not part of this family, but you cannot kill me. What are you all arguing about so early in the morning? What a spectacle. At that moment, Lu Jinjia, his face icy, emerged from the bedroom and slowly descended the stairs. Dad, look at that country bumpkin Bai Ji. She actually pushed Yinin down from upstairs. This is murder. She must be punished severely. Lu Wenyu angrily reported to Lu Jinjia. Lu Jinjia looked at his foolish second son with irritation, feeling exasperated that he had raised such a simpleton who could not see through such a blatant scheme. However, Lu Jinjia did not say anything. In his heart, he still leaned towards Lu Yinin, the future daughter-in-law of the Yi family. Yet, if Bai Ji could clear her name and expose Lu Yinin's facade, he would not intervene. He believed that since Bai Ji chose to return to the Lu family, she should be prepared to face the deceptions of a wealthy and powerful family. But if Bai Ji proved to be inept, he would not spare her the consequences. Therefore, in the midst of family disputes, he generally chose to remain an observer, participating only if family honor was at stake. As for the ultimate outcome, it depended on Bai Ji. After all, she was merely a daughter. Consequently, he said nothing, walked to the dining room, and sat down to eat breakfast. Zhao Wan and Lu Wenyu glared at Bai Ji with resentment before tenderly assisting Lu Yinin back to her room, calling for the family doctor. Lu Wenyu's hateful kick had nearly knocked Bai Ji over again, making her roll down the stairs. Lying on the ground, she took a long time to recover. She realized her biological mother, Zhao Wan, was utterly disappointed in her. She wanted to leave this home, but felt a deep reluctance. It was not that she could not defend herself, but she understood that even if she spoke up, Zhao Wan and the others would not believe her. Prejudice is a formidable mountain, and until it is moved, all struggles are in vain. She nodded at Lu Jinjia, trembling, and headed toward her storage room. Lu Jinjia, holding a bowl of porridge, watched Bai Ji's quaking figure and could not help but sigh, feeling increasingly disappointed in her. Initially, he thought Bai Ji, coming from a humble background, was remarkable for being able to connect with Yi Xiu. Out of respect for Yi Xiu, he was willing to give Bai Ji some opportunities. But she was truly disappointing. Well, let us see. You are still my biological daughter. I hope you do not let me down. I, Lu Jinjia, do not need a useless child. Shaking his head, Lu Jinjia turned his attention back to his meal. In the storage room, Bai Ji lowered her head. Applying medicine for her bruises, tears flowing uncontrollably. For the first time, she felt regret about impulsively returning to the Liu family. The pain in her body and the various grievances she had suffered over the past few days made her mind drift to Yishio, especially recalling the words he had said before she returned home. Nonetheless, she had not made a definitive decision. She believed that at least her elder brother Liu Wensheng and her biological father Liu Jinjie treated her decently. I must find a way to expose Liu Yinin's false mask. After much contemplation, Bai Ji concluded that the main issue lay with Liu Yinin. Possessing masterful computer skills, she found it not particularly challenging to gather evidence against Liu Yinin, who had conspired against her. Initially, she intended to keep a low profile upon her return and avoid escalating the situation. However, with Liu Yinin's relentless pursuit, she felt compelled to retaliate. Swiftly, Bai Ji retrieved her laptop. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, and in no time, she had infiltrated the Liu family's surveillance system. She successfully restored the deleted footage and saved it to her hard drive. For now, avoiding confrontation was prudent. Given her mother and others' obstinacy, she needed more evidence. Bai Ji's gaze was resolute as she clenched her fists, vowing to unveil Liu Yinin's true nature. Chapter 55. Li Bingyin's terrifying training speed time flew by swiftly. And in the blink of an eye, Yishio had been training alongside Gu Qianqian and Xiao Meng'er for 2 days. On that morning, Sister Qianqian, "You've once again made the trending list. Should we take action?" Xiao Meng'er exclaimed, bouncing excitedly in front of Gu Qianqian while holding her phone. Gu Qianqian glanced at the device and noted that half of the top 10 trending topics on both Douyin and Weibo were related to her. The headlines read, "Rarely seen unfilial daughter Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian, come out. Your cup of milk tea is worth a day's wages for the Gu family." And exposing Gu Qianqian's true identity. With each topic she opened, the comment sections were filled with ridicule and insults directed at Gu Qianqian, alongside personal attacks and even slanderous curses. As she scrolled, Xiao Meng'er, initially excited, gradually furrowed her brow. After a moment, she expressed her anger. What do they know? They act as if they are her parents. Humph. Don't fret, Xiao Meng'er, this is all part of our plan, Gu Qianqian reassured her, affectionately ruffling her hair with a smile. But, Sister Qianqian, they don't even know you. Why are they saying such things? Are they just idle? Xiao Meng'er pouted, unable to comprehend the blatant malice of strangers online. Xiao Meng'er, Sister Weiwei told me yesterday that to resolve this matter completely, we must turn it into a frenzy on the internet, a carnival of public opinion. The more vicious they are now in their insults, the greater their hatred will be when the truth is revealed. They are merely venting their suppressed frustrations and dissatisfaction from reality while standing on their moral high ground. Once the truth is unveiled, they will not admit their malice and ignorance. They will only believe they were deceived by the Gu family. By then, I won't even need to act. The Gu family will face dire consequences, and I will gain sympathy, traffic, and resources. Achieving revenge and venting my anger while reaping maximum benefits. That is the mark of an astute individual. With admiration in her eyes, Gu Qianqian gradually relayed Chu Weiwei's plan to Xiao Meng'er. Xiao Meng'er nodded, feeling a mix of fear and anticipation regarding public opinion for the first time. She secretly pondered whether she could control some of that discourse in the future. Yesterday, Xiao Meng'er's grandmother had successfully undergone surgery, filling her with heartfelt joy and gratitude towards Yishio. Yet, she felt a tinge of disappointment, realizing that aside from the intimate moments they shared, she was of little help to him. Be it in business or even cooking, she paled in comparison to Chu Weiwei. However, how could she exert influence over public opinion? Xiao Meng'er fell into deep contemplation. This fire isn't burning fiercely enough, Gu Qianqian mused with a wicked grin, subsequently instructing the public relations department of Yishio's company to intensify their efforts in driving traffic and guiding public discourse. She then made a phone call to a television station. "Hello, I agree to participate in your next mediation program. What are you thinking about, Xiao Meng'er?" After finishing her tasks, Gu Qianqian noticed Xiao Meng'er still lost in thought and gently tapped her head. "Huh, nothing. I was just thinking about Miss Li, who visited Master last night. She has such an impressive aura." Xiao Meng'er snapped back to reality, not disclosing the truth to Gu Qianqian. Indeed, her presence is quite remarkable. Gu Qianqian's gaze drifted as she considered all the young women who had come into Yishio's life, feeling increasingly insignificant and anxious. She understood that Yishio's feelings for her were driven purely by desire, devoid of any genuine affection. Uncertain of her future path, she wondered how she would proceed. Meanwhile, in the room, Yishio was immersed in a pleasant reminiscence. He marveled at Li Bingyin, truly embodying the essence of a female protagonist with ancient martial arts prowess. As her physical capabilities were extraordinary, after hours of intense training and numerous gaming sessions, Li Bingyan consistently kept pace with Yi Xiao. Though it was somewhat strenuous and she nearly fainted several times, she ultimately persevered. Leaning against the headboard, Yi Xiao squinted his eyes, lit a cigarette, took a deep drag, and then turned to Li Bingyan. Bingyan, look at this. Li Bingyan, mustering her strength, turned to Yi Xiao and gasped in astonishment. It felt as though she were dreaming when a sapphire-like crystal and a book seemingly materialized in Yi Xiao's palm. As the heir of a top-tier family and an ancient martial artist, Li Bingyan had heard tales of cultivators in Xia country, but she could hardly believe her eyes. Yi Xiao, is this a technique of cultivation? She exclaimed. Yi Xiao nodded. You must keep this ability concealed before you possess the power to overturn tables. In this current age of dwindling spiritual energy, should you expose yourself, those old fellows would undoubtedly lose control. Li Bingyan's expression turned serious, her demeanor grave. It was commonly acknowledged that this was an era of diminishing spiritual energy, where even the simplest task of drawing energy into the body had become unattainable over the past century. However, the legacy of cultivation in Xia country was not scarce. Her Li family possessed several such legacies. If Yi Xiao were to reveal himself, he would instantly become the enemy of the powerful families. Rest assured, Bingyan, I have plans. Yi Xiao said nonchalantly. He was on the verge of breaking through to the golden core stage. At that time, those who dared to provoke him would not escape unscathed. Bingyan, do you wish to cultivate? Me? Really? Li Bingyan's eyes widened with joy. After a moment of contemplation, she ultimately declined. Cultivation must be arduous now. The fact that you thought of me and trust me makes me very happy. I cannot impede your training. No, Yi Xiao, focus on your own cultivation. Don't worry about me. I can't waste your resources. Have no fear. My cultivation method differs from the norm and does not rely on resources. Your progress can indeed aid me, right? Just listen. Yi Xiao shook his head, assuring Li Bingyan. After some insistence from Yi Xiao, Li Bingyan eventually acquiesced. He first helped her merge with the ice crystal, fully activating her extreme ice body, and then guided her in practicing the extreme ice technique. Not long after, Yi Xiao found himself astounded, for Li Bingyan's aptitude for cultivation was astonishingly formidable, despite the assistance of spiritual stones exchanged for villain points. The fact that she advanced from an ordinary person to the third level of qi refinement in just 1 hour left Yi Xiao utterly speechless and envious. Chapter 56. Fu Jingyan's desire to imprison Huayunyan Yi Xiao. Am I foolish? Li Bingyan, having concluded her initial cultivation, sensed her own third level of qi refining. Her face adorned with disappointment and guilt. She was aware that Yi Xiao had ascended to the brink of the golden core stage in merely a few days, while she, despite utilizing so many of Yi Xiao's resources, had only reached the third level of qi refining. She felt as though she had squandered Yi Xiao's precious cultivation resources. Yi Xiao's lips twitched. Was this young lady engaging in a form of self-deprecation? Clearing his throat, he feigned pride as he gazed at Li Bingyan, stating, although your innate talent is slightly inferior to mine, Bingyan, you are indeed a top-tier genius. You are doing remarkably well. Really? Li Bingyan's eyes brightened somewhat. Of course. When have I ever deceived you? Hee, that's wonderful. My man is the most outstanding, so I certainly shall not fall short. With that, Li Bingyan leaped into Yi Xiao's embrace, her eyes filled with joy. She felt that her judgment was impeccable, her fortune bountiful. Not only was Yi Xiao exceptional, but he also placed special trust in her, even willing to share his cultivation opportunities. In this lifetime, she had resolved to remain steadfast in her affection for Yi Xiao, unwavering and unrepentant. As for Yi Xiao's flirtatious nature, she was largely indifferent. Having grown up in a prominent family, she was accustomed to such matters. The female lead Li Bingyan's affection for the host has increased to 95, steadfast and unwavering, while the host's villainous value stands at 50,000. Haha, my woman is also the most exceptional. Yi Xiao chuckled heartily, playfully pinching Li Bingyan's pert nose. By the way, Yi Xiao, if you have time next weekend, it would be best to return to Kyoto. Li Bingyan pondered aloud. Why? Yi Xiao inquired, perplexed. If there was nothing particularly important. He had no desire to return to Kyoto, as he was feeling quite lethargic. The Mi family in Kyoto is hosting an internal auction next Saturday, featuring a cultivation-related item, a bronze seal that is said to be several 100,000 years old. Initially, Li Bingyan had little interest in this matter and found the news rather absurd. A bronze seal of several 100,000 years? It was likely just a publicity stunt by the Mi family. However, now that she had attained some cultivation, she felt it might indeed be true. Oh, Yi Xiao felt a stirring in his heart, an inexplicable impulse urging him to go. He realized that this was the intuition of a cultivator sensing an opportunity. It seemed that he had no choice but to return to Kyoto, coincidentally to visit his parents and the old man. Yes, I will return in a few days. Then I shall come to fetch you and treat you to a warm welcome, Li Bingyan whispered sweetly into Yi Xiu's ear, her breath fragrant. Little enchantress, do you intend to wait? I shall personally ensure you are thoroughly welcomed. Yi Xiu immediately extended an invitation for a thrilling ride, eager to test how much Li Bingyan's cultivation would enhance her speed of growth. In Haicheng, Fu's group, from now on, you shall be my assistant. Fu Jinyan cornered Hui Yunyan in the hallway, his gaze icy and domineering. For the past 3 days, Fu Jinyan's mind had been consumed by thoughts of Hui Yunyan, a sensation he had never experienced before in his life, as he had always despised women. This newfound feeling was both unsettling and captivating, especially the soft, sweet fragrance he had inhaled while in Hui Yunyan's embrace, which lingered at the edge of his senses, refusing to dissipate. A voice within him incessantly urged him to bind this woman to his side, to imprison her, to belittle her, to dominate her, to cherish her, to love her. After 3 days of hesitation, Fu Jinyan resolved to follow his heart. Why should I? Hui Yunyan retorted, her eyes sparkling with pride. Although she had contemplated acquiring some money from Fu Jinyan, as a cultivator, her pride forbade her from accepting his condescending demeanor. What did you say? Fu Jinyan was momentarily taken aback, disbelief mingling with a rising anger in his eyes. No woman had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Huh? I said, President, I saved you that day, and you couldn't even spare a bonus to thank me. Instead, you have the audacity to corner me and demand I become your assistant. What is this, a display of tyranny? What era are we in? Please, don't make a fool of yourself. Hui Yunyan scoffed, regarding Fu Jinyan as though he were mad. Now, she spoke her mind freely, emboldened by her cultivation, which granted her a sense of superiority over ordinary mortals. Do you only want money? Fu Jinyan stammered, caught off guard by her words. He had never anticipated that this woman would refuse to be his assistant solely because he had not offered her a reward. Isn't that obvious? If not for money, what else could it be? Hui Yunyan looked at Fu Jinyan as if he were a fool. She was already contemplating resigning, questioning how such an imbecile could ever become a president. Fu Jinyan was wounded by Hui Yunyan's scornful gaze. His eyes instantly turned bloodshot, memories of his childhood and the disdainful looks from his older brother flooding his mind. Enraged, he seized Hui Yunyan by the neck, pinning her against the wall, and coldly declared, Woman, you have thoroughly provoked my ire. You think you can simply refuse? Hui Yunyan's expression shifted dramatically, followed by a wave of fury. She could not fathom that a mere fool could strangle her, a proud cultivator. She hastily attempted to summon her spiritual energy to teach Fu Jinyan a lesson, only to be met with a horrifying realization. Her internal energy seemed utterly dormant, incapable of being summoned. A profound fear surged within Hui Yunyan, causing her to tremble uncontrollably. Yet more than fear, she felt an overwhelming indignation at being subdued by an ordinary person. Observing Hui Yunyan's defiant eyes, Fu Jinyan's fury intensified. How dare this woman challenge me? With one hand still gripping her neck, he loosened his tie with the other and dragged her into the elevator. Heading straight for the underground parking lot, Fu Jinyan intended to confine Hui Yunyan in his villa, to thoroughly deal with her, and to compel her to kneel sincerely at his feet. Just as Fu Jinyan drove away from the group, Yi Xiu received news from his hidden informants. Although he had anticipated something of the sort, it still came as a shock. Fu Jinyan's actions left Yi Xiu perplexed. Indeed, there seemed to be no law governing the realm of women. While the powerful might disregard the law, true authority figures typically did not brazenly violate it, engaging in clandestine maneuvers instead. As the renowned weightlifting champion Xiao Gulao once remarked, some matters are inconsequential until they are weighed. Once they are, even 1,000 pounds cannot be disregarded. Every powerful figure has enemies. One carrot attracts one pit, and should you draw a group against you, others will surely rally to crush you. According to conventional logic, with the grandiose displays characteristic of female-centric tyrants, such as live broadcasts of organ harvesting, they would have long since met their demise. Chapter 57. The Paperman's Avatar. However, there was no rush to take action. Some matters remained unclear. Yi Xiu was now puzzled. The plot did not specify how Hui Yunyan, a proud cultivator, came to be controlled and imprisoned by Fu Jinyan. Even if Hui Yunyan was merely at the initial stage of qi refining, she should not be so easily humiliated by an ordinary person who had never practiced martial arts. Before fully comprehending the situation, Yi Xiu would not act rashly. He would never engage in a futile endeavor such as failing to strike down a serpent. Wang Bo, dispatch another team of hidden guards to keep a close watch on Fu Jinyan and Hui Yunyan. After ending the call, An unease lingered in Yi Xiu's heart. Regardless of her lower cultivation level, Hui Yunyun remained a qi refinement stage cultivator with lineage, and who could tell if she possessed some extraordinary means. Relying solely on hidden guards trained in ancient martial arts was rather precarious. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xiu's consciousness entered the system marketplace, meticulously sifting through options. Ultimately, he expended 10,000 villain points to purchase a rudimentary technique known as the Paperman technique. This technique allowed for the creation of a doppelganger using paper, with the doppelganger's cultivation strength corresponding to the amount of spiritual energy infused during its creation. The Paperman could persist for approximately 12 hours, or a day and a night. Yi Xiu swiftly crafted a paper doppelganger with initial foundation establishment stage cultivation, which then performed an invisibility spell and quietly departed the villa. All right, I must continue to strive in my cultivation, aiming for an early breakthrough into the golden core stage. With additional means at my disposal, success is assured. Sensing his progress, Yi Xiu felt a flicker of joy in his eyes. His intense research with Li Bingyan the previous day had yielded significant results, and he estimated that, given his current level of effort, he could formally ascend to the golden core stage within 3 days at most. With a wicked smile, Yi Xiu turned to enter Xiao Menger's room. Little darling, for the sake of my grand cultivation plan, you shall endure a bit of hardship these next few days. Hee. In the basement of Fu Jingyan's villa, Hui Yunyun, bound to a chair, looked at him with a mixture of fear and defiance. What do you intend to do? Let me go? This was the first time she had experienced such a profound sense of dread. She desperately attempted to summon the spiritual energy within her, but her energy center was eerily silent. All she could do was struggle violently, shouting and cursing to mask her inner terror. Fu Jingyan's expression was cold, his eyes betraying a mix of turmoil and excitement. He was perplexed by his own uncontrollable desire to punish Hui Yunyun, wishing to make her completely subservient to him. Stepping closer, he grasped her chin, leaned down, and with a smirk, uttered, "Silence, woman. Hui Yunyun, do you realize what you are doing? This is kidnapping, and it's against the law." She spat defiantly at Fu Jingyan, glaring at him fiercely. "Very well," he said, touching his cheek where her saliva had landed, his anger morphing into a twisted smile. He grasped her chin tightly, and then raised his hand to strike her face. Fu Jingyan, if you have the guts, kill me." The sudden slap ignited Hui Yunyun's fury, dispelling her fear as she could not accept being humiliated by an ordinary man despite being a cultivator. "Since you wish for death, I shall grant it." Fu Jingyan's eyes turned bloodshot, his teeth clenched like a wild beast. Fu Jingyan, you beast. My soul is actually that of a man. No wonder. What I desire is a female body with a male core. Several hours passed in a blink, and Fu Jingyan, now holding a bruised Hui Yunyun, was filled with regret and concern. He was baffled by his loss of control. Hui Yunyun, in turn, was conflicted, logically. She should despise him, yet she found it impossible to harbor any hatred, even feeling an unwelcome joy. "No, it doesn't hurt." Hiss. She attempted to smile at Fu Jingyan, but winced from the pain at her lip. "Come, let me apply some medicine." Fu Jingyan quickly retrieved a first aid kit and carefully treated her wounds while holding her in his arms. Hui Yunyun gazed at him, her eyes reflecting a complex blend of gratitude, admiration, and a hint of infatuation, immersed in joy tinged with worry. Though she was reluctant to admit it, she realized she might be falling for this man before her. Suddenly anxious, she feared that Fu Jingyan might reject her because of her soul's true nature. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. "Actually, I'm a man. I know, and I like it." Fu Jingyan was unconcerned, affectionately ruffling her hair. Despite his innate aversion to women, his body could not accept men, which explained his disinterest in women. Hui Yunyun's presence perfectly fulfilled both his physical and psychological needs. "Hui Yunyun, you need not work anymore, just stay with me." His domineering tone left no room for rebuttal. Hui Yunyun lowered her head shyly, filled with sweetness at Fu Jingyan's possessiveness. The prospect of not having to work and focusing on her cultivation aligned perfectly with her ambitions. Fu Jingyan flashed a satisfied smile, scooping her up in his arms and exiting the basement. After a refreshing shower, he prepared a sumptuous dinner for her, his blend of dominance and tenderness leaving Hui Yunyun utterly captivated. Yi Xiu observed the unfolding scene between Fu Jingyan and Hui Yunyun through the lens of the paperman, unable to suppress a chuckle. These two truly know how to entertain. Fu Jingyan's masterful skills were apparent, showcasing a myriad of tactics. Yi Xiu scrutinized their interactions with keen focus, not out of desire to learn Fu Jingyan's advanced techniques, but to discern the peculiar methods he employed to control Hui Yunyun, and whether such methods posed a threat to himself. After several viewings, Yishio's eyes brightened as he finally grasped the anomaly. Ah, so it is. Whenever Hua Yunyan steps within a meter of Fu Jinyan, her spiritual energy is instantly silenced, rendering her a mere ordinary person. However, if she exceeds that distance, she regains her cultivation and control over her own energy. As the chapter concludes, Yishio is left pondering whether Fu Jinyan's unique ability is exclusive to Hua Yunyan or if it operates as an indiscriminate aura. He resolved to utilize the paper man to probe further. Though typically such narratives are crafted to highlight a unique bond between the protagonists, one could never be too certain. If it were indeed an indiscriminate effect, it could complicate matters significantly. Thus, Yishio concealed the paper man within the bushes at the entrance of Fu Jinyan's villa. The following morning, Fu Jinyan, wearing a blissful expression, departed for work, while a paper figure drifted unnoticed in the gentle breeze beside him. Meanwhile, Yishio abruptly opened his eyes within the villa, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips. Indeed, was it the unique bond between the male and female leads? He lightly tapped his fingers on the table and, after a moment, addressed the ever-attentive Chu Weiwei beside him. Weiwei, we can take action against the Fu group now. He then instructed the second team of hidden guards to remain on standby outside the Jingshan Villa area. As there was a task to be completed that evening, it was time to send Hua Yunyan and Fu Jinyan to the underworld, where they could indulge in their affection for one another, for this world was ill-suited for those with such dark natures. Hua Yunyan and Fu Jinyan. I hope you are worth something. Yishio felt a twinge of sympathy. To ensure absolute certainty, he had expended the small fortune of nearly 100,000 villain points he had recently accumulated, preparing only about 30 contingency plans. All right, Weiwei, you may return to your duties. I appreciate your hard work at the company during this period. To avoid depleting his villain points while hastening his ascent to the Golden Core realm, Yishio had refrained from visiting the group, leaving all matters in the capable hands of Chu Weiwei. Observing her tirelessly managing everything, he felt a pang of guilt. Young master, please do not say such things. I am your dedicated assistant. This is within my scope of responsibilities. Chu Weiwei shook her head, while Yishio was often preoccupied with indulgence, leaving all matters to her. She did not feel wronged. Her greatest concern was whether Yishio's body could endure such intensity. After all, with the frequency he maintained, even a breeding boar would not dare to be so reckless. Fortunately, the tonic prepared by the madam and the old master should arrive in the next couple of days. By the way, young master, Gu Qianqian will be participating in a family-seeking program tonight, and she wishes for you to watch. Chu Weiwei hesitated momentarily before relaying the message to Gu Qianqian. Chu Weiwei, by what identity do you speak? Yishio gazed at her, a flicker of anger brewing within. Chu Weiwei was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. She was well aware of the history between Gu Qianqian and Yishio, as well as Yishio's disdain and attitude towards Gu Qianqian. If she spoke as an assistant, she was overstepping boundaries, complicating her role and failing in her duties. Yet, if she spoke as Yishio's woman, they had nothing substantial between them, at most a hint of ambiguity. For a moment, Chu Weiwei stood frozen, her head bowed in silence. Chu Weiwei, lift your head and look me in the eye, Yishio commanded coldly. His stern demeanor caused her to involuntarily tremble, slowly raising her gaze to meet his, her eyes brimming with tears. Speak. By what identity did you utter those words? Yishio pressed. I do not know. Under the pressure of Yishio's fierce gaze, Chu Weiwei's tears flowed more freely, leading her to a breaking point. You do not know? Then you may leave. Return from whence you came. I will triple your salary. Yishio scoffed, dismissing her with a wave of his hand. You are dismissing me. Chu Weiwei was taken aback. Was it truly necessary to react so strongly over such a trivial matter? I will not keep someone beside me who lacks self-awareness. If you still have any pride, then leave at once. Yishio sneered. Women like Chu Weiwei, confident, strong, and proud with their own ideas, could be dangerous if not kept in check. Yet once thoroughly subdued, she would become the most obedient and affectionate woman in the world. Chu Weiwei kept her head down, tears streaming unabated. She did not wish to leave. Being driven away by Yishio like this would make it difficult for her to face her benefactor, Yishio's mother, Xiahua. She had once been trapped in a quagmire, nearly losing her life in that family. Had it not been for Xiahua's helping hand, she would not even have dreamt of escaping her original family to attend university, let alone avoiding a fate worse than death. If I cannot even fulfill the duty of caring for the young master, as Auntie Xia requested, then am I still human? Reflecting on the complete trust and support Yishio had shown her during this time, she resolved to confront her feelings rather than avoid them. She wiped her tears, lifted her head, and looked at Yishio. Yishio, I like you, and thus I unconsciously spoke from the perspective of the primary wife. Therefore, I made that statement as the primary wife. You know, you cannot be my primary wife, nor can you even be my girlfriend. Yi Xiu felt a surge of delight within, though his expression remained serious as he regarded Chu Weiwei. I understand. Chu Weiwei had interacted with high-ranking elites for several years and was aware of the implications. While she felt a slight discomfort, she had prepared herself for this step. Pausing momentarily, she continued, however, before your marriage, I am, in fact, your primary wife. I believe both you and Gu Qianqian acknowledge this. Chu Weiwei had a measure of confidence. Her role in Yi Xiu's life was indispensable, at least for the foreseeable future. Since you have said so, what more can I say? Come, let the young master embrace you. Yi Xiu finally smiled, enveloping Chu Weiwei in his arms. Nestled against him, she felt as though she were in a dream, bewildered by how she had succumbed in such a brief span of less than a month. She gazed at Yi Xiu's handsome visage, her cheeks flushing a deeper shade. So, young master, do you like me? Weiwei, what do you think? If I did not like you, why would I become angry? Yi Xiu spoke sincerely. His attitude towards Chu Weiwei differed from that towards the other women. In his heart, Gu Qianqian was an enemy, a target for vengeance, to be toyed with without remorse. Xiao Meng'er was a canary obtained through a transaction, another means to gain villain points. As for Li Bingyan, she was merely a tool for accumulating villain points and practicing. Only for Chu Weiwei, although the essence remained to gather villain points. Yi Xiu felt a genuine, distinctive sentiment. Chapter 59, Ultimately Achieving the Golden Core. Yi Xiu held Chu Weiwei close, his gaze profound. Perhaps it was due to the painful experience of being thoroughly exploited in a past life, perhaps the emptiness following a life of reckless abandon. Or perhaps it was simply the first encounter with a truly independent woman across 2 lifetimes. It could even be the uniqueness of Chu Weiwei's physique and beauty. In any case, Yi Xiu's feelings for Chu Weiwei were unlike any other, yet how deeply felt they were, he could not ascertain. He questioned himself. Could the heart of a wayward wanderer truly find a home? Yi Xiu remained uncertain, in a state of confusion. In this new life, endowed with a system, he simply wished to live leisurely, freely, and without constraints. If so, what need was there to concern himself with the authenticity of feelings? He would follow his heart, prioritizing happiness above all. In that moment, the obsessions of his previous life dissipated, and his aspirations for this life finally became clear. Yi Xiu no longer lingered in indecision. A cynical smile returned to his face as he gazed at the enchanting beauty of Chu Weiwei. He leaned down and pressed his lips against her soft, delicate ones. Successfully subdued the protagonist Chu Weiwei. Host villain value 2000. Successfully obtained the first blood from the protagonist Chu Weiwei. Host villain value 10,000. Chu Weiwei's affection for the host increased to 80. Deeply in love. Host villain value 8,000. As the game concluded, Yi Xiu regarded the unconscious Chu Weiwei, who was rolling her eyes, with a complex expression. He never anticipated that Chu Weiwei would possess such an extraordinarily sensitive disposition. Within mere minutes of the game commencing, during the most rudimentary probing and exchanging of blows, she had uncontrollably unleashed all her skills and life essence. Remarkably, Chu Weiwei's cooldowns were astoundingly brief. Although she easily expended her abilities, they would refresh almost instantaneously. What was most absurd was that, in a match that had barely lasted an hour, Chu Weiwei had managed to achieve a staggering score of 0.26. This was only the outcome of Yi Xiu's intervention when he saw that she could no longer withstand the onslaught before the match had concluded. This was unacceptable. Yi Xiu mused. He had not even unleashed a single ultimate move, yet Chu Weiwei had perished 26 times, leaving little room for satisfaction. He shook his head, his feelings somewhat conflicted. While the thrill of such rampant slaughter was a novel experience, it quickly became tedious and uninspiring after a few rapid kills. After all, how many individuals genuinely enjoy battles against AI? System, are there any dual cultivation techniques that I can afford? Yi Xiu stretched lazily, adjusting the blanket over Chu Weiwei, and inquired. Jian Luan Daofeng Ju is a supreme technique of the Hong Huang de Luo level, capable of cultivation up to the pinnacle of de Luo Jin Xian. The host's villain value is just sufficient to purchase it. To his astonishment, this Hong Huang de Luo Jin Xian level technique was surprisingly affordable. He hastily made the purchase. Villain value, 52146. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the technique Dian Luan Daofeng Ju. A spark of enlightenment entered Yi Xiu's consciousness, and upon slight introspection, he discovered that the technique was incredibly straightforward, almost primitive in its essence. There were no complex channels for mana circulation. It merely comprised 108 postures and a single incantation. In essence, by By employing the postures while mentally reciting the incantation, one could cultivate autonomously, enhancing mana, spiritual essence, and physical form in all aspects. More importantly, the technique placed no emphasis on innate talent, making it accessible even to those without spiritual roots. This meant that all of Yishio's women could cultivate it, and one could foresee that Yishio's cultivation speed would dramatically accelerate. However, to maintain a stable cultivation pace for himself and his companions, he would have to continuously exchange villain values for spirit stones. As they were currently in an age devoid of magic, sighing softly, Yishio realized he had no immediate solutions and would simply need to devise ways to earn more villain values in the future. Regaining his focus, he touched his finger to Chu Weiwei's forehead. In a flash of brilliance, the technique was deeply imprinted in her memory, and he also imparted some foundational knowledge of cultivation to her. This method was akin to a divine enlightenment, far more efficient than having Chu Weiwei memorize it all individually. As Chu Weiwei slowly awakened, she appeared momentarily dazed, clearly processing the newfound memories regarding the technique and cultivation. Moments later, she suddenly leaped into Yishio's embrace, tears streaming down her face, overwhelmed with an indescribable sense of gratitude. Although she had harbored suspicions, given that Yishio had never concealed anything from her, the reality of his bestowing such a monumental opportunity for cultivation upon her left her utterly astonished. Yishio's unwavering trust in her filled her heart with sweetness akin to honey, rendering her lightheaded. Was this the feeling of happiness? Biting her lip, in that moment, the last remnants of her defenses crumbled. She wrapped her arms around Yishio's neck and whispered fragrant words into his ear. Brother, I don't know how to cultivate this technique. Will you teach me? All right. Time slipped by unnoticed. Chu Weiwei's affection for the host increased to 99, eternal loyalty. Life and death together. Host's villain value, 99,999. Yishio could hardly contain a smile, not merely due to the sudden surge in villain values, but also from his profound admiration for Dian Luan Dao Fengju. This technique was extraordinarily powerful, enabling Chu Weiwei's combat prowess, once merely a 5, to skyrocket to nearly 1,000. Furthermore, through this cultivation session, Chu Weiwei successfully initiated her qi absorption and achieved the 3rd level of qi refining. Particularly for Yishio, he was on the cusp of a breakthrough. System. Is it possible to break through without any trace? For 1,000 villain values, experience a painless, instant upgrade, achieving transcendence without a trace. You deserve it. With a remaining balance of over 100,000 villain values, Yishio waved his hand grandly and commanded, upgrade. In an instant, Yishio seamlessly ascended to the golden core stage. The entire process was swift and devoid of any fluctuations. Even the sleeping Chu Weiwei in his arms remained undisturbed. Upon introspection, he discovered a perfectly rounded golden core spinning within his dantian, emanating boundless power. Excellent, truly formidable. Yishio nodded in satisfaction. From this moment forth, in this realm, Yishio would be invincible. Not even a nuclear bomb could instill fear in him. Upon introspection, Yishio realized that he had harbored a certain fear of death. Otherwise, he wouldn't have spent so much time cooped up at home, solely focused on cultivation. A knowing smile spread across his face. Once his existence was assured, he could finally begin to fully embrace this world. Let the reckoning for Fu Jinyan and Hui Yunyan commence. Chapter 60. Public Opinion. Who cannot play? Fu Corporation, President, it's bad. You must see the trending topic. Wang Jun rushed into Fu Jinyan's office, tablet in hand, a look of urgency etched on his face. Did you not knock before entering? Get out and knock. Startled by Wang Jun's abrupt entrance, Fu Jinyan, lost in a moment of blissful recollection, snapped back to reality and glared at Wang Jun coldly. President, no, look. Wang Jun held up the tablet, his face flushed with urgency, eager to explain. Before he could finish, Fu Jinyan slammed his hand on the desk, admonishing sharply, get out. Do you not understand basic etiquette? Fine. Wang Jun, with no other option, stepped outside to knock. Once granted permission, he hurried back in, breathless. President, look. This is serious. What are you panicking about? Let me see. Fu Jinyan shook his head internally, discontent with Wang Jun's performance today. It lacked any semblance of decorum. As he took the tablet from Wang Jun's hands, he cast only a few glances before erupting with fury. Who did this? They are simply courting death. It turned out that the trending topic on Weibo prominently displayed numerous illegal activities associated with him and the Fu Corporation, unveiling the ruthless history of the Fu Corporation. Fu Jinyan's flagrant disregard for the law. How many innocent lives has the Fu family harmed over the years? Can the affluent truly disregard the law and act with impunity? As he surveyed the multitude of entries, Fu Jinyan gritted his teeth, his heart brimming with murderous intent. Trembling, he clicked on the entries, absorbing the fervent outcries and curses from countless netizens. His pent-up rage could no longer be contained. He slammed his palm onto the table, exclaiming, "What does this have to do with them? Why are they so agitated?" Breathing heavily, amidst his boundless fury lingered an inexplicable fear, for he realized that much of what was trending was indeed true. After a prolonged period, Fu Jinyan finally regained his composure, his face stern as he instructed Wang Jun. Notify the Public Relations Department to promptly remove this trending topic, and have the legal team issue a statement condemning the slander. Hurry, I will give you 10 minutes. Understood. Wang Jun nodded and swiftly departed. Once Wang Jun had exited the office, Fu Jinyan retrieved a satellite phone from his drawer and dialed a number. X. Please investigate who is targeting the Fu family behind the scenes. Once you find out, eliminate them. He offered a bounty of 500,000 for information and 10 million for a life. Proceed swiftly. After hanging up, Fu Jinyan sneered coldly, his eyes filled with a murderous glint. Do they think they can incite the masses to achieve their goals? Whoever dares to conspire against me will undoubtedly meet their demise. A few minutes later, Wang Jun returned, his face etched with urgency. President, we cannot remove the trending topic. Cannot remove it? What do you mean? Fu Jinyan rose abruptly. The Public Relations Department reached out to Weibo as per our usual procedure, but they received no response. Should we consider increasing our offer? Wang Jun hesitated to make decisions regarding the budget and merely sought Fu Jinyan's guidance. Fu Jinyan's chest heaved in anger as he pounded the table in frustration. These capitalists are taking advantage of our misfortune. Yet, apart from increasing the budget, he found himself at a loss. As a mere president with assets under 200 billion, he felt powerless against a giant like Weibo. How much should we increase it? Wang Jun inquired. Raise it tenfold. The trending topic must be removed immediately, otherwise, the losses will extend beyond just this amount. Fu Jinyan's face contorted with rage, for he had never endured such humiliation, paying for assistance while begging for it. Wang Jun complied, contacting the Public Relations Department via internal phone. Within a minute, the department relayed the response. President, Weibo has rejected all our offers and merely stated that they must adhere to the law. Wang Jun's voice trembled, his throat dry. Adhere to the law? What a splendid notion. They treat me like a commoner, slapping my face. Fu Jinyan was almost amused by the absurdity of it all. Adhering to the law? Wasn't that a mere joke? Which clause in the Grand Legal Code did not target the common folk, having no bearing on those of his stature? He believed someone was orchestrating this against him, investing a considerable sum to do so. President, what shall we do now? Wang Jun's composure was beginning to falter. Fu Jinyan took a deep breath, suppressing his fury. After a moment's contemplation, he devised a plan. First, let's prepare the statement and the legal letter. Since we cannot remove the trending topic, we shall muddle the waters. Find influential figures to circulate our charity records over the years, and simultaneously promote our patriotic corporate image. Then, arrange for online operatives to steer the narrative towards ruthless business competition. As for the outcome, we shall wait. In a couple of days, this will all blow over. Fu Jinyan was not overly worried. He scoffed inwardly, believing that the masses were largely ignorant, especially online, where many would believe whatever they were told. Although it seemed the flames of public opinion were raging, in a few days, they would forget everything. More importantly, Fu Jinyan had faith in X. Regardless of how formidable his enemies were, X could uncover the truth and deal with them accordingly. He was confident this time would be no exception. Wang Jun regarded Fu Jinyan with admiration, diligently noting his instructions before hastily departing to manage the necessary affairs. Fu Jinyan fixated on his computer, continuously refreshing Weibo and Douyin. Finally, after over an hour, changes began to manifest in the trending topics. Could a company that spends billions on charity truly be so dark? I refuse to believe it. Did not old Zong also engage in charity? Regardless of motives, at least he took action. If I were to gain tens of billions through illegal means, I could also allocate billions to charity. For those who believe in charity, you are surely blessed, preparing to gift Ms. Huang a new necklace, aren't you? A patriotic company surely cannot be lacking. This is merely unscrupulous business competition. Can't you think critically? Have you all noticed how dashing this Fu Jinyan is? I'm utterly smitten. It is said he is indifferent to women and remains single. My goodness, what a perfect husband exists in this world. Indeed. As Fu Jinyan observed the tumultuous comment section, the corners of his mouth, which had been suppressed for so long, finally curled into a smile. Huh, public opinion. Who cannot play this game? Expecting these commoners to achieve anything? Utterly absurd. Whoever you are, should you provoke Fu Jinyan, your life shall be forfeit. Noticing the shift in the online sentiment, Fu Jinyan's worries dissipated. The image of Hui Yunyun surfaced in his mind, igniting feelings of heat and restlessness within him, a desire to unleash the pent-up fury. Loosening his tie and reassuring himself that no significant issues loomed in the near future, Fu Jinyan departed the company. He yearned to return to the villa swiftly, to see Hui Yunyun and release the anger that had accumulated within him. Chapter 61. Young master, you guessed correctly. Fu Jinyan has chosen to stir the waters. Chu Weiwei was still in a deep slumber, and Wang Bo temporarily took over her duties. Yi Xiu glanced at Wang Bo, suddenly missing Bai Ji. If she were here, with Gu Qianqian's assistance, they could barely manage the assistants' work together. Let the public opinion stir for now. Once Fu Jinyan returns home, we will release the evidence and let the Haiqing authorities take action. Yi Xiu rubbed his fingers together, a dismissive smile forming on his face. Those who manipulate public sentiment will ultimately be consumed by it. Although netizens have short memories, they cannot tolerate being treated as fools. Fu Jinyan, await your doom. Young master, there is another matter. A hacker has infiltrated Weibo, seeking to uncover who leaked the illegal information about the Fu family. This hacker is exceptionally skilled. Our covert agents can only ensure no traces are left behind, but cannot counteract. Yi Xiu frowned, his expression uncharacteristically grave. Among all the covert agents in Haiqing, he had examined them with his piercing gaze. The 7 responsible for cyber matters possessed advanced computing skills, one even at a master level. Yet, they could barely defend themselves against this hacker. Where did this formidable adversary emerge from? Yi Xiu hastily reviewed the relevant plot details concerning Fu Jinyan, poring over the information for quite some time, yet nothing was mentioned in the narrative. System, what is going on? This is a female-oriented narrative. The main storyline focuses on emotions, often overlooking ancillary details. No, can you truly refer to such a formidable hacker as an ancillary detail? System, what is the highest level of computing skills? The pinnacle of computer skills is exceedingly high, reaching the Genesis level, utilizing villain points. I have elevated my computer skills to the highest level in the current blue star. In an instant, an overwhelming surge of knowledge flooded Yi Xiu's mind. With the enhancement of his Jin Dan stage consciousness, he promptly digested, absorbed, and mastered this knowledge. Let me bring you out. Wang Bo, hand me my notebook. After a brief moment of perception, Yi Xiu revealed an excited smile. Wang Bo brought the computer to him, opened it, and placed it before Yi Xiu. Rubbing his hands together, Yi Xiu's expression became serious as his fingers danced across the keyboard, leaving traces in the air. Wang Bo stared in astonishment at Yi Xiu, utterly incredulous. He never imagined that his young master's computer skills would surpass even those of the hidden guards. In less than a minute, the sound of keystrokes ceased. Yi Xiu had found the hacker. The renowned Hacker X and the first assassin in the Dark Knight, Rose, were revealed to be the same person, a girl under 20 studying at a university in Kyoto. No, it seemed she held more than just these two identities. What a prodigy. It was evident she must be the female protagonist. Yi Xiu was astonished and then activated his piercing insight upon the girl displayed on the screen. Name, Yun Ci, height, 162, 34B, age, 19, destiny. Does the ruler have illness? The Dark CEO's choking love 18th tier female supporting character, the true young lady returns. Her disguises have fallen. Female protagonist, beauty, 90, cultivation, peak of the Baodan stage, special physique, farming divine body. The more effort exerted, the more rewards gained. Regardless of the task, learning will yield results without bottlenecks or limits. Skills, level 2 civilization computer, hidden assassination 12-layer great perfection, grandmaster level web literature, grandmaster level assassination, grandmaster level stealth, grandmaster level disguise, grandmaster level facial alteration, grandmaster level culinary skills, master level performance, master level calligraphy, master level design, master level painting, master level sculpture. A total of 36 grandmaster level skills, 108 advanced skills, with the rest not accounted for. Affection level, 0, stranger. Having discovered the female protagonist Yin Ci unlocks her relevant destiny storyline. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the storyline related to the true young lady returns. Her disguises have fallen. Yi Xiu couldn't help but take a sharp breath at Yun Ci's magnificent skill set. Goodness, is she even human? She is only 19. Is this farming divine body truly that terrifying? Aside from her somewhat lower beauty score, Yun Ci could be regarded as the most impressive female protagonist Yi Xiu had encountered thus far, without exception. He gulped and began to delve into Yun Ci's related storyline. The narrative unfolds within the Wang family of Kyoto, a classic tale of hidden identities. Upon her birth, Yun Ci's father, Wang Zhan, swapped her with the daughter of his White Moonlight. Before departing abroad, the White Moonlight cast Yun Si into an orphanage. Gifted with extraordinary talent and precocious maturity, she fled the orphanage at the age of 5, enduring countless trials while acquiring a myriad of skills and assuming various identities, nearly all of which were top tier in their respective domains. At the age of 19, Yun Si chose to return to the Wang family as a poor orphan college student. Wang Yanran, the false young lady of the Wang family, incessantly targeted and schemed against Yun Si, yet all her plots were thwarted by Yun Si. Throughout this process, Yun Si's true identity gradually emerged, leading to a series of stunning revelations. Ultimately, she won the affection of her parents and the elders of the Wang family, forgiving Wang Yanran and the relatives who once slandered her. Most importantly, she earned the deep love of the domineering and jealous male lead, Gu Si. As for why she assisted Fu Jinyan, it was because the charity fund under his name annually supported the orphanage where she had spent her childhood. After reading the storyline, Yi Xiu found himself at a loss for words. Even after having traversed this world for so long, the absurdities of the female-centric realm continued to challenge his understanding. How could someone with such remarkable skills not strive to change the world, engage in scientific research, or pursue fame and fortune, but instead contend with a scheming faux young lady over jealousy, merely to impress and gain recognition, all for the sake of romance? Is there something wrong with you? Surely, no man would perish without a partner. Though Yi Xiu himself was a man, he would be delighted to have a girlfriend of such caliber. Nevertheless, he could not accept that such an extraordinary individual dedicated her entire existence to the service of so-called love. This fundamentally contradicts human nature. In the face of power, fame, and wealth, love is insignificant. After contemplating, Yi Xiu deliberately left a trace of himself online. Indeed, he intended to bait a hook. Yun Si was still abroad, and he needed to devise a way to bring her back to Xia country to collect villain points, was he not? All right, that's enough. Wang Bo, you may be on your way. Wang Bo acknowledged and departed. Yi Xiu closed the laptop, stretched lazily, and suddenly noticed Gu Qianqian peeking from outside the door. Is there something you need? Yi Xiu feigned ignorance, fully aware that Gu Qianqian had come to invite him to watch her reunion program later that evening. Gu Qianqian said nothing and directly squatted down before Yi Xiu. I'll be watching your program with Wei Wei and the others tonight. You're the best, master. Chapter 62. Short and stout at 8 in the evening. In the living room of the villa, Yi Xiu reclined on the sofa, eyes half closed, resting his head on Chu Weiwei's lap while savoring the grapes she had peeled for him, a visage of pure enjoyment. Xiao Ming'er knelt on the sofa, massaging Yi Xiu's legs. Wei Wei, after we finish watching Gu Qianqian's program, you should accompany me for a bit. Yi Xiu contemplated and decided to take Chu Weiwei along when addressing Hui Yunyun. Currently, Chu Weiwei's cultivation surpassed Hui Yunyun's, and although she lacked magical skills, under Yi Xiu's watchful eye, her safety was assured. Yi Xiu aimed to help Chu Weiwei acclimate to this alternate world more swiftly. All right, young master, look. The program is starting. Chu Weiwei pointed to the wall opposite, where the live broadcast of Gu Qianqian's program was projected. Separated from family. A heart-wrenching tale of a lone parent. Welcome everyone to today's Finding Your Way Home. I am your host, AI Dajin. I'm sure everyone has heard about the recent uproar online regarding the Gu family's search for their daughter. Today, our program has invited the Gu family parents and the so-called super unfilial daughter, Gu Qianqian. What exactly transpired? Let us welcome our guests. As Gu Zhangwo, Wang Fong, and Gu Qianqian entered one after another, the screen was instantly flooded with comments. Poor Gu family parents, Gu Qianqian, this unfilial daughter. Gu Qianqian should die? How shameless. Still daring to attend the program. Is this Gu Qianqian? So beautiful. Such a stunning appearance must indicate good character. Surely there's more to this story. Please don't let your moral compass be led astray. Look at what Gu Qianqian is wearing, and then compare it to her parents. How can she have the audacity? This Gu Qianqian seems familiar. I remember now. She was the former vice president of the Xiaozheng Group. How astonishing it is that the vice president of the Qianni Group displays such filial impiety. Indeed, it seems that wealthy individuals have little virtue to speak of. You unfilial daughter, how dare you show your face? As soon as he took his seat, Gu Zhangwo pointed accusingly at Gu Qianqian, his anger palpable. The recent live performances had allowed Gu Zhangwo and Wang Fong to savor considerable benefits. They had received nearly 1 million in donations alone. Although they could not comprehend why there were so many fools online, as long as these fools were willing to donate, that sufficed. After days of acting, they had fully immersed themselves in their roles, and they genuinely began to believe that Gu Qianqian was indeed the unfilial daughter they portrayed. Qianqian, you have finally agreed to meet with us. Oh, how pitiful. Wang Fong, with reddened eyes and trembling lips, gazed at Gu Qianqian with a sorrowful expression, tears streaming down her cheeks. Huh, if you dare to come, why should I not? Gu Qianqian crossed her arms, looking mockingly at her parents. Her demeanor sent the barrage of comments into a frenzy, the screen flooded with vitriol, insults, and curses directed at Gu Qianqian. AI Dajin furrowed his brow, displeased as he regarded Gu Qianqian. Miss Gu, I do not mean to criticize, but there are few who lack parents in this world. Are you not afraid of sleepless nights, being so unfilial? Huh, people like you sleep soundly at night. Why should I not? Gu Qianqian scoffed. She was well aware of AI Dajin's character, a typical brainless intellectual whose ancestors had been comprador scholars. In previous years, during that particular era, he had gained some notoriety by mindlessly criticizing Xia country and exploiting the ignorance of the populace. With the rise of Xia country and the improvement of the public's educational level, many began to realize that only fools would believe AI Dajin's rhetoric. For instance, he claimed that a sand country was the most relaxed and wonderful place on earth, a paradise on Blue Star, and that Xia should learn from a sand in every aspect. Were it not for Gu Qianqian's experience in a sand country, she might have been misled by such absurdities. Gu Qianqian's contemptuous gaze ignited AI Dajin's fury. Remembering the purpose of the day, he suppressed his rage and addressed the camera with a loud voice. Look at the pitiful appearance of the Gu family parents, and then gaze upon this Miss Gu adorned in high-end luxury. I truly do not know what to say. Miss Gu, your parents raised you without asking for anything in return. As children, we need not be excessively filial, but at the very least, we should possess a modicum of conscience. Just look at your elderly parents. The value of a brooch or a lipstick could sustain them for a month. Do you not feel any shame? I sometimes wonder why there are so many unfilial children in our Xia country. I cannot help but ask, why do we always hear such news coming from Xia? Why do other nations not have such occurrences? I have traveled the world, witnessed the beauty of America and a sand country, where civility and friendliness abound, and everyone is confident and optimistic, displaying filial piety and kindness. Especially in America, where medical care is free, regardless of your ailment. Upon landing, there are always cars ready to take you to hospitals for complimentary treatment. Education is also free, from childhood to adulthood, without spending a dime, and meals are provided. This is a direct quote from a relative within the system, unaltered. I was rendered speechless, especially since it came from someone within the establishment. Everyone lives so happily. How could there be unfilial conduct? I believe this is what truly deserves our reflection. AI Dajin's rhetoric was delivered with modulated intonations, laden with emotion, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears. However, the comments section erupted. Wait, is this person insane? Aren't they criticizing unfilial behavior? Why does this suddenly turn to praising America? America is so wonderful. They are so fortunate. If I hadn't been there, I might have believed it. It's already the year 5202. How can anyone still believe such things? Do Americans realize how great their country is? Americans are such benevolent people. They provide free medical care upon arrival. I shared this on foreign networks, and Americans were outraged, claiming their country treats immigrants better than its own citizens. Haha. May AI Dajin meet his demise. Yi Xiao shook his head. No matter where one goes, there are always those who idolize foreign cultures. Fundamentally, these individuals project their own misfortunes onto their environment or country to mask their inadequacies. Such individuals exist not just in Xia, but also in America, where there are many online who praise Xia. Yi Xiao had always held disdain for people like AI Dajin. He snorted coldly, opened his computer, and swiftly compiled a plethora of incriminating evidence against AI Dajin for taking bribes, sending it to the National Security Bureau, and conveniently pinning it to the top of his social media account. Indeed, you unfilial daughter, listen. Because of you, our national image is affected. Do you not feel any remorse? Gu Jiangwo's eyes darted as he eagerly echoed AI Dajin's accusations against Gu Qianqian. Qianqian, you truly lack understanding. Stop this nonsense. We are family. As long as you return, your father and I will forgive you. Wang Fong looked at Gu Qianqian earnestly. Forgive? Is it not possible that I simply refuse to forgive you? Chapter 63. My original name was Gu Zhaodi. Qianqian, how can you say such things? Your father and I raised you through thick and thin. Even if you refuse to acknowledge us, how can you harbor hatred towards us? Oh, the misfortune. Wang Fong lamented, pounding her thigh, tears streaming down her face, her patched clothing appearing even more tattered. Alas, raising a daughter has led to animosity. Gu Jiangwo, who initially intended to berate Gu Qianqian, felt the weight of Wang Fong's gaze and swiftly suppressed his anger, sighing heavily and shaking his head in despair. AI Dajin seized the opportunity, looking at Gu Qianqian and stating, Miss Gu, allow me to speak frankly. If you possess even a shred of humanity, you should open your eyes and look at your pitiful parents. And what of it? Gu Qianqian regarded the three with derision. Miss Gu, I am offering you sound advice. What is this attitude you present? Gu Qianqian's scornful demeanor ignited a fire within AI Dajin, causing him to feel a surge of frustration. What attitude should I adopt toward such parents? Gu Qianqian maintained her icy demeanor as planned. Qianqian, what are these words? How have you become so impolite? Gu Zhangwo's disappointment was evident, and Wang Fong shook her head in agreement. Miss Gu, I can no longer bear to watch. In our Xia, where feudal remnants prevail, you are incredibly fortunate to have parents who value daughters over sons. How can you still be unsatisfied? What do you truly desire? AI Dajin questioned loudly. Value daughters over sons? Are you certain? Gu Qianqian found AI Dajin's words amusing. The notion of valuing daughters over sons was something she had never dared to hope for. It appears that Miss Gu has doubts. Let your own brother expose your hypocrisy. AI Dajin waved his hand, and from behind the curtain, Gu Yaozu timidly emerged, shrinking back as he entered. Sister, I have finally met you. I was wrong. I will never dare to argue with you again. Will you please come home? Gu Yaozu's eyes lit up upon seeing Gu Qianqian, and he rushed forward, only to suddenly halt. Fear evident in his demeanor as he looked at Gu Qianqian, his voice tinged with a plea. You are quite the actor. Gu Qianqian gritted her teeth, casting a fierce glare at Gu Yaozu. I am not acting. It was all you. Gu Yaozu recoiled, shrinking back as he trembled, only daring to mumble softly after a long pause. You little brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Apologize to your sister at once. Wang Fong stepped forward, feigning anger as she tapped Gu Yaozu's head, then turned to Gu Qianqian with a solicitous gaze. Do not be afraid, young man. If she has bullied you, speak up. Today, uncle shall stand up for you. AI Dying approached, embracing Gu Yaozu and gently comforting him. I haven tea, my sister treats me very well. Gu Yaozu hesitated, remaining silent for a long while, before glancing up at the glaring Gu Qianqian. His body trembled uncontrollably, and he quickly denied her claims. Gu Yaozu's performance left Gu Qianqian somewhat in awe. Honestly, if she weren't the one involved, she would think Gu Yaozu had been terribly bullied by her. As expected, the barrage of comments erupted in defense of Gu Yaozu. I understand that gaze all too well. I used to look at my brother that way when I was young. Look, just one look from Gu Qianqian and her brother trembles all over. One can only imagine how much he suffers at home. Is this the poor brother who dropped out of school to support Gu Qianqian through college? How wicked Gu Qianqian is. Why doesn't she just disappear? Gu Mama is too biased. What kind of attitude is Gu Qianqian displaying? The favored always act without fear. I have been through that myself. Gu Qianqian seemed to anticipate the barrage's content. She looked into the camera, her eyes filled with mockery, and slowly spoke. You must all be furiously cursing me, thinking I am heartless and malicious, right? This Gu Qianqian has some self-awareness. What kind of gaze is that? Does she look down on us? Truly, she is a thick-skinned person. I still want to say, Gu Qianqian is very beautiful. You shallow admirers, step aside. Finally, Gu Qianqian's expression shifted, tinged with a hint of nostalgia and pain. I initially did not wish to justify myself. After all, they are my parents regardless of what has transpired. However, dear viewers, I wish to share one thing with you. Before I joined the Xiaozheng group, my name was Gu Zhaodi, and the brother whom I supposedly bullied is named Gu Yaozu. This should be easily verifiable. Gu Qianqian's words struck like thunder, plunging both the live audience and the online comments into an eerie silence. Gu Yaozu and the Gu family parents exchanged glances, both showing a flicker of panic, as they had seemingly forgotten this fact. Gu Yaozu swallowed hard, hastily tugging at AI Dying's sleeve. This cannot mean anything. AI Dying, sensing Gu Yaozu's gesture and recalling the promise of 1 million from yesterday, reluctantly broke the strange silence. Are you serious? Gu Qianqian looked at AI Dying with confusion, as if regarding a fool. AI Dying's words not only baffled Gu Qianqian, but also reignited the once quiet comments. Isn't this J8 AI Dying speaking nonsense? Everyone knows the situation with Zhaodi and Yaozu. Here, SA joke. Zhaodi bullies Yaozu at home every day, and the parents favor Zhaodi, leaving Yaozu as the pitiful one. Even tomato novels wouldn't dare write it this way, treating us as fools. Haha, do you believe Yaozu is bullied by Zhaodi? Or do you think I am Qin Shi Huang? I have long maintained that this family of 3 does not appear to be good people, and you all dismissed my concerns. Did AI Dying get paid off? Such absurdity can be voiced, whether he received payment or not. It is undeniable that AI Dying is not a decent person. Do you have anything else to say about gender bias? Gu Qianqian turned her attention back to the Gu family trio. Gu Jiangwo and Wang Feng moved their lips, but could not utter a word, knowing that whatever they said would only seem hollow and futile. This is dull. If there is nothing more to say, I shall take my leave. Gu Qianqian, seeing their silence, prepared to depart. Although public opinion had begun to shift, some matters needed to be revealed by them. Gu Qianqian, stop right there. Seeing her about to leave, Gu Yaozu grew anxious. Without Gu Qianqian, where would he find money? Without capital, how could he turn his situation around? Although he had managed to raise over 1 million through live streaming and donations over the past few days, after deducting the promised amount to AI dying, only a few 100,000 remained tightly controlled by Wang Feng. He had tried countless methods to procure some funds, but had managed to secure very little. Without access to the live streaming income, Gu Yaozu's only hope rested on Gu Qianqian. Otherwise, he would not have been so eager for Gu Jiangwo and Wang Feng to participate in the reunion show. Chapter 64. The Binding Array. Is there anything else, Gu Yaozu? Gu Qianqian turned around, gazing at him with keen interest. She did not mind playing along a bit longer, allowing the online discourse to ferment further. Even if what we say is somewhat exaggerated, is it not also due to your abrupt departure? Gu Yaozu, with reddened eyes, shouted in resentment. Every child has parents. Regardless of the situation, they are still your parents. Not acknowledging them is unfilial. AI dying followed closely, seriousness etched on his face. If the father is unkind, the son is unfilial. With their character, I am already quite filial. Gu Qianqian coldly retorted. You, worthless scum, are seeking death. Gu Jiangwo could no longer suppress his fury, rising to strike Gu Qianqian. Worthless scum? Is this where you can no longer maintain your facade? This is a live broadcast. Dare you lay a hand on me? Gu Qianqian's eyes were filled with scorn and coldness. Worthless scum? That is my most detested term. Exposed, aren't we? Look at the expressions of these old fools. I cannot even imagine what kind of life Gu Qianqian has led since childhood. My heart aches for the young lady. These two old fools are too convincing. I was scolding the young lady just a few days ago. We owe Miss Gu Qianqian an apology. Gu Qianqian, I am sorry. Let us not discuss this. I had previously donated money to Gu family parents. I was still in school. That was my meal money. R&M, refund. In this day and age, daring to donate. I respect you as a warrior. Still donating? Miss Huang's necklace is nearly overflowing. Gu Jiangwo's slip caused another uproar in the comments. You. Gu Jiangwo paused, halting his steps, pointing at Gu Qianqian, trembling all over. Gu Yaozu realized that once Gu Jiangwo uttered worthless scum, their constructed facade had completely collapsed. Yet, at this point, Gu Yaozu had no way to retreat. Gu Qianqian, aside from the facts, are you truly without fault? Have you considered why your parents do not favor you? Gu Qianqian was amused by Gu Yaozu's shamelessness, but it suited her purpose. She feigned anger and turned to leave. Gu Yaozu rushed to stand in front of her, saying fiercely, Gu Qianqian, have you forgotten that I dropped out of school to support you during your university years? You promised me 1 million. You cannot go back on your word. Qianqian, one must not forget their roots. Without Yaozu's sacrifices, where would you be today? Repay? Qianqian, did I not tell you as a child that one must be grateful? Those who forget their benefactors are condemned to hell. Wang Feng and Gu Jiangwo also pointed at Gu Qianqian. Gu Qianqian sighed, tears welling in her eyes. Haha, Gu Yaozu. Mom and Dad, is it true that after telling lies for so long, you genuinely believe them? Do you think I am unaware of what really happened back then? Initially, I intended to spare you some dignity, believing that we could coexist peacefully. However, your shamelessness has left me no choice. Gu Qianqian paused, turning towards the camera. Addressing the audience, please follow my Weibo. Shortly, I will share the experiences of these years, including videos, recordings, and medical records of the abuse I endured. Justice resides in the hearts of people, and I trust that those with a sense of righteousness will discern the truth and restore my innocence. After her statement, Gu Qianqian took a deep bow before the camera and swiftly departed the show under the protection of her bodyguards. I have faith in this young lady. Her beauty assures me she would not deceive. Follow her. In a shocking revelation, it was unveiled that AI dying was a traitorous scholar funded by GZ. No wonder his words seemed so peculiar. He is not an individual of integrity. Gu Jiangwo and his companions attempted to pursue Gu Qianqian, but were firmly obstructed by her bodyguards. In despair, they lamented and wept on the ground. Yet their cries did not compel Gu Qianqian to glance back. AI dying was taken away by national security before he could receive his reward from the Gu family, and the live broadcast abruptly cut off amidst the disgraceful scene of his fear-induced accident. As the broadcast concluded, a storm of public opinion rapidly engulfed the online realm. Gu Qianqian's performance was commendable, and she exhibited remarkable growth. Yi Xiu rarely praised her, a commendation that Xiao Ming'er secretly recorded and sent to Gu Qianqian. Wei, inform Wang Bo, it's time for us to leave. Yi Xiu stood, adjusted his attire, and departed the estate with Chu Weiwei, heading directly to Fu Jinyan's residence. At the Fu Villa, Fu Jinyan tenderly applied medicine to Hui Yunyun, his voice gentle, his eyes filled with concern and urgency. Stay at home and wait for me. Something urgent has arisen at the company. Just as Fu Jinyan was playing a game with Hui Yunyun, he received a message from Wang Jun, detailing that evidence of illegal activities involving him and the Fu Group had been exposed on Weibo. Law enforcement agencies were conducting a surprise inspection and had summoned Fu Jinyan. Go take care of it. Hui Yunyun gasped in pain, lost in a euphoric state following the recent ordeal, oblivious to Fu Jinyan's worry. If you're hungry, there's food in the restaurant. Hold on until I return. Fu Jinyan kissed Hui Yunyun's forehead, donned his suit, and swiftly departed. Hui Yunyun lay on the bed, her legs swinging joyfully, her eyes brimming with happiness and reminiscence. It was astonishing to discover the pleasures of womanhood. In that moment, Hui Yunyun wholeheartedly embraced and began to relish her transformation into a woman. Suddenly, a chill ran down her spine, and she sensed an impending danger. Her gaze turned icy, and her innate powers surged within her. She struck the bed, rising abruptly, and in an instant, a flash of blinding light sliced through the air, narrowly missing her forehead and severing several strands of hair, which drifted away with the wind. Who goes there? Hui Yunyun demanded coldly. The only response was the ominous glint of blades and shadows surrounding her. Realizing she was under a formation, Hui Yunyun's heart raced. Were there other cultivators in this world besides her? Panic gripped her. Had she been exposed? She swallowed hard, her mind racing. Were they after her inheritance? Despite her reluctance, Hui Yunyun understood that survival was paramount. As she evaded the blades, she shouted, I do not know your intentions, but I assure you, I am open to discussion. Outside the villa, a dozen hidden guards surrounded Fu Jinyan's estate, a nearly imperceptible barrier enveloping the entire property. This was the Juling Kuinjun, a formidable formation exchanged for villain points by Yi Xiu. Should one become trapped within it, even a golden core cultivator would find escape impossible. Chapter 65 emphasizes stability. Observing the grand formation before him, Yi Xiu's brow remained furrowed, and his movements were unceasing. With a wave of his hand, 17 more formation plates flew out, instantly conjuring an array of diverse formations. Yi Xiu then retrieved several talismans, affixing them to himself before tossing a small shield into the air. The shield transformed into a protective barrier, enclosing both Yi Xiu and Chu Weiwei. Chu Weiwei was left speechless, gazing at Yi Xiu with admiration. Although she did not fully comprehend his actions, she found him undeniably captivating. Host, are you being overly cautious? A golden core cultivator can defeat a chi refinement stage opponent in a single move. And this is a female-oriented narrative. The system remarked, feeling embarrassed by Yi Xiu's meticulousness. You know nothing. What of female narratives? The protagonists are often even more outrageous. Yi Xiu scoffed, recognizing the system's lack of understanding of the genre. In female narratives, cultivation often serves merely as a backdrop for romantic entanglements. Consequently, the extraordinary events that unfold can be bewildering. For instance, a character awakening past life memories can instantly transition from a chi refinement stage to becoming an immortal or even a deity. Such plots are commonplace in female narratives, particularly in shorter works. It is essential to note that the legendary male protagonist, Yin Di Xiao Yan, could only advance one major tier with his Thuan, Fo Nu Huo Yan, a mere trifle compared to the rapid ascensions found in female narratives. Thus, when it comes to the absurdity of plot devices, male protagonists are mere novices in comparison to their female counterparts. What difference does a 98 success rate make? If you do not understand, kindly remain silent. Yi Xiu snorted, feeling that even with his methodical approach, he could not guarantee success with Hui Yunyun. As a devoted admirer of the art of survival, Yi Xiu prioritized stability above all else. With the system finally quiet, Yi Xiu refocused, his expression serious. He raised his palm, summoning his spiritual energy, and then forcefully pressed down. The 18 formations erupted in a dazzling display. However, the brilliance was tightly constrained within the villa, appearing completely unremarkable from the outside. Inside the villa, Hui Yunyun's complexion paled, blood staining her lips. Faced with the sudden onslaught of intensified attacks, her survival instincts heightened her agility, propelling her cultivation to the third level of chi refinement. Whoever dares to hide, step forward and face me. What skill is there in lurking in the shadows? Hui Yunyun shouted, attempting to provoke the formation's creator, hoping to find a glimmer of opportunity. Outside the formation, Yi Xiu's brow furrowed as he exuded a powerful aura, pressing down towards Hui Yunyun within the formation. Under normal circumstances, the pressure from a golden core cultivator would easily crush a mere qi refinement stage practitioner. However, just as Yi Xiu's aura bore down on Hui Yunyun, a jade pendant suddenly soared from above her head, transforming into a luminous barrier that intercepted both Yi Xiu's aura and the assault of the formation. Hui Yunyun was suddenly overwhelmed with joy, her eyes filled with hatred. The jade pendant atop her head transformed into a radiant blade of light, surging fiercely towards the outer perimeter of the formation, clearly intent on escape. Hui Yunyun collided with the shimmering barrier, encasing the villa with unmatched force. With a series of explosive sounds, the array plates previously thrown by Yi Xiu detonated one by one, shattering the barrier and causing it to dissipate. On the verge of freedom, Hui Yunyun's eyes sparkled with elation, yet deep within her heart lingered a profound sense of dread. She resolved that upon escaping, she would immediately retreat into the depths of the mountains to diligently cultivate. The space within the jade pendant held ample spiritual stones, and she vowed not to emerge until she reached the golden core stage. Suddenly, Hui Yunyun noticed that the glow emanating from her jade pendant was waning with each formation that shattered. Her expression shifted slightly, but after a moment of sensing, her heart quickly steadied. Given the current intensity, she was certain she could escape unscathed. In mere moments, all 17 array plates set by Yi Xiu were shattered, and Hui Yunyun could vaguely make out the silhouettes of figures beyond the formation. The joy and hatred in her gaze intensified. She swore that once she achieved her cultivation, she would ensure this group paid in blood for their transgressions. The tides of fortune shift every 30 years. Do not underestimate a young woman in distress. Hidden guards. Exert your full strength to maintain the formation. Just as Hui Yunyun was about to break free, Yi Xiu bellowed, channeling his spiritual power as the main array flag rose into the air, dancing without wind. Under the influence of the great elixirs bestowed by Yi Xiu, the hidden guards each broke through to the void-breaking stage, their innate energy surging into the array flags they held. At the moment Hui Yunyun breached the 17th barrier, Yi Xiu's absolute spirit confinement array activated in full force, its power magnified. Even a Yuan-ing stage cultivator would be unable to escape in the short term. With a resounding crash, Hui Yunyun coughed up blood, crying out in shock as she was hurled backward, colliding with the barrier on the opposite side of the array before collapsing to the ground. Sensing the tremendous force that had nearly reached the peak of golden core, Yi Xiu snorted lightly, mockingly addressing the system. Did you see that? If I hadn't prepared adequately, would she have escaped? The system appeared to be malfunctioning, remaining silent. Hui Yunyun's face drained of color as her internal organs were nearly shattered by the immense recoil. The jade pendant lost its brilliance and sank back into her consciousness. Despair washed over her, as if she had seen her end. Outside the array, Yi Xiu wore a cold expression, casting forth another dozen array plates. He then channeled his power, pointing at Hui Yunyun, who lay on the ground. Great Wilderness Confinement Finger. He concentrated his energy, and a luminous finger materialized, speeding towards Hui Yunyun. Isn't this just the foundation establishment spell, Sword Spirit Finger? Did you pay your copyright fees, host? Just throwing around names, the system chimed in. Silence. If I say it is the Great Wilderness Confinement Finger, then it is. Yi Xiu thought the system was acting particularly erratic today, constantly boasting. As Yi Xiu and the system exchanged barbs, the magical finger swiftly approached Hui Yunyun, its formidable presence rendering her immobile. The imminent threat of death drove her to the brink of madness as she screamed in terror. Who are you? Why do you want to kill me? Please, don't. I'll give you anything you want. Just spare my life. Her desperate cries changed nothing. The finger plunged into her mind, and with a soft pop, Hui Yunyun's body exploded, disintegrating into countless specks of starlight. Chapter 66. Ji In Shinjun. Hui Yunyun, the protagonist, has been slain. The host gains 500,000 villain points. As this is the host's first kill of a protagonist, an additional reward is granted, the title Protagonist Slayer. Protagonist Slayer. Each kill or suppression of a protagonist grants random rewards. Is this suppression the kind I was thinking of? Yi Xiu pondered, curious. And seeing the system remain silent, he assumed it was tacitly approved. Regaining his focus, Yi Xiu did not dissolve the array. Instead, he produced another array plate. The one he had purchased with the most villain points, the Soul Confinement Array. This formation could trap all souls below the Ascension stage and eliminate those below the Combined Body stage while obtaining their memories. After setting up the formation, Yi Xiu did not pause, instructing the two teams of hidden guards. Team 1, maintain the formation. Team 2, wielding soul fire talismans. Incinerate everything within the array. Not even the soil should be spared. Search every living creature within the villa. Even the worms must be ground to paste and burned with soul fire. Ensure the eggs are scrambled. Understood. The hidden guards nodded, and as they busied themselves, Yishio retrieved a stack of paper figures from the system's space. With a gesture, he cast them forth, and they transformed into small, lifelike Taoists, encircling the villa. Some played mournful tunes on swanas, while others held talismans, bells, and swords, gracefully performing the Seven Stars dance. Others sat cross-legged, chanting the Taishang Xianling Bao Tianzuan Sutra of Deliverance. Finally, Yishio sighed in relief, crossing his arms and quietly observing the scene before him. I am unsure whether to call you cowardly or prudent, the system remarked. Taken aback by Yishio's series of actions, could killing be played out in such a manner? Was it truly necessary to expend so many villain points for a mere Foundation establishment protagonist? Yishio scoffed, uninterested in the system's opinions, feeling as though it lacked common sense and only knew to charge ahead recklessly. As time passed, fewer and fewer items within the villa remained unscathed by the soul fire. Just as the last small shovel of soil was about to be cast into the flames, a burst of light erupted from the earth, transforming into a radiant sword that shot forth. I knew it. Yishio smiled knowingly, pointing at the void, and that sword was instantly immobilized in midair, reshaping into a stunningly beautiful figure, her expression filled with murderous intent as she gazed at him. So there truly is a follow-up. The system was astonished by the sight before it, reflecting on its failure to detect even a mere divine transformation soul. Yishio ignored the system's ramblings in his mind, eyeing the spirit before him with a slight smile. He extended his hand, and the soul confinement array activated. A tremendous pressure converging from all directions, relentlessly compressing the spirit. Please, spare me. We are in an age of scarce resources. I can provide you with cultivation resources. Huajin, sensing the array's might and Yishio's murderous intent, was filled with rage and animosity, yet under the threat of death. She cleverly sought to ingratiate herself with Yishio. Yishio discerned the suppressed hatred within Huajin with clarity. After some contemplation, he activated the Eye of Breaking Illusions towards her. Name, Huajin, Jin Shenjun. Height, 172 centimeters, 36 d. Age, 3091. Appearance, 97. Fate, 3 lives, 3 worlds. Only for you amidst the peach blossoms female protagonist. Cultivation, pinnacle of transformation. Formerly a golden immortal. Background, Hongwang Nitai Meiji. Innate low level, sealed. Skills, heavenly grade primary skill singing and dancing divine art. Soundwave attack skill. Releasing sound waves through special dance movements. Heavenly grade primary skill light, sphere manipulation, condensing mana into a ball and throwing it to harm enemies. Affinity, 90, detestation. A desire to kill. Remarkably, this turned out to be a female protagonist. Yishio initially intended to merely examine Huajin's attribute panel, but unexpectedly, he gained additional insights. Congratulations on triggering detailed plot exposition, acquiring Huajin's associated destiny narrative 3 lives, 3 worlds, only for you amidst the peach blossoms, without needing to read further. Yishio understood the essence of the narrative. A cursory glance confirmed his expectations. It recounted a tale of celestial beings neglecting their cultivation, instead engaging in a romantic pursuit of chase and escape, compounded by an absurd 3 lives and 3 worlds premise. Currently, Huajin was in her 3rd life's dormant phase. Prior to the official commencement of the story, the plot unfolded with the revival of spiritual energy, Huajin awakening and soaring to the celestial realm, gradually recollecting memories from her previous 2 lives, embroiled in a myriad of love-hate entanglements with the crown prince Hua Yi of the 9 heavens. Such matters were indeed difficult to assess. Upon concluding the narrative, Yishio's murderous intent towards Huajin solidified, faced with the reincarnated form of such a formidable being. Should he offend her, it would be prudent to eliminate her beforehand. Otherwise, once she matured, it would be his demise. He chuckled coldly, convinced that if she perished, all that belonged to her would become his. Yishio maintained his composure, further manipulating the formation in an attempt to obliterate Huajin, dissecting and extracting her memories. Huajin was struck with profound dread, sensing the truth in Yishio's words. She would indeed perish beneath this extraordinary formation, leading to her everything being seized by him. Impudent. Do you know who I am? How dare you treat me thus? I am the Grandmaster of the Great Qin. I am Jin Shinjun. I have plotted for a millennium. Am I to meet my end like this? Why does such a formation exist in this era of dwindling spiritual energy? I refuse to accept this. Her voice was laden with unwillingness. Before the dissipation of spiritual energy, she unexpectedly acquired the immortal artifact Soul Jade Chinquan Pendant. After her demise, her soul, along with all her resources and inheritance, took refuge within the pendant, awaiting the revival of spiritual energy to resume her cultivation or pass her legacy to her bloodline descendants. Once her descendants achieved success, she could reclaim her life. Yet, she had not anticipated that just as she found a suitable descendant, that descendant would perish. As the revival of spiritual energy approached, after over a millennium of scheming, she was on the brink of witnessing the dawn after the storm, yet Huajin could not accept dying in such a manner. She could not fathom why a golden core cultivator existed before the resurgence of spiritual energy, wielding a mysterious formation capable of endangering her life, one she could not comprehend. A voice within her whispered that this should not be happening. She was destined for greatness, meant to ascend to the celestial realm. Feeling an instinctive pull, she suddenly looked up at the void, as if a figure were watching her. Huajin let out a fierce cry. I cannot die here. I desire my 3 lives and 3 worlds, and the 10 miles of peach blossoms. In Chapter 67, Huajin's life, Yishio remained impervious to Huajin's frenzied, piercing screams. His expression was grave, his fingers weaving intricate gestures as his mana surged wildly. The power of the formation intensified, causing Huajin's soul to distort, shatter, and reassemble, dimming further. The anguished wails emanating from her soul were enough to send shivers down one's spine. Even with the formation's barriers, it left the onlookers, including Chu Weiwei, feeling dizzy, while the hidden guards trembled uncontrollably, their eyes filled with pain. A squad of hidden guards, wielding formation flags and stepping in a 7-star pattern, maintained the formation, retreating to 100 meters away. While bolstered by the effects of the great elixir, their ancient martial prowess had indeed increased, but they remained mere mortals, unable to withstand the soul pressure from close range. These hidden guards were Yishio's core subordinates, and he was reluctant to expend them carelessly. It seemed necessary to devise a means for them to cultivate as well. Yishio sighed softly. Observing the hidden guards establishing themselves 100 meters away, the formation effectively isolating the tumult within that range, while he diligently continued to refine Huajin's soul. As time passed, Huajin's soul dimmed further. Suddenly, a rich and pure source of soul energy flowed back through the formation into Yishio's essence, akin to a parched desert greedily absorbing this life-giving essence. A sensation of comfort and elevation surged through him, prompting an involuntary hum of pleasure. Delightful. Yishio gazed intently at Huajin within the formation, his eyes ablaze with fervor. As her soul was refined, her essence dissipated. This agony was beyond the comprehension of ordinary beings. Huajin clutched her head, her eyes glimmering with red light as she fixed an intense gaze upon Yishio. She was filled with resentment, pain, regret, and a cacophony of screams. I will surely kill you. Huajin vowed that if she were fortunate enough to escape, she would pursue Yishio to the ends of the earth, ensuring that he would suffer more than death itself. The protagonist Huajin's affinity towards the host has broken conventional limits, reaching an astonishing 101, while the host's villain value stands at 6,666. Is there such hatred? I haven't done anything particularly egregious. I merely wish to kill her and absorb her soul. How petty. Yishio felt a touch of indignation, increasing the mana input into the formation. Soon, half an hour had elapsed, and Huajin's soul appeared as though it might dissolve with the slightest breeze. At this moment, the hatred in her eyes had nearly vanished, replaced by an overwhelming sense of despair and confusion. This should not be happening. It should not be like this. She muttered continuously, unable to believe her life was to conclude so abruptly. As her soul gradually faded, her memories became increasingly nebulous. In her mind, the memories of her life flickered like a slideshow. Over 3,000 years ago, during the reign of Emperor Xian, Huajin was born into a family of slaves, her ancestors having been captured by the Shang dynasty. Due to her exceptional horse-rearing skills, she was promoted to a family servant by the Dongbo Marquis, allowing her to live a life decidedly better than that of most slaves or commoners in that savage era. Thus, time passed swiftly, and soon, over a decade had gone by. She blossomed into a graceful young woman, catching the eye of Jiang Wenhui, the son of the Dongbo Marquis, who made her his personal maid. Jiang Wenhui was amicable and kind, even formally bestowing upon her the name Jin, leading to an increasingly favorable life for her. However, good fortune was fleeting. Shortly thereafter, Empress Jiang was brutally slain, and the Dongbo Marquis was murdered. Fueled by rage, Jiang Wenhui took up arms to follow King Wen in rebellion against the tyrannical Shang. The events that followed are well known. King Wu vanquished the tyrant, the Yinshang fell, and the great Zhou claimed the world. With his military achievements, Jiang Wenhui continued to govern Donglu, remaining a prominent feudal lord. It was during this tumultuous period that Jin encountered cultivators, officially embarking on the path of cultivation. Later, she, by virtue of her identity as a practitioner, became the wife of Jiang Wenhuan, accompanying him at his side. However, under the laws of heaven and earth, neither emperors nor lords are allowed to cultivate. Thus, she watched Jiang Wenhuan age day by day, exhausting every means, yet still unable to alter the inevitable outcome of his departure before her. My lord, how unjust the heavens are. On that fateful day, she cradled Jiang Wenhuan's lifeless body and cried out to the sky in despair, unable to comprehend why such a good man was denied a long life. After Jiang Wenhuan's death, she departed from Donglu, aimlessly wandering the earth, and before she realized it, centuries had passed. Before the sealing of the gods, the world still brimmed with primordial spiritual energy, and at that time, human lifespans were significantly longer than in later generations. Jiyin was born during the great battle of sealing the gods, just before the saints shattered heaven and earth. Thus, even though her talent was mediocre and her cultivation low, her lifespan was remarkably long. Generally speaking, after the sealing of the gods, those at the Yuaning stage could live at most 1,000 years, yet Jiyin possessed nearly 5,000 years of life, albeit dependent on the nourishment of spiritual energy to sustain it. When the sealing of the gods concluded, in order to maintain balance in heaven and earth, all beings nurtured by primordial spiritual energy were relocated to the earth immortal realm. Jiyin's ability to remain was a privilege granted through Jiang Wenhuan's earnest pleas to the King Wu. Such exceptions like Jiyin were few in the mortal realm. Soon, 2 millennia passed, and her cultivation ascended from the Yuan-Ing stage to the pinnacle of transformation. By this time, it was the late Yuan dynasty. Throughout these 2,000 years, she served as a national teacher in the Qin, guided Xiangyu, roasted meat with Hui Tsubing on the grasslands, and even cast minor spells to keep Su Wu alive in a cellar for an extended period. She had drunk with the Heavenly Khan and played chess with Emperor Taizu of Song, and she had instructed several young disciples. However, at this point, her soul was on the verge of dissipating, and her memories were becoming increasingly indistinct, fading into a haze of names like Peng and Si Miao. Ultimately, she took on a disciple named Zhang Sanfeng. With the establishment of the Ming dynasty, the already dwindling spiritual energy in the world inexplicably began to vanish at an alarming rate. Within just 10 years, it had almost completely disappeared. The remaining cultivators in the world claimed that Lu Bowen had severed the dragon vein, but Jiyin understood that this was the grand trend of heaven and earth, not something that a mere Lu Bowen could dictate. Moreover, as a foundational cultivator, Lu Bowen could not sever the dragon vein. With the absence of spiritual energy, the energy of cultivators diminished little by little, compounded by their own dissipation, causing their cultivation to decline and their vitality to weaken. Within a century, there would be no cultivators left in the world. It was during this time that Jiyin unexpectedly obtained the celestial artifact, the soul jade Qiankuan pendant, which could nurture souls and store lifeless entities. The remaining spiritual stones she possessed were insufficient to support her continued cultivation for long. Faced with an inevitable demise, she reluctantly considered a choice: to undergo disintegration and allow her soul to hide within the celestial artifact, awaiting the revival of spiritual energy, and to seize the bloodline of her descendants to live anew. Thus, she concealed her identity, established the Hua family, and recruited several down-on-their-luck scholars as marriage candidates, ensuring their unwavering loyalty to the Hua family through her means as a cultivator. Once everything was arranged, she disintegrated her physical form and her soul took refuge within the jade pendant, until the appearance of Hua Yunyun awakened her. Chapter 68. The Women's World is truly terrifying. Outside the formation, Yishio's expression was complex. The memories that emerged from Hua Jiyin were vividly clear to him through the formation. He had not anticipated that Hua Jiyin could be connected to the sealing of the gods. At the same time, an inexplicable sense of anxiety and trepidation arose within him, which he could not suppress. Taking a deep breath, Yishio swallowed a recovery pill, his face stern as he accelerated the operation of the formation. No matter what, he would first completely refine this woman. Hua Jiyin's gaze grew increasingly dazed. Even the fragments of memories in her mind began to shatter, becoming blurred. Am I about to die? My lord, it seems I can see you again. The once painful and grim expression on Hua Jiyin's face gradually calmed, replaced by a hint of a smile and longing. Tears welled in her eyes as her hand slowly rose, her soul becoming so dim that she was almost invisible. "My lord, I have come to find you." Hua Zhiyin's smile became increasingly radiant as she sensed her strength waning, with death looming nearby. She regretted not leaving with Jiang Wenhuan back then, sparing her the agony of suffering alone in this world for 3,000 years. Yet, back then, Jiang Wenhuan had held her hand and said, "Yin, you must live well, cultivate diligently. When you ascend to the earth immortal realm, seek out my father. He is now the Emperor Chariot Star. That day will be our reunion." Hua Zhiyin had plotted her entire life for the sake of ascension and reunion. Her memories had become thoroughly obscured, leaving only a fragment of obsession to sustain her. "My lord, I must break my promise. I am about to die. If there is a next life, I will still serve you tea, wash your feet, and massage your shoulders. My lord, it has been 3,000 years. I miss you dearly." Outside the formation, Yi Xiu finally revealed a hint of a smile. As long as he had breath remaining, Hua Zhiyin would be completely refined. Just as Hua Zhiyin was about to dissipate, an unexpected change occurred. A sigh echoed from the void, seemingly coming from nowhere, penetrating the soul and causing Yi Xiu to tremble uncontrollably. His expression changed drastically as he quickly turned to look inside the formation, where a luminous point floated where Hua Zhiyin's soul was dissipating. He quickly unleashed his techniques to attack that point of light. But all of his spells vanished in an instant just inches away from it, without a sound. At that moment, the heavens and earth suddenly darkened, thick black clouds enveloping the entire Haiqing, and within moments, thunder and rain descended. What is going on? Why is it suddenly raining? The weather forecast had claimed it would be clear. How could it rain so heavily? Damn it, can't the weather forecast be accurate? My takeout is soaked. Screw it. I'll eat it myself. I'm not afraid of anything. The sudden downpour threw Haiqing into brief chaos, and simultaneously, Yi Xiu's heart raced. With a stern expression, he looked up at the sky. "Wei Wei, take the hidden guards and retreat. Return to the group and await my news." Chu Wei Wei also sensed something was amiss. She opened her mouth, wanting to say she would stay with Yi Xiu, but thought better of it. She quickly took the hidden guards away, knowing that if she stayed, she would not only be unable to assist Yi Xiu in case of an accident, but could also become a burden to him. Chu Wei Wei did not venture far. She merely instructed the hidden guards to return first and stopped about 1 to 2 kilometers away. "If something happens to you, Brother Xiu, I won't survive either," she thought. "Brother Xiu, you must be all right." Chu Wei Wei's small hands turned pale as she fixed her gaze anxiously in Yi Xiu's direction, silently praying. Outside the villa, since he could not interrupt, Yi Xiu ceased his struggles, quietly observing the point of light. In the sky, an almost imperceptible, exceedingly pure energy descended, masked by the downpour, rapidly moving toward Hua Zhiyin's small point of light. "What is this, master?" Yi Xiu felt a premonition that Hua Zhiyin might awaken her memories from her previous life and become a celestial being in an instant. This is celestial energy, a product of the degeneration of primordial spiritual energy, existing between acquired and primordial spiritual energy. Celestial energy? Damn it, it's confirmed. Hua Zhiyin is about to become a celestial being in a heartbeat. The women's world is truly terrifying. It doesn't even adhere to the most basic logic. Yi Xiu could hardly refrain from slapping himself for his ill-fated words. Nevertheless, he remained relatively unperturbed. On one hand, he held his own ace in this era devoid of magic. Even the manifestation of an immortal was not an easily achieved feat, and the outcome was truly uncertain. More crucially, this was a narrative tailored for a female audience, where cultivation served merely as a backdrop. Yi Xiu's eyes glimmered with mischief as he feigned trepidation before the system, exclaiming, "Sister system, with an immortal on the horizon, how shall we proceed? I fear my demise is imminent. You might as well seek another host." "What nonsense! Am I that kind of system?" "Fear not, it's merely an immortal. Leave it to me," the system retorted with a hint of arrogance. A flicker of pride crossed Yi Xiu's features as he promptly began to flatter the system, proclaiming, "Sister system, you are magnificent and unrivaled. My very life rests in your capable hands. Watch closely." With the system's boastful proclamation, an even purer and more potent aura suddenly descended. In the void above, lightning flickered, and torrents of rain swiftly coalesced. In the blink of an eye, they formed a smooth, fair, and almost otherworldly arm, which grasped the celestial energy cascading from the heavens. With a barely perceptible sound, the celestial energy dissipated, transforming into a surge of spiritual essence that rapidly vanished into the cosmos. Yi Xiu's gaze sharpened, and an epiphany struck him. He noted that as this strand of pure celestial energy dissipated, the earth trembled faintly, as though something had emerged within the realms of existence. Was this the revival of spiritual energy? Yi Xiu suppressed his speculation and continued to observe the battle between the system and the enigmatic entity from the heavens. After dispersing the celestial energy, the pristine arm did not vanish. Instead, it defiantly raised a middle finger towards the sky. The system was indeed formidable. Yi Xiu marveled, astonished that the quest to eliminate a mere chi refinement female protagonist had escalated into a celestial conflict. Was this the nature of narratives for female audiences? It was utterly terrifying. The system's provocation seemed to enrage the entity above, as the dark clouds thickened ominously, and the lightning flashed with increasing ferocity, illuminating the night sky of High City. As the clouds roiled, a powerful consciousness surged forth, sending a chill down Yi Xiu's spine. He felt as though a colossal eye lurked behind the dark clouds, emanating an overwhelming malice fixated upon him. Hold on, my friend. Is the system not the one engaged in battle? Why direct your gaze at me? Yi Xiu cursed inwardly, realizing that the entity from the heavens likely mistook his actions for those of Yi Xiu himself, failing to discern the system's presence. However, he felt no injustice in this misunderstanding. A cold smile crept upon his lips as he tilted his head back and raised his arm, defiantly mirroring the gesture towards the celestial realm. Chapter 69. A fiery red hair stuns the heavens. Yi Xiu's gesture incited the wrath of the entity above, causing the sky over High City to darken even further. The clouds seemed to press down upon him, creating an oppressive atmosphere that rendered breathing a challenge. What was the cause of this wretched weather? Alas, extreme weather patterns had become increasingly frequent in recent years. Environmental protection was of utmost urgency. How could delivery workers possibly manage such torrential rain? Who understands the sorrow of a soldier without a holster? Countless citizens of High City gazed at the relentless downpour, engaged in fervent discussions. The host's audacity has thrown the male lead, Huayi, off balance. Villain points, 10,000. Yi Xiu swallowed hard. Indeed, there was a genuine immortal above. Despite his understanding that no real peril loomed, the presence of an actual immortal instinctively instilled a sense of dread within him. Sister system, are we being too audacious? Shall we not face dire consequences? Rest assured, in this age devoid of magic, there are no immortals in the mortal realm. This is the will of the heavens. They cannot descend, the system replied nonchalantly. It noted that even if Huayi were capable of descending, it would be but a trivial matter. This was supposed to be a modern urban setting, yet here an immortal had emerged. Was this not chaotic? One could easily mistake it for the author having consumed some dubious substance and scribbling nonsensically. The system felt compelled to protect Yi Xiu, otherwise, it would reflect poorly on its capabilities. In the heavens, the winds and rains grew increasingly tumultuous, and the thunder intensified, as if a colossal beast sought to pierce the sky and descend upon the mortal realm, yet was thwarted by the overwhelming dark clouds, unable to break free. Yi Xiu, comprehending the situation, acknowledged the system's assertion. He turned his gaze towards the floating light, having forgotten to inquire about it in his earlier anxiety. What is that light? That is the true spirit manifestation of Huajiyin. It was meant to enter the cycle of reincarnation, but with no immortals in the mortal realm. The cycle is severed, leaving this true spirit with nowhere to go. It can only remain here, the system explained. Yi Xiu nodded, then donned a gentle smile. He retrieved his celestial artifact, the Qian Kuan ring, and directed it towards Huajiyin's true spirit. A magnetic force began to draw the true spirit closer. For even as a celestial artifact, it could only attract the essence gradually. Yi Xiu's actions drove Huayi above into a frenzy. The dark clouds nearly pressed down to the ground, and the overwhelming pressure seemed poised to tear the sky apart. Release her. A furious roar from the depths of the soul sent shivers down Yi Xiu's spine. His face turned pale, yet he did not cease his actions. Gritting his teeth, he bore a fierce determination. Yi Xiu had inquired of the system, and learned that Huajiyin's true spirit was worth millions in villain points. Given the circumstances, he could not afford to hesitate. He must seize Huajiyin's true spirit. As Yi Xiu recklessly activated the Qian Kuan ring, Huajiyin's true spirit surged faster, closing the distance to Yi Xiu. It was mere moments before it would be entirely drawn into the Qian Kuan ring. In the heavens, Huayi raged, his eyes bloodshot with fury, recalling his first encounter with the princess of the Yuans, Huajiyin, in their initial life. Alas, she had perished during the great calamity of Long Han. Using the secret arts of the Feng clan, Huayi had assisted her true spirit in reincarnating before the cycle had unfolded, granting her a second life. In that second existence, she had become the leader of the Ni Tai Meiji clan. As the Feng clan receded, Huayi had to adopt a new identity to clandestinely protect Huajiyin. Who would have thought that fate would be so cruel, leading her to perish once more during the great calamity of Wu Yao? Subsequently, Huiji Yin's true spirit reincarnated into the human race, and now her true spirit was on the verge of dissipating, signifying that this would be her final reincarnation unless she could once again cultivate to the golden immortal level to restore her essence. As the time of divine tribulation approached, Hua Yi, unable to bear the thought of her peril, fragmented his soul and cast it into the cycle of reincarnation. This fragment of his soul was reborn as Jiang Wenhuan, marking their third life together. The love spanning 3 lifetimes. The waiting across 3 eras, that was an obsession Hua Yi could not forget nor relinquish. He could not accept any danger befalling Huiji Yin, and in that moment, he descended into madness. He disregarded everything, igniting his flesh and soul, even causing his spiritual treasures to self-destruct, all to break free from the shackles of heaven and earth and descend into the mortal realm to save his beloved. Just a little more, just a little more. Hua Yi spat blood, his eyes filled with madness, burning everything he had to the last ember, to descend into the mortal realm. You will be crushed by the laws of heaven and earth. Fool, is it worth it? A voice suddenly echoed in Hua Yi's mind. For Huijin, I would die 1,000 deaths without regret. I have lived in anguish for years. If I can exchange her life for mine, it is worth it. Brother, I beseech you, help me. Hua Yi gritted his teeth, his stubbornness laced with desperate pleas. Very well, for your call of brother, I shall assist you this once. As a heavy sigh escaped, a formidable 5-colored divine light surged from the western realms of the Xinjia, crashing down fiercely upon the breach where Hua Yi was poised to enter. With a resounding bang, a crack split the barrier between the 2 worlds. Despicable mortal, I shall imprison your soul in the depths of the 9 hells, where it shall be tormented by soul flames daily, enduring for countless eons. The wrath of Hua Yi soared, his face twisted in a malevolent grimace, transforming into a streak of light, ready to descend upon the mortal realm through the fissure. Yi Xiu spat out a mouthful of blood, yet his gaze grew increasingly frenzied, though the narrative had spiraled into chaos beyond his expectations. With deities on the verge of invading the mortal realm, his mind remained remarkably clear in that moment. Yi Xiu always remembered that he had traversed into a world primarily concerned with female narratives, where love and desire were paramount. As long as he could seize Huiji Yin in his grasp, Hua Yi would be nothing more than a paper tiger. What? You say this defies logic? Then take it up with my system, or with those female narrative authors. Give me control. Yi Xiu bellowed, expelling another spurt of vital blood. The force of his will surging once more, just as Hua Yi was about to squeeze through the fissure into the mortal realm. Huiji Yin's true spirit was finally drawn into Yi Xiu's Qiankuan ring. Yi Xiu collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. His head raised toward the heavens as he laughed heartily, feeling an immense sense of relief. No, insect, you seek your own demise. Hua Yi's rage boiled over. Blood at the corners of his mouth, his murderous intent echoing through the heavens, as he sought to obliterate Yi Xiu entirely. Yi Xiu scoffed, shaking the Qiankuan ring at the sky. Then, with a flick of his finger, a single red hair materialized in his hand. The very strand he had drawn in a previous lottery. The instant it appeared, an unparalleled aura erupted, rushing toward the heavens. Yet, this power did not disturb the mortal realm in the slightest. The earthly world remained unscathed, while the 3 realms and the 9 heavens were thrown into disarray. Divine lords, celestial kings, and countless mighty beings opened their eyes in shock, gazing down at the mortal realm. Could it be? He has returned? Those who had experienced the ancient era were suddenly confronted with an indescribable and terrifying figure, clad in red hair, emerging from the unknown, and vanishing just as mysteriously. Yet utterly invincible, suppressing the ages. Chapter 70. Extorting Hua Yi. The might of the red hair brought Hua Yi's movements to an abrupt halt, instantly awakening him to clarity. He gazed gravely at the red hair in Yi Xiu's hand, feeling insignificantly small and helpless before its power, akin to an insect. In that moment, he hesitated. He could not ascertain whether Yi Xiu possessed any other means. Despite perceiving Yi Xiu's cultivation as inferior to that of an insect, he could not gamble on whether Yi Xiu could extinguish Huiji Yin's true spirit before his arrival. For the sake of his beloved, he dared not take the risk. Drawing a deep breath, he gritted his teeth, his voice echoing directly within Yi Xiu's mind. What do you desire? Yi Xiu was momentarily taken aback, to put it bluntly. He too was unsure of what he truly wanted, even perplexed as to how events had escalated to this point. Initially, he had merely wished to eliminate a female protagonist of the refining cheese stage. Feigning contemplation, Yi Xiu's consciousness sank into the Qiankuan ring. intent on seizing the opportunity to extinguish Hua Zhiyin's true spirit. The allure of millions of villain points was simply too tempting. Moreover, with millions of villain points at his disposal, coupled with the constraints of the mortal realm's rules, Yi Xiu believed he could potentially subdue the irrational Hua Yi upon his descent into the mortal world. Yet, contrary to Yi Xiu's expectations, even with the power of the world within the ring, he found himself unable to budge Hua Zhiyin's true spirit in the slightest. Damn it, Yi Xiu cursed inwardly. The heavens are still granting the female protagonist a boost. System, is there any artifact that can allow me to control Hua Zhiyin's true spirit? Dao Heart Demon Seed Talisman, rule level, can ignore levels to make the target willingly become your servant from the depths of their soul. This talisman is undetectable by saints and cannot be broken by them. How much? Upon realizing the system was not engaging in coercive sales, Yi Xiu knew his villain points were insufficient. 1 million system. Lend me some villain points. I have none. The system, glancing at its meager treasury of over 100 million, resolutely shook its head. Yi Xiu, of course, did not believe the system's claims. Although he was unaware of how much hidden wealth the system possessed, he was certain it was a small fortune. Clearing his throat, he addressed the system. You said Hua Zhiyin is worth at least several million. Once we control her, we can reap the benefits, right? No investment. No returns, correct? This. Don't give me that. Don't think I don't know you're skimming off the top. This deal is a surefire win for you. Hurry up. Fine. Congratulations to the host for activating the service elephant Huabei with a credit limit of 500,000. Yi Xiu scoffed. This system is quite the character. Just wait. I'll drain your little treasury dry. Yi Xiu decisively spent 1 million villain points to purchase the Dao Heart Demon Seed Talisman, then hurriedly activated it on Hua Zhiyin's true spirit. The moment he did so, Yi Xiu felt an innate connection to Hua Zhiyin's thoughts and soul, sensing her true spirit's instinctive affinity and submission toward him. With a mere thought, he could control her life and death. Congratulations to the host for forcing the protagonist Hua Zhiyin to become your servant. Host villain points. 1,000,000. Neither a loss nor a gain. That works. He could release Hua Zhiyin now, but first, he needed to extort some benefits from Hua Yi. Regaining his composure, Yi Xiu grinned up at the heavens. That depends on your sincerity. You. Hua Yi's anger flared, steam practically rising from his head, utterly incensed to be extorted by an insect. Yet, for the safety of Hua Zhiyin, he swallowed his wrath. A low-grade, innate spirit treasure. Hua Yi believed he was offering a price of substantial sincerity. Even a low-grade innate treasure was not something an ordinary celestial could possess. Not enough. Yi Xiu shook his head. On one hand, he aimed to extort Hua Yi. On the other, he sought to buy time. The system had informed him that the spatial fissure above the 9 heavens was rapidly healing. Moreover, with Hua Yi's forcible breach, the barrier would strengthen before the first human celestial appeared in the mortal realm, impervious to anything less than a saint. As the rules of the mortal realm evolved, no force at the celestial level would be permitted to manifest before the first human celestial. Yi Xiu intended to delay until the world barrier healed, re-establishing the separation from Hua Yi. This realm would temporarily belong to me. Yi Xiu, I had yet to fully enjoy the company of so many female protagonists. 2 low-grade, innate spirit treasures, 10,000 top-quality spirit stones, and 1,000 celestial jade. I cannot offer more. Hua Yi, observing the closing fissure, felt a surge of urgency. The longer this dragged on, the more he feared Hua Zhiyin would be completely obliterated, leaving him with no choice but to lay everything bare. Fine, but the remaking of her body will be done here. Yi Xiu nodded, releasing Hua Zhiyin's true spirit, holding the red hair and pointing it at her essence. With the control of the Dao Heart Demon Seed Talisman, Yi Xiu had no fear of Hua Yi employing any tricks. Besides, with the intimidation of the red hair, Hua Yi likely dared not act recklessly. As Hua Zhiyin's true spirit was released by Yi Xiu, her breath hitched, her gaze sharpening as she sought to seize her true spirit and eliminate Yi Xiu. However, the power of the red hair kept Hua Yi composed, preventing any rash movements. Taking a deep breath, Hua Yi cast a ring into the air and then produced a large array of spiritual materials for refinement, subsequently tossing them into the mortal realm through the soon-to-be-healed fissure. The ring landed before Yi Xiu, who did not make any rash movements but promptly stored it within the system space. As expected, a fragment of Hua Yi's soul was ensnared and annihilated by the system. With a sudden spurt of blood, Hua Yi felt the obliteration of that fragment of his soul and gazed at Yi Xiu with a mixture of apprehension and caution. Yi Xiu let out a cold laugh and gestured an obscene gesture toward Hua Yi, causing him to spit out another mouthful of divine blood. though he dared not take further action. At that moment, the essence of the refined materials flew towards Hua Zhiyin's true spirit, swiftly merging with it. Her true spirit emanated a gentle glow, continuously expanding, fusing, and transforming. Within a few breaths, a resplendent humanoid figure floated in the air, radiating brilliance. Seeing this, Hua Yi let out a long sigh of relief, his gaze softening, having invested all his resources. Hua Zhiyin was not merely a soul. Her corporeal form had been remade, and this newly formed body was of the earth immortal caliber, nearly impervious to harm in the mortal realm. Simultaneously, he used his divine power to compress celestial energy within Hua Zhiyin's body, meaning that even in a realm devoid of spiritual energy, she could smoothly cultivate to the human immortal realm and ascend. Moreover, he had awakened her memories from 3 lifetimes, and with this enhancement, he believed Hua Zhiyin would swiftly advance in her cultivation. With her safety assured, Hua Ye's determination to perish dissipated quickly. He wished to preserve his life for a reunion with Hua Zhiyin, confident that day would not be far off. He then retracted his power and retreated through the fissure, which began to heal completely within moments. With a cold chuckle, he flicked his finger, sending an almost imperceptible point of light through the fissure into the mortal realm. Gazing down with anticipation, Zhiyin, I await your return, and Yi Xiao, I await you as well. Chapter 71. My, you are truly beautiful. The system's words indicated that the world barrier had fully healed, prompting Yi Xiao to exhale deeply as he slumped to the ground. Although his life was not in danger, the presence of Hua Yi, a genuine immortal, exerted considerable pressure on him. Yi Xiao turned his gaze towards Hua Zhiyin, who remained enveloped in a sphere of light, her figure only vaguely discernible, indicating her remaking was still in progress. Shaking his head, Yi Xiao waved his hand to retrieve the storage ring he had extorted from Hua Yi. With the system's assistance, he effortlessly refined the storage ring, immersing his consciousness within it, revealing a space almost identical in size to his celestial artifact, the Qiankuan ring. Detected that the acquired postnatal spiritual treasure storage ring can merge with the Qiankuan ring. Would you like to merge? Merge. Merging complete. Congratulations, host. You have obtained the supreme postnatal spiritual treasure, the Shao Jie ring. Shao Jie ring contains a miniature world with a complete set of rules. Yi Xiao raised an eyebrow and entered the Shao Jie ring with his consciousness, discovering a miniature world that was several times larger than Earth, complete with sunrises and sunsets, revolving stars, and a plethora of life forms, although it still lacked spiritual energy. Upon searching, Yi Xiao spotted the 2 innate spiritual treasures and spiritual stones that Hua Yi had given him, located in the chaotic space outside the miniature world. Extracting the treasures, Yi Xiao couldn't help but grimace. Damn it, Hua Yi, you scoundrel, this is deliberate. Indeed, he had found 2 inferior innate spiritual treasures, one for offense and the other for defense, complementing each other perfectly. However, these treasures were a flowing, ethereal gown for female cultivators and a shimmering hairpin. I would rather die than use these. Yi Xiao indignantly gathered the treasures and returned his consciousness, just as Hua Yin was nearing completion of her remaking. The glow gradually dimmed, revealing her graceful, stunning figure more clearly, with long hair cascading down, alluring collarbones, skin as smooth as fine jade, a delicate nose, and long eyelashes shimmering like starlight, her lips a rosy sheen. Then, her magnificent curves became apparent, 2 soft, pink cherries atop the peaks inviting temptation, a perfect waist, slender and elegant, and long, proportionate legs akin to those of a flawless comic character. Her delicate feet were small and exquisite, toes slightly curled, adorably pink. As if a celestial maiden from the heavens descended, or the moon goddess Chang'e graced the earth, even in her nakedness, she exuded an enchanting allure, evoking no wicked thoughts, but rather a profound sense of beauty. Yi Xiao could not help but swallow hard. Such ethereal beauty, striking the soul, was something he had never witnessed in his 2 lifetimes. Reflecting on Hua Zhiyin's exquisite form, he silently praised, My, you are truly beautiful. Under Yi Xiao's gaze, Hua Zhiyin slowly opened her eyes, momentarily dazed as memories from 3 lifetimes surged forth. Regaining her composure, she furrowed her brow, waving her hand to summon spiritual energy. Draping herself in a light blue gown that concealed her springtime allure, she then looked at Yi Xiao, her expression complex. After a moment of silence, she approached him with an air of pride, performing a gesture of respect. Zhiyin pays respect to the esteemed friend. Yi Xiao sensed Hua Zhiyin's dissatisfaction and the underlying rage within her. Even with the suppression of the Tao heart demon seed, she still looked down upon him. A mere mortal, from the depths of her heart. Activating his piercing gaze, he observed that her fondness for him remained negative, a cold smile gracing his lips. He chose not to speak, nor did he allow her to rise, merely keeping his head lowered, silently watching her while gradually increasing the pressure on her spirit through the Dao heart demon seed. At this moment, Chu Weiwei returned to Yixio's side. Glancing between Huaji Yin and Yixio, her expression one of confusion. However, she said nothing, standing quietly beside him. As time passed, beads of sweat began to form on Huaji Yin's forehead. She bit her lip fiercely, her complexion paling, and a trickle of blood slowly dripped from the corner of her mouth. The pain from the tearing of her spirit made her delicate body tremble, and the magical attire woven from her power gradually faltered under the intense agony, revealing her stunningly white and flawless form before Yixio once more. She displayed a look of shame, her pride slowly replaced by rage, her heart filled with murderous intent. Sensing Huaji Yin's murderous thoughts, Yixio snorted coldly, intensifying his assault on her spirit, determined that if she refused to yield, he would not hesitate to obliterate her soul entirely. With the mortal realm's barriers now fortified, and with many female protagonists in this world, Yixio was unconvinced that the heavens would break their rules to intervene for a single Huaji Yin. Suddenly, Huaji Yin coughed up a mouthful of blood, her aura instantly waning. A flicker of panic finally appeared in her eyes at that moment. She truly believed that if she did not submit, Yixio would indeed kill her. Having experienced the turbulence of 3 lifetimes, Huaji Yin held a profound respect and attachment for life. In this moment, under the threat of death, she realized, to her astonishment, that she was genuinely afraid of dying. In an instant, all her pride dissipated completely. Gritting her teeth, Huaji Yin finally bent her knee, kneeling before Yixio. Ji Yin pays respect to her master. Upon finishing her words, her breath caught sharply, and 2 streams of tears cascaded down her exquisite cheeks, falling to the ground and stirring up tiny clouds of dust. Oh! Yixio finally revealed a smile, extending his hand to grasp Huaji Yin's chin, forcibly lifting her head, allowing her tears to cascade onto his hand. Observing Huaji Yin's shattered state, Yixio understood that her dignity and pride had, at this moment, been thoroughly trampled into the mud, descending into the dust. You come along, Wei Wei, we shall return home. Yixio released his grip, elegantly retrieving a silk handkerchief to wipe away the traces of tears from his hand, before collecting the array and turning to leave with Chu Weiwei. Meanwhile, Fu Jinyan's villa had already transformed into a heap of ruins. Huajing knelt on the ground, watching Yixio gradually depart, biting her lip, drying her tears, and struggling to rise. After a prolonged silence, she ultimately began to follow in Yixio's footsteps. On what grounds are you arresting me? Fu Jinyan, handcuffed, struggled wildly. His fury ignited. You are suspected of hiring a hitman, hit and run, commercial crimes, and other offenses. This is an arrest warrant. Please cooperate. The police presented the arrest warrant, firmly restraining Fu Jinyan. Upon hearing this, Fu Jinyan struggled even more fiercely, his face contorted with rage. I am innocent. I pay hundreds of millions in taxes to the state each year. You cannot arrest me. His heart brimmed with resentment. It was merely a few lowly individuals he had killed in the past. Was it worth his arrest? Moreover, so much time had passed. Who had unearthed these matters? Chapter 72. Huaji Yin ultimately lowered her head. That night, with the successive reversals involving Fu Jinyan and the Gu family trio, the internet of Xian Nation buzzed with activity throughout the night, bustling and vibrant. Countless online articles expressed anger and outrage, venting frustrations, yet still unable to dispel the feeling of being made a fool of. Many netizens began to confront the issue of manipulated public opinion for the first time. It was one thing for capitalists to treat us as fools, but even ordinary people with ulterior motives could play us for fools. I am not a fool. It is you who are the fools. Do you think that by deleting comments, everyone will forget your foolish statements? Fu Jinyan, a beast in human skin, became a nationally renowned philanthropist by exploiting the ignorance of netizens. None of the Gu family trio were virtuous, yet they profited immensely from the goodwill of netizens. What has become of this world? Indeed, many people believe whatever they are told. For instance, my grandmother venerates science and hard work as sacred. Now, she only consumes coarse salt, claiming that fine salt contains sodium chloride, a synthetic chemical. Moreover, the elders in my family have become obsessed, hurling curses at any mention of chemical names. There are so many fools that there aren't enough scammers to go around. Exactly, the government constantly promotes anti-fraud campaigns. Yet a multitude of people still fall victim to scams. Yes, and there are those fools whom even the police cannot dissuade from sending money to scammers. In fact, many people are mildly intellectually disabled, They merely survived thanks to advanced modern medical techniques and can manage their lives, which is why they are regarded as normal individuals, even marrying and having children. Thus, the number of fools continues to grow. If this were ancient times, these individuals would have long been eliminated by nature. Yi Xiu paid little heed to the uproar online. Upon returning to the villa, he lay directly on the sofa, feeling rather fatigued from the events of the evening. Chu Weiwei, noticing this, promptly sat beside him, allowing him to rest his head on her lap while gently massaging his temples. Huajin stood at the edge of the sofa with her head bowed, appearing somewhat at a loss. While Yi Xiu relished Chu Weiwei's massage, his gaze flickered towards Huajin. He pursed his lips and spoke. Huajin, disperse your magical aura. Hearing this, Huajin trembled violently. Biting her lip with her fair face flushed, she raised her head to glance at Chu Weiwei, her expression filled with humiliation, while her eyes held a hint of pleading as she looked at Yi Xiu. It was one thing to appear this way before Yi Xiu, but to expose such a demeanor before Chu Weiwei, a 3-lifetime immortal, was truly beyond her capability. Yi Xiu snorted coldly, his gaze carrying an icy chill. Upon hearing this, Huajin trembled even more fiercely, her ethereal countenance suffused with humiliation, tears streaming uncontrollably. Under Yi Xiu's threatening gaze, she ultimately relinquished the last shred of her dignity, slowly lowering her head as the magical garments she wore began to dissipate. Very well, from now on, your attire shall only be manifested through your magical power. Yi Xiu displayed a wicked smile, stripping Huajin of her right to wear true clothing. Huajin, a being imbued with boundless celestial energy, found the spiritual essence of her transformed garments nearly negligible. Moreover, this magical transformation was a custom of primordial beings. Yes, master. Huajin understood Yi Xiu's intent, yet what could she do but nod in acquiescence? Come here. Yi Xiu beckoned to Huajin. With her head bowed, she slowly approached Yi Xiu, resembling a marionette devoid of spirit. Crouched down, Yi Xiu narrowed his eyes, his voice devoid of any emotional inflection. Huajin seemed to have lost her ability to think, mechanically obeying Yi Xiu's commands, doing whatever he instructed. Several hours slipped by unnoticed, and before long, it was midnight. The protagonist Huajin has initially submitted to her master. The master's villain value is 10,000. The protagonist Huajin has consumed milk excessively. The master's villain value is 5,000. Successfully subdued the protagonist Huajin. The master's villain value is 5,000. The protagonist Huajin has blossomed late. The master's villain value is 6,000. The protagonist Huajin has initiated dual operations. The master's villain value is 6,000. A series of notifications invigorated Yi Xiu, clearing his mind. Observing the slumbering Huajin and Chu Weiwei, Yi Xiu shook his head. Although Huajin possessed cultivation, her combat prowess was not as formidable as he had anticipated, likely on par with Chu Weiwei. However, one aspect delighted Yi Xiu immensely. Huajin could transform her appearance at will without needing to change clothes physically. Furthermore, her transformation technique, derived from the primordial era, was remarkably advanced. Not only did it perfectly replicate her appearance, but the tactile sensation was indistinguishable from reality. This spell must be learned by them all. Yi Xiu resolved silently. He then assessed his own cultivation level, finding that the initial stage of Jin Dan had been thoroughly stabilized, and the Xianyuan divine body remained as formidable as ever. Yi Xiu, now brimming with energy, thought it unwise to waste time, rather than idling. He should seek out Gu Qianqian and Xiao Menger to continue his training. With that, he rose quietly and departed the room. At that moment, Gu Qianqian and Xiao Menger were enjoying a midnight snack in the hall on the first floor, huddled together, whispering. Xiao Menger, you aren't deceiving me, are you? Has a fairy truly come to our home? Gu Qianqian's tone carried a hint of unspoken jealousy and melancholy. If what Xiao Menger said were true, her status in this household would be relegated. Indeed, Sister Qianqian, that elder sister is as radiant as a celestial being. Xiao Menger's eyes sparkled with awe, not merely due to Huajin's unmatched beauty, but primarily because of her aura and posture combined with her looks, making her the most beautiful girl Xiao Menger had ever encountered. Xiao Menger, do you think Master will ever abandon me? I am not as beautiful as you all, nor as capable. Once, I could say I was of no worth at all. Gu Qianqian's expression was despondent, feeling as though her future was shrouded in darkness. Sister Qianqian, you must discover your unique and irreplaceable qualities and hold onto them fiercely. In that case, the young master should not easily forsake you. As a canary, Xiao Menger always maintained a perspective of detachment. In her eyes, the most esteemed position within this household undoubtedly belonged to Chu Weiwei, for in terms of appearance, professional prowess, and other attributes, she was truly irreplaceable. Conversely, Gu Qianqian occupied the lowest rank, even inferior to Xiao Meng'er, not solely due to her past with Yixiu, but primarily because Gu Qianqian lacked any distinctive qualities. She believed that Gu Qianqian must find her uniqueness to sustain Yixiu's interest in her. Chapter 73. Have you not eaten? Unique qualities? Gu Qianqian lowered her head, her gaze flickering, deep in thought. Being exceptionally intelligent, Xiao Meng'er's words suddenly illuminated the core issue for her. Yet, she found herself at a loss regarding where her uniqueness truly lay. Sister Qianqian, in truth, you are already quite special. Noticing Gu Qianqian's confusion, Xiao Meng'er gently patted her shoulder. Me? Special? Gu Qianqian was momentarily taken aback, then pondered deeply, her eyes gradually brightening. Xiao Meng'er was correct. Gu Qianqian was indeed the most exceptional presence in this household. Her troubled past with Yixiu might appear detrimental, yet it also bore a silver lining. It was foreseeable that no one else would dare to treat Yixiu in such a manner again, which would forever be a unique memory in Yixiu's heart. By channeling this sentiment, if she devoted herself to the role of a devoted servant, Yixiu would never cast her aside. After all, what normal man lacks the desire and pleasure of conquest and control? Gu Qianqian clenched her fists and regained her composure, only to suddenly realize that Yixiu was quietly observing her from the staircase, startling her with his enigmatic gaze. She rolled her eyes, lifted her chin, and swayed her hips as she approached Yixiu, her fingers gliding over his chest. What are you standing here for? Are you waiting for my master's favor? Although aware that Gu Qianqian was being deliberately provocative, Yixiu felt an unexpected surge of irritation and coldly replied, Are you challenging me? Yet Gu Qianqian remained silent, her expression one of disdain, and she turned to ascend the stairs. Yixiu pursed his lips, swiftly scooping Gu Qianqian into his arms and retreating to his room. Xiao Meng'er watched their disappearing figures with a smile before returning to her own room. I command you, release me. Gu Qianqian struggled. Yixiu pressed her down onto his lap, raising his arm high before bringing it down forcefully. Slap. Are you still waiting for my favor? Commanding or not? It's a command. Slap. Haven't you eaten? Slap. Is that all? The following morning, Yixiu leaned against the headboard, gazing at the bruised and slumbering Gu Qianqian with an inscrutable expression. As Gu Qianqian had surmised, Yixiu had indeed enjoyed himself thoroughly the previous night. Yet to say he could not live without her would be an exaggeration. Yixiu's attitude towards Gu Qianqian had remained unchanged throughout, so he decided to let nature take its course. Whether Gu Qianqian could escape her status as a servant depended solely on her own efforts. In Jingdu, a night of torrential rain washed away endless dust, leaving the air remarkably fresh. In the Lu household, Baiji's complexion was pale, her lips devoid of color, her hair dripping wet as she knelt in the villa's courtyard. Her gaze was hazy, and her heart was tormented, feeling a flicker of regret and hatred towards the home she had longed for over a decade. Unconsciously, memories of the previous night flooded her mind. After days of relentless effort, Baiji had finally uncovered the truth about the childhood mix-up with Lu Yinyin. It was not a hospital error, but a deliberate switch orchestrated by Lu Yinyin's biological mother. Furthermore, she discovered that Lu Yinyin had known about this incident for at least 10 years, having been just over 10 years old at the time. Thus, Baiji organized all the evidence, including surveillance footage of Lu Yinyin's recent schemes against her, and with her laptop in hand, she knocked on the door of the Lu family's study. Xiaoji, why must you insist on gathering us without telling Yinyin? What is it that you want? Zhao Wan frowned at Baiji, puzzled about her intentions. Lu Jianxi sat in the main seat, silent, yet his eyes held a hint of anger. Considering Baiji was his biological daughter, he was willing to give her a chance, but if Baiji's actions were merely to vie for affection, he would not hold back. Humph, this foul country bumpkin probably wants to frame Yinyin again. I warn you, Baiji, you best behave yourself. Lu Wenyu scoffed, glaring fiercely at Baiji. Lu Wenqi stood silently behind Lu Jianxi, arms crossed, saying nothing. Father, mother, eldest brother, second brother, you can see for yourselves. Baiji took a deep breath, placing her laptop on the desk and opening the pre-organized folder. The others remained silent, filled with curiosity as they began to peruse the documents. Zhao Wan's eyes gradually reddened, brimming with tears, her disbelief palpable as her breath quickened. She bit her lip, unable to speak. Lu Jianxi's expression was inscrutable, his fingers lightly tapping on the table, concealing his true thoughts. Lu Wenqi furrowed his brow, yet showed little emotional fluctuation. While Lu Wenyu was different, his gaze was bewildered, shaking his head repeatedly, muttering, "How is this possible? Enin cannot be like this." Slowly, his bewilderment transformed into conviction. He abruptly closed the laptop, his eyes reddening with anger as he pointed at Baiji, shouting furiously, "These must be forged by you. You vile person, you are trying to frame Enin, aren't you?" He could not accept that his beloved sister, whom he had cherished for 20 years, could be such a scheming and malicious individual. Otherwise, would it not make him look like a fool for having been blind? Thus, everything must be false. A plot by Baiji. Second brother, can you truly not discern the truth from the falsehood? Baiji stared unwaveringly into Lu Wenyu's eyes. All the evidence was meticulously gathered and organized by her, presented clearly and thoroughly, corroborating each other, with all details accounted for, even including rare surveillance footage from that era. Baiji's unwavering gaze made Lu Wenyu feel uneasy. He could not meet her eyes, yet he could not accept that his years of conviction were merely a joke, nor could he admit he had been foolish. In a fit of anger, he slammed the table, his eyes burning as he shouted, "Baiji, what do you mean by this? You present forged evidence to slander Enin and expect me to acknowledge it? Why are you so relentless in pursuing Enin? How malicious can you be?" Baiji cast a deep glance at Lu Wenyu, choosing not to respond. In her eyes, Lu Wenyu was simply a dim-witted fool, and she had anticipated his reaction. However, when faced with his unthinking defense, she could not help but feel a tinge of desolation within. With a suppressed sigh, Baiji turned her gaze toward her mother, her eyes glimmering with a hint of anticipation. At that moment, Zhao Wan's mind was in turmoil. She was acutely aware that the evidence Baiji presented was indeed authentic, and she knew far more than Baiji could possibly imagine. However, Lu Enin was the perfect creation she had meticulously cultivated for over 20 years, elegant, multifaceted, and proficient in poetry, calligraphy, painting, piano, and tea arts. For years, Lu Enin had been her greatest asset in the socialite circle. She could not bear the thought of her daughter being akin to Baiji, who possessed neither grace nor any commendable attributes, a mere person of the lower strata. In Chapter 74, "We Are Testing You," Zhao Wan opened her mouth, intending to speak. Yet when she caught sight of Baiji's hopeful expression, the words remained unuttered. She felt a sense of confusion and inner conflict. After all, Baiji was a piece of her own flesh and blood. Wouldn't such words be excessively cruel? Yet, could she truly disregard Enin's reputation? Zhao Wan glanced at Lu Jianxi and, meeting his gaze, the silent understanding forged over decades of marriage instantly conveyed Lu Jianxi's thoughts to her. So be it, she would grant Baiji an opportunity. Turning to Baiji, she said, "Xiaoji, we are family, so please tell us what it is you truly desire." Zhao Wan employed a cunning strategy. She did not acknowledge the veracity of the evidence, but merely inquired about Baiji's intentions. Moreover, she subtly indicated that both she and Lu Jianxi hoped to resolve the matter internally, without any external repercussions. Baiji discerned Zhao Wan's insinuation but found it unacceptable. Why should she forgive those who had caused her suffering for over 20 years? Thus, she solemnly declared, "The hardships I have endured were inflicted upon me by Lu Enin and Wang Wenmei. Therefore, I demand that Wang Wenmei be reported to the authorities and arrested. As for Lu Enin, she may remain in our home, but she must apologize to me, and our true identities must be made public." Baiji believed her demands were not excessive. For the sake of her parents' dignity, she could overlook Lu Enin's transgressions, but she would not let Wang Wenmei, who had tormented her for over a decade, escape unscathed. Furthermore, as the only daughter of the Lu family, they must restore her rightful name. Upon seeing the disappointment in Lu Jianxi's eyes, Zhao Wan steeled her resolve. Since Baiji was so oblivious and indifferent to the Lu family's reputation, they could not be blamed for their harshness as parents. She then exchanged a glance with Lu Wenyu, who, upon receiving it, felt a sense of assurance and pointed at Baiji, exclaiming, "You wretch! How could you be so malicious? I see now that you fabricated these things to ruin Enin." Baiji ignored Lu Wenyu's fury, her focus unwavering on Zhao Wan, awaiting her mother's decision. Zhao Wan sighed, meeting Baiji's gaze, and spoke deliberately, "Xiaoji, one must always look forward in life. Who can say what truly happened over the past 20 years? Isn't our family well as it is now? Must we engage in a fight to the death?" Baiji's eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected that even with evidence laid bare before them, her own mother would still choose to believe that venomous adopted daughter, still choose the false heiress who had stolen her life. In an instant, tears filled Baiji's eyes as she turned to her father and elder brother. However, both Lu Jianxi and Lu Wenqi once again let her down. Lu Jianxi snorted coldly, waved his sleeve, and left the study without casting a glance at Baiji. Lu Wenqi merely sighed, patted Baiji's shoulder, uttering a hollow phrase of "take care." before exiting the study as well. In that moment, Baiji felt an overwhelming chill. She felt that this world was not worth her while. Clutching her notebook, she stumbled back to her storage room, and after a long while, a determined glimmer crossed her eyes. She firmly believed that Lu Yining had bewitched the Lu family. If that were the case, she would expose the truth to the public, casting Lu Yining's malevolence into the light and compelling the Lu family to make a choice. Thus, she employed her means, hacking into the social media platform's backend and elevating the scandal surrounding Lu Yining to trending status. The feud of the affluent and the truth behind a false heiress became the perfect point of public discourse. Soon, this affair stirred a tempest online, with countless netizens rallying in support of Baiji, furiously bombarding the Lu Group's official website and Lu Yining's social media accounts. Many even resorted to calling the police. Wang Wenmei, oblivious to the unfolding chaos, was swiftly apprehended. Consequently, the Lu family was engulfed in a storm of their own, rivaling the online uproar. Lu Wenyu burst into Baiji's room, seizing her by the neck and dragging her into the living room on the first floor of the villa. At that moment, Lu Jianqi sat in silence on the sofa, his expression dark, while Lu Wenqi displayed anger for the first time in front of Baiji. Zhao Wan, cradling the weeping Lu Yining in her arms, periodically shot fierce glances at Baiji. Lu Wenyu flung Baiji to the ground, gloating, "You wretch, you're finished this time. Baiji, what exactly has our Lu family done to wrong you that you would seek to tear this family apart for your own satisfaction?" After soothing Lu Yining for a moment, Zhao Wan turned her icy gaze toward Baiji, reprimanding her coldly. Baiji knelt on the ground, rubbing her injured knee from the fall. Zhao Wan's rebuke sent a chill through her heart. She managed to smile and, struggling to rise, glanced at the members of the Lu family, her expression bittersweet. "Mom, look at this. What have I done to deserve such treatment from the Lu family?" As she spoke, she slowly rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair arms, which were riddled with numerous scars. "Huh, you, a country bumpkin, flaunting such unsightly wounds to disgust whom?" Lu Wenyu looked at Baiji's scarred arms with disdain, feeling a wave of nausea. "Disgusted by these wounds? They are all the handiwork of Wang Wenmei throughout my childhood." Baiji's eyes brimmed with tears, her tone chilling and sorrowful. At that moment, Zhao Wan's eyes widened in shock, her heart tightening painfully, leaving her momentarily speechless and her complexion embarrassingly pale. Meanwhile, the sobs of Lu Yining, nestled in Zhao Wan's embrace, fell silent. Noticing Zhao Wan's silence, Baiji pressed on relentlessly. "So, Mom, tell me, how has the Lu family wronged me?" "Enough. That is not a valid reason for you to air these matters online." Lu Jianqi slammed his hand on the table, interrupting Baiji's interrogation. "But if I don't expose it online, will you care about any of this?" Baiji countered, turning to face him defiantly. "You have suffered, and I will naturally compensate you, but you must not, under any circumstances, tarnish the Lu family's reputation." This marked the first time Lu Jianqi had spoken so much since Baiji's return. Baiji, now fully unrestrained, only sought justice for herself. Her voice grew more piercing. "Compensate me? Is confining me to a storage room compensation? Ignoring Lu Yining's schemes against me is your form of compensation? Your compensation is truly worthless." Lu Jianqi found himself momentarily speechless, gasping for breath before continuing. "You ungrateful daughter, we are testing you. After all these years outside, who knows if you have gone astray? If you cannot endure this trial, you have truly disappointed me." Chapter 75. You must not relax for even a second in the future. Are you testing me? Father, do you truly believe those words? Baiji mocked as she gazed at Lu Jianqi, opting to confront him directly. She had always possessed a strong-willed character. Otherwise, she would not have endured for so long, ultimately suppressing Wang Wenmei. The reason for her prior submission to the Lu family was simply because her expectations of familial bonds were excessively high. In recent days, the words of Yi Xiu echoed repeatedly in her mind, and her expectations of kinship and parental love were gradually eroded by the Lu family's indifference, dissipating swiftly. "What are you saying? Who taught you to speak to your elders in such a manner?" Zhao Wan, infuriated by Baiji's scorn towards Lu Jianqi, could not contain her anger. Rebellious daughter, clearly raised in the mud, lacking all manners. Lu Jianqi trembled with rage, pointing at Baiji as he scolded her. "Huh! A wretched creature born of a mother who raised her without guidance, reeking of contempt." Lu Wenyue spat at Baiji. "Haha, Lu Wenyue, you're indeed correct. Not only was I born of a mother who taught me nothing, but I was also fathered by a man who provided no guidance." Baiji laughed heartily, retorting with sharp wit. Lu Jianqi and Zhao Wan were momentarily speechless, their faces flushed with embarrassment, unsure of how to respond. Lu Wenyue, oblivious to Baiji's sarcasm, continued. "What are you laughing at? You shameless wretch. How dare you take pride in being without parents? With your character, your parents must be vile individuals. Upon hearing Lu Wenyue's words, Lu Wenqi could not help but cover his forehead, bemused by the foolishness of his brother. Lu Wenyue, you are not mistaken. They are indeed despicable. Baiji crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. You fool. Be silent. Zhaowan could no longer contain herself, slapping Lu Wenyue across the face and glaring at him in fury. Mother, why did you strike me? I did not speak of you. Lu Wenyue protested, covering his face in grievance, only to later realize that Baiji shared the same parents as him. His face turned crimson, filled with malice as he shot a furious glance at Baiji, lowering his head in silence. Mother, why did you hit Wenyue? Do you not agree with what he said? Baiji continued her mockery, having fully resolved to confront them. In that moment, she realized that he was right. There was indeed no virtuous person in this family. They were entirely unworthy of her expectations and sacrifices. She was determined to voice her grievances and seek justice for the suffering of her past 20 years. If necessary, she would abandon these relatives and return to work for Yixiao. You, Zhaowan pointed at Baiji, but before she could unleash her wrath, Baiji interrupted. You see, if you believe Wenyue is wrong, then you must think my biological parents are good people. But do good parents truly allow their daughter to be bullied by an adopted child? Do good parents let the murderer of their own flesh and blood go free for the sake of an adopted child? If Wenyue is right, then you should not have struck him. You should apologize instead. Mother, do you not agree with this reasoning? Baiji's sardonic remarks rendered Zhaowan speechless, while her disappointed gaze made Zhaowan unable to meet her eyes. She was at a loss for words, filled with seething anger, yet unsure of where to direct it. There are no parents who do not care. Giving you life is our greatest gift, and this is how you repay us? Lu Jianxi remained unfazed by Baiji's rhetoric, scoffing coldly while already devising a plan to deal with her. His righteous demeanor momentarily left Baiji speechless. She wondered how he could be so brazen. Father, mother, please stop arguing. It is all my fault. I will leave. Please do not fight because of me, Lu Yining cried, struggling to catch her breath. Look at how understanding Yining is. Now look at you. With this attitude, you still dare to blame us? Zhaowan tenderly wiped away Lu Yining's tears. Mother, if you cannot see through Yining's duplicitous tactics, then what can I say? Baiji thought to herself, rolling her eyes at Lu Yining's manipulative words. Huh? Do you think Yining is as malicious as you? Zhaowan shook her head, convinced of Lu Yining's excellence, fragility, and kindness, believing it impossible for her to harbor such thoughts. Even if she did, it would be due to Baiji's wicked influence. You vile creature, what are you saying? Yining is so kind. Cease your slander. Lu Wenyue shouted angrily. You, little sister, apologize to Yining. Lu Wenqi reprimanded coldly. Lu Jianxi also cast a frosty glare at Baiji. Faced with this united front of animosity, Baiji felt utterly exhausted. She suddenly found herself reluctant to continue this confrontation. Taking a deep breath, she fixed her gaze on Lu Jianxi and asked, Father, I am not Lu Wenyue. You need not treat me as a fool. I ask you this. Are you resolutely committed to protecting Lu Yining and her biological mother? Baiji, what do you mean by that? Are you calling someone a fool? Lu Wenyue's face flushed with anger. Lu Jianxi pressed his lips together, realizing that to continue this charade would be an affront to their intelligence. However, he could not admit the truth. After a moment of silence, he looked into Baiji's eyes and stated earnestly, the reputation of the Lu family must remain untarnished. Very well, I understand. Rest assured, I shall no longer cause a disturbance. You five can proceed as you wish. I shall no longer serve you. Baiji laughed in anger, having made her decision. She no longer wanted this family or these relatives. Humph, as if a poor wretch like you could bear to part with the wealth of the Lu family. Lu Wenyue scoffed, not believing that Baiji would genuinely leave. Lu Wenqi and Lu Jianxi shared the same skepticism, while Lu Yining found it even more unbelievable. If it were her, she would rather die here than return to suffering. Whether I can or cannot, you will find out tomorrow. Baiji shot a derisive glance at Lu Wenyue and turned to leave. After taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back, a wicked smile spreading across her face. Before I depart, I wish to offer you one last piece of advice. When you marry and have children, remember to keep a close watch on them 24/7. Never let your guard down, and trust no one. As Baiji observed the bewilderment in Lu Wenqi and Lu Wenyue's eyes, her smile grew brighter. After all, the entire nation was now aware that even if their children were swapped with those of the Lu family, they would not pursue responsibility. They would raise the exchanged child as their own, perhaps even better than their biological offspring, with inheritance and property rights intact. Oh, the wealth and status of the Lu family is indeed a lucrative and risk-free venture. I believe no one would be able to resist such temptation. Brothers, You must not relax for even a second in the future. Lu Wenqi and Lu Wenyue's expressions changed dramatically. Chapter 76. Raising a Banner. Pulling a tiger's skin, Lu Wenqi's eyes were filled with a trace of fear, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. He understood that Bai Ji spoke the truth. The affair regarding the true and false Lu family's daughter had become common knowledge. He could hardly imagine the scrutiny that his future child would endure. Though everyone knew he could not be as foolish as his parents, the shadow of Lu Yining loomed large, inciting a sense of perilous hope in others. Faced with such an astronomical potential return, countless individuals would gamble everything, yearning for a meteoric rise to success. At that point, it could be said that, apart from themselves, even relatives within the family would be untrustworthy. Moreover, as scions of a prestigious family, their offspring would certainly be numerous, if every birth required constant vigilance for months. Who could bear such a burden? Such a simple truth even penetrated Lu Wenyue's dull mind, rendering his complexion pale and his demeanor bewildered. Lu Wenqi felt his lips parched and his body chilled to the bone as he turned to Lu Jianxi, his voice stiff. Father. Lu Jianxi, alongside Zhao Wan, wore a grim expression. Despite their immense affection for Lu Yining, their son's interests took precedence, rendering Lu Yining insignificant in comparison. They recognized that mishandling this situation could lead to endless repercussions, leaving their two beloved sons unsettled for decades to come. Zhao Wan's gaze bore into Bai Ji, her hatred almost palpable, filled with regret for having acknowledged this wretched woman, which had turned their household into chaos. Lu Yining sensed the sudden release of Zhao Wan's embrace, the momentary hesitation and subtle rejection from the family enveloping her like a cold shroud, leaving her heart icy and filled with dread. Indeed, what was she? A mere adopted daughter, in the face of her son's interests? Her palms clenched tightly, nails digging into her flesh without her noticing. Lu Yining understood that she could no longer play the innocent card. Her future lay solely in Lu Jianxi's hands. Suppressing her seething resentment, she feigned innocence as she gazed at Lu Jianxi. Lu Jianxi frowned, aware that Bai Ji was cornering him. You may disregard me, but can you neglect your beloved sons? A tightness gripped his chest, a sensation he had not felt in years. Strangely, he found himself harboring a flicker of admiration for Bai Ji, albeit fleeting. In the face of the Lu family's reputation and the interests of his sons, Bai Ji was nothing more than a pawn. Bai Ji observed their reactions with cold amusement, turning gracefully to exit. Bai Ji, stop right there. Upon seeing Bai Ji leave, Lu Jianxi finally made his choice. Reluctantly, he decided to sacrifice Bai Ji rather than Lu Yining. Mr. Lu, is there something further? Bai Ji halted, glancing back at Lu Jianxi. Miss Bai, you have fabricated documents pretending to be our lost daughter, and now that we have uncovered the truth, do you think you can simply walk away? Lu Jianxi's eyes flickered with a hint of regret, yet his tone remained frigid. Pardon? Upon hearing Lu Jianxi's words, Zhao Wan and their family brightened, internally praising his cunning. There are no true or false daughters in the Lu family, nor any switching by a maid. This is all a scheme orchestrated by this woman named Bai Ji. What did you say? Bai Ji looked at Lu Jianxi in disbelief, astonished that he would disregard any semblance of familial ties. She then glanced at Zhao Wan, Lu Wenqi, and Lu Wenyu, noticing their expressions of fury laced with hidden glee. In an instant, it felt as though she had plummeted from a precipice, a profound chill coursing through her body, obliterating any lingering sense of kinship and giving rise to fierce hatred. Miss Bai, at this juncture, the evidence is irrefutable. Will you not confess? If not, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Guards, restrain Miss Bai and transfer her to the Kyoto police station. Lu Jianxi clapped his hands, and two bodyguards entered, seizing Bai Ji by the shoulders. Lu Jianxi, Zhao Wan, do you have no shame? I will never confess. You shan't force me. Bai Ji thrashed in desperation, her heart aching with rage. Huh, you have no say in this matter. Lu Jianxi scoffed, knowing that the Kyoto police were under the influence of his in-laws. The Yi family. Conviction was merely a matter of words. As for public opinion, once the police announcement was made, the narrative would shift in their favor, likely even boosting the Lu Corporation's visibility. Moreover, he need not fear Bai Ji attempting to overturn her conviction. He had countless ways to silence her, having orchestrated deaths before. Bai Ji's eyes filled with despair and regret. She lamented her expectations of familial bonds, her decision to return to the Lu family, and her dismissal of Yi Xiu's earnest warnings. Then, a spark ignited within her. Yi Xiu, her boss, had expressed disdain for Lu Yining, wanting to use her as a pretext to exchange Lu Yining as a marriage prospect. With his protection, she could surely escape this predicament, perhaps even seek revenge. Thus, Bai Ji shouted urgently, Lu Jianxi, do you not fear Yi Xiu turning against you for wronging me? Wait, Bai Ji, what exactly is your relationship with Yi Xiu? Lu Jianxi hesitated. Bai Ji had returned home through Yi Xiu, and while Yi Xiu's reputation as a devoted admirer was well known in Kyoto, who could guarantee that this was not a facade? Who could assure that Bai Ji was not Yi Xiu's woman, or that he would not retaliate for her sake? Though the Lu family was allied with the Yi family, they could never hope to compare or risk offending them. Until the situation was clarified, he could not make a final decision, prompting him to order the bodyguards to halt. I am his girlfriend, Bai Ji declared. You're lying. How could you, a wretched person, possibly be Brother Xiu's girlfriend? Lu Yining surged forward, her eyes aflame with rage, striking Bai Ji across the face. Huh, if I am not, then are you? Do you know how Yi Xiu speaks of you? Bai Ji spat blood, derision etched on her face as she scrutinized Lu Yining. What did he say? He said you are arrogant and pretentious, utterly disgusting to behold. He also stated that I am his fiancé, and you, a counterfeit, are unworthy. Otherwise, how would I know my true identity? Why do you think he facilitated my return to the Lu family? Bai Ji boldly waved the banner of Yi Xiu. Chapter 77. Bai Ji encounters danger and is rescued. You're lying. Brother Xiu would never say such a thing. Bai Ji's words shattered Lu Yining's composure, her face contorting in fury as she raised her hand to deliver another blow. At this moment, it was the first time Lu Yining felt a sense of uncertainty since Bai Ji's return to this household. Over the years, she had come to understand the people in this family all too well. Apart from Lu Wenyu, who genuinely cared for her, the affection shown by Lu Jianxi, Zhao Wan, and Lu Wenqi was primarily driven by their own interests. Lu Jianxi cherished her because she was recognized by the Yi family as the future daughter-in-law. Zhao Wan doted on her as she had meticulously nurtured Lu Yining to be a source of pride in the external world. As for Lu Wenqi, his sole ambition was to inherit the family business. Thus, he naturally favored whoever Lu Jianxi favored. In essence, her greatest asset within the Lu family was her identity as the future daughter-in-law of the Yi family. Lu Yining knew that if Bai Ji spoke the truth, and Yi Xiu truly intended to replace her, Lu Jianxi would undoubtedly abandon her, leading to her downfall. No, after years of scheming and enduring hardships, she could not accept reverting to poverty. How could that impoverished one may be worthy of being my mother? I refuse to accept it. Therefore, Lu Yining hurriedly turned to Lu Jianxi, exclaiming, Father, do not listen to her nonsense. Who in the entire capital does not know that Brother Xiu went to Haiqing for Gu Qianqian? How could she possibly be Brother Xiu's girlfriend? She must be deceiving you. To Lu Yining's astonishment, Lu Jianxi waved his hand, signaling for Bai Ji to be released. Years ago, Lu Jianxi had been the driving force behind the union of the Yi and Lu families, primarily because Yi Xiu was a lovesick fool. He believed that with such a clueless son-in-law, he had countless ways to manipulate him. Yi Xiu, as the heir of a prestigious family, would undoubtedly elevate the Lu family to new heights. Initially, Lu Jianxi worried whether Lu Yining could satisfy Yi Xiu, but if Bai Ji's claims were true, it was not merely about pleasing Yi Xiu anymore. Given Yi Xiu's infatuated demeanor, if he truly loved Bai Ji, he might even be willing to forsake the Yi family for her. However, now that he had effectively severed ties with Bai Ji, this required careful deliberation. Lu Jianxi contemplated deeply, his gaze toward Bai Ji growing increasingly intense. Yet, what if Bai Ji was deceiving him? He could not afford to hurt Lu Yining's feelings. If both daughters harbored resentment toward the Lu family, it would be a disastrous outcome. After a moment of reflection, Lu Jianxi decided to adopt a strategy of delay, intending to contact Yi Xiu the following morning to ascertain the truth. He first offered Lu Yining a reassuring glance before turning to Bai Ji and stating, Bai Ji, I will trust you one last time, but your disrespect toward your parents cannot go unpunished. Go outside and kneel until tomorrow morning. Repairing relationships requires time. Lu Jianxi understood that an abrupt change in demeanor would only backfire, so he had to proceed gradually. Regardless of how things unfolded in the future, he needed to maintain his authority within the household, and Bai Ji must face consequences. Bai Ji shot Lu Jianxi a cold glance, remaining silent as she exited the villa. Kneeling in the courtyard, a profound chill enveloped her. She had resolved that this act of kneeling would serve as repayment for the Lu couple's act of bringing her into the world. After this night, she would harbor no feelings toward the Lu family. Lu Jianxi snorted disdainfully and returned to his room with Zhao Wan, while Lu Wenqi patted Lu Yining's shoulder before departing as well. Only Lu Wenyu remained, indignantly comforting Lu Yining. Yining, do not worry. Even if that scoundrel Yi Xiu is blinded and insists on Bai Ji, you still have me. I will always protect you. Lu Yining's expression was inscrutable. Lu Wenyu's affection? What good was that? She glared resentfully at Bai Ji before feigning exhaustion and bidding farewell to Lu Wenyu as she retreated to her room. Lu Wenyu scratched his head, feeling quite upset by Lu Yinin's attitude. It was all Bai Ji's fault. He cursed her under his breath and followed Lu Yinin upstairs, bending over in a servile manner. A torrential rain fell throughout the night, and as dawn approached, Bai Ji was drenched, her face pale, her legs nearly devoid of sensation. Gritting her teeth, she struggled to rise and staggered outside without even collecting her belongings. She intended to leave the Lu household, to return to Haiqing, to find Yi Xiao. After enduring the rain all night, Bai Ji was now burning with fever, her head heavy, her body weak, and her vision increasingly blurred. Yet she did not halt her steps, she only wished to escape. At this moment, Lu Jianxi and Lu Wenxi had gone to the company, and Zhao Wen was out playing cards. Only Lu Wenyu and Lu Yinin remained at home. In the attic, the thought of Lu Jianxi instructing the butler to attend to Bai Ji after her kneeling filled Lu Yinin with rage. She stared blankly at Bai Ji's stumbling figure, her eyes filled with conflict. After a long pause, she turned to the butler and said, "Father, this is my first and last time addressing you in this manner. I need your assistance with something." The butler, old Wang, gazed at Lu Yinin affectionately and replied earnestly, "Yinin, rest assured, I know what to do. Just incapacitate her. Do not let it lead to death, or it will be difficult to account for." Lu Yinin nodded. She intended to plunge Bai Ji into a sea of suffering. Competing with her for family assets, for Brother Xiao? She was merely dreaming. Rest assured, the butler nodded and departed. "Brother Xiao, I have said before, whether it be Gu Qianqian, Bai Ji, or anyone else, no one can take you away from me. Whoever dares to steal you, I shall sever their claws." Lu Yinin clenched her teeth, a sinister smile escaping her lips. Bai Ji exited the gates of the Lu Manor, called for a ride to the airport, and once seated, leaned back and fell into a deep slumber. She did not notice the lecherous smile in the driver's eyes. The driver did not head to the airport. Instead, he drove to an abandoned construction site, eyeing Bai Ji's perfect figure in the back seat with an insatiable hunger. He could not help but lick his lips, consumed by wicked thoughts. He never expected her to be so beautiful. This job promised both riches and a stunning woman. He took out his phone, opened the live streaming app, and set it up to capture Bai Ji in the back seat. Just as he prepared to commence the live broadcast, the car door was abruptly kicked open. "Who is it?" he bellowed angrily, still reeling from the shock when he was swiftly knocked unconscious. "This is a wanted criminal. Turn him over to the police. Insure-san, take Miss Bai to the airport and take good care of her." It turned out that it was the hidden guards arranged by Yi Xiao who had intervened. Insure-san appeared to be an ordinary girl with a common face. She nodded, helped Bai Ji into her vehicle, felt her forehead, administered some medicine, and then drove away. Soon, Insure-san arrived at the airport. "Miss Bai, wake up. We have arrived at the airport." Chapter 78. The rebirth moment of Bai Ji arrives. "Who are you?" Bai Ji rubbed her temples and slowly opened her eyes, discovering a young girl looking at her with concern, leaving her quite puzzled. "I remember a male driver. How did it change to a girl?" "I am a hidden guard of the Yi family, sent by young Master Xiao to protect you. You can call me Sure-san." Sure-san maintained a neutral expression, managing a somewhat awkward smile. "Oh, protect me? Have I encountered danger?" Bai Ji was taken aback. She never imagined her boss, Yi Xiao, would dispatch someone to safeguard her. Sure-san explained the situation in detail, and only then did Bai Ji realize that she had narrowly escaped disaster. "Thank you immensely. Sure-san Mimi." Bai Ji grasped Sure-san's hand, her eyes brimming with gratitude. She could scarcely fathom the ordeal she would have faced had she not been rescued. "It is merely my duty. There is no need for thanks, Ms. Bai. You ought to express your gratitude to my young master," Sure-san replied, shaking her head. She felt no need for Bai Ji's appreciation as she was merely following orders. "You speak the truth. There remains time before the plane departs. I shall first place a call to express my thanks to my boss." Bai Ji nodded, her heart filled with emotion. She had not anticipated that from the moment she left Haiqing, Ye Xiao had dispatched individuals to safeguard her. To her relationship with Ye Xiao was nothing more than a fleeting encounter, yet he seemed to care for and protect her so deeply. Could it be that her boss harbors feelings for her? A blush colored Bai Ji's cheeks at the thought. The sensation of being protected was truly delightful. In a moment of impulsiveness, she decided to call Ye Xiao under the pretense of gratitude. "Hello, what brings my fiancé to think of me?" came Ye Xiao's familiar, teasing voice as the call connected. "I am not your fiancé. I called to thank you for sending someone to protect me," Bai Ji replied, her face flushing even further, feeling a warmth spread across her cheeks. "No need for formality, Bai Ji. What do you think of my previous suggestion?" Let me think it over." Faced with the reality of the situation, Bai Ji hesitated, feeling inadequate to offer Yeshio anything in return, and deemed it wrong to exploit his kindness. As for the Liu family, she resolved to regard them as strangers henceforth. Very well, return to Haiqing first, and we shall discuss it then. Yeshio chuckled, still hesitating. Allow me to stoke the flames of decision, Baiji. I have declared you my fiancé, and there is no escaping that. After hanging up, Baiji boarded the plane and soon fell asleep again. Despite taking medication, her fever had yet to subside. Meanwhile, in the Haiqing villa, young master. The Liu family's butler has contacted Wang Wenmei, and she intends to take lethal action against Baiji. As Chu Weiwei reported, Yeshio smiled gently, fully aware that, under his influence, Baiji's rebirth point had been advanced. After a moment's contemplation, Yeshio instructed, inform the hidden guards to refrain from interference. Once Wang Wenmei makes her move, ensure that Baiji's body remains undisturbed and unblemished. Furthermore, tell the hidden guards not to be surprised by any occurrences. Understood. Chu Weiwei nodded in affirmation. The flight was swift. In just over 2 hours, Baiji arrived in Haiqing. Upon disembarking, she returned home, weary and in need of rest. However, it was not long before a frantic knocking jolted her from slumber. Baiji, you wretched girl, open the door. If you have the audacity to go to the Liu family, then have the courage to face me. Wang Wenmei shouted, her voice dripping with venom. Do not hide in there. I know you are home. Baiji opened her eyes, listening to Wang Wenmei's repulsive taunts. With a sigh, she recognized that some matters required clarification. It was best to part ways amicably. Feeling a bit dizzy, she unsteadily opened the door. Oh, what a charade. I thought you had perished inside. Wang Wenmei sneered coldly. Wang Wenmei, you would do well to be courteous. I could easily call the authorities, Baiji retorted. Now weary of engaging in petty exchanges with Wang Wenmei, she merely wished to resolve matters quickly and live her life in peace. Go ahead and report me. I have committed no crime. Why should I fear you? Wang Wenmei crossed her arms, feigning indifference. You have committed no crime? How shameless of you. Baiji scoffed. TSK. Baiji, you may not be aware, but the Liu family has publicly issued a statement. They do not acknowledge you. So what good will reporting do? Wang Wenmei laughed heartily, feeling elated that Baiji would no longer pose any threat to her precious daughter and that she herself need not fear imprisonment. What could be more joyous than this? Baiji paused, retrieving her phone to check her social media. To her astonishment, the statement from Liu Shi Group was trending. The notion of a false heiress, typically confined to novels, had made its way into reality, garnering considerable online attention. Due to Baiji's abrupt departure and the covert machinations of Liu Yinin and the butler, Liu Jinsha assumed Baiji felt guilty and had no ties to Yeshio. Consequently, he released the statement prepared the previous night, attributing all blame to Baiji, claiming it was her conspiracy. However, the Liu family, having lived alongside her for a few days, chose not to pursue accountability for her alleged slander. The Liu family would forever have but one princess, and that was Liu Yinin. As the situation unfolded, the online vitriol that had previously been directed at Liu Yinin swiftly turned against Baiji. Baiji read through the comments, filled with insults, curses, and even slurs, her body trembling with rage. Initially, she had desired to let things lie. Each could go their separate ways in peace, yet it seemed the Liu family truly sought to annihilate her. But after all, they were her parents. And aside from verbal abuse, she had not suffered any real harm. Perhaps it was best to let it go. After much contemplation, Baiji found herself unable to harden her heart. She sought revenge, but only through Yeshio. Yet, she truly did not wish to exploit the one person who had shown her kindness, so she sought to justify her inaction. Wang Wenmei had been quietly observing Baiji's reaction, her own fingers nervously clutching the pills in her pocket. Contemplating Liu Yinin's future, she took a deep breath and feigned derision as she looked at Baiji. Ha! Baiji, you cannot compete with my daughter. Give up this futile endeavor. I warn you, do not cause trouble in the future. Are you done? Baiji retorted. Since you have gotten your way, you may leave and never appear before me again. She lifted her gaze, issuing an unmistakable dismissal. No need to rush, Baiji. After all, we are mother and daughter, bound by decades of history. Though I have treated you poorly, I did indeed raise you. Even if we sever ties from this point forward, we ought to share one final meal together. Wang Wenmei's tone softened slightly, her expression complex. Gazing at Wang Wenmei's aged visage and graying hair, Baiji found herself unable to turn her back completely. She hesitated before nodding. Very well. Chapter 79. Baiji meets her demise. All right, I shall tidy up, and we can go out to eat. From now on, let bygones be bygones, and we shall each lead our own lives. Baiji stood to change her clothes. Wait, Xiaoji, let us dine at home. After all these years, I have grown accustomed to your cooking. Permit me this final meal, Wang Wenmei interjected, her expression unexpectedly sincere. She was not deceiving Baiji. She genuinely desired to savor Baiji's cooking one last time, for it would not be available again. Very well. Baiji observed the sincerity in Wang Wenmei's eyes, her heart swirling with conflicting emotions. After a moment's pondering, she nodded in agreement. Then let us go. We shall buy groceries together. Wang Wenmei linked her arm with Baiji's, pulling her downstairs to the supermarket. Baiji followed Wang Wenmei in a daze. Her heart heavy with bittersweet sorrow, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. This warmth was something she had fantasized about countless times throughout her life, longed for endlessly yet never attained. To her astonishment, in this final moment, she felt it emanating from the very person who had caused her so much suffering. She let out a long sigh, and the resentment she harbored against Wang Wenmei dissipated significantly. It was enough. Although she had not treated me well, she ultimately raised me and did not bring about my demise, so I would not hold her accountable. We would simply cease all contact moving forward. Upon reaching this understanding, Baiji felt an immense sense of relief wash over her, and a faint smile graced her lips. She and Wang Wenmei went grocery shopping together, washed the vegetables, cooked, and dined, savoring the warmth of what felt like home. Immersed in this illusory happiness, Baiji failed to notice that the plate of her favorite cola chicken wings remained untouched by Wang Wenmei. Mother, this will be the last time I call you that. Please take care of yourself. We shall not be in touch anymore. After finishing her meal, Baiji stood up, looked at Wang Wenmei, her voice trembling slightly. Xiaoji, I am sorry. Wang Wenmei averted her gaze, unable to look Baiji in the eye. Feeling the concern in Baiji's words, she sighed deeply within. Baiji, do not blame me. We have no enmity. As a mother, I had to plan for my child. In this lifetime, I have wronged you, but in the next, I shall make amends. After you pass, I will burn extra paper for you. You need not apologize. What have you done? Baiji suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest, her vision blurring as a wave of intense nausea surged through her, blood involuntarily flowing from her mouth and nose. Coupled with Wang Wenmei's apologetic gaze, she realized all too well what had transpired. I'm sorry. Wang Wenmei, unable to bear the sight of Baiji's suffering, continued to apologize. You poisoned me, and now you shall live. At this moment, Baiji's hatred surged, filled with regret for having trusted this malicious woman. She detested her indecisiveness, her naivety, and her foolish expectations of so-called familial affection. With Yining assisting me, I shall not perish. Perhaps sensing Baiji's impending demise, Wang Wenmei offered a brief explanation. Ha ha. Wang Wenmei, you are as naive as I am. Would she truly assist you? Your death would be her greatest boon. For then she would eternally be a daughter of the Liu family. She is killing two birds with one stone. Baiji laughed heartily, spitting more blood as she cast a scornful glance at Wang Wenmei. No, it cannot be. Yining will not abandon me. I am her mother. Wang Wenmei's face twisted in terror and rage. She knew Baiji spoke the truth, yet she refused to acknowledge it. Wang Wenmei, you may deceive me, but do not deceive yourself. I will wait for you below. If there is a next life, I shall never again believe in familial bonds. I only wish to see you all dead. Baiji's voice rose in a chilling crescendo, then she slowly collapsed to the ground. Even in death, her eyes remained wide open, fixed upon Wang Wenmei, refusing to close. Ah, you wretched woman. Do not stare at me. I cannot die. I must find a way. Baiji's unblinking gaze jolted Wang Wenmei into clarity, causing her to tremble, her lips pale as she paced the room. She realized Baiji's words were true. Liu Yining would not only neglect her, but might even turn against her. It was possible that Liu Yining had already alerted the authorities. She did not want to face execution. She did not want to die. No, she had to find a way. However, with time running short, what could she do? Suddenly, Wang Wenmei's eyes fell upon the candles on the table, a frenzied glint igniting within her. Yes, this is it. She swiftly lit a candle and rushed to the kitchen, turning on the gas valve before hastily exiting Baiji's home. Let it explode. A single blast will reduce everything to ashes, buying me time. I need to contact Yining for money and escape abroad. Wang Wenmei felt a surge of relief, grateful that she had recorded her conversations with Liu Yining, which would serve as her leverage. She glanced back at the apartment building, smirking coldly as she vanished into the streets. Little did she know that at the very moment she left Baiji's room, the entire building's gas supply had been cut off, the handiwork of the hidden guards. Young master, Baiji has been poisoned to death by Wang Wenmei. According to your orders, the hidden guards have refrained from acting, carefully safeguarding Baiji's corpse. Understood. Let them continue to monitor. An intriguing event is about to unfold. Yining, as per your instructions, I have poisoned Baiji. Wang Wenmei found a secluded corner, pressed record, and dialed Liu Yining. What? You actually killed Sister Bai. Why are you slandering me? I will report you. Lu Yin exclaimed in shock. Refusing to acknowledge Wang Wenmei's words, her tone laced with fear. Lu Yin's reaction extinguished the last flicker of Wang Wenmei's hope, and a bitter smile crossed her lips. For some reason, a thought flickered in her mind. If the roles were reversed, would Bai Ji treat her this way? A profound bitterness enveloped her, making her feel as though her life had become a cruel joke. Time was of the essence. She steadied her resolve and ceased the pretense with Lu Yin. Speaking coldly, Lu Yin, if you lack compassion, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. I have recorded every conversation and correspondence between us and Wang Guanjia. They are all stored in the cloud. If I do not manage this within 48 hours, they will automatically be sent to Weibo, TikTok, the police station, and various influencers. You, Wang Wenmei, are something else. Lu Yin gasped, taken aback by her mother's willingness to go to such lengths for her. You claimed to love me, but it was all a lie. You were merely protecting yourself. Lu Yin was unaware that, in truth, Wang Wenmei's actions stemmed from her longing for her daughter. Unable to see her, and thus preserving everything related to her in secret, reminiscing alone during the night. Chapter 80, Bai Ji's Rebirth in Search of Yixio. Lu Yin, within 30 minutes, deliver me 50 million and arrange for a ticket to the most immediate flight to the beautiful country. Otherwise, those recordings will be sent out. Do not even think of hiring someone to kill me. Should I die, those recordings will still be released. Wang Wenmei had completely severed her ties with Lu Yin, now solely focused on her own survival. 50 million. Why don't you rob a bank? I don't have 50 million. Lu Yin exclaimed incredulously. 50 million was no laughing matter. Even if she possessed it, why should she give it to that wretched woman? That is your concern. I do not care. I only seek results. You have 29 minutes left. Wang Wenmei sneered. Knowing that this amount was carefully calculated, certain that Lu Yin could procure it within half an hour. Mother, you have devoted decades to me. Cannot you sacrifice once more? I truly do not have that much. How about 2 million? That is all I have. Lu Yin's voice softened. From the moment you sought to kill me, I ceased to be your mother. 2 million? You might as well be feeding a beggar. Lu Yin, stop dawdling. If I do not get out of here by the new year, I am as good as dead. I would rather perish alongside you. The Lu family cherishes their reputation above all. Should those recordings be released, your venomous visage will be laid bare for all to see. Can the Yi family still accept you as their granddaughter-in-law? Without that title, will the Lu family treat you as one of their own? You have 28 minutes left. Wang Wenmei's words struck a chord with Lu Yin, leaving her unable to refute. Hatred surged within her, surpassing even the animosity she had previously felt towards Bai Ji. She understood that Wang Wenmei was now at her wit's end, barefoot and unafraid of those in shoes. She had to stabilize her first, taking a deep breath. Her voice chillingly cold. I will prepare it for you now, just wait. After hanging up the phone, she found an excuse to enter Wang Guanjia's room. Dad, there has been an unexpected turn of events with Wang Wenmei. It was unclear what the two discussed, but after several minutes, Lu Yin emerged from Wang Guanjia's room. A cold smirk playing on her lips as she dialed Wang Wenmei's number. The money has been transferred to you, and your flight is in half an hour. If you miss it, don't blame me. I'm already at the airport, of course, I'll make it. Wang Wenmei scoffed. Then delete those things, Lu Yin commanded. How do I know you aren't deceiving me? Once I settle in the beautiful country, I will naturally delete them. After all, you are my biological daughter. As long as you don't go too far, I won't harm you. Wang Wenmei refused, laughing at the absurdity. This is my long-term ticket. How could I possibly delete it? Take care of yourself. Lu Yin hung up, her face filled with murderous intent, a sinister snort escaping her lips. Wang Wenmei, this money is for you, but I wonder if you'll have a life to spend it. Humph. As darkness fell, a beam of moonlight cascaded through the window, illuminating the lifeless body of Bai Ji. Suddenly, the moonlight began to coalesce, transforming into twinkling stars that swiftly converged into Bai Ji's body. As the light gathered, her once cold, pale, and stiff form began to soften and regain its color. After a while, she even slowly resumed breathing. In the adjacent room, the hidden guard watching the surveillance had his eyes wide open in disbelief. The young master had spoken the truth. There truly existed a phenomenon of resurrection. At that moment, Yixio's status in his heart soared to the level of a deity. The bizarre occurrences surrounding Bai Ji showed no signs of ceasing. The speed of the moonlight's convergence increased until it formed a sphere the size of a basketball, glowing with phosphorescence. Then, this sphere suddenly entered Bai Ji's mind, and the strange phenomena vanished as if nothing had ever occurred in the room. Am I in the underworld? Bai Ji's body, no, her form, stirred. She rubbed her eyes and slowly opened them, gazing at the familiar room, her mind clouded with confusion. Wait, this is not the underworld. This is my own room. But I was poisoned to death by Wang Wenmei, so how am I alive again? Slowly, Bai Ji rose from the floor, glancing at the cold food on the table, stretching her somewhat stiff limbs. At that moment, she finally comprehended that she had been reborn. No, to be precise, resurrected. She sat back in the chair, cradling her head in her hands, sobbing uncontrollably. Oh, I truly live again. Heaven, do you pity me and find it unbearable to let me go, granting me a chance to reclaim life? As her tears flowed, the hatred in her eyes deepened. Lu Yinin, Wang Wenmei, Lu Jianxi, Zhao Wan, Lu Wenyue, Lu Wenxi. Now that I have returned to life, just wait. I will ensure that you suffer a fate worse than death. What familial affection? It's all nonsense. From now on, my sole purpose in life is vengeance. The murderous intent within Bai Ji surged. As the saying goes, the darker the heart, the stronger the resolve. Completely consumed by darkness, Bai Ji's mind was extraordinarily clear. However, how would she exact her revenge? As an ordinary person, how could she confront the colossal Lu family? Right, Yishio? He had mentioned wanting her to pose as his fiancée. He is the grandson of the third elder. Only by leveraging his influence could she seek revenge. Furthermore, she would not merely pretend to be his fiancée. She would become his true fiancée, using his power to return to the Lu family and take control of it. Once she became the new spokesperson for the Lu family, she would sell Lu Jianxi and the others to the northern territories for a pittance. Bai Ji inhaled deeply several times, trying to calm her emotions. However, she could not simply approach Yishio without offering something in return. Otherwise, what reason would he have to assist her? The most valuable asset she possessed was herself. Bai Ji glanced at the bloodstains on her clothing, frowning. After contemplating, she took out her phone and purchased an elegant black lace ensemble. Then, she gracefully entered the bathroom for a shower. After finishing her bath, the outfit had arrived. Bai Ji stood before the mirror, applying an artful guise of natural beauty, then donned the black lace attire, slipping into a pair of black thigh-high stockings and high heels. Lastly, she pulled on a gray coat before stepping out the door. Young master, Bai Ji has truly resurrected and is on her way here. Chu Weiwei gazed at Yishio with admiration, her tone filled with astonishment. Yes, when she arrives, have her come directly to my room. Yishio's lips curled into a slight smile. After all this time spent planning, Bai Ji was finally coming to him voluntarily. Approximately half an hour later, Bai Ji knocked on the grand door of Yishio's villa. Guided by Chu Weiwei, she entered his bedroom as Chu Weiwei thoughtfully closed the door behind her. Bai Ji, what brings you here at this hour? Yishio asked knowingly, a smile gracing his face as he looked at her. Boss, I would like to inquire if you still stand by your earlier statement about allowing me to replace Lu Yinin as your fiancé. Chapter 81. I am willing to give everything. Miss Bai, do you think I am someone who is easily trifled with? Yishio's expression turned icy, his tone laced with sarcasm. No, that's not it. Boss, I didn't mean it that way. Bai Ji's face paled at Yishio's mockery, her anxiety rising as she hurriedly explained. She could sense that Yishio might be displeased, especially since she had previously rejected his advances twice. Now here she was, boldly approaching him again. Anyone would feel unhappy, let alone someone like Yishio, a privileged heir. Yet, she never expected him to react with such anger. Then what do you mean? Yishio lit a cigarette, leaning against the headboard, his gaze cold as he scrutinized her. Bai Ji fell silent, unsure of how to articulate her thoughts. She couldn't possibly say that she had been foolish, harboring expectations for her family, after facing death. All she desired now was revenge. If she voiced this, Yishio might deem her insane and dismiss her outright. Miss Bai, please leave. I have no time for your theatrics. Yishio pressed the cigarette into the ashtray with force, signaling her departure. Wait, boss, I have something to say. I have been resurrected, and I seek vengeance against the Lu family. Bai Ji panicked as she realized Yishio was about to expel her. He was her only hope. She couldn't give up. Overcoming her fear of being labeled a lunatic, she urgently revealed the truth. Resurrected? Do you think this is a work of fiction? Why don't you mention the 30 years of the river's ebb and flow? Hurry and get out. Yishio laughed derisively, looking at Bai Ji as if she were a fool. Really, boss, I am not lying. If you don't believe me, have someone investigate. You dislike Lu Yinin, and so do I. I don't need you to do much for me. I only ask that you grant me the title of fiancé, so I can leverage your influence to return to the Lu family. Once there, I will follow your lead. If you desire the Lu family, I will comply. Tears welled in Bai Ji's eyes, her desperation nearly spilling over. All she wanted was revenge. She cared not for the Lu family. Yishio gently twirled his fingers, a furrow creasing his brow as if deep in contemplation. After a moment, He turned to Baiji and said, I can offer you an opportunity, but mere obedience is insufficient. Moreover, I shall investigate the matter of your resurrection. Should you deceive me, well. Upon hearing this, Baiji lifted her head, her gaze resolute, biting her lip. Her fair hands trembled as she unfastened the belt of her coat. She discarded her shoes, her bare feet slowly advancing towards Yishio's bedside. Boss, as long as you assist me, from this moment on, my being, my identity, my essence, my very soul, all shall belong to you. As she spoke, her coat slipped to the floor, revealing a breathtaking sight beneath, a black lace ensemble, alluring and enigmatic, accentuating her curves, slightly quivering, hints of pink barely visible. Her slender waist was taut and pale, her silhouette perfect, a fleeting glimpse of profound mystery causing Yishio's breath to hitch. Her softly rounded legs were encased in delicate black stockings, and her dainty feet touched the ground, toes curling ever so slightly. Baiji's face flushed crimson, her eyes glimmering with a hint of seduction as she trembled, gradually lifting her foot to step onto Yishio's bed. Is all of this truly mine? Yishio squinted, quietly admiring Baiji's exquisite form, softly retorting. Indeed, all belongs to you. Baiji affirmed with a determined nod, her singular motivation for survival being vengeance. A fervent desire to send her enemies to hell. For the sake of retribution, she would sacrifice everything. How can you ensure this? Despite the enchanting scenery, Yishio remained unmoved. Baiji pondered, aware of Yishio's lingering distrust. After a long pause, she suddenly raised her head, her eyes reflecting a blend of conviction and a tinge of madness. Boss, you may take photos or record me however you wish. With such evidence in your possession, you should feel reassured. She could conceive no better means to secure Yishio's trust. That is your promise, Yishio replied, pursing his lips as he reached for the phone on the bedside table, then rose to gesture toward the bed. Baiji's complexion paled slightly as she nodded, trembling, and slowly reclined upon the bed. The ensuing minutes felt like the longest of her life, mechanically following Yishio's directives, striking various humiliating poses. Excellent, come here. Yishio tossed the phone aside and lay back on the bed, beckoning to Baiji, who was crouched by the window. A shiver ran through her as she turned. Knowing what was to come was inevitable. As the night silently drifted away, dawn approached, and Yishio's once lively room fell into tranquility. Xiao Ming'er requested a day off from Yishio, intending to retrieve her graduation certificate from Haicheng University. Previously, she had withheld her tuition to afford her grandmother's medical treatment, and only after her grandmother's recovery was she able to settle the outstanding fees, resulting in a delay of several months in obtaining her diploma. Entering the university, Xiao Ming'er was struck by a sense of nostalgia as she observed the radiant, cheerful faces around her. Just months prior, she had been one of them, weary yet still possessing a glimmer of innocent naivety. However, in the short span of time since, she had transformed into a gilded cage's songbird, and despite Yishio's kindness, she felt acutely aware of her precarious position. She pondered what she would do once Yishio grew tired of her or when their arrangement came to an end, leaving her uncertain of her future path. With a heavy sigh, she hurried toward the academic office, lost in thought, and inadvertently collided with Su Qinyuan. I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to, she exclaimed, quickly bowing to apologize, though her eagerness to retrieve her certificate made her oblivious to his expression. I'm fine, did I hurt you? Be careful, Su Qinyuan replied, his eyes lighting up upon seeing her, waving his hand in a gesture of generosity. Glad to hear that. I have to go, goodbye. After Su Qinyuan reassured her, Xiao Ming'er bowed once more and hurried away. Su Qinyuan watched her retreating figure, unable to suppress a soft exclamation. What luck to encounter such a beauty right after arriving. Chapter 82. Su Qinyuan's fortuitous gift master. I wish to visit Kyoto as well. Young master, I want to go too. In the living room of the villa, Yishio reclined on the sofa as Gu Qianqian and Xiao Ming'er flitted around him, bubbling with excitement. Their desire was not genuinely to visit Kyoto. They simply wished to remain close to Yishio. Chu Weiwei sat nearby, sipping her coffee, quietly observing the playful banter, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. She secretly wished for such simple, joyful days to last as long as possible. As thoughts of returning to Kyoto crossed her mind, Baiji's image surfaced unbidden. To be candid, while Yishio had many women, Chu Weiwei felt no jealousy, save for Baiji, whose impending claim to Yishio's legitimate partner status left her feeling uneasy. Nevertheless, she chose to remain silent, content to stand by Yishio's side. All right, everyone. Stop the commotion. Yishio, weary from the noise, rubbed his temples. Weiwei, please contact Li Bingyan and ask her to join us tomorrow for the trip to Kyoto. If we are to return, Let's bring all my women along to bring joy to my family. Yay! Long live the master. You're the best, young master. Gu Qianqian and Xiao Meng'er squealed in delight, each hugging one of Yi Xiu's arms, their soft forms pressing against him. And how shall you express your gratitude? Yi Xiu raised an eyebrow. We'll follow your lead, young master. The two exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of eager submission. Yi Xiu eyed the elegant Chu Weiwei savoring her coffee, then leaned closer to Gu Qianqian and Xiao Meng'er, whispering, if you can win over Chu Weiwei, we'll make it a foursome in Kyoto, and I shall reward you both handsomely. Really? What reward? Gu Qianqian and Xiao Meng'er were instantly intrigued. You shall find out then, a reward beyond your wildest imagination, Yi Xiu replied with a mysterious smile. All right, young master, it's a promise. After Xiao Meng'er and Yi Xiu secretly made a pact, they whispered among themselves for a while before exchanging glances. Gu Qianqian and Xiao Meng'er rose together and approached Chu Weiwei. Sister Weiwei, neither Xiao Meng'er nor I have ever been to Jingdu, let alone to a prestigious family like the young masters. Could you please give us a lesson? Let's sleep together tonight. Gu Qianqian's face bore a hint of anxiety and concern, her gaze towards Chu Weiwei sincere. Sister Weiwei, you are the best, I beg you. Xiao Meng'er grasped Chu Weiwei's hand with a pleading expression. Chu Weiwei nodded, acknowledging their reasoning. It was indeed necessary to brief them to avoid potential embarrassment. However, she inquired, isn't the young master going to cultivate tonight? Well, we have already spoken to the young master, and he said he would take a day off tonight. Gu Qianqian hastened to explain. All right then, let us go to my room to sleep. Chu Weiwei assented, and upon seeing Yi Xiu truly rise to return to his room, she led Gu Qianqian and Xiao Meng'er back to her own. Unbeknownst to Chu Weiwei, as Gu Qianqian exited, she discreetly flashed a victory sign at Yi Xiu. After the trio had bathed, they lay on Chu Weiwei's large bed while she shared important considerations for their return to Jingdu and the Yi family. The two listened attentively until late into the night, when Chu Weiwei, finally parched and exhausted, concluded her discourse. Sister Weiwei, you are amazing. Thank you for your hard work. Let us hurry and sleep. Chu Weiwei turned off the lights and quickly drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Gu Qianqian and Xiao Meng'er simultaneously opened their eyes, exchanged mischievous smiles. And Gu Qianqian took out her phone to send a message to Yi Xiu. Xiao Meng'er, stealthily, crept to open the door. Soon after, the door closed again, and Yi Xiu made his quiet entrance. Ah, young master, what are you doing? The girls are still here. That's exactly what I want. Sister Weiwei, just give in. Woo-woo. Sister Weiwei, please don't blame me. I am not being forced. At Haiqing University, within the Computer Science Institute, in male dormitory 523, Su Qinyuan lay in bed, unable to find sleep. He was not originally from this world, but had traversed from a water-blue planet resembling launching. In his previous life, he achieved little. With a low education level, a reclusive personality, and a penchant for laziness. Even as a food delivery person, he would only work to earn enough for the day's meals before returning home to play games. Thus, Su Qinyuan's life could be deemed quite a failure. It was during a delivery that he was abruptly struck down by a charging cow, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself as a third-year student sharing the same name. The original inhabitant was an orphan with poor health who suffered a heart attack while studying in a self-study room, ultimately benefiting Su Qinyuan. Upon realizing he had traversed realms, he felt a surge of joy. He was now a university student. Haida was a prestigious 985 institution, and upon graduation, finding a job would surely be superior to his previous life of delivering food. However, he had not inherited the original's knowledge. When he opened the textbooks, it felt as if he was gazing at celestial scripts. He recognized each character, but together they formed incomprehensible phrases. Unable to comprehend, he dismissed the effort. Just after exiting the study room, he collided head-on with Xiao Meng'er. A girl of such striking beauty and charm was far beyond what a typical introverted boy like Su Qinyuan could withstand, leaving him utterly captivated. This encounter instantly rekindled his confidence, leading him to firmly believe he was destined for greatness, the protagonist of his own tale. After all, this scenario was all too classic. In an instant, Xiao Meng'er had become the woman he was determined to possess. Alas, while he had found a woman, he pondered, where was his golden finger? Su Qinyuan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. A day had nearly passed, and despite trying countless methods and calling upon his system repeatedly, his golden finger had yet to arrive. Forget it. I've traversed worlds. The golden finger will come in time. I'll just sleep, resolving not to dwell on it further. Su Qinyuan soon fell into slumber. In his dreams, the songs he had once heard began to resurface, each lyric and note crystal clear. The following morning, Su Qinyuan awoke in a daze. Then his face lit up with joy as he quickly retrieved his phone to search online. With each inquiry, his excitement grew until he abruptly tossed his phone onto the bed and exclaimed, "I'm going to be famous." It turned out, he had gained access to 10 classic hit songs from his previous world that did not exist in launching, complete with detailed notes, singing techniques, and creative ideas vividly imprinted in his mind, as if he had penned them himself. It was barely past 5 when he heard, "Hey you, don't you sleep? Others need to rest too. Sue, are you sick? Why are you making noise so early?" Chapter 83. Yun Si returns to the country. Su Qinyuan scoffed softly. Being typically socially anxious, he chose to ignore his dorm mates and stepped outside. While having breakfast, he picked up his phone to check his finances. Moments later, a smile of delight appeared on his face. Although the original inhabitant was also an orphan, he had excelled academically, consistently earning full scholarships and accumulating substantial prize money from various competitions, totaling around 50 to 60,000. For now, he need not worry about meals. But how to monetize the knowledge in his mind remained a conundrum. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated his next steps. Ultimately, to be prudent, he decided against seeking a company and opted to work independently. He hastily finished his meal, quickly rented a room near the school, and purchased a series of recording equipment along with a more expensive phone. After moving out and organizing everything, he didn't pause for breath before recording his first so-called original song, "Follow Me," with slow movements. It was only after successfully uploading the song to Douyin and other major video platforms that he finally relaxed. That same afternoon, at Kyoto International Airport, "Young master. Is this Kyoto? It's not as splendid as I imagined." Upon disembarking the plane, Gu Qianqian and Xiao Ming'er linked arms, curiously surveying their surroundings. Bai Ji trailed behind Yixiao, her gaze fixed ahead, silent. Lastly, Chu Weiwei and Li Bingyan walked hand in hand, both exuding elegance and a cold demeanor, subtly conveying hostility towards Bai Ji. As for Huijin, she had cast an invisibility spell, hovering just above Yixiao. Due to the spiritual energy sealed within her by Hua Yi, her cultivation speed had accelerated dramatically, and within just a few days, she had regained her Yuanying stage. Currently, in launching, Huijin was invincible. Nevertheless, she remained utterly powerless in the face of Yixiao. Yixiao observed everything, aware of their underlying animosity towards Bai Ji. Yet he chose not to intervene. After all, their conflicts and rivalries ultimately served to enhance his own enjoyment. Through the VIP channel, Yixiao led the group out of the airport and directly onto the vehicle sent by the Yi family to pick them up. At Haiqing First Prison, in the visitation room, Fu Jinyan appeared haggard, sporting a buzz cut with unkempt stubble, no longer resembling his former domineering self. Today, the Fu group has become a thing of the past. His father, unable to bear the blow, has passed away, and even his beloved Hui Yunyun has left him without uttering a single word. Fu Jinyan sits in a chair, gazing through the glass, clutching the phone, his eyes wide with disbelief. "You your ex?" Fu Jinyan could never have imagined that the mysterious and omnipotent ex, who had assisted him for several years, would turn out to be a short-haired girl who appeared to be no more than 20 years old. Indeed, Yun Si nodded, observing Fu Jinyan's current despondency. Feeling a pang of sympathy. "Uncle Fu, who have you offended? I cannot trace the person who has taken action against you." During this period, Yun Si has been consumed with thoughts, her determination unwavering. She simply wishes to uncover the identity of the individual who has outmaneuvered her in the realm of computing. Throughout her life, when had she ever been defeated? "I too do not know." Fu Jinyan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Over the years, he had indeed made many enemies, but none so formidable as to elude him. Otherwise, given his past actions, he would have already faced consequences. He was merely an arrogant individual, not a fool. He knew well who to avoid. Very well. Although Yun Si had anticipated this response, a hint of disappointment lingered. "When will I ever be able to find you and defeat you? X, may I request your assistance with one final matter? Rest assured, it is not illegal." Fu Jinyan regarded Yun Si, hesitating for a long time before finally speaking with a complex expression in his eyes. He wished to locate Hui Yunyun and inquire why. Despite leaving, she had set fire to his villa. Did she truly harbor such hatred for him? Were the joyful days they shared merely illusions? "Uncle Fu is referring to Hui Yunyun, right? I am currently investigating and have made some progress. I will inform you once I have news." Yun Si, perceiving the mixture of love and hate in Fu Jinyan's gaze, understood his desire to find Hui Yunyun. Even if Fu Jinyan did not seek her help, Yun Si would still investigate, as she had developed a keen interest in Hui Yunyun. She had discovered that Hui Yunyun seemed to have appeared out of thin air, with no trace of her existence in the previous 20 years, suddenly materializing in the world. Most intriguingly, her identification had been obtained through connections, and prior to that, there was no record of her in the household registration system. Furthermore, her subsequent disappearance left no trace at all. This was akin to a plot from a novel. Yun-ci has always relished challenges, enjoyed delving into the unknown, and exploring mysteries. The enigma surrounding Hui Yunyun was a fatal attraction for her. Coupled with the mysterious figure who had outmatched her in computing skills, it compelled Yun-ci to swiftly return to Xia country. After gleaning no useful information from Fu Jinyan, she chose not to linger, exchanging a few pleasantries before leaving the prison. In Jingdu, at the Yi family estate, Yi Xiu, after dining with his numerous women and family, finally returned to his long-absent grand bed. How grand is it? To put it simply, even if Yi Xiu were to take in 10 more female leads alongside the current Chu Weiwei and others, a dozen people could comfortably engage in a team battle. Xiao Menger, what are you listening to? You look so serious. Gu Qianqian noticed Xiao Menger wearing headphones, squinting her eyes and swaying her head, and could not help but chuckle. Huh, it's nothing. I discovered a new song on Douyin. It's quite interesting. Let me listen too. Xiao Menger snapped back to reality. Removing her headphones and switching to speaker mode, follow my left hand, right hand, in slow motion, right hand, left hand, slow motion replay. As the music played, Yi Xiu, who had been gripping by Ji Xiong, suddenly paused, inwardly astonished. This familiar melody, this dynamic rhythm. What a coincidence, he has stumbled upon a fellow countryman. This must be a female lead from a literary entertainment piece. Xiao Menger, hand me your phone. Yi Xiu's expression turned serious. After all, he had encountered a protagonist. Xiao Menger was taken aback. Yi Xiu's seriousness frightened her, and she hurriedly passed her phone to him. Gu Qianqian and the others fell silent, turning their gazes toward Yi Xiu. Yi Xiu stared intently at the screen, his frown deepening. He had assumed he was encountering a female lead, only to discover it was a male. Fortunately, there was a photo of Su Qinyuan on Douyin, prompting Yi Xiu to activate his piercing gaze. After investigating Su Qinyuan's information, Yi Xiu's expression turned peculiar, and he then directed the same gaze at Xiao Menger. Indeed, Xiao Menger's destined storyline had altered, triggering detailed plot explanation. Host gains protagonist Xiao Menger's destined storyline, 20 My Agent's Conscience Will Not Hurt. It remained an entertainment narrative, but unlike before, it transitioned from having no CP to a pseudo-no CP. The plot unfolds with Xiao Menger entering the entertainment industry, thriving due to her fortuitous fate. Subsequently, her company assigns her a new manager, Su Qinyuan. Su Qinyuan's performance as a manager can only be described as mediocre. However, he possesses the talent to write songs, online literature, and scripts, and whenever he takes action, it becomes a classic or a hit. He simply cannot sing, dance, or act, thus delegating these tasks to Xiao Menger. Everyone knows he harbors feelings for Xiao Menger, yet he has never voiced them, understanding that she is indifferent to romantic pursuits. To avoid jeopardizing their friendship, Su Qinyuan has never confessed, silently supporting and protecting her until his demise. After reviewing the plot, Yi Xiu found it difficult to assess. How could Su Qinyuan, a male protagonist from a male-oriented narrative, end up portraying a pure love warrior? It seems the flavor of female-oriented narratives still reigns. Love is essential for survival. Master, could it be that the destined storylines of Gu Qianqian and the others might also undergo changes? As long as the female lead's fortune does not completely vanish, there is a possibility of becoming the lead in other narratives, though the correlation will be significant. Yi Xiu nodded. As for Su Qinyuan, he paid him no mind. A male lead from an entertainment narrative was easily dealt with. Gather all of the renowned songs, screenplays, poetry, novels, and online literature from my previous life on Blue Star. How much villain value will that cost? A mere 100,000 villain points. This seems somewhat steep, not that Yi Xiu could not afford it, but he was uncertain whether Su Qinyuan would yield a worthwhile return. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xiu ultimately decided to make the purchase. Who knows when he might encounter other literary compatriots in the future. Bye. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 100,000 classic literary works from Earth, with corresponding copyrights automatically registered. In this light, it no longer seemed expensive, 1 villain point per work, and the copyrights were even registered. System splendid. Regaining his focus, Yi Xiu suddenly conceived an idea. What if we send the female lead out into the world? Would that attract more male leads and supporting characters? Would it not make it easier to harvest villain points? Xiao Menger, if given the opportunity to enter the entertainment industry, would you seize it? Really? Can I truly do that? Xiao Menger's eyes brightened. Her lifelong dream had been to become a star. No, a people's artist. It is solely due to her grandmother that she cannot be away from home for too long, even though she was once discovered by a talent scout. She ultimately did not take that step. Later, although her grandmother recovered, she became Yi Xiu's canary, which naturally made her even more hesitant to dream. As long as you wish for it, you can achieve it. Yi Xiu gently ruffled her hair. Xiao Meng'er, you certainly can. Your singing is far more enchanting than that of many stars in the entertainment industry. Gu Qianqian understood that Xiao Meng'er had been troubled about her future path, and now that Yi Xiu was willing to assist her, as the person closest to her in this family, Gu Qianqian was the first to express her support. What Qianqian said is indeed true, you can do it. Seeing that both Yi Xiu and Chu Weiwei had spoken up, Xiao Meng'er finally gained some confidence and nodded vigorously. Young master, may I apply to be Xiao Meng'er's manager? I am a professional, and I even have a certificate. Gu Qianqian, seeing Xiao Meng'er's joyful expression, hesitated for a moment before tugging at Yi Xiu's sleeve, pleading softly. Yi Xiu looked into Gu Qianqian's eyes, recalling his plan to grant opportunities to the women around him, and nodded, saying, all right, but if things do not go well, do not blame me for being unsympathetic. Rest assured, young master, Xiao Meng'er and I are like sisters. It will definitely be fine. Gu Qianqian exclaimed joyfully, embracing Xiao Meng'er. Yes, Weiwei, disband and reorganize my entertainment company, naming it Tengfei Entertainment, which I will manage directly. Please take care of it in the next few days. Once we return to Haiqing, I will begin work. With the cultivation level of a golden core practitioner, Yi Xiu now approached life with a playful attitude, pursuing his desires while casually accumulating some villain points. He realized that he had yet to explore the realm of an entertainment company, and it seemed like an intriguing venture. Having concluded serious matters, he proposed, now, how about we indulge in a joyful six-player game? Yi Xiu glanced at the lovely company around him, raising an eyebrow with a mischievous grin. Except for Li Bingyan, who had returned to the Li family. All of Yi Xiu's women were present, marking a rare occasion of such completeness. Gu Qianqian, Xiao Meng'er, and Chu Weiwei exchanged glances. Unanimously agreeing with Yi Xiu's suggestion, they had already experienced such shamelessness, and Bai Ji and Huajin could not escape either. Yi Xiu adjusted his waist, aware that the relentless gaming session had begun to wear on even the Xianyuan divine body, bringing both pain and pleasure. Meanwhile, in Haicheng, at the happiness community, Yun Xi lay on her bed, barefoot, munching on potato chips, with a laptop before her. Her fingers danced rapidly across the keyboard when suddenly she halted, furrowing her brows as she focused intently on the screen. How is this possible? A glimmer of disbelief crossed Yun Xi's face as she felt as though she were trapped in a dream. She had spotted a shadow floating in the surveillance footage from that rainy night, right near the villa where Fu Jinyan had been reduced to ashes. For Yun Xi, possessing the computing capabilities of a level 2 civilization, there were virtually no secrets left in the Blue Star. She was well aware of the legends surrounding cultivators, as nearly every prestigious family with a lineage spanning over 1,000 years possessed some form of inheritance related to cultivation. However, for the past few centuries, no one had succeeded, and coupled with the fact that the cultivation realms described in those inheritances closely resembled the current mainstream cultivation web novels, many within those families had begun to express skepticism regarding these so-called cultivation legacies. Some scholars even theorized that such legacies were likely a jest left behind by a time traveler. Yet, Yun Xi knew that these were indeed real. She had personally encountered talismans and magical artifacts left behind by cultivators, and she even possessed a storage bag at that moment. Narrowing her eyes and pursing her lips, a smile emerged on her face. Cultivators, huh? How intriguing. Finally, I found something challenging once more. On this day, Hui Yunyun also vanished without a trace. Why did all these mysteries surround Fu Jinyan, a mere simple-minded young boss? Yun Xi pondered, her expression serious, her fingers dancing across the keyboard with fervor. As clues gradually came to light, her astonishment remained unyielding. Yi Xiu, I have found you. Though she was still uncertain if it was truly him, all signs pointed to the young master of the Yi family, the renowned sycophant. A glimmer sparkled in her eyes, and a smile graced her lips as she abruptly closed her laptop. I cannot wait any longer. I must head to Kyoto. Rising, Yun Xi rushed towards the airport, her heart racing with excitement at the mysteries that beckoned her, driven by an insatiable thirst for knowledge and the thrill of challenge. Young master, the firewall you set has been triggered. Chu Weiwei approached Yi Xiu, cradling a laptop. Oh, let me take a look. Yi Xiu took the computer, quickly clicking to examine the traces he had intentionally left behind. Moments later, a knowing smile spread across his face. As expected, Yun Xi, the female protagonist, had taken the bait. Initially, Yi Xiu had acted on a whim, and whether it succeeded or not was of little consequence. After all, Yun Xi, as the female lead, would eventually return to the country. However, now that she had returned ahead of schedule according to Yi Xiu's design, he was naturally pleased. Based on the clues I left, she should be on her way to Kyoto now. Jin. Yi Xiu mused briefly before clapping his hands. Hua Jin's figure appeared in an instant, startling Chu Weiwei. Keep a close watch on Yunci. Relay any information immediately. Given Yunci's profound cultivation and her adeptness at disguise and assassination, along with her mastery of numerous master-level skills, the Yi family's hidden guards had no means of tailing her without being detected. Thus, in the entire Blue Star, the only one capable of monitoring Yunci, besides Yi Xiu, was Yunci herself. Understood. Hua Jin, her expression cold and devoid of emotion, nodded before vanishing once more. Young master, Miss Hua, what is her current cultivation level? Chu Weiwei, through her ongoing dual cultivation, had now reached the 6th level of qi refinement. Yet in the presence of Hua Jin, she could perceive nothing. Peak early stage of the nascent soul. Yi Xiu revealed the truth to Chu Weiwei candidly. So powerful. Chu Weiwei gasped, her mouth agape in astonishment. She was aware of Hua Jin's high cultivation, but had not anticipated it to be so formidable. The nascent soul stage. What an impressive concept. Just the divine sense could encompass a significant portion of the Blue Star. All right, Weiwei, please expedite matters with the entertainment company. We cannot stay in Kyoto for long. I appreciate your efforts during this time. Prepare the vehicle and summon Baiji. We are heading to the Liu family. Yi Xiu checked the time, stood, embraced Chu Weiwei, and departed from the Yi residence. Approximately half an hour later, Yi Xiu's vehicle arrived at the Liu family. Brother Xiu, you have finally returned to Kyoto. I have missed you terribly. As soon as he stepped out of the car, a delighted voice rang out, and he saw Lu Yining bouncing towards him, reaching out to grasp his hand. Yi Xiu swiftly evaded Lu Yining's grasp, turning to open the rear door of the car. As the door swung open, a pair of exquisite long legs emerged, revealing Baiji, who stepped out with a cold expression and an air of haughty confidence. Bai, how did you come back? Lu Yining's heart raced at the sight of Baiji, who was supposed to have been poisoned to death by Wang Wenmei. Could it be that Wang Wenmei had deceived her? No, she had seen the video. Baiji was undoubtedly dead, so how could she possibly be alive now? Lu Yining was so terrified that her teeth chattered, her legs felt weak, and her face was a mask of confusion and fear. What is the matter, my dear sister? Are you not pleased to see me return? Baiji remarked with a smirk, casting a cold glance at Lu Yining. Of course I welcome you. I will inform our parents right away. Lu Yining forced a smile that was more pitiful than tears, quickly forgetting to ingratiate herself before Yi Xiu as she dashed back to the Lu family villa. Baiji, your arrival seems to have frightened Lu Yining, Yi Xiu said, taking Baiji's hand, unable to suppress a chuckle at Lu Yining's reaction. Soon, she would have other concerns beyond fear. Xiu Gu, thank you. Baiji gazed at Yi Xiu's handsome visage, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. She felt an authentic sense of appreciation towards Yi Xiu. Without him, she was merely an ordinary person. Even if she had returned from the dead, what achievements could she claim? Although it had come at the cost of her own body, she was not made of gold and felt unworthy of such assistance from Yi Xiu, regardless of his true motives. Baiji believed she could never repay the kindness he had shown her. Come, let us not keep them waiting. Yi Xiu gently patted the back of Baiji's hand and led her into the Lu residence. You wretched creature dare to return? As soon as they entered, Lu Wenyun, her face flushed with anger, pointed an accusing finger at Baiji and hurled insults. What? Silence her. Yi Xiu's gaze turned icy as he regarded Lu Wenyun. No sooner had he spoken than Uncle Wang appeared at Lu Wenyun's side, delivering a sharp slap to her face. The sound echoed in the room, and Lu Wenyun's cheeks swelled, blood trickling from her mouth. My Wenyun, Yi Xiu, what do you mean by this? Zhao Wan looked at Lu Wenyun with concern, her eyes blazing with fury. Yi Xiu, you are outrageous. This is my Lu family. Lu Wenqi scolded him angrily, while Lu Jianxi remained silent, his eyes also flashing with rage. What does this mean? I wish to inquire what your Lu family means by this. You strike my fiancé upon entry. Is this to belittle the Yi family? Yi Xiu, still holding Baiji's hand, spoke with a voice as cold as ice, laced with a hint of menace. Upon hearing this, Lu Yining's tears streamed down her face as she looked at Yi Xiu with a pitiful expression. But I ascend to your fiancé Yining? What does Baiji have to do with this? Lu Wenyun, seeing Lu Yining's distress, disregarded her own pain and questioned Yi Xiu in confusion. Lu Wenyun, do you have the right to speak on behalf of your Lu family? Yi Xiu ignored her, gently squeezing Baiji's soft hand. You. Lu Wenyun attempted to retort, but was interrupted by Lu Wenqi, who bowed slightly to Yi Xiu and said, Ahem, younger brother, step aside. Yi Xiao, may I ask if I have the right to represent my Lu family? Yes, Yi Xiu replied, fixing his gaze upon Lu Wenqi. Then I wish to ask on behalf of the Lu family, was it your intention to come to my Lu family to cause trouble? Or was it the Yi family's intention? Lu Wenqi questioned assertively. It is both my intention and that of the Yi family, Yi Xiao scoffed. Then, may I inquire what the Lu family truly means? Lu Wenqi's fury was barely contained. What do you mean by asking what the Yi family means? I wish to ask what your Lu family means. Have you forgotten that during the betrothal, it was agreed that my fiancée is your Lu family's biological daughter? I ask, is Lu Yining truly your Lu family's biological daughter? Yi Xiao rose abruptly, releasing a wave of pressure that bore down upon the Lu family. This aura rendered them breathless, making them feel as though they were facing not Yi Xiao, but his grandfather. Yining, she is indeed my Lu family's daughter. Aside from Lu Jianxi, the rest of the Lu family were left nearly speechless under Yi Xiao's imposing presence. Even Lu Jianxi, despite his reluctance to speak, found himself compelled to respond. He glanced at Bai Ji, his eyes filled with resentment, realizing he had misjudged the situation. Now, he could only accept the mistake as it was. Yi Xiao's sneer at Lu Jianxi's demeanor was palpable. Before Yi Xiao could speak again, Uncle Wang interjected, how dare a bastard claim to be my Yi family's granddaughter-in-law? The future matriarch? Are you Lu family attempting to trample upon the Yi family's dignity? You, how dare you, a servant, speak so rudely? Is this how your Yi family educates its members? Lu Jianxi retorted, his anger flaring as he could not tolerate being berated by a junior and a servant. Education? You Lu family dare to mention education? Your family's so-called education led to the humiliation of your biological daughter by a fake heiress raised by a nanny? Yi Xiao could no longer contain his laughter, mocking the Lu family's audacity in discussing propriety. You, Lu Jianxi was left speechless and flushed with rage. Yet he could not articulate a response. Since the Yi family was aware of this situation, they could no longer pretend otherwise. After a moment of contemplation, he continued, Nephew, it is not that I am unwilling to recognize Bai Ji, but she is simply too ignorant and malicious. Enough, Yi Xiao interrupted coldly. I am well aware of who Bai Ji is and who Lu Yining is. I do not wish to engage in your futile arguments. I have come today to present you with two options. Either acknowledge Bai Ji as your Lu family's true daughter, and the union between our families shall be solely through her, or the engagement between our families will be terminated. Yi Xiao had no desire to argue the rights and wrongs with the Lu family. Had it not been for his intention to support Bai Ji, he would not have come. In the eyes of the Yi family, the Lu family, a mere commercial clan, was scarcely better than ants. Had it not been for the Lu family's patriarch unexpectedly saving Yi Xiao's mother and the Yi family's desire for a low-profile approach, the Lu family would not have been considered as a potential match. The Lu family's prosperity in the capital over the years had relied heavily on the Yi family's influence, something Lu Jianxi was acutely aware of. He understood that if the engagement between the Lu and Yi families fell through, the Lu family would face dire consequences for having offended so many people without the Yi family's protection. Thus, he hastily rubbed his hands together, a forced smile revealing his slight embarrassment. This, nephew, the matter of breaking the engagement cannot be taken lightly. My Lu family will immediately recognize Bai Ji. Recognition is not enough. An announcement must be made to the public. Remember, I, Yi Xiao, will only acknowledge Bai Ji. Yi Xiao rose, retracting his imposing aura, and fixed his gaze upon Lu Jianxi, the threat in his voice unmistakable. Lu Wenyun and the others gasped, their eyes wide with fear as they regarded Yi Xiao. Lu Yining, in that moment, collapsed to the floor, tears streaming down her face, her expression one of despair as she stared at Yi Xiao, unable to comprehend how the situation had spiraled to this point. Particularly in Bai Ji's eyes, there resided a profound hatred, as if she had emerged from the depths of hell seeking vengeance, instilling an inexplicable chill that resonated deep within her soul. Yet, she could not accept that her meticulously crafted plans over the years had unraveled in such a ludicrous manner. Zhao Wan, holding Lu Yining close, noticed the shifting emotions in her eyes and understood her thoughts. She discreetly squeezed Lu Yining's hand, offering her a reassuring glance. Lu Yining opened her mouth, but ultimately lowered her head, tears streaming silently down her face. Yes, young master, you need not worry. Soon, Lu Shi Group will issue an announcement. Lu Jianxi suppressed his fury, maintaining a facade of calm. Yi Xiao was indifferent to the Lu family's demeanor. He merely set the stage for Bai Ji, leaving the rest to her own devices. Very well, since that is the case, I shall not intrude upon your family's bonding. I will take my leave. Upon seeing matters resolved, Yi Xiao patted Bai Ji's shoulder and turned to exit the Lu residence. The Lu family escorted him to the door, and only when Yi Xiao's vehicle vanished from sight did they exchange glances, each harboring their own thoughts, their expressions complex. Zhao Wan gently pulled Lu Yinyan's hand, whispering comfortingly, Yin, do not be so pessimistic. Even if she returns, does that guarantee her victory? Men's affections are the most unreliable. The future is uncertain. Do you understand? I understand, mother. Rest assured, while I cannot claim to be better than Bai Ji, I can assure you that she is no match for me when it comes to managing men. Lu Yinyan's eyes sparkled with newfound determination. Bai Ji, once I win Yixio's heart, I will ensure you suffer. Lu Jianxi, with a stern expression, warned them. I advise you all to treat Bai Ji with caution from now on, especially you, Lu Wenyu. If you provoke her, Yixio will deal with you, and I cannot guarantee your safety. I understand. Lu Wenyu replied, his face defiant, yet the threatening gaze from Lu Jianxi silenced him. Observing Lu Wenyu's lack of regard for his warning, Lu Jianxi sighed inwardly. He had said all he could. If his foolish son chose to court danger, there was little he could do to prevent it. Lu Wenqi felt a wave of desolation wash over him as he realized that the power he had pursued within the Lu family paled in comparison to Yixio, whom he had always looked down upon. His heart sank, leaving him uncertain whether his years of effort were worth it. Recognizing the disparity, he resolved to work harder. For the Yi family had not always held such power. Lu Jianxi patted Lu Wenqi's shoulder, thinking that while his younger son may be inept, his elder son must not falter. Father, I understand. Rest assured. Lu Wenqi snapped back to reality, affirming, indeed, no one is inherently powerful. With diligence, the day will come when I catch up. Moreover, given Yixio's arrogant demeanor, the decline of the Yi family is evident. Continue to be arrogant, Yixio. One day, I will lead the Lu family to surpass you. As Bai Ji observed the Lu family retreating into the villa, she nonchalantly settled onto the sofa, peeled a lychee, and mockingly addressed them. Ah, dear parents, elder brother, second brother, and my beloved sister, are you not delighted by my return today? Lu Wenyu flushed once more, opening his mouth to rebuke Bai Ji. Lu Wenqi swiftly yanked Lu Wenyu back, preventing him from stumbling forward. Just enough to regain his composure. Sister, what are you saying? Of course, I, along with father and mother, welcome your return. Lu Yinyan suppressed her rage, stepping forward to offer Bai Ji a disingenuous smile. Parents? Huh, whose parents? Those deadbeat thieves and gambling addicts? Bai Ji spat out the lychee pit, casting a scornful glance at Lu Yinyan. Bai Ji, she is your sister. What kind of elder sister treats her sibling so cruelly? Zhao Wan, observing the tears in Lu Yinyan's eyes, felt a tightness in her chest, pulling her daughter into an embrace as she angrily confronted Bai Ji. Sister? How could I be unaware of having a sister? And, Ms. Zhao, if speaking the truth is considered an insult, then feel free to label it as such. The derision in Bai Ji's eyes deepened, and she found it difficult to comprehend why Zhao Wan showed such affection towards Lu Yinyan. Enough, Lu Jianxi interjected, wishing to avoid a direct confrontation with Bai Ji. He understood that the relationship between the Lu family and Bai Ji was nearly beyond repair. For the Lu family to secure greater benefits in the future, any marriage alliance with the Yi family must be with someone inclined towards the Lu family, or at the very least, not harboring a deep-seated hatred for them. Thus, even if Bai Ji was of blood relation, Lu Jianxi would not permit her to supplant Lu Yinyan. His thoughts echoed Zhao Wan's. They aimed to temporarily placate Bai Ji while encouraging Lu Yinyan to find a way to supplant Bai Ji in Yixio's affections. Although Lu Yinyan was not biologically related, she was far more manageable than Bai Ji, who was entirely reliant on the Lu family. The crux of the matter lay in Yixio's attitude. As long as he abandoned Bai Ji, she was inconsequential. What do I desire? Quite simply, I seek that which rightfully belongs to me. Bai Ji chuckled softly, peeling another lychee for herself. Of course, since you are my father's biological daughter, you shall be provided with what is rightfully yours. Lu Jianxi sighed in relief. It seemed Bai Ji was merely a child vying for affection. Father, did you not hear me clearly? I said I want what is rightfully mine. For instance, my room that Lu Yinyan occupies, my pocket money, my reputation, my position, and my shares. Bai Ji elegantly wiped her hands with a tissue, not even bothering to glance up. Dream on. What gives you the right to seize Lu Yinyan's belongings? Lu Wenyu could no longer contain his anger. Lu Wenqi glared coldly at Bai Ji. He understood that she was targeting him with her demands regarding positions and shares. Little Ji, must you stir discord in this family to find joy? Zhao Wan, tears in her eyes, looked at Bai Ji in disappointment, unable to fathom how she could have borne such a venomous child. Indeed, Ms. Zhao, are you just now realizing this? Bai Ji replied, regarding Zhao Wan with an expression that implied her question was rather obvious. You, Zhao Wan attempted to respond, but was cut off by Bai Ji. Enough. I am not seeking your opinions. I am informing you. You have 1 hour to return Lu Yin's room, her money, and her shares. I also demand to see the statement from Luxure Group. Otherwise, I shall return to find Yishio. Bai Ji stood, arms crossed, her icy gaze sweeping over the Lu family, devoid of warmth. Bai Ji, do you wish to die, you wretched girl? Lu Wen could no longer suppress his fury, his eyes reddening as he lunged towards Bai Ji, raising his hand to strike her. Seeking death. Bai Ji scoffed, her expression unchanging, her eyes filled with defiance as she silently awaited the impact of Lu Wen's hand. Just as the moment hung in the balance, a stone flew through the air with a whistling sound, striking Lu Wen's wrist. He cried out in agony, collapsing to the ground as blood trickled from his wrist. Zhao Wan hurriedly helped Lu Wen to his feet, removing his hand from his wrist, where a gaping wound was evident. Lu Wen's hand was irreparably damaged. Bai Ji, how could you be so malicious to your own brother? Zhao Wan exclaimed, nearly fainting from anger as she pointed an accusatory finger at Bai Ji. However, within Lu Jian's furious gaze lurked a hint of trepidation and fear. He realized that Bai Ji was, in fact, a practitioner of ancient martial arts at the Daodan realm, a formidable strength that even the Lu family could not afford. Yet, Yishio had sent someone to protect her. Lu Jian swallowed hard, understanding that Bai Ji's position in Yishio's eyes needed to be reassessed, and he knew that. For now, Bai Ji was not someone he could provoke. Taking a deep breath, he admonished Zhao Wan, silence. Take Wenyu to receive treatment. Wenqi, assist Yinin in relocating to the villa next door. Father, please do as I instruct. Little Ji, I will ensure everything is arranged within the hour, just wait. Lu Jian interrupted Lu Wenqi, turning to Bai Ji with a touch of ingratiation in his expression. Very well, I shall wait here. Do not let me down. A smile finally graced Bai Ji's lips, her heart brimming with gratitude towards Yishio. She understood that all that transpired today was under the auspices of his influence. Yishio, rest assured, I shall not only deliver the entire Lu family into your hands, but I will also strive to become your most indispensable ally. In Jingdu, at the Mi family auction house, the receptionist, with a look of exasperation, regarded Yun Ci, who appeared to be merely an ordinary high school student, yet insisted on meeting the chief appraiser of the auction house. What chaos are you creating here, little girl? Do not hinder my work. Yun Ci, chewing gum with an air of nonchalance, opened her crossbody bag and rummaged within, producing a gold card moments later. She extended it to the receptionist with a sweet smile. Here you go. Uncle, please take a look at this. We are but 25. Do not call me uncle. The receptionist exclaimed, glancing at the card. Oh, you possess the esteemed VIP Supreme Gold card. Please, enter. The receptionist, momentarily taken aback by Yun Ci's casual address, trembled in shock upon realizing she held the auction house's ultimate VIP Supreme Gold card. Thank you, uncle. I shall be entering now. Goodbye. Yun Ci tucked the card into her pocket, waved cheerfully at the receptionist, and skipped into the auction house. Unable to resist, the receptionist pulled out his phone, activating the front camera, staring at the screen for a long time. Do I really appear that old? I look rather dashing. Yet why am I being called uncle? Chapter 88. Yun Ci's first disguise as a distinguished appraiser. Old Ma, I have arrived. Yun Ci burst into the office of Ma Wei, the chief appraiser of the Mi family auction house. Who are you? Who permitted you to enter my grandfather's office? Leave. Ma Duo furrowed her brows, observing the carefree Yun Ci swagger in without knocking, a surge of anger bubbling within her. Oh, you must be old Ma's granddaughter, Ma Duo. He has mentioned you. Yun Ci remained unfazed by the reprimand, casually plopping down on the sofa, tossing her bag aside, and scrutinizing Ma Duo. Who exactly are you? If you do not speak, I will have you thrown out. Ma Duo trembled with indignation at Yun Ci's condescending gaze. It is well known that protagonists in disguise stories possess a defining trait. They never reveal their true identity until the final moment, regardless of misunderstandings, insults, or disdain. As a quintessential protagonist, Yun Ci was no exception. Leaning back on the sofa, she chuckled. Heh, if you are not afraid of your grandfather's wrath, feel free to test your luck. Ma Duo felt utterly perplexed. An unfamiliar girl had barged into the office unannounced, flaunting her bravado without revealing her identity. Leaving her bewildered, she thought Yun Ci might be somewhat unhinged, a potential threat. A shiver ran down her spine, and she hesitantly murmured, if you wish to sit, then sit. I dare not oppose you. Thereafter, she discreetly dialed the police from beneath the table, realizing the situation was escalating. Yun Ci understood it was time to reveal her true identity. With a swift movement, She appeared beside Ma Duo, terminating the call with a smile. I am not joking, Duo. It is I, X. What? You are truly X. When did you return to the country? You look so youthful. Ma Duo stood up abruptly, her face alight with surprise as she gazed at Yunci, astonished to discover that this young girl was indeed X. Who is X? You ask? The foremost hacker in the world, and more importantly, one of the 3 esteemed appraisers of the Xia Country Antiquities Association, Master Yunhai. Although Ma Duo had never met Yunci in person, they had maintained correspondence via email and could be considered close friends. I just returned a few days ago, and I am still only 19. Yunci flashed a gleaming smile, displaying a sense of pride. Despite being an orphan, she had not endured much hardship over the years. For she was truly gifted, succeeding effortlessly in all her endeavors, preserving a rare childlike innocence. 19. My heavens. If those old geezers knew that the illustrious Master Yunhai was only 19, they would surely contemplate their own demise. Ma Duo had sensed Yunci's youth from their previous exchanges, yet she never anticipated her to be so remarkably young, even younger than herself. By the way, Master Yunhai, what brings you back to the country this time? Ma Duo inquired, examining Yunci with unabated astonishment. Duo, no need to call me master. Just refer to me as Yunci from now on. I returned for the bronze seal at the Mi family auction. Its history spans hundreds of thousands of years, which is quite extraordinary. Yunci offered a half-truth, well aware that she could not disclose her true intentions to Ma Duo, though she was indeed intrigued by the seal. Yunci, you mean the Kongtong seal? I actually know quite a bit about it, and I have even handled it before. Had it not been presented by the Wang family, it would have been seized by the authorities long ago. Ma Duo leaned in conspiratorially, whispering in Yunci's ear about the Kongtong seal. Oh, it truly has a history of hundreds of thousands of years. Yunci's interest peaked. Indeed. It was verified by carbon-14 dating, but my grandfather believes it may be even older. What? Yunci was also taken aback. Ma Wei was one of the esteemed appraisers in Xia Country, and his words carried considerable weight. Regardless, that is what my grandfather asserts. Ma Duo nodded affirmatively. Then why is it named the Kongtong seal? Yunci inquired, still puzzled, as artifacts in Xia Country are typically named only if their provenance is clear. Because, like the legendary Kongtong seal, it bears the relief of the 5 heavenly emperors, entwined with 5-clawed golden dragons. Ma Duo presented a stack of photographs to Yunci and continued, due to the various astonishing aspects of this matter. Many people have circulated rumors that this is indeed the true Kongtong seal. Even if it is not authentic, it is certainly related to the art of cultivation. The competition will undoubtedly be fierce. A glimmer of resolve flickered in Yunci's eyes as she contemplated the desire to acquire the Kongtong seal. However, she was acutely aware that if this object was indeed as Ma Duo described, the likelihood of obtaining it was slim. It is neither too large nor too small. Ma Duo smiled mysteriously and shook her head. Oh, what do you mean? Yunci inquired. Because the seller does not seek money. He desires to trade for something else. A trade? A hint of gravity crossed Yunci's features. Such exchanges are not uncommon in high-level auctions. But if the seller is not genuinely interested in selling and merely seeks to lure buyers, the situation becomes precarious. Yunci was fearless when facing individuals alone. Yet when confronted by the authorities or prestigious families, she hesitated to provoke them. For a moment, she found herself in a quandary. However, considering that her primary purpose for returning was to investigate Yexiu, and knowing he would attend the auction tonight, she quickly resolved her indecision. She would simply test her luck. If it succeeded, it would be fortuitous, and if not, it would be inconsequential. Yunci, do you desire it? Ma Duo asked, noticing the shift in Yunci's demeanor. Who among those interested in antiques wouldn't want such a thing? However, I am merely contemplating. It is certainly out of reach for me, Yunci replied, shaking her head. Indeed, my grandfather said the same. He stated that apart from a few prominent families, ordinary people cannot possess it securely. Ma Duo sighed. Let us not dwell on this. We shall leave it to fate. By the way, Duo, where has old Ma gone? Yunci inquired. My grandfather is preparing for tonight's auction. He should return shortly. I just messaged him, Ma Duo replied, shaking her phone at Yunci. No sooner had she spoken than the office door swung open, revealing an energetic old man with a youthful countenance. Xiao Yunyan, you finally deigned to return and visit this old man. As twilight descended, the internal auction of the Mi family commenced. Who is this person, so audacious? Wow. So many exquisite beauties. Where did this fellow find them? This is the young master of the Ye family. Are you not aware? He is the legendary super sycophant. Indeed. Wasn't he labeled a sycophant? How come he has brought so many women? Rich heirs can be sycophants and dally with women simultaneously. Shoo, keep it down. Are you seeking death? He is the only grandson of the third elder. As Yashio entered with his entourage, the auction hall buzzed with chatter. Listening to the murmurs around him, Yashio couldn't help but smirk, recognizing the familiar atmosphere of the auction. However, he felt a sense of anticipation for the evening. Having brought so many leading ladies with him, the event promised to be lively. "Shogu, you have arrived." Lu Yinyin, who had been waiting at the entrance, exclaimed, bounding towards him and gently tugging at his sleeve, her tone affectionate and eyes brimming with innocence. Yashio frowned, attempting to shake her off when an epiphany struck him. He activated his piercing gaze, unveiling her true identity. Name, Lu Yinyin. Height, 166 centimeters, 34 c. Attractiveness, 95. Age, 25. Fate, true young lady reborn. The white-eyed wolf family regrets. Villainous, pain will teach me to love you protagonist. Special physique, Aimu's sacred body, extreme masochism, an intrinsic enjoyment of being beaten, insulted, humiliated, oppressed, suffocated, etc., with exceptional recovery abilities, capable of regeneration as long as not dead. Skills, conceptual level physical recovery, advanced T-art, intermediate business. Affection level, 1010, hatred but compelled to please. By the heavens. No wonder I sensed something off about Lu Yinyin. She is indeed a protagonist, and a masochistic one at that. Yashio's gaze flickered as he began to unravel Lu Yinyin's fate. Discovering that today's auction was the starting point of her narrative, she would encounter the male lead, Gu Pingxing, who would become infatuated with her at first sight. However, Lu Yinyin's attention remained solely on Yashio, leaving Gu Pingxing seething with anger. In a fit of rage, he would subsequently kidnap her, confining her in his villa's specially designed game room, complete with all necessary equipment. Gu Pingxing, a fervent admirer, rarely found satisfaction in others. Yet Lu Yinyin's seemingly fragile demeanor belied her extraordinary endurance and recovery. Each day would become a torment for her, plunging her into a cycle of suffering. 6 months later, amidst this ceaseless torment, Lu Yinyin would find herself deeply in love with Gu Pingxing. Just then, Gu Pingxing's first love would return, leading to a heart-wrenching saga of suffering and sacrifice, culminating in both characters realizing their true feelings and ultimately coming together. Throughout this tumultuous journey, Gu Pingxing's first love would perish, and Lu Yinyin would sacrifice her family for him. Despite his premonitions, Yashio felt a pang of discomfort. In truth, he struggled to comprehend the masochistic narratives prevalent in female literature, where characters endure grave suffering and emotional turmoil, yet still profess love. He found it perplexing that such tales could evoke tears and sentiments from many young women. Regaining focus, Yashio's senses sharpened, and he noticed Gu Pingxing, the male lead. Observing Lu Yinyin with keen interest, Gu Pingxing exuded the unmistakable aura of a foolish, domineering figure. Yashio was aware that he was the illegitimate son of the current head of the Gu family, not particularly distinguished within the capital. Yet, this individual acted without regard for the law, which made Yashio smirk inwardly, recognizing him as an easy target. He planned to let Gu Pingxing experience the full weight of legal consequences. As for Lu Yinyin, being the protagonist, she could not be overlooked. With a chilling demeanor, Yashio raised his hand and struck Lu Yinyin across the face. "How dare you address me in such a manner, the daughter of a maid? Who gave you the audacity? Shoguyu, how can you speak to me like this?" Lu Yinyin covered her face, her large eyes brimming with tears, staring at Yashio in disbelief. "Get lost." Yashio lifted his foot and kicked her in the stomach, sending her sprawling to the ground without a glance back. Stepping over her, clutching her abdomen, her complexion turned pale, and she bent over in agony as the humiliation coursed through her, leaving her breathless. Such a lack of compassion. How could one bear to kick such a beautiful girl? You know nothing. Do not be deceived by her looks. She harbors malice within. Oh, what do you mean? Which esteemed family does she belong to? Esteemed family? She's merely a counterfeit from the Lu family. A child of a maid who has usurped the fortune of others for 20 years, and now she targets Lu family's legitimate daughter. I am well aware that the Lu family surely favors this one over their own daughter, right? How do you know? If it weren't for my family's collaboration with the Lu family, I would remain oblivious. I have perused hundreds of tales of counterfeit daughters, and they all depict it this way. You are impressive. However, this Lu Yinyin truly falls short. No wonder Yashio looks down upon her. Inferior genes. The jeers and whispers of the crowd incessantly infiltrated Lu Yinyin's ears. She had never endured such humiliation, and the overwhelming shame nearly caused her to faint. Gritting her teeth, she trembled to her feet, covering her face, tears streaming down her cheeks, as she fled the auction house in a panic. Outside, Lu Yinyin, still covering her face, gradually halted, her head bowed as tears continued to fall to the ground. Her gaze was somewhat vacant, unable to dispel the image of Wang Teng's disdainful eyes, which lingered in her heart. Inside the venue, Gu Pingsheng furrowed his brow, glancing towards the direction Lu Yinyin had vanished, then at Yi Xiu's arrogant demeanor. An inexplicable surge of anger welled within him. The woman I, Gu Pingsheng, have set my sights upon, has already been struck down by another? This is utterly intolerable. He mockingly addressed Yi Xiu. Publicly striking a woman. This is the upbringing of the Yi family? As soon as Gu Pingsheng's words fell, the once boisterous venue plunged into an eerie silence, all eyes involuntarily turning towards him, eager to discern who possessed the audacity to publicly ridicule the sole grandson of the third elder. Chapter 90. The master of Kongtong Seal reborn as the illegitimate daughter Mi Yenner. How bold to openly mock young Master Yi. Who is this young master, displaying such valor? I do not recognize him. He appears familiar, yet I cannot recall his identity. He probably isn't a significant figure. He is doomed. I shall offer a moment of silence for him. After the strange silence, hushed discussions erupted among the crowd. Gu Pingsheng clearly heard their derision, yet he remained untroubled. Despite being merely a bastard of the Gu family, he was still a member of the family. Yi Xiu had to afford the Gu family some respect. Furthermore, it was crucial to note that conflicts among noble youths rarely escalated to physical altercations. Most disputes were merely verbal sparring. However, it was evident that he had miscalculated. He did not comprehend the current Yi Xiu, who now lived by his whims. Slap him. Yi Xiu's expression turned frigid as he cast a chilling glance at Gu Pingsheng, akin to surveying a corpse. Initially, he had intended to impart a lesson, but since this fool sought his own demise, he could not be blamed for his ruthlessness. As Yi Xiu's command echoed, Chu Weiwei raised her hand towards Gu Pingsheng, condensing her spiritual power, and a hand materialized beside Gu Pingsheng's face. A sharp crack resounded as he fell to the ground, his cheeks swollen, blood spilling from his mouth, and his teeth nearly all gone as his eyes rolled back, and he fainted. Publicly knocking out the male lead Gu Pingsheng, hosts villain points 5,000. Gasps filled the venue, astonished murmurs arose, as the manifestation of inner energy, a sign of the legendary Baodan realm, astounded all. My heavens, how young this girl is. Yet she is a Baodan master. What is Baodan? How could one not know what Baodan is yet gain entry to this auction? But wait. My grandfather is a Baodan master. His manifestation was never this exquisite. Could it be a celestial being? Impossible. There are only a few celestial beings in Dasha, and none are this young. The crowd buzzed with uncertainty as they gazed at Chu Weiwei. Meanwhile, in box number 1, an elderly figure abruptly stood, fixating on Chu Weiwei. This is spiritual energy. So many cultivation legacies truly exist. My lifespan is dwindling. This is my last opportunity. However, that young one from the Yi family poses a bit of a challenge, but it matters not. Death is inevitable. Those old coots must be watching too. His eyes filled with fervor and insatiable greed. Boxes number 3, number 4, and number 5 through number 8 were similarly ensnared, with a group of old men fixating on Chu Weiwei. As for box number 2, it remained quiet because it belonged to Yi Xiu, who had yet to enter. Yi Xiu distinctly felt the gazes from each box. His demeanor remained icy. They may refrain from action, but should they dare to harm his people, their lives and those of their families would become forfeit. With himself and Huajin present, this blue star posed no threat. Thus, there was no need for further concealment. Yi Xiu's expression remained impassive as he surveyed the area, and no one dared to breathe, frozen in place. Nodding slightly, Yi Xiu led the group of female leads into box number 2. Gu Pingsheng's subordinates, witnessing Yi Xiu's entry, hastily carried Gu Changsheng away. Yi Xiu flicked a finger at Gu Changsheng, sending a glimmer of spiritual light that instantly penetrated Gu Pingsheng's body. This was a curse of excruciating pain, designed to torment one's soul and body until ultimate despair led to their demise. How long he could endure such suffering was uncertain. Was he not fond of inflicting pain? It was time for him to truly experience what torment meant. Male lead Gu Pingsheng in unbearable agony. Hosts villain points 1,000. Male led Gu Pingsheng in unbearable agony. Hosts villain points 800. Subsequently, every few minutes, Yi Xiu could hear the system's notifications. An unexpected gain. I hope Gu Pingsheng can endure a bit longer before his demise. Shortly after Yi Xiu entered the box, a knock resounded at the door. Young Master Yi, do you have any thoughts regarding tonight's auction item, the Kongtong seal? Entering was none other than the young lady of the Mi family, Mi Yenner, who, with a charming smile, swayed her waist, her voice utterly alluring. Oh, what if I have thoughts, and what if I do not? Upon seeing Mijiner, Yi Xiu's intuition stirred. She was a malicious supporting character, at least temporarily not the leading lady. Activating his Powang Jiang. Name, Mijiner. Height, 169, 34D. Appearance, 92. Age, 23. Fate, highborn illegitimate daughters face hardships. Malicious supporting character. Special physique, none. Skills, advanced art, advanced acting, advanced appraisal. Intermediate business, favorability, 30. Curious. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the main storyline of Mijiner. Highborn illegitimate daughters face hardships. Indeed, she is truly a wicked supporting character. Yi Xiu habitually examined the plot, and then his eyes widened in surprise. He had stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. It turned out that Mijiner was not only a cultivator, but also the true owner of the Kongtong seal being auctioned, rather than the Wang family, as everyone presumed. As for why it was auctioned under the Wang family's name, it was simply Mijiner enlisting her sycophant, the young master of the Wang family, Wang Tong, to assist her. Mijiner, the illegitimate daughter of the current head of the Mi family, Mianghua, was manipulated and harmed by her legitimate sister, Mijiner, in her previous life, ultimately meeting a tragic demise on the streets. Upon her rebirth, the foremost necessity for Mijiner was to cultivate the power of self-preservation. Although she fortuitously embarked on the path of cultivation, her innate talent was rather mediocre. After expending all her spiritual stones, she barely reached the 5th layer of qi refinement. Desiring to acquire more spiritual stones, yet lacking any direction, she reluctantly decided to utilize the Kongtong seal, which she had unexpectedly obtained, primarily to exchange it for resources imbued with spiritual energy or to gain relevant clues. The Kongtong seal had long been bound to her, ensuring that it could not be taken away by others. Thus she harbored no fears about selling it. Moreover, concealed in the shadows with Wang Tong shielding her in the forefront, she felt secure. In simpler terms, she aimed to achieve her goals with minimal effort. Yi Xiu expressed his astonishment, reflecting on how, in her past life, she had been a naive saint, yet in her rebirth, she had transformed into someone so cunning, which intrigued him. As for Wang Tong, a flicker of nostalgia crossed Yi Xiu's eyes. Wang Tong could be regarded as his closest brother. Although Wang Tong had been devoted to Mijiner, the reborn Mijiner genuinely walked alongside him, culminating in a relatively favorable conclusion for both. The character of Mijiner would remain unchanged, yet the Kongtong seal must ultimately be secured by her. If Yi Xiu had any intentions, the seller had mentioned that they could discuss it privately in advance. Mijiner, covering her mouth, cast a flirtatious glance at Yi Xiu, provoking ire from the other women in the room. Yi Xiu chuckled softly, pulling Mijiner into his embrace, playfully squeezing her bosom, and said, "Oh, very well. Let the seller come forth."